Chapter 1. The Scion named Hogg Vaporia, Zabo, behold the splendid fireworks. Ho ho ho, and eerie laughter emanated from Frisia, who stood alongside Vaporia and Zabo. Before the trio lay a colossal planet facing its doom, engulfed in molten lava and soaring flames that resembled magnificent fireworks, albeit with nearly all Scions serving as mere backdrop. After a considerable passage of time, following the annihilation of planet Vegeta, Frisia departed from the scene with Vaporia and Zabo. Meanwhile, a corpse drifted onto a distant planet nearly 10 light-years away. This lifeless body, with a tail coiled around its waist, was unmistakably that of a Scion. It was likely that the explosion of the planet had created a small void, allowing the Scion's remains to traverse the vast distance to this new world. The corpse plummeted rapidly onto the verdant surface of this vibrant planet. Teeming with life surrounding the Scion's body were towering trees that reached for the heavens and an array of peculiar flowers, rendering it a veritable paradise. The fallen Scion was not whole. It had lost its left arm and bore a significant portion of its skull missing, its body marred by numerous dents and scars, evidence of immense impact. Yet, at that moment, one of the fingers on the Scion's right hand twitched, and after a brief interval, it opened its solitary eye. Where am I? Who am I? Zhonglin? Or Hogg? Why does my memory resonate solely with the name Hogg? Upon awakening, Hogg was filled with bewilderment, muttering, "Shouldn't I have perished during a mission? Why do I have only one arm? Why can I only see half of my surroundings? What has happened to my body? Am I in hell?" Hogg was astounded by the state of his being. Ding! Congratulations, host. System binding successful. Warning. Warning. Due to severe bodily damage, immediate repair is necessary, otherwise, you will cease to exist in this world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack, which includes a loan of 1 million fear points. Ding. Initiating body repair for the host. Total cost 1 million fear points. A cacophony of mechanical voices echoed in Hogg's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, he soon noticed that his other field of vision began to clear, and feeling returned to his left arm. The dents and scars on his body rapidly began to mend. Moreover, having brushed with death, Hogg's combat prowess had inexplicably doubled after his body had fully recovered. Hogg sat up with a surge of irritation, leaning against a towering tree that soared 100 meters high. Gasping for breath, his previously battered physique, resembling that of a zombie, had been transformed into that of a dashing young man, thanks to the system's restoration. Have I traversed into another realm? And into the world of Dragon Ball? No less. Hogg finally comprehended the nature of his surroundings, realizing he was a Scion. 3 days prior, his home planet, Vegeta, had been obliterated by Frisia, and miraculously, his lifeless body had arrived on this planet. Fortunately, the Scion body is remarkably resilient, and within a mere 3 days, he had only suffered the loss of a hand and sustained head trauma. Previously, I was an elite Scion warrior with a combat power of 8,000. After my miraculous revival from the brink of death, my strength has doubled, meaning my current combat power exceeds 24,000. Hogg could hardly fathom that after one brush with death, he had surpassed the power of Vegeta upon his first arrival on Earth. This meant he was now the mightiest Scion. However, Hogg furrowed his brow, feeling disheartened. Yet this is still insufficient. Frisia possesses a combat power of 530,000 in his base form. I am but a mere ant compared to him. Naturally, Hogg had no cause for concern. Frisia was oblivious to the existence of another living son. The only surviving Scions, aside from those in the 6th universe, were Goku, Raditz, a 5-year-old Vegeta, Nappa, along with Vegeta's brother, Tarbell, and Broly. Chapter 1. The Scion known as Hogg. Frisia sought to eradicate the Scions, unaware that many still thrived. Warning. The host currently bears a debt of 1 million fear points. If not repaid within a month, you shall vanish from this world. At that moment, the system delivered a chilling reminder to Hogg. What? Hogg was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had just bound himself to a system. System, what are fear points? Hogg inquired. Fear points represent the dread others feel towards you, compelling them to submit to you from the depths of their hearts. This is contingent upon the strength of those individuals. The system elucidated. Hogg grasped the concept. For instance, a cat might fear him, but due to its diminutive size, it would yield only a negligible fraction of a fear point. Conversely, if a human feared him, he might acquire a more substantial amount of fear points. However, a mere handful of fear points would be inconsequential in the face of a million, providing little assistance. Hogg suddenly pondered the notion of having Frisia kneel before him, gazing up in trepidation. The thought of such fear was intriguing. However, given Frisia's character, he would rather face death than submit to such an act. With an air of confidence, Hogg remarked coolly, only challenges are worthy of pursuit." And what if Hogg's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, What is the utility of fear value? The fear value can be exchanged for various items, however. It will be prudent for the host to abandon such thoughts for now repaying 1 million fear value within a month and subsequently earning more to restore your body is the priority, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Hogg swiftly examined his own body and realized that although it had healed, numerous latent dangers remained should these vulnerabilities manifest during combat. They could prove fatal. Do not underestimate these risks. Even with a battle power of 24,000, they posed a significant threat that is indeed unfortunate. Hogg had not anticipated such complications. Yet he remained undeterred, for with caution, his battle power of 24,000 should allow him to navigate through challenges. With ease, Hogg perked up, hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, seemingly drawing nearer to his position. Chapter 2, a debt of 1 million. Hogg quickly focused, attuning himself to the energy surrounding him. Soon, he discerned a dozen or so energies making their way toward him, all comparable in strength, except for one individual at the forefront, who radiated unparalleled power. This marked Hogg's first utilization of energy, and he executed it with remarkable proficiency. Moments later, a group of yellow-skinned creatures emerged before Hogg, each wielding a massive wooden club, their formidable strength evident. I was not mistaken. Hogg's gaze sharpened as he observed the leader of the creatures, whose overwhelming battle power was palpable, towering over his kin. He stood nearly 5 or 6 meters tall. Host, would you like me to assess their battle power? It costs 10 fear value per inquiry, but since you have not utilized this feature before, the first 3 are complimentary. The system suddenly communicated within Hogg's mind. Oh, such a fortunate opportunity. Since it's free, I shall proceed with the inquiry. Initiating assessment. Beep beep beep. Assessment target. Leader of the Saiyan monster's birthplace. Planet Casa. Battle power 331. Upon completion of the assessment, Hogg scoffed disdainfully, realizing how weak these creatures were. With a mere battle power of over 300, they were nothing short of pathetic. No, even less than that. By the way, system, since you can assess the combat power of others, could you perhaps evaluate mine as well? Hogg suddenly felt the urge to uncover his own information. Although he had 3 opportunities, he was not in a rush after all. He intended to leave this planet, Casa, and seek vengeance against Frisia. At that time, he could easily acquire a scanner without relying on fear levels to ascertain his adversary's strength. Beep beep beep. Target of assessment. Saiyan Hogg. Place of birth. Planet Vegeta. Combat power 24,563. Fear level -1 million. Other. None indeed. As the former elite I am, my near-death experience has resulted in a 2-fold enhancement. Excellent. Upon discovering his information, Hogg felt a surge of joy, the only slight annoyance stemming from the negative figure. Or suddenly, the leader of the Saiyan monsters and his minions began to roar at one another, seemingly engaged in discussion or perhaps an argument. In that moment, the leader raised his massive wooden club and charged at Hogg as he rushed forward. The other Saiyan monsters also lifted their clubs, as if rallying in support of their leader. Are you truly seeking death? Do you not realize that my combat power far surpasses yours? Hogg remained utterly unperturbed as he observed the oncoming threat, his expression betraying no hint of concern. The Saiyan monster leader was colossal, akin to a truck. Any tree struck by him were almost severed in half, illustrating just how ferocious he was. When he was merely a few meters away from Hogg, he swung his gigantic club down towards him, generating blades of wind that threatened to tear through the air. As the enormous club loomed larger in Hogg's vision, the Saiyan monsters cheered at full volume. Believing Hogg would soon be reduced to pulp, however, a slight smirk graced Hogg's lips as a single finger swiftly appeared, effortlessly halting the colossal club. The Saiyan monster leader was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized his weapon could not budge even a fraction, with a distinct rebounding force. His minions were equally stunned, mouths agape, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them perish. With a voice reminiscent of death itself, the Saiyan monster leader looked down to find Hogg's palm inexplicably resting on his chest. Realization dawned upon him, and as he attempted to flee, he discovered it was far too late. Puff. A golden beam of light pierced through his chest, sending his massive frame hurtling backwards, crashing down before the throng of Saiyan monsters as the mountain goblins beheld their invincible leader fall. Their faces were etched with terror, particularly when Hogg unleashed a beam of light from his fingertip, obliterating one of the goblins. Their morale shattered completely, and they regarded Hogg as if he were the harbinger of death itself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 130 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 70 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 143 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 93 fear points. A total of 14 notifications resonated in Hogg's mind, yielding over 1,200 fear points. While this amount was still trivial compared to the million needed, it nonetheless marked a significant return. System, why do these fear points not exceed 200? Is the amount of fear points contingent upon the opponent's combat prowess? Hogg inquired with a hint of confusion. Precisely the quantity of fear points earned correlates with the opponent's battle strength. A mountain goblin leader possesses a mere 330 fear points, indicating that none of its subordinates exceed 200 in combat capability. The system elucidated. Having comprehended this, Hogg resolved to savor his final feast, appearing instantaneously before the mountain goblin leader. The leader had not succumbed to death, rather, it had merely been pierced through the chest, fortunate to escape with its life. Hogg had intentionally spared it, as directly slaying it would waste the opportunity for a grand repast. How foolish. Do you comprehend the extent of my power? Hogg declared, projecting an overwhelming aura that pressed upon the goblin leader. The surroundings shifted dramatically, debris levitated, winds howled, and even the trees appeared on the verge of being uprooted. Such a display of might was utterly terrifying, rendering the mountain goblins immobile. Feeling the weight of Hogg's formidable presence, the goblin leader's visage finally reflected true fear in a desperate bid for survival. It disregarded its pain and dignity, clutching its bleeding chest as it knelt before Hogg, pleading for mercy. Without failing, congratulations, host. You have gained 331 fear points. Excellent. Excellent. Hogg beamed with satisfaction, and with a flick of his finger, a tremendous explosion erupted in a 10-meter radius centered around him, engulfing all surrounding entities, including every mountain goblin, reducing them to ash. After resolving the situation, Hogg concentrated his thought system. Display my information. Beep, beep, beep. Opening host information. Host identity. Saiyan Hogg. Place of birth. Planet Vegeta. Combat power. 25,221 fear points. Negative 998,466. Others. Nana. How has my combat power increased? Hogg suddenly realized that his strength seemed to have risen by over 700 previously. It was 24,000, but now it had reached 25,000. The reason lies in the fact that the host has utilized the system's energy to restore his body. Consequently, with each battle, the host's combat power can be augmented. If faced with near death, the enhancement will be even more substantial. The system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Hogg was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he exclaimed, I never anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 3. The Frisia Army. In truth, this was quite normal. The system possessed the ability to restore the host's body, and it was only natural that it would confer additional attributes. Moreover, Saiyans inherently possessed this trait, whereby their combat power would increase in the face of death or during battle. The system merely amplified this attribute slightly following near-death experiences in combat. The augmentation of combat power was more pronounced. Ha! Spending 1,000,000 fear points to mend my body is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Hogg laughed exuberantly, for the system had significantly enhanced his Saiyan attributes at no cost. It is noteworthy that while Vegeta reached 24,000 only after a near-death recovery from 18,000, Hogg soared directly from 8,000 to 24,000 after his near-death revival, a staggering difference. Moreover, this value of fear is calculated based on the combat prowess of the opponent, not to mention Frisia. Even the combined battle strength of the Jinyu force nearly reaches 200,000. Instilling fear in them just once would allow one to repay 1/5 of their fear value. Hogg was quite pleased. After learning this, he no longer worried about being unable to repay his fear value, for with his current battle strength of 24,000, he could easily achieve a remarkably high combat capability through battle, surpassing the members of Frisia's army with ease. Oh, by the way, system, I have a question for you. Hogg suddenly inquired. Host, please ask. If I continue to instill fear in the same target, will I still be able to acquire fear value? Hogg asked. Since a person's fear of another diminishes over time, the refresh period is 5 days, the system replied. 5 days. Hogg nodded slightly, murmuring to himself. A month comprises 6 5-day periods, which implies that I must elevate my combat power to 200,000 within 5 days to instill fear in Jinyu. While he lacks confidence in instilling dread in Frisia, Hogg remains quite assured about evoking terror in the Jinyu force. Hogg shook his head and said, It is far too early to contemplate such matters. My foremost concern at present is how to depart from this planet. At this moment, Hogg realized that he was utterly incapable of surviving in the cosmos. The only means to confront the Frisia army was to board a spacecraft. This presented quite a quandary. Hogg rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation as he gazed at the sky. Just then, he noticed a colossal circular spaceship hurtling down from the heavens. What is that? A circular spaceship? The Frisia army? Hogg's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was as though fortune had bestowed upon him an unexpected opportunity. Excellent. I shall make you my target. With a swift motion, Hogg vanished from his location. Inside the circular spaceship, a catfish-like alien was conversing with a creature resembling a crocodile. Lord Raff, we have arrived at planet Casa, the catfish alien announced loudly. The crocodile-headed being peered through the glass window, observing the brown terrain of Casa. Beneath the surface, an undercurrent of pulsating energy could be felt. Indeed, Lord Sabo was correct. Planet Casa is truly an energy planet. If we can conquer this planet, it will suffice to meet 1/3 of the Frisia army's demands for at least a year. The crocodile-headed leader's eyes gleamed with delight. Behind him stood a myriad of bizarre aliens, their gazes filled with admiration for their leader, whose combat prowess was nearly 10,000, an elite among elites. Leader Raff turned to the catfish alien and inquired, "Who possesses the greatest combat strength on this planet?" "I will investigate for Lord Raff," replied the catfish, pressing a button on a device near his eye. Instantly, a number appeared, halting at over 2,300. Located 7,000 kilometers away. However, he failed to detect Hogg, for Hogg, upon realizing their presence, had already adjusted his combat power to 5 indeed. A mere weakling in the sky. Report, there is a being with a combat strength of 2,300, the strongest on this planet, located 7,000 kilometers away. The catfish relayed the information. Raff snickered derisively, saying, "Trash, I could eliminate him with a single hand. Let my subordinates handle him." "Very well. With your 3,500 combat strength, you should easily defeat him." Raff thought of the prospect of not having to lift a finger and readily agreed. The catfish waved his hand, instructing the other foot soldiers, "Hurry westward at a rapid pace for 7,000 kilometers." The massive circular spaceship swiftly surged westward. However, just as they were about 1,000 kilometers from their destination, the signal of the being with 2,300 combat strength suddenly vanished. Indeed, it disappeared without a trace, and no further information could be gleaned about the formidable creature. "What is happening?" The catfish was taken aback, feeling perplexed. "What is it?" Raff inquired. "Report, the biological signal has suddenly vanished, and we cannot trace it at all." The catfish man replied earnestly. Raff furrowed his brow, recalling Lord Jinyu's words. Amidst the vast cosmos, there exist formidable individuals capable of manipulating their combat prowess. Perhaps that individual had detected their presence and, in fear, adjusted their combat capabilities to flee. To exercise caution, it would be prudent to eliminate him. Thus, Raff arrived at a resolution. The oversight of planetary energy development does not necessitate the supervision of a being with exceptional combat strength. Should an attack occur during the extraction process, he too would face repercussions, hence he could not afford to ignore this matter. "Proceed. Find that individual for me, or else Lord Sabo will hold us accountable." Raff commanded decisively. "Understood." The catfish then urged the soldiers, "Continue at full speed." 10 minutes later, a resounding roar echoed as a circular spaceship materialized above Hogg, coming to a halt without ascending or descending. "Huh, it has indeed arrived." Hogg looked up at the circular spacecraft in the sky, licking his lips involuntarily. Surrounding him were numerous corpses, among which one in particular emanated a sense of formidable power, suggesting that its owner had been exceptionally strong in life. Hogarth remained unhurried, patiently awaiting their descent. On board the spacecraft, Raff bellowed to the multitude of soldiers, "Listen closely. Eliminate all beings with a combat prowess exceeding 100 on this planet. However, should you encounter exceptionally formidable individuals, report directly via the communicator." "Understood." Yes. They embarked on their mission. Hogger observed numerous small soldiers emerging from the spacecraft, dispersing in all directions. Chapter 4. Bring forth your leader. Hogg gazed at the minions swarming in all directions like locusts. No, to Hogg, these minions were merely insects, the kind that could be crushed underfoot with ease. Perhaps a casual greeting was in order. Hogg swung his arm, unleashing a beam of light that shot into the air, striking a man with a thunderous roar, devouring him entirely, leaving not a trace of ash behind. What just happened? Who killed him? Do you see anyone below? Was it him who did it? It must be someone from this planet. Capture him and compel him to divulge information about this world. The comrades of the fallen soldier, filled with urgency and fury, surged towards the ground like a swarm of locusts upon seeing Hogg. However, this trivial matter did not concern Rafe, the crocodile leader, and the catfish men. Yet, The sheer number of soldiers they brought, over 50, quickly surrounded Hogg. Beep, beep, beep. Are you kidding me? His combat power is merely 50. Your detector must be malfunctioning. How could someone with a combat power of 50 possibly defeat an opponent with over 200? No, indeed, my detector confirms he possesses only 50. The knowledge of controlling combat power is scarce, with only a few aware of it beyond the Earth lineage, including Gino and the crocodile leader, Rafe. We were misled into a false sense of triumph. It turns out his combat power is just 50. He must have executed a sneak attack, otherwise. How could he have killed us? At that moment, a bear-like figure emerged, activating his detector and discovering that Hogg truly had a combat power of only 50. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Hey, he's my prey. Don't you dare take him from me. Kid, prepare to meet your end," the bear man proclaimed. Hogg gazed impassively at the bear man, for his true aim was not directed at him, but rather towards the two formidable presences emanating from within the spacecraft. He proclaimed, "Begone. Summon your leader." The bear man, unable to contain his fury, swiftly materialized before Hogg with a swift motion, revealing his enormous claws, which were remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through even diamonds. As he lunged towards Hogg, Hogg remained remarkably composed, showing no inclination to evade as the claw approached. "Ha ha ha, you're doomed." Just as the bear man reveled in his triumph, his expression swiftly morphed into one of disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld Hogg. To his utter shock, not only did the claw fail to inflict any harm upon Hogg, but it also shattered with a resounding bang. How is this possible? A shadow, swift as lightning, sliced through the bear man's arms like a dark blade, blood gushing forth from the severed limbs. "I detest it when others touch my belly." The chilling voice echoed just as the bear man was struck again, his entire form sent careening through the air before crashing to the ground. His gaze towards Hogg now filled with sheer terror. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 211 points of fear." "Splendid." Hogg chuckled, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration. How could this be? How could he possibly have defeated the bear man? Chapter 4. Summon your leader. How could this be? How could he have defeated the bear man? Is his combat power truly only 50? Could it be that our detector has malfunctioned? Hogg remained motionless in place, yet not a single minion dared to advance, for the strongest among them possessed a mere combat power of 500 or 600. What on earth is happening? Amidst the crowd, the voice of a squad captain resonated from the detector. "Report. A character of unknown combat power has appeared and slain one of our own." Subsequently, the captain recounted the events in detail. However, just as he was halfway through, Hogg suddenly materialized beside him, seizing the detector with an iron grip, and uttered, "You may perish." In an instant, a golden light engulfed him, and in a fleeting moment of terror, his body erupted with a resounding blast. Hey, what on earth is happening? Speak quickly." The catfish aboard the spaceship exclaimed anxiously towards the detector, but all that could be heard was the sound of static. "It must be that individual with a combat power of 2,300. Let us descend," ordered Laugh decisively. Laugh and the catfish finally exited the spacecraft. Upon looking down, they observed the minions still encircling Hogg, yet not a single one dared to approach him. Upon seeing Laugh and the catfish, the minion's eyes gleamed with the hope of salvation. Hogg raised his head and coldly remarked, "You have finally emerged. I was beginning to think you preferred to hide like timid turtles." Hogg was aware of the presence of Raph and the catfish man, recognizing them as the leaders of this small team. Despite Hogg's formidable strength, which could easily annihilate them, he was compelled to draw them out in order to escape this planet. After all, he currently lacked the means to leave and had to rely solely on this spaceship. Moreover, he needed to extract fear from them. Otherwise, there would be no need for such lengthy discourse. He could simply obliterate them with a single energy wave. As Raph and the catfish man descended, they scrutinized Hogg intently and inquired, "Are you the one capable of controlling combat power?" "Oh, you are aware of this matter?" Hogg was taken aback by their insight. "Of course I know. Do you think such trivial tricks could deceive me? How naive." Raph concluded with certainty that Hogg was indeed the one with a combat power of 2,300. He exchanged a knowing glance with the catfish man, who promptly understood and declared, "Lord Raph, I shall eliminate this vexatious fly at once, and then we can hasten the invasion of this planet." Not so fast. The interruption came not from Raph, but from Hogg himself. Hearing their conversation, he interjected, "You'd best come at me together. Do not waste my time." With that, Hogg yawned widely, his expression dripping with disdain. "How dare you underestimate me?" The catfish man fumed, extending his hand to conjure a powerful energy sphere and hurled it toward Hogg. confident in his own combat power of 3,500. Believing this energy sphere could surely vanquish him. That seems a bit excessive, Raph remarked with a smile. Humph, it is he who is arrogant. The catfish man retorted coldly. As the energy sphere hurtled toward Hogg with incredible speed, Hogg made no attempt to evade or even move, raising eyebrows in confusion. Wait, he isn't fleeing. Perhaps he cannot escape, yet he doesn't even defend himself. Has he been stunned by the deputy leader's presence? Ultimately, the energy sphere struck Hogg, and the force generated by 3,500 combat power was overwhelming. The ground trembled, and dust enveloped an area nearly 100 meters wide, resonating with ominous sounds as if heralding the apocalypse. Chapter 5, The Renown of the Scions. After unleashing the energy sphere, the vicinity transformed into a desolate wasteland, with all minions suspended in midair to evade the onslaught. As the dust gradually settled, a massive, bottomless crater emerged, revealing that Hogg was nowhere to be found. Humph, that brat is surely doomed now. To think he would dare challenge me with a mere 2,300 combat power. How utterly foolish. The catfish man was thoroughly pleased with his creation, believing he had obliterated Hogg. The crocodile leader, Raph, utilized a detector to scan the area, finding no trace of Hogg. Well done. Now let us continue our conquest of this planet. Lord Frisia requires us to. Raph was interrupted by a sudden beam of light shooting from the distance. However, this light was not aimed at him, but rather at the catfish man. No. How could this be? He is still alive, the catfish man exclaimed. He desperately attempted to evade the energy beam, but it was far too swift as he shifted slightly. The beam pierced through his chest. With a gasp, the catfish man expelled a copious amount of blood, his grievous injuries rendering him incapable of sustaining his levitation technique. And he plummeted from the heights. Raph, astonished by the scene, swiftly turned his gaze towards Hogg, exclaiming, Your combat power is only 2,003. How could you have severely injured him? Foolish creature, do you truly place such faith in your detector? Hogg replied with a cold smirk, seizing the initiative. Upon hearing this, Raph quickly regained his composure. Even the dimmest of minds could discern the implication. A being capable of manipulating their own combat prowess would naturally render the figure of 2003 a mere fade. Raph's mind raced, for he was the commander of one of Frisia's battalions. Attaining such a position necessitated not only strength but also intellect. The catfish man, having survived the attack, did not appear to be significantly stronger than him. Considering that Hogg had just failed to evade the catfish's energy ball, it seemed his combat power might indeed be slightly inferior to mine. With this realization, confidence surged within Raph as he declared, Boy, I present you with two choices. Join Frisia's army, or, no need to choose. I will not select the first option. Hogg replied, shaking his head. Then you shall meet your demise. Raph roared, his form transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Hogg. Aware of the latter's formidable combat strength, and thus exerting his full power from the outset, Raph unleashed a powerful punch, akin to the force of a volcanic eruption. Yet Hogg effortlessly evaded it. Another barrage of punches, like a downpour, rained down upon Hogg, but his figure danced like a specter, rendering Raph's strikes futile. Hogg deftly evaded a punch, his figure reappearing on the opposite side. With a fierce roar, Raph unleashed a powerful energy wave, aimed directly at Hogg, striking him squarely. I hit him, Raph exclaimed with delight, eliciting expressions of joy from the surrounding minions. Their lives hung in the balance. Should Raph fail, they would surely perish here. The recent fall of the severely wounded catfish man had already cast a shadow of dread over them. Yet, despite their fear, a glimmer of hope remained, resting on Raph's shoulders. However, the subsequent scene left Raph and the minions in stunned silence as Hogg's form began to fade, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. What? Happy, are we? Hogg's mocking voice echoed from a distance. Raph turned with clenched fists, his gaze fixed intently on Hogg, seething with rage. You coward. If you have the guts, face me head on. Chapter 5, The Renown of the Scions. Raph, still furious, reiterated his challenge. This is of your own making. Hogg's expression darkened ominously. Ha! I doubt your combat prowess is impressive. Your constant evasion speaks volumes about your inferiority. Raph, brimming with confidence, showed no fear of Hogg. In a flash, Hogg appeared before him, so swiftly that Raph questioned his own eyesight. So fast. Before he could react, Hogg delivered a powerful punch, sending Raph flying. Without pause, Hogg reappeared above him, fists clenched, and struck Raph down to the ground. Raph fell like a meteor, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar, scattering dust and cracking the ground beneath him. Come out. I know you're not dead. I haven't even exerted myself yet. How could you fall so easily? Hogg remained unaffected by the swirling dust, his gaze firmly locked onto the ground. Amidst the rubble, Raph emerged, bloodied and battered, a flicker of fear igniting within him. You, how can your strength be so formidable? Are you asking me? Hogg spoke with an authoritative tone. And in the next moment, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear instantaneously before Lafu. Lafu was taken aback, his heart racing as he thought. This speed surpasses anything I've seen. Could his combat prowess exceed mine by a considerable margin? Has he reached over 16,000? Just as Lafu was engulfed in astonishment, he suddenly noticed a dark tail coiled around Hogg's waist. Initially taken aback, he was soon filled with incredulity as he exclaimed, Are you a Saiyan? Ha ha. Hogg laughed heartily and replied, Indeed, I am a Saiyan. No, it cannot be. Just 3 days ago, all Saiyans on planet Vegeta were annihilated by Lord Frieza. Why are you? Raph felt a chill run down his spine. Within the cosmos, it is well known that the martial race of Saiyans once instilled fear throughout the universe, disturbing the peace of all life across various planets. Raph had believed that the Saiyans had been extinguished 3 days prior, yet he could not fathom the existence of a Saiyan here. Moreover, a month ago, during a task handover, he had encountered a Saiyan named Bardock, who was said to be a low-ranking warrior but nearly ended Raph's life with a single blow. Fortunately, he managed to recover thanks to a healing device. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 8,413 fear points. The voice of the system resonated in Hogg's mind. And upon hearing it, Hogg smiled, having attained what he desired. Since he had acquired the fear points, there was no need to toy with him any longer. Coldly gazing at Raph, he uttered the ominous words, Perish. A beam of light shot forth from Hogg's fingers. No, Saiyan, Lord Zabo. There is a Saiyan. Before Raph could finish his sentence, the beam penetrated his body, resulting in an explosion that left not even ashes behind. Chapter 6. Not even allowing you to mine ship number 34, please respond. A green-skinned individual clad in Frieza's battle attire shouted at the communicator. Yet all that returned was static, devoid of any reply. Damn it. Zabo cursed under his breath. Zabo, what is the matter? A short, stout figure with pink skin approached. Looking puzzled. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Dodoria, Zabo inquired, Dodoria, did not Lord Frieza instruct you to monitor all Saiyans returning to planet Vegeta? Yes, indeed, Dodoria replied, momentarily taken aback, then asked, What on earth has happened? Monitoring the Saiyans was indeed Dodoria's responsibility, while Zabo, despite being only slightly stronger, primarily served as Frieza's communications officer. Nonetheless, this officer possessed strength surpassing that of most. When Bardock's squad launched an assault on planet Moreau, it was Dodoria who intervened, proving that every move of the Saiyans was meticulously observed by him. Zabo recounted the recent events, and upon hearing this, Dodoria furrowed his brow, stating, That is impossible. All adult Saiyans should have returned to planet Vegeta. Adult Saiyans? What do you mean by that? Zabo suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Doria remarked, You know that Saiyans are a warrior race, regardless of age, from adults to infants, each must contribute. Some newborns are dispatched to remote planets devoid of combat strength to conquer. Doria had long been aware of this tradition, and even Frieza was informed. Yet it appeared that only Zabo remained oblivious. Could it be the team led by Vegeta? Zabo inquired. Doria shook his head and replied, The spacecraft numbered 34 is far from Vegeta. It might take a month to reach there. Furthermore, just recently, Vegeta mentioned that they had successfully conquered a planet. And the information we received was directly from their current location. Let us inform Lord Frieza, Zabo suggested. Very well, Doria agreed, following suit. After Hogger vanquished Raph and the Catfish Man, he amassed nearly 50,000 points of fear, a figure that is not insignificant, as it has already repaid 1/20th of his debts. Merely a single formation of Frieza's army yields such a bounty of 50,000 points of fear. If I were to venture into Frieza's stronghold, would it not be a simple endeavor to acquire 1,000,000 points of fear? As these thoughts crossed Hogger's mind, he felt that the accumulation of fear points was exceedingly effortless. My combat prowess. Hogg clenched his fist, and in that moment of tightening, the power within him surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam, signifying a notable enhancement in his combat prowess. System, display my information. Host identity, Saiyan Hogg place of birth, planet Vegeta combat power, 29, 888 fear value, -943, 000 splendid, a remarkable increase of nearly 4,000 in combat strength. Hogg felt an immense satisfaction wash over him, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Chapter 6. Even if it explodes, I shall not allow you to mine. Hogg turned his gaze towards the three minions beside him, who had been deliberately left behind. However, their communication devices had long been crushed by his hand, rendering them incapable of contacting the Frisia force. The three minions looked at Hogg with terror in their eyes. Their fear had already been harvested by him, and they had just witnessed his ruthless methods, as he had mercilessly crushed everyone like ants. Do not be alarmed, I shall not harm you. Provided you comply with my commands, Hogg said with a smile. He had chosen to keep them around to facilitate his departure from this planet, as he was not adept at piloting a spacecraft and required their assistance. Of course, Hogg had also taken the precaution of dismantling any communication devices on the ship. For caution is the mother of safety. Upon hearing there was a glimmer of hope for survival, the minions nodded fervently, even vying to serve Hogg eagerly. Under Hogg's orders, they first plundered an abundance of food and fine wines from the planet, loading them onto the ship, for the long journey ahead necessitated sustenance. Once all preparations were complete, Hogg finally set off from the planet with his three minions. My lord, where are we headed? One of the minions inquired. As they needed to establish a destination in advance, Hogg pondered for a moment. If he wished to swiftly enhance his combat prowess, Earth would be the most advantageous choice. The planet boasted three treasures: the dragon Shinran, the gravity room, and the hyperbolic time chamber, all exceptional for augmenting one's strength. Most crucial of all was the dragon Shinran. Hogg had already formulated his first wish, the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. This was imperative. If he were to engage in battle against Frisia one day and emerge victorious, it was inevitable that Frisia would resort to treachery, potentially obliterating the planet. Thus, this wish was of utmost significance. Although there existed the Namekian dragon and the super dragon, he decided it was best to fulfill this wish first. He inquired, how long will it take to reach the blue planet known as Earth in the solar system? The little soldier promptly commenced calculations and, after a brief moment, replied, My lord, it will take 10 days. 10 days. Hogg, upon hearing the figure, swiftly pondered before inquiring, what is the nearest legion to your location? How long will it take? The M23 formation beneath the 7-star domain requires 3 days, the soldier replied. Very well, let us proceed to that destination, Hogg commanded. However, my lord, the soldier hesitated, perplexed. Logically, one would assume that after eliminating members of Frisia's army, one should retreat as far as possible. Yet, Hogg seemed intent on approaching them. Silence. Do you wish to meet your demise? Of course not. I shall set the destination to the M23 formation immediately, the soldier stammered. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly tapped at the controls, fearful for his life. At last, the circular spacecraft departed from the planet. Hogg gazed at the receding orb, and with a flick of his finger, conjured a sphere of energy, which he hurled towards the planet. Desire energy? Then feast upon this. Hogg would not permit Frisia to exploit the planet's resources. The colossal planet erupted, fissures gaping wide and deep, from which torrents of magma surged forth. Soon, the entire planet began to disintegrate, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Endless flames and radiance illuminated the void, akin to a magnificent display of fireworks, symbolizing the demise of a world. Chapter 7 7th Star Domain. The M23 formation, a circular vessel, descended slowly. In truth, this was also a transit point for Frisia's army, guarded by no fewer than 100 soldiers. Hogarth keenly recognized this aspect. It is essential to understand that even a mere foot soldier possesses a combat strength ranging from several tens to over 100. When aggregated, several hundred of them contribute to a considerable amount of fear. Although Hogg had cultivated for 3 days aboard the spacecraft, achieving a combat power exceeding 32,000, he still found himself unable to defeat Genie. In light of this predicament, Hogg was compelled to resort to alternative means to accrue his fear value. While Earth possesses its 3 treasures, it is prudent to reserve them for future use. After all, the stronger one's foundation, the more beneficial these treasures will become. Hogg had yet to set foot on a planet with tenfold gravity. A brief sojourn there, coupled with several days of cultivation, would undoubtedly lead to a continuous increase in his combat prowess. My lord, we have reached the transfer station, the young soldier reported, quaking in trepidation. Hogg cast a glance at him and remarked, What are you afraid of? I shan't harm you. Simply remain aboard the spacecraft. The three soldiers nodded fervently. Having witnessed Hogg's formidable prowess, his combat capabilities exceeded 30,000, far surpassing the chief of the 7th star domain, whose strength was a mere 15,000. Their fear stemmed from the concern that Hogg might suspect them of attempting to flee and subsequently eliminate them, although in truth, they harbored no such intentions. One could assert that Hogg was entirely unconcerned, for his objective was to annihilate all within the 7th star domain. It was peculiar. Was not this spacecraft from the 6th star domain? What could have compelled it to venture into our 7th star domain? One of the soldiers recognized the craft at once. Another soldier suggested, perhaps it has run out of energy. After all, it belongs to the Frisia force. It would be prudent to allow them a moment of respite. Hogg descended from the spacecraft, casting his gaze upon two soldiers and the patrolling guards nearby. These soldiers, familiar only with Sabotadoria and the Jinyu force, initially assumed that Hogg was also a member of Frisia's army. Hey, from the 6th star domain, has your ship run out of energy? What brings you to our 7th star domain? One of the soldiers approached Hogg. However, the response he received was a beam of light. Ah! The soldiers around him gasped in shock, their expressions turning to anger as they glared at Hogg, exclaiming, 6th star domain scum, what are you doing? His words were abruptly cut off as a beam pierced through his chest, causing him to collapse. Another soldier stood frozen, his gaze fixated on Hogg's waist, where he recognized the emblem with stammering disbelief. Why you? You are a Saiyan? Intruder, intruder, a Saiyan has entered, before he could finish his sentence. A beam of light similarly penetrated his body, leading to his demise. The three soldiers met their end in the same manner, accompanied by a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 170 fear points. The third soldier's cry did not go unheard. It quickly attracted a throng of about 60 to 70 individuals. A Saiyan? Is it truly a Saiyan? Impossible. I heard that all Saions were annihilated by Lord Frisia. How could one still exist here? It's not unusual for one to slip through the cracks. Capturing him for Lord Frisia might yield a reward. Like a swarm of bees, the group surged toward Hogg, their combat power ranging from 100 to several hundred, yet together they formed a formidable force. That should suffice. Chapter 7. The 7th star domain is nearly within reach. Hogg smiled as he raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of energy from within. Simultaneously, a radiant glow enveloped his palm, coalescing into a force capable of cataclysmic destruction. With a series of explosive sounds, the energy surged forth, shattering most of the detectors, leaving only a few advanced ones displaying a formidable combat power of 30,000. 30,000? Impossible! How could a Saiyan possess such extraordinary strength? Exclaimed one of the squad leaders. The revelation of such immense power plunged the remaining soldiers into despair and even terror. In that instant, Hogg amassed nearly 10,000 points of fear, and this was merely from a small squad. If he were to gather the fear from an entire star region, the total would surely exceed 100,000. Upon achieving his objective, a colossal wave of light erupted from Hogg's hand, engulfing everyone present. The station trembled, transforming into ruins, littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. As the entire 7th star region felt the repercussions of the calamity. What has transpired? My lord, it seems there is an issue with the space station. Report. My lord, the station has been utterly obliterated, reduced to mere rubble. What did you say? The chief of staff of the 7th star region seized a soldier midair, his voice laced with fury. The soldier stammered in response. It is said that a Saiyan infiltrated the station, and it was he who brought about its destruction. But the Saions were eradicated by Lord Frisia. This cannot stand. I must capture him, lest Lord Frisia direct his wrath upon us. The chief of staff hastily boarded a spacecraft, heading towards the remnants of the station. Meanwhile, Hogg stood amongst the ruins, glancing at his fear tally, which now stood at a mere 930,000. Still insufficient. 3 days have passed, and I have only regained 70,000. I must claim the fear of the inhabitants of this star region to settle my debts more substantially. Hogg furrowed his brow, feeling that this pace was rather sluggish. Hogg calculated roughly that the fear value of the 7th star domain is at least between 50,000 and 100,000, a remarkably substantial figure. Hogg raised his head abruptly as a spacecraft descended upon the desolate expanse of the space station. Hogg couldn't help but grin, sensing the opponent's energy and licking his lips. A combat power of 14 to 15,000, quite a feast indeed. Once the spaceship landed, the chief of staff of the 7th star domain emerged. As he stepped off the vessel, his eyes were met with the disarray of the devastated space station, electric sparks dancing everywhere. igniting a raging fury within him. His pupils suddenly contracted as he spotted Hogg in the distance. "You there? Are you the Saiyan?" The chief of staff glared intently at Hogg. "Oh, it seems one more piece of trash has survived," Hogg remarked nonchalantly, disregarding the chief's presence entirely. The chief, infuriated by the contempt in Hogg's gaze, seethed. "How dare you wreak such havoc here? I must capture you and bring you back to Lord Frisia for punishment. Prepare to die." With that, the chief lunged forward, ready to attack. Chapter 8. The doom of the 7th star domain. With a combat power of 15,000, the chief possessed enough strength to obliterate a planet. However, before Hogg, he was nothing more than a mere nuisance. The chief's speed was woefully inadequate. Before he could even close the distance, Hogg could no longer contain himself. Flickering into motion and appearing right before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the chief flying. Hogg did not resort to excessive force, after all. It was imperative to first instill a sense of fear. Consequently, the chief of staff sustained minimal injuries, executing a roll before landing gracefully on the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at Hogg, saying, "Your strength and speed are commendable. However, this is the 7th star domain, the territory of Lord Frisia. Are you not fearful of Lord Frisia's retribution?" "Frisia?" Hogg smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with disdain. "He is merely an unsightly lizard. Even if he were to come, what significance would it hold? Moreover, he annihilated our Saiyan race, yet I have yet to seek retribution." "Saiyan." The commander's pupils constricted. "You are indeed a Saiyan. Logically, you and your planet should have been eradicated. However, I survived. And it is precisely because of this that your Frisia force will face complete disintegration." Hogg stated coldly. "Ha ha ha. This is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard." He erupted into laughter, for it was common knowledge that the Frisia force dominated a significant portion of the 7th universe. How could a mere Saiyan hope to bring about its downfall? As Hogg listened to his laughter, a chill swept through his eyes, and he vanished into thin air. How swift! The chief of staff immediately ceased his laughter, intending to concentrate on locating his opponent's position when, with a sudden thud, a hand pierced directly through his chest. He gazed at the bloodied hand emerging from his heart, his expression one of disbelief. "How could this be? How is your speed so extraordinary? How can your combat prowess be so formidable?" Hogg retracted his hand and sent his adversary flying, casually wiping the blood from his palms. However, the chief of staff from the 7th star domain was not yet defeated. He summoned every ounce of strength to rise. Leaning against a charred pillar as he gasped for breath, Hogg did not hasten to act, rather. It was the chief of staff who activated his scanner to assess Hogg's combat power. 3,000. 6,000, 13,000, 20,000. Even the combat power of King Vegeta barely surpassed 10,000, yet you possess an astounding 22,000. Such formidable strength had instilled sheer terror in the chief of staff, who began to contemplate the grim possibility of meeting his demise in this very place. "No, Saiyan, please do not kill me, I implore you," he began to plead. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 15,200 fear points." Begging for mercy? What a profound disappointment. With a grand gesture, Hogg unleashed a surge of energy, reducing the chief of staff to mere ashes in the cosmos. Excellent. Now it was merely a matter of demonstrating his prowess in the 7th star domain, and nearly 100,000 points of fear would be within his grasp. Hogg nodded in satisfaction. The 7th star domain was approximately half an hour from this space station. Otherwise, the chief of staff from the 7th star domain would not have arrived so belatedly. Chapter 8. The Apocalypse of the 7th star domain. The 7th star domain was approximately half an hour from this space station. Otherwise, the chief of staff from the 7th star domain would not have arrived so belatedly. Hogg would certainly not travel to the 7th star domain aboard his spacecraft. Rather, he personally piloted his vessel, arriving approximately 40 minutes later. Is this truly the 7th star domain? A glance revealed that this realm was, in fact, constituted by 4 colossal planets interconnected with one another. "Indeed, my lord. This is the 7th star domain, quite similar to our 6th, remarked one of the soldiers. "Such grandeur. It is truly magnificent that the Frisia force possesses technology of this caliber." Although Hogg could not directly observe the 4 planets, the soldier had already displayed an image on the screen. It became evident that these 4 planets revolved around a singular, massive planet, with the 3 smaller ones hovering in its vicinity. Hogg initially felt perplexed. It seemed impossible for the planets to exist in such a manner. However, after the explanation from the minion, he discovered that these 4 celestial bodies were, in fact, dead stars, devoid of any signs of activity. The advanced technology present also constrained the movement of the planet's cores, converting their energy into a continuous supply for the spacecraft. Moreover, the 4 planets were interconnected by numerous passages, facilitating the transit of Frisia's army, truly a marvel of high technology. Hogg sighed, lamenting that the 7th star domain would become ruins by the day's end. Yet, he pondered how he might maximize the acquisition of fear. Hogg pondered for a moment and conceived an ingenious plan. Standing outside the spaceship, he pointed towards one of the corridors, and a beam of light surged forth, utterly obliterating that passage. Several soldiers stationed there perished in the ensuing explosion. What on earth is happening? It appears someone is deliberately attacking Corridor 301. Look, there he is. It was his assault. Oh no. So many beams of light. This is disastrous. The final soldier emitted a cry of despair as he witnessed dozens of beams hurtling towards them. Each energy beam represented a corridor, and one of those beams was aimed directly at their passage. Boom. In an instant, hundreds of corridors were reduced to cosmic rubble, and flames began to spread. Some corridors in close proximity ignited, as even those constructed in the vastness of space could not withstand the shockwave of the explosion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,200 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 730 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired over 6,000 fear points. In a brief span, Hogg amassed over 10,000 fear points. However, this was merely a fraction, just 1/10 of what was available in the 7th star domain. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed dozens more beams of light, targeting several additional corridors. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, those corridors were similarly annihilated. Yet, not all the soldiers met their demise. A number of them, boasting combat power exceeding 500, managed to endure. And there were quite a few of these resilient soldiers. Hogg looked upon the swarm of minions that emerged, casting a glance around. There were at least 400 or 500, all gazing at Hogg in astonishment. Hogg smiled with satisfaction, for he recognized the potential of fear value. If he could harvest the fear of those over 500 in combat power, his debts would significantly diminish. Who are you, daring to disrupt our 7th star region? A man, only a rank below the chief of staff, emerged to shout defiantly, but in the next moment, his face was etched with terror as a wave of energy surged towards him. No. Before he could utter a sound, he was reduced to dust, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chapter 9. 200,000 fear value. Hogg aspired to emulate Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta by first luring out all the minions, and then obliterating the 4 planets in the 7th star domain with a colossal energy sphere. However, he harbored little confidence in his ability to dispatch 400 or 500 minions, particularly given that Frisia's battle power had reached an astonishing 530,000 during the destruction of planet Vegeta, whereas his own power currently hovered around 34,000. At last, a final beam of light obliterated the last passage, prompting the remaining minions to emerge. In that moment, the number of minions floating below swelled to 600. Yet, this was merely a fraction, as many minions remained scattered across the other regions of the 4 planets. Even he would require several days to traverse all 4 planets. Hogg conducted a rough calculation and estimated that there were at least 2,000 minions in the 7th star domain. Even if each minion possessed a combat power of 200, that would amount to a staggering 400,000 units of fear. Unfortunately, his current combat power was still insufficient, resting at a mere 34,000, leaving him with no choice but to strike and relocate. Given ample time, he would undoubtedly be inclined to invest several days meticulously accumulating fear. Hogg sighed softly, lamenting the lost opportunity. This was primarily due to the realization that should he pursue such a course of action, reinforcements from other star domains would inevitably arrive, potentially attracting the attention of Saber, Doria, and even the chief strategist of the 3rd star domain, Salp. Hogger was acutely aware that in the 3rd star domain, Sorbii commanded 2 formidable subordinates, Zasami and Tagma, as well as the mightiest Karuna, who had met his demise at the hands of Kampa while seeking the Super Dragon Balls. Although they may not rival the Ginyu Force, they were undoubtedly beyond his current capabilities to confront. Ah, yes, that should suffice. Hogg gazed upon the throngs of minions and ascended even higher into the sky. He took flight and launched his assault. The passages to the 4 planets of the 7th star domain were obliterated by Hogg, inciting the wrath of the minions. Hundreds of energy beams surged towards him, yet they merely grazed him without inflicting any harm. A bunch of fools. I only wish to protect my spacecraft from your destruction. Hogg extended a finger, conjuring a sphere of energy the size of a pea, infusing it with tremendous power. What is he attempting to do? I sense an intangible menace looming. What is that glimmering upon his fingertip? Just as the soldiers pondered in confusion, the pea-sized energy sphere suddenly swelled. And with a series of sinister chuckles from Hogg, it expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, resembling a miniature spirit bomb. No, this cannot be. Surely. This is not a jest. Such a massive energy sphere could obliterate 4 planets with ease. It is over. The 7th star domain is doomed. The soldiers watched in disbelief as the colossal energy sphere loomed before them, a wave of despair rising in their hearts, compounded by the invisible pressure emanating from the sphere that rendered them immobile. Buzz. With a mere flick of his finger, Hogg summoned forth a colossal sphere of energy, hurling it towards the throng of 500 to 600 minions. The scene was reminiscent of Frisia's obliteration of planet Vegeta. Run for your lives. A minion's cry pierced the air, rousing the others from their stupor, yet it was already too late. The energy sphere raced forward with a velocity that rendered it far swifter than Frisia's sluggish projectile, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. A squad leader stood frozen in horror, watching as the energy sphere barreled towards him, growing larger in his gaze. In that moment, he forgot to flee, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. Before he could register any sound, he was consumed by the very sphere he had been watching. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 530 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 414 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 622 fear points. Chapter 9, 200,000 fear points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 622 fear points. The immense energy sphere descended upon the main planet, splitting the Earth asunder, with molten lava erupting chaotically and countless lightning strikes illuminating the chaos. The main planet, too, faced its apocalyptic reckoning. The 7th star domain was utterly annihilated. And what of the remaining 3 planets? Hogg's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he unleashed 3 more energy spheres, obliterating another trio of them. Following the demise of the 7th star domain, amidst the countless fragments, numerous minions still survived, yet the fear they garnered was minimal. Some, caught in a state of bewilderment, were swiftly consumed by the energy spheres, similarly failing to accumulate any fear. Upon completing his actions, Hogg inquired, "System, display my information." A mechanical voice responded, promptly revealing a status sheet. Host information: Saiyan Hogg, place of birth, planet Vegeta, combat power, 38, 550 fear value, minus 730, 000 200,000 fear value? It aligns closely with my expectations. After all, that energy sphere of mine was merely worth 30,000, not 530,000. The quality is indeed vastly inferior. Hogger was not particularly surprised. However, possessing 200,000 fear points was quite satisfactory, for it represented the fear value of a foundational elite combat unit. Furthermore, his combat prowess had surged to nearly 40,000, ensuring that he faced minimal challenges against adversaries from the 3rd star domain. Before returning to his spaceship, Hogg observed numerous small soldiers floating in the vastness of space, most of whom possessed only a few hundred combat points, a mere drop in the bucket for him. A mere 1 or 200 in fear value held no appeal. If a few more advisors from various star domains were to arrive, he would undoubtedly find himself in a more favorable position. However, the question of where to go next loomed large. Earth was not on the agenda for now. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to clear all his fear points first, and only then would he consider a journey to Earth, making use of the dragon and the gravity room, as well as the time spirit house. "Parker, come here," Hogg called to the pilot soldier. Upon hearing his name, Parker sprang to attention, his body reacting as if electrified, and respectfully inquired, "My lord, what is your command?" Parker was among the trio of small soldiers. Since being captured by Hogg, he had witnessed the merciless nature of Hogg's methods and thus held a deep-seated fear of him, dreading for his life. "Do not be anxious. I wish to ask you, how many star domains does the Frisia army possess?" Hogg inquired. Parker exhaled in relief, realizing the nature of the inquiry. "My lord, I am aware of only 10 star domains, and the one you just obliterated was the 7th star domain. My original domain is the 6th star domain," Parker replied. "Is the commander of the 3rd star domain a person named Sorbi?" Hogg continued his questioning. "Indeed," Parker confirmed. Upon hearing this, Parker's eyes darted, and he hesitantly asked, "My lord, are you perhaps considering?" "Do not ask what should not be asked. In that case, our next destination is the 3rd star domain," Hogg commanded. "Yes, my lord. Parker ceased his inquiries and promptly set the course for the third star domain. Chapter 10. The Revelation in the Boundless Universe. A colossal circular spaceship sped through the cosmos, larger than any other vessel, even dwarfing Hogg's own ship by tenfold. Lord Frisia, the M-34 squadron has been completely annihilated. Seemingly at the hands of a Saiyan, Saban reported, placing his hand over his heart and casting a respectful gaze toward a hovering machine ahead. A Saiyan. Perched atop the floating device was a peculiar figure, adorned with horns, pink skin, and clad in battle attire, none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia. Upon hearing the mention of the Scions, a flicker of confusion crossed his features, swiftly replaced by a chilling intensity that filled his eyes. A sharp crack resonated as the glass before him fractured. This scene sent shivers down the spines of Saban and Dodoria. They understood that their Lord Frisia was enraged, and a stifling aura enveloped all the small soldiers, rendering them too afraid to even breathe. The only surviving Scions were from Vegeta's squad. Could it be they who were responsible? Frisia's indifferent voice resonated, and the surrounding atmosphere softened considerably. Yet, they could still discern a hint of anger lurking within his detached tone. Sabo stepped forward and stated, "It is not them, but another Scion. It is said that this Scion annihilated the M-34 squadron, seized their spaceship, and even destroyed all communication." Among those present, only Sabo and Dodoria dared to address Frisia at this moment. Dodoria also approached, saying, "Lord Frisia, Sabo is not mistaken." "Mr. Dodoria." Frisia slowly turned his floating machine toward him, fixing his gaze on Dodoria. "Are you aware of your negligence?" "Lord Frisia, please allow me to explain," Dodoria implored, bowing deeply in a fluster. "I do not require an explanation. I grant you 3 days to eliminate that Scion," Frisia declared, unconcerned with the Scion's origins. Since there was a loose end, it was imperative to eradicate it completely. Dodoria's expression darkened, for all communication devices had been destroyed by Hogg, rendering the task of locating him nearly impossible, especially with only 3 days to spare. Sabo, sensing Dodoria's distress, approached him and said, "Do not worry. Each of our spaceships is equipped with a black box that can track the enemy." "Oh, is that so?" "That is truly splendid," Dodoria exclaimed, a sense of hope washing over him as he sighed in relief. At that moment, the outer door swung open, and a soldier hurriedly rushed in. Sabo scolded him irritably. "What is the matter that you appear so flustered?" "Reporting to Lord Frisia, the 7th star domain has been destroyed by a Scion," the soldier announced. Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback, and Frisia's fury ignited. His fist clenched, he bared his teeth and cursed. "That filthy monkey dares to annihilate the 7th star domain. It is unforgivable." Sabo swiftly seized the soldier, demanding, "What exactly transpired? Speak clearly." "Yes, Sabo, sir. The computer has just transmitted the data," the soldier stammered, pointing at the screen ahead. All eyes turned to the screen, where Hogg was shown demolishing every passageway and summoning a multitude of minions, culminating in the obliteration of the 7th star domain with a colossal energy sphere. Witnessing Hogg's audacity, Frisia's grip on the floating ship tightened, producing a rattling sound. He had never harbored a fondness for Scions and glared at Dodoria. "What are you waiting for?" "In 3 days, no, within tomorrow, bring me that Scion." "Yes," Dodoria replied, suddenly alert, fully aware of Frisia's wrath. Chapter 10. The Revelation. Dodoria became vigilant, understanding Frisia's anger. Sabo dared not utter another word, instructing the soldier, "Locate the position of the black box on the M-23 spaceship." Soon, a star map appeared on the screen, and a small dot marked the location of the M-34 spaceship, accompanied by 3 letters. "Report, my lord. The M-34 spaceship seems to be heading towards the 3rd star domain," the communicator announced. "Excellent, Doria, let us proceed," replied Sabo, wary of Doria's potential mischief and thus resolved to accompany him. Consequently, the two boarded another circular spacecraft, bringing along a few soldiers, and set off for the 3rd star domain. Frisia awaited news aboard his own spaceship, yet he felt an unsettling disquiet, prompting him to instruct the communicator to contact the chief of staff in the 3rd star domain, Sorbii. "Lord Frisia, I am truly delighted that you remembered me." Sorbii appeared on the screen, flanked by 3 others, the robust Red Bull, the slender Tagma, and the formidable Karuna, resembling a giant ape. Sorbii. While Frisia had little recollection of him, he could still recall their prior encounters. "It is indeed I, Lord Frisia." Sorbii, like the elite team of Kinnet, was fiercely loyal to Frisia, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. "A Scion has ventured into your 3rd star domain. Should you encounter him, Eliminate him immediately. If you possess sufficient strength, capturing him alive would also suffice. A glint of menace flickered in Frisia's eyes. We shall ensure the task is completed, Sorbi affirmed. As the communication concluded, a sinister smile crept across Frisia's lips. Oh ho ho ho. Now I shall lay a web of traps. Let us see where you shall flee. Meanwhile, aboard the M-23 spaceship, Hogg sat cross-legged in meditation. Through mental training, he had achieved a combat power of 40,000. A remarkable feat, having ascended from 24,000 in merely a few days. Saiyans naturally possess an extraordinary capacity for rapid growth, alleviating any concerns regarding the enhancement of their combat prowess. Once he cleared the remaining 720,000 points of fear, he planned a journey to Earth to commence formal training. He intended to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber and the magical beans for further cultivation, anticipating a significant surge in strength thereafter. Hogg's decision to refrain from venturing to Earth is rooted in his own circumstances, as his body still harbors latent vulnerabilities. No matter how rapidly his combat prowess may escalate, it would be of little consequence. Only upon the complete restoration of his physical form can he be free from burdens. However, the process of healing requires a substantial amount of fear value, and he is still indebted by a staggering 720,000 units of fear value, leaving him with no surplus to address the inherent risks within himself. Hogg could only endure, prioritizing his future well-being and avoiding the influence of lurking dangers. He resolved to eliminate his fear before journeying to Earth, wishing for the ability to thrive in the vastness of space. His thoughts then turned to the dragon on Namek, acknowledging that such matters require patience and cannot be rushed. At that moment, a soldier interrupted Hogg's meditative practice. My lord, a spherical spacecraft is pursuing us. Chapter 11. Hogg awoke from his mental cultivation, and upon gazing at the screen, he beheld a spherical spacecraft, not to be confused with a circular one. For there exists a distinct difference between the two. The spherical vessel accommodates but a single occupant, reminiscent of the Saiyans who traverse the cosmos in such craft. In contrast, the Frisia Force predominantly utilizes circular ships capable of housing over 100 minions. However, Hogg could not discern the interior. He merely observed the spherical spacecraft hurtling towards him at an alarming velocity. The communication system had long been obliterated by his own hand, rendering the identities of those within the ship a mystery. My lord, what shall we do? Parker inquired, anxiety evident in his tone. Open the hatch. We must allow that spherical ship to enter, Hogg commanded. But my lord, what if it is Zabo? What if it is Zabo and Dodoria? Parker expressed his concern, hesitating momentarily. Silence. I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. Hogg retorted, his displeasure palpable. Parker ceased his protests and promptly activated the hatch. The internal airlocks engaged, ensuring that the atmosphere remained contained and impervious to the cosmic void outside. Hogg meticulously observed the movements of the spherical spacecraft. Since the moment the hatch was opened, he noted a slight change in its trajectory as it approached the entrance of his own vessel. It was truly reckless for it to come seeking him. Hogg couldn't help but smirk, eager to uncover the identity of the visitor. 10 minutes later, the spherical craft glided through the hatch, which swung open to reveal a figure with purple skin stepping out. The figure surveyed the surroundings and murmured, could this be the spacecraft of the Saiyans? Just as he descended from the ship, a voice crackled through the communicator from Sabo. Hey, why has your spherical ship gone silent? Sabo inquired. Oh, I have just boarded the Saiyan spacecraft, the figure replied. Idiot. Sabo's voice erupted with fury. I instructed you to track the Saiyan ship. Why did you take it upon yourself to enter? What is the big deal? It's just a Saiyan. Why are you all so tense? The figure responded, displaying a hint of impatience, feeling Sabo's concerns were excessive. While others may not understand the Saiyans, he certainly did. He had encountered King Vegeta before, and even the mightiest King Vegeta had a battle power barely exceeding 10,000, far inferior to his own power of 17,000. This was 20 years prior. His battle power would reach 18,000 in the years to come. All right, just wait for me to capture the Saiyan and present him to Lord Frisia for credit. He terminated the communication and sent his location. Sabo, nearly infuriated to the point of explosion, realized that destroying the 7-star region would prove immensely challenging. He cursed, that fool, if he jeopardizes our encirclement plan. P.S. done for. Sabo and Dodoria had long since laid an intricate trap, with assistance from the 3rd-star region. How could this insignificant Saiyan possibly escape from their grasp? It was the perfect strategy to eliminate him without his knowledge. If the figure startled the Saiyan into fleeing, It would pose a significant problem. Sabo furrowed his brow, deeply troubled. In truth, Hogg had acted deliberately, although uncertain of the newcomer's identity. He felt no fear as long as it was not the Jinyu force. As for Sabo and Dodoria, they lacked even half of his battle power. How could they possibly contend with him? Hogg gazed at the screen, where the image of Chioi standing at the hatch materialized before him. It took a moment for him to recognize the figure, and a smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Guide him to the cockpit." "Yes, my lord." Parker nodded slightly. Over the past few days, Hogg had imparted knowledge to Parker on controlling his energy, not out of loyalty, but because it was essential to have him as bait when necessary, just as now. Parker immediately elevated his combat power to its maximum, reaching approximately 700. Chapter 11. Chioi Parker swiftly maximized his combat power, currently standing at around 700. The detector at the hatch suddenly blared incessantly, and Chioi glanced to find Parker's location. Was that the cockpit? Why was the combat power only 700? Where had the Saiyan gone? Though perplexed, Chioi did not dwell on it and soared directly toward the cockpit. "My lord, he is approaching." Meanwhile, Parker, observing Chioi on the screen, remarked, "My lord, I am acquainted with him. His combat power is approximately 18,000. Of course, I am aware of that. Look. He has arrived." Hogg rose to his feet, his gaze directed towards the corridor, where a figure emerged at the entrance. Hogg addressed the silhouette, exclaiming, "I wondered who possessed the audacity to intrude upon my vessel. It turns out to be you. Chioi. You recognize me, don't you, esteemed one?" Chioi replied with a brazen demeanor. "Indeed, you are a Saiyan." Chioi suddenly noticed the tail at Hogg's waist, causing her to furrow her brow in surprise. Hogg smiled faintly. "Who doesn't recognize Frisia's lackey? You dare call me a lackey?" Chioi trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Hogg. "I shall see what abilities you possess. A Saiyan with a mere battle power of 5,000 is nothing but trash in my eyes." No longer able to contain himself, Chioi charged at Hogg in a fit of fury, landing a punch squarely on Hogg's face. How does it feel? Have you come to realize my prowess?" Chioi sneered. In the next moment, however, he sensed something amiss. Looking up abruptly, he noticed that Hogg remained utterly unfazed, not even shifting an inch. His punch felt as though it was merely a scratch. How could this be? Chioi exclaimed in astonishment. Barely had his words left his mouth when Hogg retaliated, delivering a punch that sent Chioi flying, crashing to the ground and leaving a trail of purple blood in his wake. After rolling several times, Chioi managed to rise, his expression a mix of shock and confusion as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, Your battle power is not 5,000? Prior to the battle, Chioi had scanned Hogg's power, which indeed indicated a mere 5,000. Oblivious to the fact that Hogg had been suppressing his true strength all along. 5,000. Hogg shook his head and said, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly." Boom. As Hogg's fury surged, the entire spacecraft trembled in response. Chioi observed the readings on his scanner skyrocketing, ultimately stabilizing at a staggering 40,000. This represents the entirety of my combat power, Hogg thought, a hint of pride evident on his face. 40,000. How could a Saiyan possibly possess such immense power? Chioi's mind raced, and he silently resolved, I must swiftly establish contact with Lord Frisia. Hogg had long anticipated his actions. He cast a sidelong glance at Parker, who, suppressing his anger, stealthily appeared behind him and snatched the detector away. Sir, the detector. Parker promptly tossed the device to Hogg. Chioi was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of despair. It was all over. Chapter 12. Who said you were Frisia's lackey? Hogg took the detector, the soul machine capable of communicating with the outside world. Chioi, do you have anything else to say? Hogg inquired. Faced with Chioi's formidable combat power of 40,000, he harbored no desire for conflict. Deep down, he regretted not heeding Sabo's advice. Merely tracking the Saiyan spacecraft would have sufficed, eliminating the need for his own unnecessary embellishments. However, the situation had unfolded, and escape was no longer an option. He then lifted his head, offering a sycophantic smile. If you grant me a chance at survival, I can divulge a secret. A secret? Hogg narrowed his eyes and remarked. If your secret holds sufficient value, I might contemplate granting you a chance at survival. The planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite, Chioi interjected, but rather annihilated by Frisia. Initially, it was publicly claimed that the destruction of planet Vegeta was due to a colossal meteorite. It was only later that Vegeta inadvertently discovered the truth of Frisia's devastation. Hogg raised an eyebrow, appearing before Chioi with a swift motion. He seized Chioi by the throat, his voice icy as he remarked, "It would have been better had you remained silent about this matter, now that you have spoken. I am compelled to consider your demise." Chioi struggled to pry Hogg's hand away, but despite his efforts, he found himself unable to break free from the immense strength that crushed his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words. "And no, it's not my fault. It was Frisia who destroyed everything. Spare me, please. I can join you in opposing Frisia." Exhausted, he forced the words out. With a thud, Chioi collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and casting a fearful glance at Hogg. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 322 points of fear." Hogger finally smiled. Having paid back 18,000 points of fear, previously he had amassed 720,000, and now only 70,000 remained. "What do you think, Saiyan? I am quite familiar with Frisia. If you spare me, I shall reveal Frisia's weaknesses to you, and together we can vanquish him to become the rulers of the universe. With your battle power of 40,000, defeating both Zarbin and Dodoria will be effortless." In a desperate bid for survival, Chioi concocted all manner of tales. Hogger cast a cold glance at him upon hearing those words. "Do you truly believe that I am oblivious? Frisia commands an elite squad known as the Jinyu Force, each member of which is capable of matching my prowess. You are indeed audacious to attempt to deceive me. It seems you have a death wish." Chioi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily pleaded, "No, please, do not. Listen to me, the Jinyu Force does not frequently remain by Frisia's side." "Oh, is that so?" Hogg's eyes twinkled as he spoke. "In truth, I originally intended to grant you a chance for survival." "Really?" Chioi exclaimed with sudden joy. "Of course it is true." Hogg smiled faintly, yet in the next moment, a beam of light pierced through Chioi's chest, staring at Hogg in disbelief. Chioi clutched the incessantly flowing purple blood, struggling to utter, You promised to spare me? What kind of joke is this?" Hogg's expression turned icy once more as he coldly declared, "You are a member of Frisia's army, nothing more than Frisia's lackey. How could I possibly let you go? Blame yourself for being so blind as to follow Frisia. You wretched scoundrel, Lord Frisia will not spare you." Chioi coughed violently, unwillingly uttering his final words. While more blood gushed forth, his life swiftly ebbing away. Die. Another wave of energy surged towards him, and the severely injured Chioi had no means of evading it. With a thunderous explosion, he was utterly obliterated. Hogg looked at the debris strewn across the ground, his brow furrowed. "Clear this place up." Chapter 12. Who made you Frisia's lackey? Hogg gazed at the wreckage, his expression tense. "Ensure this area is tidied up." "Yes, my lord." Hogg's voice startled Parker and the others, prompting the three little soldiers to hastily tidy up the ground. Hogg grasped the detector and activated the communication device. Just in time to hear Sabo's voice. "Chioi, respond immediately. What on earth is happening? Hurry." Sabo's tone was laced with urgency. As 10 minutes had elapsed without a word from Chioi. "There's no need to shout. I have already put an end to Chioi," Hogg replied into the communicator. Sabo, on the other end, fell momentarily silent, only to erupt with fury after a brief pause. "A Saiyan? How dare you slay Chioi?" His anger was not solely due to Chioi's demise, but rather the realization that Hogg's knowledge of their operation stemmed from Chioi's downfall. Consumed with rage, he thought to himself that Chioi has ruined our plans. He truly deserves his fate. Simultaneously, Sabo pondered the strength of the Saiyan capable of defeating Chioi. Was their battle power merely 20,000, or perhaps even greater? "What's done is done. It holds no significance," Hogg replied with indifference. "Do not be too arrogant. We have ensnared you in an elaborate trap, and escape is no longer an option," Sabo retorted vehemently. "Oh, is that so?" Hogg smiled faintly and replied, "I am well aware of that, but your heavenly net is rather sluggish. I can reach the 3rd star domain in 2 days, while it will take you 3. You are already too late." With that, Hogg switched off the communicator. "Damn Saiyans, speak to me, how infuriating." Sabo's frustration manifested as veins bulged on his forehead. "What is the matter?" inquired Dodoria, who stood nearby. Sabo took a moment to compose himself before responding. "Chioi has been killed, and that Saiyan has already headed for the 3rd star domain." "The 3rd star domain?" Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment. "Then let us hasten to the 3rd star domain. Once I capture that filthy monkey, I shall peel his skin off," Dodoria declared with fierce determination. It was evident that the Frisia force was exceptionally ruthless. The death of Chioi meant nothing to them, as their sole focus was on capturing Hogg. "No need to rush," Sabo waved his hand dismissively. There are individuals in the third star domain with combat abilities surpassing ours. Even if that Saiyan arrives, he will face dire consequences. So what do you imply? Dodoria seemed to grasp Sabo's meaning. Indeed, we shall enlist the aid of the chief of staff from the third star domain. Sabo nodded affirmatively. Dodoria urged. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, contact the third star domain. I am aware of that. Sabo hastily initiated communication with the third star domain. Upon connection, Salb informed them that Frisia had already issued orders, and the third star domain was on high alert, awaiting the Scion's arrival. Should we inform Lord Frisia about Chio's death? Dodoria queried. Sabo pondered for a moment before responding. No need to rush. We shall discuss it once we rendezvous with the third star domain. Chapter 13. The third star domain. Tagma and the third star domain. The diminutive Salb had just concluded communication with Sabo and Dodoria when he turned to the black ape and said, Karuna, shortly. An unwise Scion will attempt to barge into our third star domain. You shall deal with him. My lord, is it not a bit excessive to send Karuna for this? Remarked the Red Bull, Zasami, standing nearby. The black ape, Karuna, exuded confidence as he replied, My lord, I too feel this is somewhat of an overreaction. To go on high alert for a single Scion seems unwarranted. Indeed, my lord, interjected the lanky Tagma, who had also stepped forward, as far as I know. Scion combat power is relatively low. Even King Vegeta's strength barely exceeds 10,000. These three were elite warriors of the third star domain, gathered here as Salb's trusted aides. Aside from the Jinyu force, the third star domain was the mightiest realm under Frisia's control. How do you explain the destruction of the seventh star domain then? Solebe can indeed be regarded as a bold yet meticulous and utterly shameless commander. It is no wonder that these three capable subordinates are willing to follow him unwaveringly. Tagma stepped forward and confidently declared, by employing guerrilla tactics. I can obliterate the second-ranked star domain. Very well, Tagma, proceed to deal with those Scions. Remember, ensure that it is executed with finesse, Solebe instructed. Yes, Master Solebe. Tagma replied with a slight bow, before turning on his heel and departing from the scene. Hogg remained seated in a meditative posture, diligently honing his spirit. Although he had merely engaged in a brief playful exchange with Chio moments ago, his combat power had surged to an impressive 45,000. He was confident that he could reach 50,000 before entering the third star domain. What does a combat power of 50,000 signify? It is at least superior to that of Guise and Bart from the Kinnet Special Forces. Undoubtedly, the mightiest among them is Kinnet, boasting a staggering combat power of 120,000, followed closely by Lycum. Guise and Bart are somewhat weaker than Lycum, while Gudo finds himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. 2 days later, as Hogg's spacecraft appeared near the third star domain, it was swiftly detected by the local soldiers. Report. We have intercepted the M23 spacecraft. It has just entered the third star domain. One of the soldiers announced. I understand. Tagma opened his eyes, glancing at the transmitted data. He noted Hogg's circular vessel recklessly navigating through the third star domain, while Sabo and Doria would not arrive until a day later. My lord Solbay, I shall proceed, Tagma declared. Tagma, you must exercise caution, Solbay transmitted. Rest assured, my lord Solbay, I shall accomplish the task. Without hesitation, Tagma soared into the sky. He required no spacecraft, propelling himself through the cosmos at full speed towards Hogg's vessel. Meanwhile, Parker suddenly spotted a small dot on the screen hurtling towards them and exclaimed, My lord, trouble is upon us. Tagma is approaching. Tagma. Hogg glanced swiftly at the screen and observed an individual racing towards him at an astonishing speed. In the original narrative, Tagma had trained alongside Frisia for 4 months, possessing combat prowess comparable to Gohan's. However, now, in Hogg's eyes, he was utterly insignificant, a mere shadow of his potential without proper cultivation. As Tagma soared at full throttle, Hogg assessed his opponent's combat power and discovered it to be a mere 22,000, akin to Dodoria's strength. When Frisia was resurrected, Sorbet had mentioned the combat power of Tagma and his companions. My combat strength has already reached 48,000, and I am but a hair's breadth away from achieving 50,000. Nevertheless, I am unfazed. Once I obliterate the third star region, surpassing 60,000 in strength will be an effortless feat. Hogg brimmed with confidence. 15 minutes later, Tagma was merely a kilometer away from Hogg, and Hogg observed as Tagma abruptly halted, leaving him pondering the latter's intentions. Chapter 13. The third star region. Hogger suddenly observed Tagma raise his hand, as energy began to coalesce into a powerful wave of ki. It appeared he intended to obliterate his own spacecraft before engaging in battle with him. This was dire. Hogg's brow furrowed with concern. He realized that he currently lacked the capability to survive in the vastness of space. Should the spacecraft explode, his time would be severely limited. He must not allow the adversary to succeed. Parker, activate the airbag. Hogg no longer hesitated. He took a moment to step outside the spacecraft. Just as Parker activated the air sacs, enveloping the entire vessel in a radiant glow. Meanwhile, Hogg stood atop the spacecraft's hull. Tagma, he called out to the distant figure. Sound cannot traverse the cosmos, yet Hogg possessed a detector, and the two were merely a kilometer apart, their devices perfectly synchronized. Tagma, a kilometer away, heard Hogg's voice and immediately displayed a sinister grin, the energy he had been gathering dissipating. I never expected that a mere Saiyan would know my name. Tagma laughed heartily. I am Tagma, the elite warrior of the third star region. What brings you here? Are you here to capture me? Hogg inquired. No. Tagma shook his head vehemently. I am not here to capture you. I am here. Suddenly, Tagma's body surged with energy, his combat power soaring to an astounding level. I am here to kill you. Tagma's form transformed into a white streak through the cosmic expanse, closing the distance in a mere second. And he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Hogg's face, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Hogg merely tilted his body slightly, deftly evading Tagma's punch, which was delivered with full force, as Tagma believed it would incapacitate Hogg. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. He actually dodged it. Tagma could hardly believe his eyes. Once more, he unleashed a punch, only to have it deftly sidestepped by Hogg. Again, he swung, and again, Hogg eluded the blow. Suddenly, Tagma unleashed a flurry of punches. Dozens in total, yet not a single one found its mark. Damn it! Tagma cursed angrily, utterly bewildered. Why? You are merely a Saiyan. Even King Vegeta only possesses a power level exceeding 10,000. Even if you are an elite warrior, it is inconceivable that you could evade my assaults. At this point, Tagma was beside himself with rage, flailing his fists wildly, yet not one of his strikes could connect with Hogg. Enough! Hogg's cold voice suddenly pierced the air, delivering a tremendous blow that left Tagma trembling, his pupils nearly bulging out of their sockets, revealing the sheer force behind that punch. No, it is impossible. Clutching his abdomen, Tagma struggled to lift his head, gazing at Hogg in disbelief. Chapter 14. What of the three elite warriors? Tagma stared incredulously at Hogg, questioning whether the man before him was truly a Saiyan. Was it not said that Saiyans possessed relatively low combat power? Even King Vegeta was said to have just over 10,000. Was he not? How could the single punch leave you so astounded? This is utterly astonishing. Hogg shook his head, a look of disappointment etched across his face. The intensity of the battle was closely monitored by Sorbi, who, upon seeing Hogg on the screen, sweated profusely and exclaimed, I knew this Saiyan was extraordinary, but alas, Tagma would not listen. Red Bull, Asami, and Karuna were equally astonished. Unable to fathom how their fellow elite, Tagma, could not even lay a finger on Hogg, and they felt a palpable threat emanating from him. Zasami, Karuna. Sorbi turned and reprimanded. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and assist Tagma. Yes, Lord Sorbi. They replied in unison. After their departure, Sorbi furrowed his brow, casting a concerned gaze towards Hogg and Tagma, murmuring, this situation is rather troublesome. Perhaps we from the third star region are ill-equipped to handle this Saiyan. Subsequently, Sorbi reached out to Frisia once more. Oh, it's Sorbi. Frisia appeared on the screen. Sorbi cautiously stated, Lord Frisia, I fear my subordinates are insufficient to confront this Saiyan. I beseech you to send the Jinyu force for support. You can't even handle a mere filthy monkey. What use does the Frisia force have for you? Frisia's irritation was palpable, yet he found himself baffled. Was the Saiyan truly that formidable? Moreover, Sabo and Dodoria had yet to report back. Could they have fallen to that Saiyan? A sense of foreboding washed over Frisia, prompting him to instruct a nearby soldier. Relay a message to Sabo. Lord Frisia. Upon connection, the respectful voices of Sabo and Dodoria resonated through. Hearing their voices, Frisia sighed in relief and inquired about their situation. Sabo recounted the events, including the death of Chioi. What did you say? Chioi was slain by that Saiyan. With this news, Frisia deduced the likely combat power of his adversary, estimating it to be no less than 20,000. How strange. There shouldn't be any Saiyans with combat power exceeding 20,000. Perhaps I simply overlooked something. Frisia mused. Frisia then turned to Sorbi, stating, Sorbi, hold your ground. Sabo and Dodoria are en route to assist you post-haste. However, Salb did not continue speaking. His three elite subordinates were no less capable than Sabo and Dodoria. Their arrival merely meant an addition of 2 more pawns. The paramount task was still to summon the Jinyu force. Do you 5 truly believe you cannot contend with a mere Saiyan? Frisia's tone suddenly turned icy, sending a chill through Salb, who was light years away in the 3rd star region. Yes, I understand, Lord Frisia. I will certainly eliminate that Saiyan, Salb replied before terminating the communication. With his hands clasped behind his back, Salb gazed at Sasami and Karuna, his expression laden with unease. Now, I can only place my hopes upon Karuna. With a battle power of 45,000, he should be capable of defeating that Saiyan. Damn it. I refuse to believe a single Saiyan can be that formidable. Tagma exerted all his strength, throwing punch after punch at Hogg, yet not a single strike found its mark. Conversely, Hogg occasionally retaliated with powerful blows, leaving Tagma in a dire predicament, his battle suit and face smeared with his own blood. Now I understand why Lord Frisia sought to obliterate planet Vegeta. It turns out your Saiyan potential is truly terrifying. Tagma roared. Only now do you realize? It is too late. Hogg sneered disdainfully and said indifferently, well, I shall no longer play with you. It is better to end your life directly. What did you say? You wish to kill me? How presumptuous. Chapter 14. What of the 3 elite? What did you say? You wish to kill me? How presumptuous. Slap. Before Tagma could finish his words, he was struck sharply, leaving a vivid red imprint of 5 fingers on his face. You dare to hit me. The glaring mark ignited a frenzy within Tagma, as it represented sheer humiliation, a stark and unadulterated disgrace he had never before endured. Do you still fail to comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Hogg struck Tagma's face once more, adding another crimson imprint to his visage. You. Tagma was about to curse, but Hogg delivered a 3rd slap before he could utter a word. Though Tagma wished to evade the blows, he found Hogg's speed increasing to an insurmountable degree, rendering his attempts futile. A 4th slap, a 5th slap, a 6th slap. After enduring over 10 strikes, Tagma finally succumbed to despair, blood spilling profusely. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 22,000 points of fear. Excellent, excellent. The day to repay all fear points is drawing near. Hogg revealed a satisfied smile. Since my objective has been achieved, now you shall meet your demise. Hogg raised his hand, and an orb of energy materialized at his fingertips, aimed directly at Tagma. Just as he was about to strike, Hogg suddenly turned his head, noticing another energy orb hurtling toward him from a distance. Hogg reluctantly relinquished his final strike, simultaneously unleashing a sphere of energy from his fingertips, which collided thunderously with a distant energy orb. A resounding explosion echoed, and an endless cloud of smoke enveloped Hogg and Tagma, obscuring everyone's vision. Amidst the haze, Hogg sensed a presence and swiftly delivered a palm strike, only for his opponent to counter with a punch of equal force. The impact caused both combatants to stagger back several meters. As his adversary retreated, he seized Tagma and, propelled by the force of their clash, fell back nearly 10 meters. Saiyan, cease your actions. While I am here, you shall not harm Tagma. Though the smoke lingered, a deep voice resonated through the air. Hogg furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he patiently awaited the dissipating smoke, which gradually unveiled a clearer view. In the distance, he beheld Karuna and Sasami. Karuna had cradled Tagma at his waist, evidently having rescued the beleaguered Tagma moments prior. Indeed, it is you, the 3 elites of the 3rd star domain, Karuna, Sasami, and Tagma. Hogg surveyed the 2, recognizing Karuna as the most formidable adversary among them. Knowing our renown, why do you not surrender at once? Sasami growled. Surrender? Hogg suddenly erupted in a chilling laugh, his gaze radiating with murderous intent. He proclaimed loudly, do not be foolish. Did you not just claim that with your presence, I could not slay Tagma? I shall take great pleasure in ending Tagma's life right before your very eyes. Chapter 15. The one I seek to kill you cannot prevent regardless of your presence here. I am determined to execute my intentions. With a swift motion, Hogg extended his hand, gathering a formidable wave of energy that surged forth, aimed directly at Tagma. Hogg proclaimed his intent to eliminate Taguma, yet he secretly sought to gauge Karuna's prowess, for he remained uncertain of the opponent's combat capabilities, confident they could not surpass his own. Following the recent skirmish, his strength had surged beyond 50,000. However, as this was merely a test, the energy wave he unleashed was not a true reflection of his full potential. Karuna emitted a disdainful snort, opening his mouth wide as a comparable energy wave shot forth. The 2 waves collided with ferocious intensity, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A tempest of raw energy surged outward, tousling Hogg's hair, which stood erect in a manner reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, bestowing upon him an extraordinarily impressive visage. Hogg's lips curled upwards, and Karuna also offered a cold smile, as if they were sharing a mutual understanding. It has been demonstrated that you have not succeeded in eliminating Tagmar, and it would be prudent for you to exert your utmost effort in assessing my combat prowess, for I too have not unleashed my full potential until now. Karuna declared with confidence. Full effort, you say? Hogg laughed heartily and declared, I fear that if I were to exert my full strength, you would be reduced to cosmic dust. Anyone can boast, but I shall demonstrate just how formidable I truly am. Karuna bellowed, veins bulging, his physique swelling significantly. He had no desire to engage in further banter with Hogg. Instead, he unleashed a colossal fist, nearly the height of a man, crashing down toward Hogg. Do you truly believe I cannot withstand such a blow? Hogg's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a punch. Although his fist was merely 1/5 the size of his opponent's, the ferocity of his strength surpassed that of his adversary. The disparity in their combat power was minimal. Hogg's prowess exceeded 50,000, while Karuna's hovered around 45,000. The latter's imposing stature merely added a semblance of power to his strikes. However, one must note that the explosive potential of a Saiyan is unfathomable to any adversary, unless they too belong to the same lineage. With a thunderous sound, the two fists traversed the cosmic expanse and collided with a resounding force, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions, as if threatening to shatter the very fabric of the universe. Yet, Karuna trembled, acutely aware of the immense pressure bearing down upon him. What is happening? Karuna could no longer withstand the onslaught and spat out a copious amount of blood, his body hurtling backward. Hogg was also subjected to immense pressure, yet he fared slightly better, merely retreating a few steps, a mouthful of fresh blood lingering in his throat, which he forcibly swallowed. A warning echoed in his mind, imminent peril to the host's body. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Hogg's consciousness, startling him as he exclaimed, System, what is happening? The host's body has exceeded its limits due to combat with an opponent of comparable strength, resulting in potential bodily hazards. The system responded. Is there any way to resolve this? Hogg's brow furrowed in concern. It will cost 100,000 fear points to rectify a single hazard. The host currently has 10 such hazards. Should these hazards manifest, the host's body will be left with irrevocable deficiencies. The logic is straightforward. A man without a left hand will remain so for life, unless replaced by a mechanical prosthetic, which ultimately cannot compare to a genuine arm in functionality. But I am still in debt. How can I afford the repairs? Hogg's anxiety escalated. There is no need for alarm, host. Your body will experience a crisis in 1 minute. You now have merely 1 minute to engage in combat. The system presented an alternative path. Hogarth let out a sigh and murmured, 1 minute? Very well, it is time to act swiftly. Karuna. Hogg stood suddenly in midair, gazing towards the distant Karuna. With great effort, Karuna steadied himself, momentarily taken aback upon hearing Hogg call his name. Astonishment and confusion washed over him. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable Saiyan. Did I not just proclaim my intention to slay Tagmar right before your very eyes? Hogg declared, as the residual energy from his previous exertion swept around him like a fierce wind, causing his garments to flutter vigorously. Chapter 15. Those I seek to eliminate you cannot hinder. Did I not just proclaim my intention to slay Tagmar right before your very eyes? Hogg reiterated, with the echoes of his energy still swirling around him. A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Karuna. Now, not only do I intend to extinguish Tagmar, but I shall also eliminate both of you. As these words fell from his lips, Hogg unleashed his full power, the immense energy emanating from within him causing the entire spacecraft to tremble, while fragments of space debris were swiftly propelled by the force of his aura. Perish. Hogg's physique resembled that of lightning, as he instantaneously appeared before Zasami, a speed so astonishing that Zasami could barely react, helplessly facing a fist hurtling toward him. 55 seconds remained. The system continued its countdown. The excruciating pain compelled Red Bull Zasami to instinctively shield his face, momentarily releasing the unconscious Tagmar. A prime opportunity. With a swift motion, Hogg gathered energy and prepared to strike. From a distance, Karuna witnessed this scene and shouted, No, Saiyan. Stop right there. He then charged furiously towards Hogg. You cannot hinder my vengeance. In the brief moment before Karuna arrived, a tremendous surge of energy had already engulfed Tagmar. Tagmar. The anguished cry did not come from Karuna, but from Salb, who was far away in the command room, filled with sorrow and fury over the loss of Tagmar. The remaining time was 50 seconds. Time was running out. Oh no, that damned Saiyan. How dare you kill Tagmar? Karuna erupted in rage. You should be more concerned about your own fate. Hogg sneered at Karuna. Die. Karuna's fist, the size of a grinding wheel, swung towards Hogg. Hogg slightly sidestepped, allowing the fist to graze his shoulder, while simultaneously raising his own fist to deliver a powerful blow to Karuna's abdomen. This strike was Hogg's full force. A punch fueled by a battle power of 50,000. Hogg's fist plunged directly into Karuna's abdomen, nearly penetrating his very core. Karuna's body jolted, his eyes nearly bulging out as excruciating pain rendered him momentarily unconscious. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a phrase. How is this possible? Why is your punch so powerful? That is because I did not exert my full strength just now, Hogg's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. As Karuna emerged from the depths of pain, he gazed at Hogg as if he were a demon, the haunting phrase reverberating in his mind. I did not exert my full strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 45,000 points of fear. Remaining time, 40 seconds. Chapter 16. The Ultimate Flash. With 45,000 points of fear, Hogg had finally secured the terror of the strongest elite in the third star domain. Hogg, without the slightest hesitation, was engulfed in a torrent of murderous intent, casting a shadow over the entire third star region, instilling fear in every soldier within. The only path to greater fear value lay in the demise of Karuna. Oh no, Saiyan, cease this at once, cried Solbay from the command room. Alas, Hogg paid him no heed. Seizing upon Karuna's grievous injuries, he placed his hands upon Karuna's abdomen, and a brilliant light surged forth. The severely wounded Karuna was powerless to evade, and was consumed by the wave of energy, reduced to cosmic ash. Karuna was dead, and so was Tagma. Only Zasami remained. Sobei watched in stunned silence, fearing for Zasami's life, and urgently communicated, Zasami, you are no match for him. Retreat at once. With no other options, Solbay resolved to report the matter to Frisia, enlisting the Jinyu force to rectify the situation. It was only after Karuna's death that the Red Bull Zasami regained consciousness. He gazed at the demonic Hogg, drenched in cold sweat, and roared as he fled deeper into the third star region. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 35,000 fear value. This unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Hogg, who watched Zasami's escape in disbelief, finally uttering, he actually got away. After slaying Chio-E, Hogg found himself burdened with a debt of 680,000 fear value. With Zasami's combat power at 35,000, Karuna's at 45,000, and Tagma's around 20,000, the total amounted to 100,000 fear value. Only 580,000 fear value remained to be accounted for. Hogg's gaze flickered. Yet he refrained from pursuing Zasami, for a warning echoed in his mind. 30 seconds remaining. With no alternative, he resolved to unleash all his power upon the third star region, though the amount of fear value he could garner would hinge upon fortune. Hogg believed this to be his sole recourse. This plan was not without merit. Under Solbei's orders, the third star region had long been on high alert. In essence, they were aware of the lurking danger and could acutely sense the threat of death. However, he needed a moment, 20 seconds. Hogg suddenly regained his composure, extending his hands forward, palms inward. With a sharp crack, his form swelled, veins protruding from his forehead as the energy within him surged like a torrent breaching a dam, rushing toward the space between his palms. A crackling sound ensued as a small orb of energy coalesced between his hands, flickering with arcs of lightning. Indeed, this was the iconic technique of Vegeta, the final flash. Hogarth continued to elevate his spirit, striving to complete the ultimate flash with utmost urgency. Hogg has certainly invested heavily, determined to exert every ounce of energy to unleash this ultimate flash. It is worth noting that Vegeta's ultimate flash had the power to obliterate half of Perfect Cell's body. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zasami had finally made his way back to the command center of the third star region, just as Sorb was in communication with Frisia. Lord Frisia, it's terrible. My two subordinates have perished, Sorb exclaimed anxiously. The demise of Karuna and Tagoma weighed heavily on his heart. And what of Zabo and Dodoria? Frisia bellowed from the screen. They have yet to arrive, my lord, Sorb replied. I implore you to send the Jinyu force, otherwise, our third star region is doomed. Sorb was genuinely frantic. Before Frisia could respond, a soldier suddenly shouted, Lord Sorb, look at that Saiyan. Nanny. Chapter 16, The Ultimate Flash Nanny. Sorb and Zasami gazed at Hogg through the screen, where the displayed value read 60,000, with an ominous upward trend. No, this cannot be. Is this truly a Saiyan? Sorb could hardly believe it. Red Bull's Asami was paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot, unable to move. 20 seconds passed. Hogarth, having exhausted every ounce of his strength, finally executed the ultimate flash, his gaze fixed on the distance. Even before the attack was unleashed, a cacophony of fear resonated within his mind. Ultimate flash. Thunderous rumbles echoed. A colossal shockwave surged forth like a wild stallion, racing towards the third star domain. This shockwave resembled a golden dragon, obliterating everything in its path, reducing minions to mere dust in an instant. Additionally, vast expanses of energy expanded on either side of the shockwave, akin to a pair of transparent wings. Yet, these wings were razor-sharp, annihilating all interconnected passages and machinery. In that moment, the ultimate flash transformed the third star domain into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, with fireworks erupting everywhere, explosions ringing out incessantly, and the minions on high alert. Perishing in terror, their screams echoing continuously. Ding, 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 ding. The sounds of accruing fear points resonated repeatedly. But this was not the end. The ultimate flash did not detonate after wreaking havoc. Instead, it surged forward relentlessly, unstoppable by any means, only to dissipate upon the exhaustion of its own energy. Sorbet, respond quickly, inform me of all developments, hurry. Frisia's furious voice crackled through the communication device. Sorbet attempted to reply, but he was rendered unable to do so, for the ultimate flash appeared before them in less than 5 seconds. In that fleeting moment, the command room of the third star domain was engulfed by the ultimate flash. Sorbet, lacking combat prowess, was swept away, uttering but a single name in his final moments. Father. Frisia-sama. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more. The third star domain housed 6 planets, all of which erupted in unison, annihilated by a single ultimate flash. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Frisia's brow furrowed tightly. Ever since Sorbet had cried out his name, the communication had devolved into static, and the screen abruptly distorted into a flurry of snowflakes. Cursed monkey. I had obliterated planet Vegeta. How could he have possibly escaped? Frisia seethed, his face contorting in fury. Reflecting upon Sorbet's earlier words, he gradually regained his composure. The Saiyan capable of plunging the third star domain into chaos must possess formidable strength. Frisia finally deduced the situation and shouted to the minion beside him, communications team, Kintown. Yes, Frisia-sama. The minion nodded, fingers flying over the keyboard. Moments later, the screen displayed an armored figure with purple skin, adorned with a pair of black horns. None other than Jinyu. Chapter 17. Discover the black box. Oh, it's Frisia-sama. Jinyu immediately proclaimed with reverence. However, before Frisia could utter a word, Jinyu continued to speak. Lord Frisia, I have recently created a new dance, and I would like to perform it for you. The screen displayed Jinyu as he commenced an utterly shameless dance, causing Frisia to experience a wave of embarrassment. Yet, unwilling to interrupt Jinyu's artistic fervor, Frisia endured, perspiring as he watched Jinyu complete his performance. Upon finishing, Jinyu inquired, What do you think, my lord? Frisia's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly masked it, forcing a response. It's quite good. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your praise, my lord. By the way, I wonder what business you have with me. It was then that Jinyu recalled that Frisia had summoned him for a purpose. Frisia sighed with relief and said, Jinyu, the third star region has been devastated by a Saiyan. I need you to take your team and capture that Saiyan alive. Frisia emphasized the words alive, knowing that Jinyu's combat power exceeded 120,000, making it rather easy to handle a mere Saiyan. I see, that sounds exceedingly simple, Jinyu replied nonchalantly. Then you should depart at once, Frisia commanded. My lord, before we set off, allow me to perform another dance for you. I assure you it will be spectacular. Jinyu wished to showcase his dancing skills once more. Upon hearing this, Frisia interrupted, No, it is best to leave immediately, for that Saiyan is quite formidable. And I fear the third star region may not hold out. Oh, very well then. Jinyu responded, somewhat disappointed. Lord Frisia, let us proceed to the third star region at once. Hogg looked upon the now desolate third star domain, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief, while simultaneously realizing that his energy was nearly depleted. Regardless, he thought it best to return to the spacecraft first. With that, Hogg plunged into the spaceship. Upon entering, Parker immediately approached him, exclaiming, Congratulations, my lord, on the obliteration of the third star domain. Hogg cast a cold glance at Parker, seizing him by the collar and demanding, Parker, I pose a question to you, and you must answer me truthfully, otherwise. Despite his trepidation, Parker was aware that Hogg would not resort to murder, for if that were his intent, it would have already transpired. Thus, he replied, "My lord, feel free to inquire. I shall divulge all that I know." "Was it you or the other two who revealed our whereabouts?" Hogg inquired. Ever since Chio-E had begun following them, Hogg had been perplexed. For within the vast expanse of the Flisha Legion star domain, how had Chio-E and Sabo become aware of their journey to the third star domain? "My lord, I assure you, I have not disclosed our location," Parker asserted earnestly. The other two soldiers immediately knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, we too have not betrayed our position. You must trust us." Hogarth harbored no disbelief towards them. Rather, it was the communication system of this cosmic vessel that he had irrevocably compromised. The three of them could scarcely have revealed their whereabouts, had it not been for the exposure of his own movements. Contending with the third star domain would not have been so arduous, and he narrowly avoided jeopardizing his own well-being, truly a perilous situation fraught with danger. Hogg cast Parker to the ground and began to ponder the situation. Parker bore no ill will towards Hogg, however, with a glint of determination in his eye. He bravely stepped forward and said, "My lord, perhaps I have an inkling of the cause." Hogg turned to Parker, urging him to speak. "I have heard that the Frisia Force's spacecraft are equipped with a black box designed to pinpoint the location of each vessel. If our movements have been compromised, it is likely due to that very black box." Parker divulged all he knew. "Then you three must hasten to locate that black box," Hogg commanded sharply. Chapter 17. The search for the black box. "Then you three must hasten to locate that black box," Hogg commanded sharply. "Yes, my lord." The trio immediately commenced their search aboard the spacecraft. After half an hour, Parker rushed over, a black box in hand, exclaiming excitedly, "My lord, we have found it." Hogg carefully examined the black object he had obtained, reminiscent of the black box found in aircraft disasters, surmising that it bore similarities to such devices. It was this very box that had led to the exposure of my whereabouts. Hogg cast the black box into the air, his fingertips emanating beams of energy. With a resounding bang, the black box disintegrated into dust. Just as he obliterated the box, Parker approached and reported, "My lord, Sabo and Doria are expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours." "Oh, is that so? They are fortunate indeed. We shall depart from this place," Hogg commanded. According to the system, should imminent physical hazards arise, one must rest for a full day before resuming combat. Thus, Hogg found himself unable to confront Sabo and Doria, choosing instead to let them be for the moment. "Where to?" Parker inquired. "We shall drift in the cosmic expanse for a day," Hogg instructed. Once arrangements were made, Hogg settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to resume his cultivation. He harbored no fear that the three would attempt any subterfuge, as the flow of energy would reveal their every move. Finally able to focus on his training, he decided to check his personal information. Hogg let out a sigh of relief and summoned the system. "System, display my information. Host identity, Saiyan place of birth, planet Vegeta combat power, 60, 132 fear value, minus 280, 000 negative 280, 000. Upon observing the substantial deficit in his fear value, Hogg was taken aback. The third star domain had granted him an impressive 300,000 fear points. And with the addition of the 3 elite warriors, that amounted to a total of 400,000 fear points. "Ha!" Hogger burst into hearty laughter, instantly drawing curious glances from the 3 little soldiers. Hogg halted his laughter and commanded, "Ahem, let's get back to business." Beyond the fear he felt, another source of joy for Hogg was his combat prowess. The ability to unleash a technique akin to Ultimate Flash at the brink of peril was a double-edged sword. After executing Ultimate Flash, Hogg took 5 seconds to recalibrate his energy, returning to his usual state just in time to avoid any physical repercussions. With a combat power of 60,000, he was formidable enough to defeat the other 4 members of the Jinyu force, yet he still found himself unable to surpass Jinyu himself. Hogg suddenly realized that his growth in strength was alarmingly slow. If he couldn't even best Jinyu, defeating Frisia in his first form seemed utterly unattainable. Perhaps a journey to Earth was in order? Hogger dismissed this thought. My fear value now stands at a mere 280,000. If I were to destroy one more star domain, I should be able to repay my fear debt. Hogger remains committed to his plan, prioritizing the repayment of his fears and the restoration of his physical vulnerabilities before embarking on a journey to Earth. However, before that, he must first locate a suitable planet to rest for a day, as drifting through the vastness of space for an entire day is not an ideal endeavor. Sir, we have discovered a planet suitable for rest, Parker suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing Parker's revelation, Hogger activated the airbag and stepped outside the spacecraft, gazing at the planet Parker described, a smile spreading across his face. This planet, though a third smaller than Earth, was entirely adorned with lush green vegetation, interspersed with patches of brown, indicative of the algal wetlands. To encounter such a vibrant planet was unexpected. While it may lack some of the diversity found on Earth, it promised a comfortable respite. Hogger deemed this planet an ideal sanctuary for relaxation. Parker, engage full speed towards this planet, Hogger commanded loudly. Hogg eagerly anticipated entering the planet to capture some beasts for a feast. Regardless of whether this planet bore civilization, it was certain to host wild creatures. Understood, my lord. Parker piloted the spacecraft swiftly towards the planet's interior. Hogg felt no fear. He was now capable of generating a protective sphere of energy around himself, rendering him impervious to incineration as they traversed the atmosphere. Just as Hogg's spacecraft was approximately 100,000 meters from the atmosphere, the planet suddenly convulsed violently. Indeed, the entire planet was trembling. What on earth is happening? Hogg was taken aback and promptly shouted, Parker, halt. Without Hogg's prompting, Parker had already noticed the planet's violent tremors and came to a stop 100,000 meters outside its atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, Hogarth discerned that a vast expanse of land situated to the south of the planet was the most verdant area of this celestial body. Yet, it was with alarming rapidity that it began to wither before his very eyes, transforming into a desolate tapestry of withered yellows. Although the pace of decay appeared languid from the vantage point of space, within the planet's core it unfolded with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, roots resembling serpentine dragons emerged from the depths of the earth, violently rupturing the soil, annihilating countless creatures, and ravaging extensive tracts of land. At the center of these roots, a colossal trunk steadily ascended and thickened. Simultaneously, all the roots extended outward, encroaching upon the entirety of the planet, whereupon they siphoned away every vestige of life force, leaving not a single drop of water in their wake. Hogg gazed upon the scene before him and instantly comprehended its significance, instinctively exclaiming, "This is the Tree of Spirits." Simultaneously, a visage strikingly reminiscent of cockroach flitted through Hogg's mind, accompanied by the name, Dales. Parker, behold what I have discovered. Hogg's eyes sparkled with excitement. Akin to one who has unearthed a treasure, indeed, this was no less than a treasure. My lord, what is this? Parker inquired, clearly perplexed by the sight, feeling an unsettling dread emanating from the colossal tree at the center. This is the Tree of Spirits, a magnificent tree nourished by the essence of an entire planet. The fruit it bears possesses the power to enhance our combat prowess, Hogg elucidated. Upon hearing this, Parker's eyes brightened with hope, realizing that it implied an elevation of strength without the need for arduous training. Alas, Hogg sighed deeply. The emergence of a spiritual tree signified the impending doom of a planet, a fate from which it could not recover for a century. In the seventh universe, planets teeming with such lush vegetation were exceedingly rare. It is imperative to seize control and eradicate all seeds of the spiritual trees. At this moment, Hogg yearned to enhance his combat prowess, for Frisia's gaze permeated the cosmos. Although he could evade detection for a fleeting moment, he knew that evasion was but a temporary reprieve. Eventually, he would be discovered. I shall soon confront that scoundrel Dales. Hogg commanded. Parker, we shall proceed to the planet. My lord, will there be any danger? Parker inquired. Enough of your prattle. I shall share some of the fruits with you later, Hogg replied, exasperated. In the next moment, a tremendous roar resonated as the spacecraft accelerated towards the planet, prompting Hogg to smile and shake his head. This lad. 8 hours later, with only a brief period remaining for Hogg's recovery, he knew that soon he would no longer have to worry about potential hazards. As Hogg and his companions descended to the ground, they found themselves surrounded by desolation. Parker, following Hogg, exclaimed in astonishment, My lord, I feel as though we have arrived on a lifeless planet. Just moments ago, Parker had observed this celestial body cloaked in a plethora of verdant vegetation from the vastness of space, yet within less than 2 hours of landing, it had transformed into this bleak vista. Someone is approaching. Hogg did not respond to Parker's words. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distance and beheld 2 rather short individuals with quite comical appearances. Who are you? Do you intend to seize our spiritual fruits? One of them inquired of Hogg. Hogg did not move, But Parker sprang into action, swiftly appearing before them and coldly declaring, "Indeed, we have come to seize your spiritual fruits." With a powerful punch, he obliterated the head of one of the dwarves. "No, it cannot be. How are you so strong?" Before the other could finish his words, Parker delivered another blow that pierced through his chest, resulting in his demise. "Well done, Parker." Hogg expressed his satisfaction with Parker's actions. Parker, with a smile on his face, replied, "It is indeed thanks to your teachings, my lord." During their time aboard the spaceship, Hogg had instructed them on controlling their combat abilities and refining their spiritual energy, leading to a notable enhancement in their fighting prowess over the past few days. Parker's combat strength now hovered around 3,000. "Very well, it will take some time for the spiritual fruits to ripen. Let us seek out the one who planted these fruits." Initially, Hogg intended to search separately, but reconsidered this approach. He was uncertain about how Darius had acquired the spiritual fruits or how many he had consumed, and the extent of his combat power remained a mystery. If Parker encountered them first while they were scattered, it would be impossible for him to come to their aid. Furthermore, Darius was a Saiyan. A wandering Saiyan was likely to be stronger than staying safely on planet Vegeta. Thus Hogg doubted Darius's combat strength would be below 20,000. "Yes, my lord." Parker and the other two followed closely behind Hogg, who sensed several powerful auras near the trunk of the spiritual tree, undoubtedly belonging to Darius and his companions. "My lord, we just saw a spaceship entering the planet," reported a subordinate with a horse-like face to the figure seated on the throne. "Oh, is that so?" The figure on the throne slowly rose, revealing dark skin and a spiky hairstyle, with a tail coiling around his waist. This individual was none other than Darius. Chapter 19. Darius-o? Is that truly the case? Darius stood from his throne, gazing out into the command room, where beyond lay a planet, half of which was withered and desolate, while the other half was lush with green vegetation. Hogg and his companions were unaware that Dales and his crew were on the opposite side of the planet, and above it as well. In truth, had Hogg and his group not entered the planet and eliminated those two dwarfs, Dales' subordinates would have been oblivious to their presence. Indeed, Lazev and his companion had also fallen to their hands, as the man with the horse-like face remarked. Upon hearing this, Dales' expression shifted to one of icy fury. Only he could eliminate his own subordinates. The act of another doing so was tantamount to a provocation. The most concerning matter was that someone had intruded upon this planet, likely uncovering the secrets of the spiritual fruit, which incited Dales' wrath. Inform those on the ground to locate the intruders and eliminate them on sight. Additionally, bring the spacecraft down near the spiritual tree, Dales commanded decisively. "Yes, my lord," the horse-faced man replied. Once Dales' spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere, the horse-faced man swiftly exited the vessel, equipped with a detector to commence the search for Hogg and his allies. "Maintain communication at all times," Dales instructed, shifting his gaze towards the distant spiritual tree, which was merely an hour away from ripening. With that, Dales propelled himself towards the tree with great speed. The spiritual tree was indeed astonishing. Despite being thousands of kilometers away, it appeared as if it were right before Hogg's eyes. "My lord, this is our first encounter with such a towering tree," Parker exclaimed. Another soldier inquired, "My lord, does that tree truly bear the spiritual fruit that enhances combat prowess?" "Certainly. But the process of harvesting it may entail certain complications," Hogg replied. Those complications, of course, referred to Dales and his cohorts. "System, do you possess any information regarding the spiritual tree?" Hogg inquired. "Beep. Transmitting information on the spiritual tree to the host," came the response. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded Hogg's mind, revealing everything about the spiritual tree. "Only gods can consume its fruit," Hogg mused, perplexed by this detail. "Beep. This is because the Kaioshin can create life while the destroyer god brings destruction. Hence, by planting a spiritual tree, a god can restore a planet to its original state. Thus the fruit is deemed consumable solely by deities," the system elucidated. Hogarth, suddenly enlightened, nodded in understanding. Indeed, the statement itself was not erroneous. Rather, it was our misinterpretation. The divine seeds, once consumed, possess the ability to restore a planet to its original state. Yet mere mortals lack this capacity. The essence of destruction lies within the deity itself. Cultivating a single spiritual fruit tree equates to the devastation of an entire planet. Naturally, the aftermath will be managed by the Supreme Kai. Hogger regained his senses and heard the soldier extolling his virtues, proclaiming that as long as he was present, they would be free from peril. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of energy surged toward them from the distance. Hogg was still absorbed in contemplating the information about the spirit fruit tree, completely oblivious to the energy attack. Unfortunately, this small soldier was the weakest among the trio and could not evade the strike, thus falling victim to the energy blast. A cry of despair echoed as the soldier was engulfed in flames. Even though Hogg attempted to extinguish the fire, it was likely that the soldier was beyond saving. "My lord." Parker swallowed hard, fully aware that the soldier was doomed. Gradually, the soldier's cries diminished, eventually dissolving into ashes. Parker cast a resentful glance into the distance, where he spotted a red-faced man clad in mechanical armor. "Who are you? Why are you killing our people?" he demanded angrily. "You dare question us? I would inquire why you slaughtered Lazev and the others," retorted the red-faced man. "They provoked us, and thus they were dealt with." Parker replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the red-faced man was infuriated. "You seek death," he shouted, charging towards Parker, followed by his companions who rushed towards Hogg, leaving only Darius and the horse-faced man behind. Parker sensed that the enemy's combat prowess surpassed his own, but upon glancing at Hogg, he noticed his master remained motionless, his expression inscrutable. Gritting his teeth, Parker declared, "I'll fight." Just as he prepared to engage, a hand rested upon his shoulder, halting him. "Parker, what's the rush?" "They all deserve to die," Hogg said, squinting at the approaching foes as if he were gazing upon corpses. Hogg had already transcended the boundaries of time, having surpassed 24 hours. "My lord." Parker looked at Hogg, filled with gratitude. "You are all doomed. Do you understand?" Hogg's gaze suddenly turned icy as he extended his hand and uttered a few words. "Cataclysmic strike." A palpable wave of intimidation swept through the approaching crowd, causing them to halt in astonishment, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Hogg. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 4,000 fear points." In the next moment, an overwhelming radiance enveloped Darius's subordinates, reducing them to mere dust beneath the colossal light. A tremendous explosion ensued, shrouding a 1,000-meter radius in a veil of black mist, obscuring all visibility. The only certainty was that, apart from the horse-faced man, Darius's other subordinates had perished completely. Darius, standing by the spirit tree, felt the immense explosion and furrowed his brow, gazing towards the source of the blast. All he could see was a cloud of black smoke, obscuring everything else. Activating his detector, he attempted to communicate with several individuals, only to be met with static. Ultimately, he managed to connect with the horse-faced man, who hesitated before responding. "My lord Darius, it seems they are dead." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Darius crushed a spirit fruit that was merely 10 minutes away from ripening. The fruits of the spirit tree depend on the nutrients of the planet. Although this planet is only 2/3 the size of Earth, it could still yield hundreds of spirit fruits. "What on earth happened? Explain it to me clearly," Darius demanded angrily. The horse-faced man, trembling, replied, "That individual appears to be exceptionally powerful. With a single strike, he annihilated all of them." "Could it be that the explosion we heard was caused by him?" Darius narrowed his eyes, realizing that such a commotion could only be produced by someone with at least 10,000 combat power. "Indeed," the horse-faced man affirmed. Darius ceased to hesitate, disregarding the ripening of the spirit fruit, and fixed his gaze on the site of the explosion, propelling himself towards it. Chapter 20, My Lord. He must have lost his sanity. As Darius flew towards the explosion, he maintained communication with the horse-faced man. "Do you have any idea how many of them there were?" Darius inquired. "My lord Darius, there seemed to be 4 of them. However, the strongest among them possessed only 3,000 combat power, and we managed to eliminate one." The horse-faced man responded. 3,000. Darius was taken aback, feeling a surge of confusion, for 3,000 combat power could not possibly generate such a tumult. "Yes, but it is likely that they attacked in concert, which could account for the magnitude of the disturbance," the horse-faced man suggested, seemingly aware of Darius's thoughts. Darius nodded slightly. After all, apart from the horse-faced man, his other subordinates did not possess particularly high combat capabilities, and the leading one's 3,000 combat power was merely sufficient to match them. "My lord Darius, I am relatively close to them. I shall go and confront them." The man with the horse-like face spoke again. "Very well, go." Darius was well aware of the man's formidable prowess, possessing a battle strength of around 10,000, far beyond the meager 3,000, making him Darius's most powerful subordinate. Whoosh! Darius could hear the fierce rush of wind, indicating that the man was accelerating. Meanwhile, after vanquishing Darius's subordinates, Hogg turned his gaze once more to the spirit tree. As the spiritual fruits were on the verge of ripening, an influx of life energy surged toward the colossal trunk. The overwhelming and concentrated essence of life distorted the very fabric of sight, as if it were ablaze with invisible flames, rendering everything perceived as a warped illusion. Hogg too sensed the ebb and flow of these vital energies. Yet there lingered a peculiar sensation, as if the diverse flora and fauna of mountains and rivers were collectively offering their essence of life. Hogg instinctively reached out his hand. And with a hum, a swirl of azure light appeared, resembling a cluster of flames dancing at the center of his palm. Indeed, the energy sphere of the realm king also harvested the essence of life, albeit leaving a portion for the provider, whereas the spirit fruit tree seemed to seize it all. Hogg realized that the energy sphere and the spirit tree were quite similar, with only one notable distinction. Witnessing this spectacle, Hogg sighed. No wonder these fruits were meant for divine consumption, as their growth process mirrored that of the energy spheres, hence the name spirit fruit. However, these spirit fruits appeared to be nearing maturity. Hogg turned his gaze towards the distant spirit tree and resolutely clenched his hand. I shall claim these spirit fruits for myself. Hogg frowned suddenly, gazing into the distance as a beam of light shot forth from afar. Simultaneously, Parker let out a piercing scream, exclaiming, "My lord, there are people approaching from the distance, with a combat power estimated at around 10,000. What is there to fear?" Hogg bellowed, realizing that Parker and his companions were perpetually timid. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Witnessing a combat power of 3,000 against one of 10,000 would instill fear in anyone. The man with the horse-like face exhibited remarkable speed, appearing before the trio in less than a minute. Upon halting, he gravely inquired, "Did you slay Lazav and his comrades?" "Indeed, it was I who ended their lives, but it was they who first took down one of my subordinates," Hogg replied nonchalantly. "Your subordinate?" The man with the horse-like face swiftly employed a scanner to assess the combat power of the three. He discovered that Parker possessed 3,000. Another subordinate had over 1,000, while Hogg held a mere 500. Chapter 20. My lord, he must have lost his mind. The man with the horse-like face, aware of his own shortcomings, could not accept this reality without resistance. He exclaimed in anger, "Even if you killed one of my subordinates, does that warrant the slaughter of them all? Moreover, it was you who first eliminated 2 of the dwarfs." Hogg let out a laugh and remarked, "Do not speak of them. Soon enough, you shall join their ranks. I might as well escort you to reunite with them." "How audacious! You, with a mere combat strength of 500, dare to utter such words? Very well, I shall end your life first." The man with the horse-like face seethed with rage. And with a resonating hum, an immense aura tore through the earth beneath, sending countless trees soaring, revealing the full extent of his 10,000 combat power. Despite this astonishing display, it had no effect on Hogg and his companions. Just as he was about to strike, Darius suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Lord Darius." The man with the horse-like face reluctantly halted his attack and inquired, "What is it you wish?" "Do not kill them. Let them remain and serve as laborers on our ship," Darius responded from a distance. "Understood, Lord Darius." The man with the horse-like face calmed himself, turned to Hogg, and said, "Listen here, lad, Lord Darius has decreed that you shall serve as laborers, so I can only grant you a reprieve." "Grant us a reprieve?" "Indeed. Do your work well, and you shall not be without your rewards." The man with the horse-like face had no choice but to swallow his anger, biding his time until he could teach them a lesson once he became their second in command. Hogg seemed to have heard something amusing, bursting into laughter. "Did I hear you correctly? Parker? A piece of trash dares to offer us a way out." Parker joined in the laughter. "My lord, he must have lost his sanity." "Nanny." The expression of the horse-faced man suddenly shifted. "Do you truly believe my combat power is merely 500? Very well. Prepare to witness my true strength as you meet your demise." Hogg's body trembled, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing a tremendous explosion on the ground. With countless dust and debris swirling into the air, a sight far more astonishing than the horse-faced man's reaction. Bang! The horse-faced man's detector exploded. Fortunately, Parker had not activated his device, otherwise, it too would have detonated. He slowly retreated, incredulously gazing at Hogg. Your combat power was only 500. Wasn't it? Why is it over 40,000? The horse-faced man felt a wave of despair wash over him, so frightened that he momentarily forgot to flee. In the next instant, Hogg appeared beside the horse-faced man, gripping his shoulder with a fierce hold. With a sickening crunch, the bones in the horse-faced man's shoulder shattered, the excruciating pain nearly driving him insane. In a fit of rage, he turned and threw a punch at Hogg. Hogg did not flinch. His gaze turned icy as he swiftly severed the two fists of the man with the horse-like face, sending them plummeting into the forest below. Are you unaware that there are individuals in the universe capable of altering their combat prowess? Hogg remarked coldly. No, Lord Dallas, save me. Lord Dallas, please come to my rescue. The man cried out in despair. In the distance, Dallas connected his detector to Parker's device, shouting into the communicator, cease at once. Do not kill him. I can even offer you the mental fruit. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, Dallas felt an immense energy storm sweep towards him. He was momentarily jolted but felt no lasting effects. However, he observed a towering plume of black smoke rising from a location nearly 3,000 kilometers away, forming a mushroom cloud. Chapter 21. Enhancement of Combat Power. Dallas sensed the commotion 3,000 kilometers away and cursed vehemently. Damn it, they have slain all my subordinates. Is it possible that their combat power exceeds 10,000? Contemplating this, he felt no fear, only a surge of rage, propelling himself towards Hogg with all his might. Even so, it took him considerable time to traverse the 3,000 kilometers. Upon arriving at the scene, he discovered that Hogg and the others had vanished. The smoke had dissipated, leaving only a faint energy fluctuation that indicated a battle had occurred. Where are they? Dallas reactivated his previous detector, assuming they would not respond. Yet, to his surprise, it connected. Damn you, where the hell are you? Dallas shouted into the communicator. The mental fruit looks quite splendid. I wonder how much it could enhance my combat power, came Hogg's voice through the device. Indeed, Hogg and Parker had long since arrived at the mental fruit tree. They were not foolish enough to wait for Dallas, especially since they too had come in pursuit of the mental fruits. Mental fruit, Dallas roared. Do not touch that fruit, or I will not spare you. With a sudden turn, he frantically raced towards the distant mental fruit tree, the seeds of which he had painstakingly acquired, only to find them now at the mercy of others. Ha ha ha, you seem quite flustered. Hogg laughed heartily. Stop this at once. Dallas had pushed his speed to its utmost limits, but even if he returned to the mental tree, it would take him at least 30 minutes. How intriguing. I shall sample one, Hogg declared before disconnecting the communication. Speak to me. Answer me. Darius had succumbed to a state of madness, his booming voice echoing through the clouds. It was hardly surprising, considering that the spiritual tree he had painstakingly cultivated had now fallen into Hogg's hands. At that moment, Hogg held a spiritual fruit, hesitating whether to consume it. Sir, Parker called out from the side. I shall take it upon myself, Hogg declared, biting into the fruit's flesh. The moment it touched his palate, a wave of sweetness flooded his mouth, reminiscent of indulging in a pear. Before Hogg had the chance to consume it, the mental fruit began to undergo a transformation, melting away like ice cream and merging into the vessels of his mouth. These vessels connected to every limb and organ, while the essence of the mental fruit transmuted into energy, saturating every meridian within his body. Thunderous. Hogg was originally in a state of complete victory. But due to an influx of energy, his muscles suddenly swelled, and the overwhelming energy began to integrate with each cell in his body. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Parker was still equipped with a detector, and he was astonished to discover that Hogg's combat power was rapidly escalating. 63,000, 65,000, 68,000, 72,000, 75,000. Hogg's combat power surged to an impressive 75,000 before finally plateauing, representing a remarkable enhancement of 12,000 compared to his previous capabilities. The efficacy of this spiritual fruit is truly astonishing. Parker gazed at Hogg, filled with both astonishment and delight. Chapter 21. The Rise in Combat Power. The potency of this spiritual fruit is indeed remarkable. Parker looked at Hogg, both surprised and elated. Hogg felt a sense of wonder. Merely consuming a single piece of the spiritual fruit had elevated him so significantly, leaving him utterly astonished. Hogg eagerly took another bite, yet the previous events did not recur. Although his combat prowess had indeed increased, it was merely by 5,000. Parker stood in astonishment. How could it be that this enhancement was less than half of what had been gained earlier? Hogg was not surprised and remarked, this spiritual fruit can only be consumed thrice, with each subsequent effect diminishing in potency. It is quite normal for me to have enhanced my combat power by 5,000 on the second occasion. Reflecting upon Dales, who had wandered the cosmos for 2 decades. If one were to consider the growth rate of one spiritual fruit tree per year, consuming it 20 times would have enabled him to rival the combat power of Frisia in his first and second forms. Yet, His combat strength remained disappointingly feeble. Nevertheless, I am satisfied with a 5,000 increase. My current combat power has reached 80,000. Hogg took another bite of the fruit, this time achieving merely a 3,000 boost. My lord, may I partake? Parker and another soldier inquired. Go ahead. Hogg had intended to share it with them. Their faces lit up with joy as they ascended to the treetops, each plucking 3 fruits to consume. My lord, look at my combat power. Parker eagerly tossed the detector to Hogg. Hogger assessed Parker's combat prowess and discovered that it had risen to approximately 11,000. The transformation from 3,000 to 11,000 in combat capability is indeed a remarkable feat attributed to the extraordinary fruit of the spirit fruit tree. Ah, he has arrived. Hogg looked into the distance with a smile, witnessing Dales transform into a white streak as it traversed through one cloud after another. After some time, it finally arrived before him. You scoundrels, you dare to steal my spiritual fruits. Dales fumed, taken aback by the realization that their aim was his precious essence. Hogg turned his gaze towards the panting Dales, a derisive laugh escaping his lips as he remarked, Dales, why are you being so petty? What harm is there in sharing a few of the hundreds of spirit fruits? Dales, taken aback, stammered, how do you know my name? His eyes darted around Hogg, who deliberately revealed his tail for Dales to see. You are also a Saiyan? Dales initially expressed surprise, but his demeanor quickly shifted to one of hostility as he retorted, don't think that just because you're a Saiyan, I will spare you. Dales, you are no match for me, Hogg declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a master. Hogg had already discerned that his combat power had reached a formidable 83,000, while Dale's combat prowess barely grazed 30,000. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Enough with the idle chatter. You have not only slain all my subordinates, but also covet my spiritual fruits. Prepare to meet your demise. Dales extended his hands, conjuring a colossal shockwave that surged towards Hogg. Alas, I warned you that you were no match for me, yet you refused to heed my words. Hogg shook his head in disappointment, raising a hand and striking forward with great force. A resounding hum resonated as an endless stream of energy coalesced into a radiant beam, shattering Dale's shockwave. However, after dismantling the attack, Hogg realized that Dales had vanished from sight. Fool, I am right behind you. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed behind Hogg, as Darius unleashed a powerful kick towards Hogg's waist, a strike capable of cleaving through anyone of similar combat prowess. Alas, no, it was merely an afterimage. Darius swiftly realized the deception, witnessing Hogg's form gradually dissipate before him. Fool, I am right behind you, came Hogg's voice from Darius's rear. Text, Chapter 22. No one will stop you from consuming the spirit fruit. Hogg appeared behind Dallas, who was utterly unaware of his presence. The moment Dallas turned around, a fist descended upon him like a meteor. He had no chance to evade it and was struck squarely by Hogg's blow, causing his face to nearly twist to the left, blood spurting from his mouth, and a tooth to shatter and fly out. Though momentarily dazed by Hogg's strike, Dallas was a seasoned warrior of the Saiyan race. His energy surged suddenly as he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Hogg by a full 100 meters. This momentary reprieve was fortunate. Had Hogg pressed his attack, Dallas would have had no hope of escape. What's wrong? Weren't you quite confident just now? You claimed that even a Saiyan wouldn't be able to spare me, and now look at you. Hogg sneered at Dallas, who stood 100 meters away. How infuriating. Dallas's expression twisted into a grimace. As a proud Saiyan, he could hardly bear such taunts. That was merely a lapse in my vigilance. Things will be different now. Veins bulged on his forehead as he maximized his energy. With a roar, he charged at Hogg once more. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. With a swift motion, Hogg vanished into thin air, only to materialize before Darius in the next instant, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. The impact was so overwhelming that Darius could scarcely endure it. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his eyes wide with shock as if they might leap from their sockets. How could this happen? Clutching his midriff with both hands, Darius struggled to lift his gaze, only to find Hogg looking down upon him with an air of invincibility, resembling an unconquerable deity of war, seemingly unmatched by any foe. You must have consumed the spirit fruit. Otherwise, there is no way you could best me. Darius roared in defiance. Hogger paused in astonishment and replied, Indeed, I have consumed the fruit of enlightenment. Hogger could never have imagined that Darius would attribute his victory to the consumption of the spirit fruit. After all, even without partaking in the fruit, his combat power exceeded 60,000, while Darius, with a mere 30,000, stood no chance against him. How infuriating. I refuse to accept this. It is truly unbearable. Had I also consumed the spirit fruit, I would undoubtedly have emerged victorious, without a doubt. Darius roared towards the heavens, his voice of frustration echoing far and wide. Hogg observed him and could not help but exclaim, "Dallas, how infuriating." Yet, Dallas paid no heed to Hogg's words. "If you think that way, fine. Then you go consume the spirit fruit," Hogg said. "How despicable. If only I." Dallas suddenly snapped back from his frenzied state, fixing a piercing gaze on Hogg. "What did you just say?" "I said, you can also go eat the spirit fruit, and after consuming it, we can engage in battle," Hogg reiterated. Dallas quickly regained his composure, pondering whether there might be a trick involved. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" he questioned again. "Why would I deceive you? No one shall impede your path. Do not forget, I am also a Saiyan. You should be aware of our nature," Hogg replied. "Indeed, you are also a Saiyan." Dallas scoffed, swiftly darting past Hogg towards the spirit tree. At that moment, Parker approached and inquired, "My lord, are you truly permitting him to consume the spirit fruit?" "What? Do you doubt my judgment?" Hogg retorted. "No, not at all." Parker hastily shook his head and continued, "With your combat power of 83,000. He is but a mere wretch. Enough with the flattery. Do not underestimate the Saiyan physique. If he consumes the spirit fruit, he could attain such power," Hogg declared, extending his right hand. Buzz. As his words faded, a violent aura emanated from the distant spirit tree. Both Hogg and Parker turned to see Dallas suppressing his energy, clutching a spirit fruit that he had crushed due to excessive force. As I anticipated, Hogg discerned that Dallas's combat power was indeed lower than his own, yet not by much, certainly not below half. "My lord, his combat power is around 50,000, Parker reported. "I see. You may step aside." Hogg was aware of Dallas's temperament. With his heightened combat power, retaliation was inevitable. "Athahaha." Dallas cackled maniacally as he charged towards Hogg, shouting, "You are finished. My combat power has soared to 50,000, so prepare to perish." Suddenly, Dallas unleashed a shockwave from a distance that struck Hogg. The force generated by his 50,000 combat power was undeniably formidable, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the area in a shroud of black mist, with a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. "How do you like that? Are you aware of my might now?" Darius soared amidst the mushroom cloud. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shot forth from within the cloud, catching Darius off guard. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sharp crack, the beam grazed his shoulder, shredding his battle suit and revealing a shoulder marred by bloodstains. How could this be possible? Darius was momentarily stunned as Hogg's silhouette burst forth from the haze, delivering a powerful punch that struck Darius squarely in the face, causing him to lose 2 teeth in the process. Wiping the blood from his lips, Darius glanced at Hogg once more, only to find that, apart from a slight layer of dirt on his body, Hogg appeared utterly unscathed. "This is inconceivable. How can my 50,000 combat power fail to inflict any harm upon you? I refuse to accept this, absolutely refuse." Darius seemed to transform into a madman. Hogg observed Dales in his frenzied state, and disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. "Dales, you truly disappoint me. As a Scion, your weakness is astounding." "Weak? Nonsense. You are the weak one. I will kill you." Dales could hardly withstand such provocation. He summoned his full battle power of 50,000, bringing his hands together, intent on unleashing a tremendous energy wave toward Hogg. "Oh, you wish to clash energy waves with me? I welcome the challenge." Hogg laughed heartily, mirroring Dales by bringing his hands together, both of them channeling their energy. A low hum reverberated as they concentrated their power. Yet it was evident that Hogg's energy aura was far more formidable, a realization not lost on Dales. However, with no choice but to proceed, Dales gritted his teeth, determined to give it his all. In the next moment, 2 colossal energy waves were unleashed simultaneously. In the midst of their collision, an immense burst of energy erupted at the center, radiating outward and engulfing every inch of land and withered within its path. If the spirit fruit tree merely absorbed life essence, this energy had the capacity to obliterate everything. The surrounding area was devastated, a 1,000-meter radius reduced to chaos. With clouds of dust swirling and lifeless trees lifted into the air, a truly magnificent spectacle. Impressive, truly impressive. Yet why does my lord not unleash his full power? Parker exclaimed in astonishment. Having fled with another soldier before the clash, he was now watching from a safe distance. The other soldier replied, "My lord is merely toying with him. After following him for so long, do you not understand his nature? Scions enjoy flamboyance, a fact that holds true. It was precisely because Hogg was not exerting his full power that the two energy waves reached a balance, their blue and green hues mirroring each other. Yet Dales, his face twisted in fury, poured forth all his strength, while Hogg remained at ease, his demeanor far less exaggerated. "You look down upon me," Dales roared, noticing Hogg's nonchalance. He intensified his green energy wave further, elevating it to 6 parts, while Hogg maintained his at 4. "Ah, how intriguing. It seems you are indeed a Scion, possessing boundless potential to enhance your power in battle. Alas, you shall never surpass me." Hogg felt his own fighting spirit ignite. "Dales, I shall not hold back any longer." Hogger's expression suddenly turned cold and stern, his eyes glimmering with a fierce light. With a mere thought, he let out a disdainful snort, and a surging torrent of chaotic energy erupted from within him. The immense force propelled him backward by approximately half a meter. Yet the azure energy in his grasp had evidently increased by nearly 30%. Boom. The enormous blue shockwave not only broadened but also intensified by a third, instantly repelling Darius's green shockwave and decisively claiming dominance. What? How is this possible? Why is his strength so formidable? Darius was taken aback, immediately sensing a tremendous force pushing him backward, while his own shockwave began to destabilize, spiraling out of control. "This is bad. I cannot withstand this. Damn it!" Darius roared in frustration. Hogg's demeanor remained composed as he gradually regained the upper hand, shifting from a 6 to a 7, and then from a 7 to an 8. Oh. Swiftly, it was becoming unstoppable. Darius watched helplessly as Hogg's wave of energy steadily consumed his own, leaving him utterly powerless. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Darius as his green energy wave began to crack and falter, while Hogg's blue wave surged forth, unimpeded, to engulf Darius completely. The colossal blue wave transformed Darius into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. Boom. As Hogg uttered a single word, a resounding explosion echoed across the heavens from 10,000 meters away, reverberating throughout the entire world. An energy storm erupted at the epicenter of the blast, radiating outward and giving rise to an unending tempest that swept through the air, lifting Hogg's hair high as if it were on the verge of emitting a golden glow. Chapter 23. The Transformation of Darius into a Giant Ape. As Hogg uttered a single word, a resounding explosion reverberated across the horizon. A thunderous roar that echoed throughout the realm. The energy tempest emanated from the epicenter of the blast, radiating outward and giving rise to an endless gale that tousled Hogg's hair, rendering it almost luminous. "My lord, congratulations," Parker exclaimed as he soared over to offer his felicitations. "Truly remarkable, my lord. You have vanquished an adversary with a combat power of 50,000, another soldier chimed in, showering praise. Hogg shook his head and replied indifferently, "No. He is not dead yet. If you do not believe me, take a look for yourselves." Hogger could hardly believe that Dales, a Scion, could perish so easily. The vitality of a Scion is remarkably resilient. Even with the faintest breath remaining, there exists a considerable chance of turning the tide. However, given the vast disparity in combat strength between Dales and himself, victory was beyond reach. Both were momentarily taken aback, prompting Parker to swiftly activate his scanner. To his astonishment, he detected a presence over 10,000 meters away, with a reading exceeding 35,000. "What? He truly has not succumbed, and he is charging towards us," Parker exclaimed in disbelief. Hogg looked into the distance as Dales returned, flying back from a distance of 10,000 meters in no time at all. Upon his return, Dales was battered and looked exceedingly disheveled, resembling a wounded beast as he growled, "How dare you? How dare you injure me so severely? What? Do you still wish to fight me?" Hogg regarded Dales with an increased sense of caution. Dales could easily feign death and escape once Hogg had departed. Yet the pride of a Scion forbade such an act, and, most importantly, the Scion still had one technique left unused. "Humph, this time it will be utterly different." Dales sneered. "What gives you such confidence?" Hogg inquired. Dales offered no reply and retaliated with a powerful energy wave. Hogg stood his ground, allowing the shockwave to collide with him. With a resounding explosion, a plume of black smoke enveloped the area within 100 meters. At that moment, a sphere resembling a spirit bomb was hurled into the air as Dales bellowed, "Explode for me." Mixed with the oxygen, the energy sphere suddenly swelled, transforming into an artificial moon. As he gazed upon the contrived lunar body, Dales unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Hogg, resulting in a series of explosions accompanied by an incessant release of black smoke. Dale's physique began to undergo a transformation. His eyes turned crimson, his face elongated. Teeth morphed into fangs, and dark hair sprouted all over his visage. "You cannot see the moon, but I can," he chuckled. "Once the transformation into a great ape is complete, I shall obliterate the artificial moon." As Dales reveled in his cunning during the metamorphosis into a gorilla, Hogg, amidst the black smoke, understood precisely what Dales was orchestrating. He shook his head in resignation and elevated his own energy, deflecting Dale's energy waves and dispersing the black smoke entirely. A colossal ape materialized in midair, instilling terror in Parker and the others. However, Hogg, instead of fearing the transformed Dales, felt a flicker of delight within him. His blood beginning to boil, this was the essence of a Saiyan. At that moment, Dales, fully transformed into a great ape, unleashed an energy wave at the artificial moon, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 24. Intelligence outshines Dales after Dales' transformation into a great ape. He demonstrated remarkable cunning by destroying the artificial moon to prevent Hogg from achieving the same transformation. He had been anxious that if Hogg also transformed, he would remain at a disadvantage. With the destruction of the artificial moon, a remnant of energy lingered in the sky, as Dales had skillfully ensured that his own transformation was maintained while preventing Hogg's. "What do you think? My battle power is tenfold. I now possess a strength of 300,000. How do you intend to defeat me?" The giant ape transformation of Dales elicited a triumphant laugh. "Is this the legendary transformation of the Saiyans? It is said that this transformation can amplify one's combat power tenfold." At that moment, Parker could only be astonished, utterly helpless to assist. However, he remained unaware that the Saiyan transformation is contingent upon one's current state. Dales was not at his peak, with an ordinary power level of merely 35,000. Upon transformation, it surged to approximately 300,000. "Dales, it seems I underestimated you. I did not anticipate that. Despite your relatively modest combat prowess, you possess a cunning intellect." Hogg could also sense the terrifying aura emanating from the transformed Dales. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Dales laughed heartily. Hogg raised his eyebrows and remarked, "Do you truly believe I would be frightened? Moreover, I find you exceedingly foolish." "What did you say?" Darius, having transformed into a colossal beast, assumed that his combat prowess far surpassed that of his opponent and believed he was firmly in the advantageous position. Yet, Hogg continued to regard him with an air of superiority, still declaring him foolish. "I said you were foolish, like a pig," Hogg reiterated. "Scoundrel." Darius could hardly endure such an affront. His massive fist, akin to a mountain, surged toward Hogg. "Be careful, my lord," Parker exclaimed with concern. Hogg gazed at the colossal fist descending upon him, showing no intention of evasion. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your strength in this transformed state." In an unexpected turn of events, Hogg withstood the blow, his hands firmly bracing against Darius's fist, halting its advance entirely. "Your power is indeed commendable, yet I can still manage to endure," Hogg taunted, his eyes fixed on Darius with a scornful smirk. "How can this be possible?" Darius exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly launching another punch towards Hogg's back. In a deft maneuver, Hogg rolled and leapt onto Darius's massive arm, evading the strike entirely. "Darius, it is my turn now." Hogg darted from Darius's arm towards his head, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Darius's face. Darius winced in pain, baring his teeth, as his enormous hand swung towards Hogg in an attempt to swat him away like a fly. Hogg suddenly turned around, and just as he retracted his foot, he found himself unable to evade. Furthermore, after Daleth's transformation into a colossal ape, his size may have increased, but so too had his speed and agility. A resounding crack echoed through the air. Hogg was sent flying hundreds of meters away, and Darius certainly would not let this go unpunished. With both hands pressed against the ground, he leaped towards Hogg, appearing immediately above him. "I will make you pay with your life," Darius declared, bringing his palms together, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Hogg. Hogg swiftly turned over, extending his hand to unleash a brilliant beam of light that struck Darius in the right eye. Chapter 24. Intelligence triumphs over Darius. With a swift maneuver, Hogg extended his hand, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that struck Darius in the right eye. A piercing scream erupted from Darius as he clutched his eye with one hand, flailing wildly with the other, cursing, "Damn it, my eye. You bastard, where are you? Don't run, I will kill you." Regrettably, Hogg had no intention of confronting Darius directly, having already vaulted 100 meters away. Darius, his eyes half closed, quickly regained his composure and spotted Hogg at a distance. "How dare you injure my eye?" he seethed, his body trembling with rage. his gaze filled with animosity as he shouted at Hogg, "I will kill you, leaving not a trace behind." "Oh really, Darius? What do you think this is?" Hogg replied, revealing a blue energy sphere in his hand. Darius momentarily froze, his fury dissipating, replaced by a tinge of panic. "If I were to combine this energy sphere with oxygen..." Hogg chuckled ominously. "Oh no, that's an artificial moon." Darius finally comprehended Hogg's earlier mockery, realizing that Hogg, too, was a Saiyan capable of creating an artificial moon. "Accept your fate, Darius. Once I transform into a great ape, it will be your demise." Hogg laughed heartily, deliberately tossing the energy sphere behind him, buying precious seconds. "I cannot allow him to transform into a great ape. Otherwise, I stand no chance." Darius's imposing figure surged toward the artificial moon. Realizing he was too late, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of energy that shattered Hogg's energy sphere. "Haha, your artificial moon is destroyed. You cannot transform into a great ape, and you will never defeat me." Darius reveled in his triumph, but when he turned around, he found Hogg had vanished. "Where is he?" Darius searched frantically for Hogg's presence. "You fool, did you really think I wanted to transform into a great ape? I merely aimed to sever your tail." Hogg appeared behind Darius, condensing his energy into a razor-like form. Darius realized too late that Hogg's true intention was not to transform, but to cut off his tail. As he attempted to intervene, it was regrettably too late. With a swift motion, Hogg severed Darius's massive tail, which fell to the ground, writhing like a giant worm. Oh no! Without his tail, Darius's physique began to shrink, ultimately reverting to that of an ordinary Saiyan. "My tail!" he gasped, drenched in sweat. Utterly outmatched both in power and intellect by Hogg. "You have no chance left." Hogg suddenly appeared, delivering a punch that sent Dales crashing to the ground. And then he placed his foot upon Dales's chest, indifferently stating, "I cannot afford to take no risks. For a battle power of 300,000 still poses a threat to me." The figure of 300,000 in battle power is no trifling matter. Although Hogg possesses 85,000, defeating a colossal ape with 300,000 would be exceedingly arduous. Dales attempted to free himself from Hogg's foot, but found it utterly impossible. Ultimately, he surrendered to the situation and inquired, "Why do you not transform into a giant ape? Logically, you would easily triumph over me in that form." "The reason I choose not to transform into a giant ape is simply that I am not clad in battle attire," Hogg replied with an air of indifference. Chapter 25. The frenzied Dales writhed in agony beneath Hogg's foot, and upon hearing that Hogg's reluctance to transform was merely to avoid ruining his garments, he erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "What a ludicrous excuse, you scoundrel! As if you had no hand in obstructing my transformation, why then did you destroy my artificial moon?" With a cold snort, Hogg increased the pressure of his foot upon Dales, amplifying the latter's suffering. "Curse you! If you have any capability, then release me." Dales spat defiantly. "Release you? You have already consumed the spirit fruit, and your transformation is altered. Do you possess any hidden trump cards?" Hogg mused, contemplating whether Dales could possibly evolve into a Super Saiyan. Of course, such a transformation was out of the question. Becoming a Super Saiyan requires not only immense anger, but also substantial battle power, paired with the necessary techniques for transformation. As Saiyans draw strength from their fury and their roars amplify their might. Hogg was indeed curious to see what tricks Darius might conjure, so he released his foot, allowing Darius to break free. The moment Darius felt Hogg's grip loosen, he sprang into action, and as soon as he regained his footing, he unleashed a wave of energy towards Hogg. Hogg deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. By the time Hogg turned back, Darius was already 100 meters away, his laughter echoing in the air. "Ha ha ha. I never expected you would truly let me go. Just wait until I've consumed a few more spirit fruits to enhance my combat prowess. Then I shall return to confront you." True to his word, Darius soared towards the spirit fruit tree. His earlier energy attack had merely served to create distance between himself and Hogg. Now, Hogg would require a moment to catch up to Darius, yet that brief interval was insufficient to prevent Darius from feasting on the spirit fruits. Hogg gazed at Darius as he soared towards the essence of the spirit fruit, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He mused to himself, is this Darius's first encounter with the spirit fruit? Does he not realize that overindulgence yields no benefit? In the distance, Darius flew at full speed, frequently glancing back, apprehensive that Hogg might pursue him. However, he noted that Hogg remained stationary, showing no inclination to chase after him. Why isn't he coming after me? Does he believe he cannot prevent me from consuming the spirit fruit? Darius pondered, though deep down he was convinced that this was the only means to overcome Hogg. At that moment, Parker flew to Hogg's side and remarked, "My lord, it seems he is indeed heading for the spirit fruit." "Indeed, but it will be of little use. The spirit fruit will hardly enhance his combat prowess," Hogg replied, unperturbed. "Should we wait for him here, or take our leave?" Parker inquired. "Leave?" Hogg shook his head and replied, "No, we move to the past." "The past?" Parker questioned, bewildered. "Indeed, let us proceed." With a thunderous roar, Hogg's velocity caused the air to tremble violently, tearing apart the swirling sands that enveloped the land. This planet was nearing its end. In the distance, Dales, who was on the brink of reaching the spirit fruit, suddenly sensed the ferocious gust behind him. Turning to look, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, what incredible speed! I will not allow you to catch up." Channeling all his energy, Dales soared towards the spirit tree, landing on its branches within 2 minutes. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the translucent spirit fruits glistening in the light. Overjoyed, Dales disregarded all caution and ravenously devoured several spirit fruits. "Spirit fruits, grant me strength in battle." "Ah!" Dales erupted in a frenzy, eager to ascertain the extent of his enhancement after consuming the fruits. Chapter 25. The Frenzied Dales Spirit Fruits, Grant Me Strength in Battle. "Ah!" Dales, in a tumult of energy, sought to discover the true measure of his power after consuming so many spirit fruits. Beep, beep. Beep, my battle power has astonishingly risen to over 61,000. Ha ha ha, 61,000 plus. Dales laughed maniacally, but soon, his mirth faded, replaced by disbelief. "How is this possible? I consumed over a dozen spirit fruits. Why has my power only increased by around 11,000? Dales was incredulous about his battle power and suspected that his detector was malfunctioning. In a fit of rage, he crushed the device, convincing himself, indeed, the detector must be broken. Hogg possesses 85,000 battle power, and this 61,000 cannot possibly prevail. My power should exceed 100,000. Ha ha. Dales spiraled into madness, teetering on the brink of despair. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared above Dales: Hogg, Parker, and another soldier. "You arrived just in time. My battle power exceeds 100,000. You are certain to lose," Dale shouted frantically. Extending his arm, he unleashed a multitude of luminous orbs from his palm, which cascaded down onto the spirit fruits, obliterating hundreds of them. "Now, you cannot consume the spirit fruits, nor can you hope to surpass me," Dales declared in a frenzy. Hogg gazed at Dallas, shaking his head in disbelief, murmuring, "Has he truly lost his sanity?" One of the soldiers aimed at Dallas and reported, "My lord, his combat power stands at a mere 61,000. Hogg, with a note of concern, informed him, "Do you not understand that the effects of consuming the spirit fruit 3 times are negligible?" "No, I refuse to believe it." Dallas roared to the heavens. Even a combat power of 61,000 could be deemed formidable, causing the very earth to tremble beneath his aura. Clouds of dust and debris were swept into the air, conjuring violent winds that spiraled into tornadoes. Yet, none of this affected Hogg. He could easily quell the turmoil if he wished, but he chose not to intervene. "Silence. All of you, be quiet." Dallas suddenly extended his hand, unleashing a wave of energy towards the soldier, which resulted in a thunderous explosion, reducing the unfortunate soldier to ashes before he could even utter a cry. How pitiful for the 2 nameless soldiers. Only Parker remained among the 3 soldiers. Dallas, with a fierce glare, fixed his gaze upon Parker, who, sensing impending doom, instinctively recoiled in terror, attempting to flee. "Die. All of you, perish." Dallas unleashed another wave of energy, swift and potent, leaving Parker no chance of escape. However, just as the energy wave was merely a meter away from Parker, Hogg suddenly appeared before him, extending his palm to disperse the attack effortlessly. "Dallas, enough. You have already slain 2 of my subordinates. And now you seek to kill Parker as well?" Hogg glared angrily at Dallas. For those who enjoy this story, might I ask you to show your support? Please leave comments in the review section. The subsequent plot will unveil unexpected twists related to Frisia's fear factor. Will you continue to follow this tale? Chapter 26. Journey to the First Star Domain. Hogg was finally enraged. These 3 soldiers had been unwaveringly loyal to him, never uttering a word of complaint in any endeavor, yet they were brutally slain by Darius and his cohorts. Parker was particularly favored by Hogg, and he could hardly believe that Darius intended to eliminate Parker as well. Initially, he had contemplated sparing Darius for the sake of the Saiyans, but now he felt compelled to take his life. Hogg spoke coldly. "Such nonsense. Who needs your mercy? The Saiyans would rather perish in battle than surrender." Darius roared. This was indeed a truth that Hogg acknowledged, understanding the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans. "Come then, let us fight to the bitter end." Darius shouted. You lack the merit to engage in a battle to the death with me. Hogg furrowed his brow, his form flickering as he appeared above Dale's. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Dale's. Startled, Dales turned abruptly, already perceiving Hogg's legs sweeping towards him. However, the speed of the attack rendered him utterly defenseless, leaving him incapable of any form of resistance. He was struck with tremendous force. A cry of anguish escaped Dales as he plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, crashing onto the earth and sending golden sand soaring thousands of meters into the air. Alarmingly, his impact created a vast pit, 100 meters wide and unfathomably deep. The air vibrated ominously. Hogg raised his hand, casting down a colossal sphere of energy. Are you intent on annihilating this planet? Parker exclaimed in astonishment. Fear not. I shall exercise restraint. At most, I will obliterate merely 1/10. Hogg replied with indifference. After all, this planet had long been devoid of life. With the existence of the spirit tree, it would take not merely a century, but perhaps a millennium to recover. Yet, the spirit tree would gradually wither over the coming decades, rendering this planet a true desolate world. Of course, Hogg currently lacked the means to destroy the spirit tree itself, unless he were to obliterate the entire planet. Parker, what are you still doing here? Flee at once, Hogg urged, pulling Parker toward the spacecraft. As for Dales, his fate lay solely in his own hands. Hogg, having vented his frustrations, had also dealt with him out of respect for their shared Saiyan heritage. As the two soared 1,000 meters away, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Above the planet, an endless radiance burst through the clouds, scattering them entirely. Viewed from outer space, this planet appeared to don a luminous crown, as vast plumes of smoke and dust enveloped half of its surface, hinting at the terror that lay within. 5 minutes later, Parker finally returned to his spacecraft, while Hogg remained poised on its edge, observing the planet's turmoil with a tangle of emotions. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, the surviving Saiyans displayed not unity, but a propensity for mutual destruction. What manner of race were they? Hogg has now truly integrated his identity within the Saiyan community. Regardless of the circumstances, he will inevitably seek vengeance against Frieza for the destruction of planet Vegeta one day. Never mind. Hogg sighed and returned to the spacecraft, saying, Parker, let us depart from this planet. Yes, my lord. Parker promptly activated the spaceship and distanced themselves from the celestial body. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle has finally come to a close. Hogg sat cross-legged once more, calling out in his mind, System, display my information. Ding. Accessing host information. Host identity, Saiyan. Place of birth, planet Vegeta, now destroyed. Battle power, 85337. Fear value, -270,000. Additional information, none. Upon seeing his own information, Hogg could not help but let out a sigh. Although his combat power had risen to 85,000, he had yet to acquire the fear index of Dales. Chapter 26, Journey to the First Star Domain. Upon seeing his information, Hogg could not help but let out a sigh. Although his combat power had risen to 85,000, he had yet to obtain the fear value from Dales. This, however, was within Hogg's expectations. Saiyans were unafraid of death, after all. Bardock had placed all his hopes on Kakarot, smiling even as he faced his demise, ultimately transcending in the end. Never mind, Parker. Hogg shook his head and called out, My lord, set course for the first star domain. Yes, my lord. Parker promptly set the route toward the first star domain and proceeded onward. In the third star domain, a desolate wasteland lay before them, where two figures could be seen, Zabo and Dodoria. Dodoria spoke. Zabo, it has been 3 days. Can we truly find that Saiyan? I do not know, but we must continue searching. The Jinyu force is looking here. If we do not, Lord Frieza may become enraged, Zabo urged. Besides the two figures, 5 more shadows traversed the third star domain, members of the Jinyu force. It has been 3 days, Captain. We have scoured every possible location, yet we still cannot find him. Guise complained, his long white hair flowing behind him. Bard added, Captain, if that Saiyan were here, how could we possibly not find him? I suspect he has already fled. Listening to their grievances, Jinyu felt a pang of despair. Were it not for Frieza's orders, he would not be wasting time here with a mere Saiyan. If I find that wretched monkey, I will surely skin him alive and drink his blood. At that moment, Raikum flew over, accompanied by Gudo. Jinyu pondered the situation. It was evident that continuing in this manner was futile. He turned to Bart and asked, Bart, which star domain is nearest to here? Captain, it is the first star domain. Bart replied. Ah, is that so? In that case, let us rest in the first star domain. While Zabo and Dodoria remained to continue the search, Jinyu commanded. That sounds splendid. Long live the captain. The other 4 members cheered enthusiastically, their excitement palpable, much to the dismay of Zabo and Dodoria. Captain Jinyu, what you are doing is excessive. Are you not afraid I will inform Lord Frisia? Zabo, aware of his inferiority, attempted to leverage Frisia's name against them. Unfortunately, Jinyu was unfazed. And what of it? When Lord Frisia inquires, we shall simply say the Saiyan has long since fled and that we were unable to locate him. Upon hearing this, Dodoria stepped forward and said, in that case, Zabo, we should also head to the first star domain to rest. Are you an idiot? Zabo retorted angrily. Ha ha ha. Whether it is he or you, both are fools. Jinyu chuckled heartily. You rascal. Sabin was nearly beside himself with rage. However, he understood that if this matter were to be pursued, Frisia would undoubtedly side with Jinyu and his team, for the Jinyu force was Frisia's elite unit. Captain, let us not concern ourselves with them any longer. Let us hasten to revel in the first star domain, urged Guys. Onward to merriment, Bart shouted, and the others echoed his excitement. Very well, let us depart. Jinyu dismissed Sabin and Dodoria, summoned his spherical spacecraft, and the Jinyu force departed the third star domain, heading towards the first star domain. Chapter 27. Commencement of Destruction. Sabin and Dodoria watched helplessly as the Jinyu force vanished from the third star domain, their hearts seething with indignation. Yet what could they do? Frisia would undoubtedly insist on retrieving them for Hogg, leaving them with no choice but to continue their search. Sabin, what shall we do now? Dodoria inquired. Let them be. Our only recourse is to await communication from Lord Frisia, at which point we shall respond truthfully. After all, we cannot locate that Saiyan, Sabin scoffed, casting a glance at the distant spacecraft. Were it not for his own lack of strength, he would have surely sought to incapacitate their ship. While he could not kill them, he could at least inflict serious injury. Dodoria fell silent, realizing that, at this juncture, they had no other option. Only Frisia could command their return, and they would dare not return without his decree. In the vicinity of the first star domain, if the other star domains served as way stations or military bases for Frisia's legion, the first star domain, in addition to its military installations and transfer points, also functioned as a refuge for many low-ranked soldiers. Indeed, one of Frisia's strongholds lay but a short distance from here, with merely a day's journey. One could reach the planet where Frisia resided. Frisia referred to his home planet as the imperial capital of the Frisia Legion, or simply the imperial planet. Yet, Frisia was of a distinct race, known as the Frost Demons. In comparison to his kin, he stood as a paragon of power, much like the disparity between a Saiyan and a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, both Frisia and his father, King Cold, were mutations within the Frost Demon lineage. Additionally, Frisia had an elder brother named Cooler, and all 3 of them belonged to this mutated race, endowed with innate formidable combat prowess. Whereas Saiyans were classified by their battle power at birth into ranks such as lower, middle, and elite warriors, the Frost Demons were assessed based on the duration of their cryogenic entombment. Each Frost Demon was encased in massive blocks of ice from birth. The longer one remained encased, the greater their battle power would be. Frisia, having been frozen for 50 years, undoubtedly possessed immense strength. Hogg was well aware of these facts, as the memories of his previous life lingered vividly in his mind. Yet, he felt no trepidation. While Frisia's battle power was formidable in terms of potential, Saiyans could be said to far surpass the Frost Demons. This first star domain is quite bustling. Hogg looked towards the first star domain and discovered that it was, in fact, a colossal amusement venue within the cosmos. My lord, Parker respectfully remarked, the Frisia force, apart from their conquest of planets, also seeks pleasure. One cannot reside solely in the realm of battle. Hogg nodded slightly. Although the first star domain is significantly larger than the third star domain, it primarily consists of entertainment venues and a considerable military presence, which ultimately renders it somewhat inferior when compared to the third star domain. The latter, devoid of leisure facilities, is instead filled with formidable forces. Thus, when danger arises, the first star domain is likely to descend into greater chaos due to the presence of numerous civilians. In contrast, the third star domain can swiftly mobilize its entire population to stand vigilant and collectively confront threats. Ever since Frisia's demise, it is understandable that Sorb was able to succeed him in managing the Frisia force. Regrettably, the Frisia force, while having a formidable leader, suffered the loss of the Ginyu Force, making Sorb's leadership increasingly challenging for survival in the cosmos. Let the hunt begin. Hogg let out a cold smile. Surveying the first star domain, which resembled a succulent piece of meat, should he acquire the fear value of the first star domain, he would no longer owe the system any fear value. On the contrary, he would gain surplus fear value to mend the hidden ailments of his body. My lord, do you require my assistance? Parker, though unaware of Hogg's profound disdain for the Frisia Legion, often endured bullying during his time with them. With his meager combat prowess, he possessed no rights whatsoever. Chapter 27. The beginning of destruction. Despite his ignorance of Hogg's intense loathing for the Frisia Legion, Parker frequently faced oppression while serving under them, his weak combat abilities rendering him powerless. However, ever since aligning himself with Hogg, he has not only been taught the art of mental cultivation and how to control his combat strength, but has also been bestowed with spiritual fruits, elevating his power from a mere few hundred to over 10,000. Such a wise leader is a rare find. This is precisely why Parker is wholeheartedly devoted to Hogg, harboring no doubts whatsoever. With a grand gesture, Hogg commanded, "No need for that. Just ensure you manage the ship well and keep a vigilant eye on the surroundings." Hogg understood clearly that unless the Ginyu Force or Frisia and his entourage arrived, no one could thwart him. Only the god of destruction or Frisia's father and cooler posed any threat. "Yes, my lord," Parker acknowledged, well aware of Hogg's temperament, and promptly returned to the spacecraft. Humph. The first star domain, meet your annihilation. Hogg extended his hand, fingers emanating waves of energy that transformed into 5 beams of light, striking 5 channels with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the channels were obliterated, leaving a few bewildered minions adrift in the cosmic void. What transpired? Why did all 5 channels explode simultaneously? Could it be a malfunction? Impossible. Are you foolish? It is utterly inconceivable that such a catastrophic failure could occur without intent. Someone must have deliberately sabotaged them. Where are they? How dare they disrupt the channels of our first star domain? Captain Lig, we have detected a spacecraft stationed at the edge of the star domain. It appears to belong to another sector, but a communications officer interjected. The captain, known as Lig, hurried over and exclaimed, "Where? What do you mean by but?" The officer pointed to the screen, revealing Hogg's spacecraft, while a minion magnified a specific area, precisely where Hogg stood, declaring, "Captain Lig, this individual must be responsible for the destruction of our 5 channels." Who is this person? Lig squinted, a look of confusion etched upon his face, then commanded the officer to zoom in further. Upon seeing the spacecraft, he was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Isn't that spacecraft from the 6th star domain? How audacious! Have the inhabitants of the 6th star domain become so brazen?" Lig fumed. He instructed his deputy to notify the advisors of the 1st star domain and proceeded with a few others to the edge of his own territory, intending to confront the individuals from the 6th star domain about their actions. Just as Lig departed, the deputy had taken only a few steps when another barrage of energy waves surged forth, destroying several more channels. Lig halted, his gaze fixed on the destruction as the waves annihilated the channels, accompanied by a resounding explosion that reverberated through the area. In Chapter 28, titled The Shrinking First Star Domain, Lig watched helplessly as yet more channels were obliterated, his thoughts racing. This is disastrous. What on earth are the people of the 6th star domain doing? This is a catastrophe. Advisor Hage will surely place the blame on me, and my position as captain. Captain, should we still notify the advisor? The deputy inquired. Yes, of course we must. Inform them that the 6th star domain is responsible for the destruction. Lig commanded. Just as they were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared on the screen, prompting the communications officer to rise respectfully and declare, "Advisor Hage." The man referred to as Advisor Hage inquired, "Where is Captain Lig?" "Captain Lig, Advisor Hage is looking for you," the communications officer called out, noticing Lig and his deputy had not yet departed. Is that Advisor Hage? Lig rushed back to the command room, barely regaining his footing when another explosion rocked the vicinity, sending dust cascading from above. 3 more channels had been destroyed. This is infuriating. Raj cursed vehemently. The screen displayed Advisor Hage, who frowned, fully aware of the unfolding events. He had 7 captains under his command, and they were currently convening a strategic meeting on the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, please heed my words. That is not a spacecraft from the 6th star domain. Rather, it is a Saiyan who has commandeered a vessel from that domain. This Saiyan has already wreaked havoc in the 7th and 3rd star domains," Advisor Hage declared. Upon hearing this, The 7 captains began to murmur among themselves. Are you suggesting that a Saiyan is behind the destruction? One captain exclaimed incredulously. Impossible. Did not Lord Frisia annihilate planet Vegeta some time ago? It is likely that some Saiyans, having narrowly escaped death during their mission, now seek vengeance against us. While I could certainly obliterate the 7-star domain, the strength of this Saiyan who laid waste to the 3rd is beyond our capacity to confront. We would likely face defeat. Another captain lamented. Indeed. Is it not tantamount to seeking our own demise? It would be prudent to summon the Ginyu Force instead, as the captains absorbed the news of Hogg's destruction of the 3rd-star domain. A chilling realization swept over them. None could rival this Saiyan, and no one was foolish enough to volunteer for such a perilous endeavor. Meanwhile, ominous rumblings and vibrations echoed from outside. Hogg continued his relentless assault on the passageways. Although the 1st-star domain's forces were inferior to those of the 3rd, a third of its territory served as a recreational haven for minor soldiers, leading to a plethora of passageways. What shall we do? Let us devise a plan. Advisor Hage, lacking the courage to venture out himself, would have otherwise charged forth with the advisors from the 7th-star domain. Silence ensued, and finally, with gritted teeth, Advisor Hage proclaimed, I will notify the Ginyu Force. Everyone must not engage in battle with the adversary. We must hold our ground. If we can endure until the arrival of the Ginyu Force, our troubles will be alleviated. The passageways can be rebuilt later. Our lives are paramount. With that, Advisor Hage severed the communication. On the other side, Hogg had obliterated 50 or 60 passageways, accumulating a significant amount of fear value. Yet he found no formidable opponents approaching him. The feeble soldiers he encountered yielded only a meager 200 fear points, hardly enough to make a difference. It was perplexing. During his previous assault on the 7th-star domain, an advisor had come directly to confront him, yet now, not a single captain had made an appearance. Hogg seethed with dissatisfaction. Time had passed, and he had garnered around 100,000 fear points, yet he remained burdened with a debt of 280,000. After repaying 100,000, he still owed 18,000. Humph. I refuse to believe that you will not emerge, he declared defiantly. Hogg let out a cold snort and once again assumed the pose for the ultimate flash. This time, he disregarded the numerous undestroyed pathways. Acquiring fear value was his paramount concern. At that moment, the advisors of the 1st-star region and the 7 captains did not order a state of full alert, leading the lower-ranking soldiers to remain oblivious to the destruction occurring. They were aware that someone was wreaking havoc and that their captains and advisors would intervene, significantly diminishing their perception of danger. Through the screen, Advisor Hage observed Hogg concentrating the energy for the ultimate flash, the display indicating a staggering combat power exceeding 85,000, nearly causing him to lose his composure. My heavens, 85,000 in combat power. This Saiyan is exceedingly formidable. I must swiftly notify the Ginyu Force. Hage swallowed hard and instructed the communicator to urgently connect him to the Ginyu Force. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force, led by Captain Ginyu, was en route to the 1st-star region. Ginyu, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a communication, assuming it to be a message from Lord Frisia. He glanced over and discovered it was from the 1st-star region. Huh? Individuals from the 1st-star region? Why would they be contacting us at this hour? Have they already detected our spaceship? Just as Ginyu pressed the button, Hage's panicked voice came through. Captain Ginyu, it's bad. The 1st-star region is under attack by a Saiyan, the one Lord Frisia warned us about. Are you still in the 3rd-star region? Can you come quickly? Ginyu was taken aback and exclaimed, What did you say? There's a Saiyan with you. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a vast energy emanating from the 1st-star region. It would still take them about 30 minutes to arrive. Yet this energy could reach them here. What is that? Ginyu instinctively turned his gaze toward the center of the 1st-star region, witnessing a golden shockwave resembling a colossal golden dragon piercing through the multitude of planets. At that moment, Ginyu also heard the communicator beside Hage tremble with fear. Hey, advisor. That shockwave seems to be heading towards us, The transmission abruptly cut off, accompanied by a cacophony of static. Damn Saiyans. Ginyu wasted no time rousing the other 4 members of the Special Forces, declaring, A Saiyan has appeared in the 1st-star region. Captain, is that true? Ha. We've finally found that Saiyan. I shall skin that monkey alive. But who unleashed such a powerful force? Captain, have you notified Lord Frisia? Ginyu nodded, saying, That is precisely my intention. He then contacted Frisia, who unfortunately was not on his planet and could not intervene personally. Moreover, even if he were at his stronghold, it would take him a day to reach the 1st-star region unless he traveled in his final form. Upon learning this, Frisia appeared quite pleased and confidently instructed Jinyu and his team to handle Hogg. Saiyan, just wait. This time, you will definitely not escape. A cold smile crept across the corners of Jinyu's mouth as his gaze fixed upon the first star domain, hastening his flight towards it. In the main text of Chapter 29, before the people have offered their greetings, they are already seen. Despite the devastation wrought upon the first star domain by Hogg's ultimate flash, the entertainment planet emerged relatively unscathed, with neither the advisors nor the captain having perished. Nevertheless, Hogg still amassed a considerable amount of fear value, albeit not as much as that from the third star domain. Hogg looked towards the desolate ruins of the first star domain, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "This shouldn't be the case. Why is it that, despite the destruction I have wrought, no one has emerged to confront me?" Hogg understood quite well that the current fear value was primarily derived from the aggregation of numerous minions, while the remainder had to be acquired from the captains and the strategists of the first star domain. Setting that aside, he inquired about the extent of his accumulated fear value. "System, please display my information," Hogg commanded. "Ding, accessing host information now," the system responded. "Host identity, Saiyan place of birth, planet Vegeta, now destroyed, combat power, 86, 113 fear value, -80, 000 others, none. How is this possible? This must be a deception," Hogg exclaimed, unable to fathom the fear value displayed before him. He pressed further, "System, are you absolutely certain there is no error?" "Absolutely no error. Please trust the system," came the reply. Hogg furrowed his brow, contemplating that the system should not be deceitful. It was highly probable that there was some underlying issue. Although he initially acquired 100,000 fear points, which caused his total to plummet from 270,000 to 170,000. It was utterly incomprehensible that he only obtained 90,000 fear points after employing the ultimate flash. This simply could not be justified. "Host," the system interjected, "I have taken the liberty to investigate. There are 7 captains and 1 advisor in the first star domain, all of whom are alive and concealing themselves quite effectively. Should the host manage to acquire the fear points from these 8 individuals, repaying the fear points would not be a formidable task." Upon hearing these words, Hogg immediately grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my actions in the 3rd and 7th star domains could not have gone unnoticed by the other domains. Given their awareness of my capabilities, it is improbable that they would recklessly place themselves in harm's way. Thus, the strategy shall be one of defense transformed into offense. Furthermore, my advisors and the 7 captains have issued strict orders to all the soldiers. Under no circumstances should they venture outside. Consequently, the natural accumulation of fear value would be significantly diminished. If this is the case, I am left with no choice but to exert considerable effort here, delving deeper to locate each of them individually in order to harvest their fear value." Hogg concluded that this was the sole viable approach. Just as he contemplated penetrating further into the first star domain, a sudden shift in his body compelled him to turn around, his gaze drawn to the vast expanse of the cosmos, as he sensed a formidable energy approaching. No, it was 5 distinct energies, albeit the other 4 were not as potent as his own. The Jinyu Force. Hogg could think of no one else. "Sir, I have just detected 5 energy signatures rapidly approaching us." Parker's voice resonated from within the spacecraft. Hogg's conjecture proved accurate. Those 5 individuals were undoubtedly the Jinyu Force. He commanded, "Parker, navigate the spacecraft deeper into the first star zone, blending in among its depths. With your prowess, unless facing a strategist, none can vanquish you." Even those of captain rank would find themselves evenly matched. "But, my lord, what about you?" Parker exclaimed, filled with concern. "Enough. Do not hinder me here," Hogg growled. With no alternative, Parker complied, understanding that Hogg's concerns stemmed from genuine care. He recognized that his presence here was hardly a hindrance, for Hogg would never confront the Jinyu Force head-on. "Understood, my lord," Parker replied as he piloted the spacecraft further into the first star zone. Once Parker departed, Hogg remained rooted in place, his mind racing with thoughts. Engaging the Jinyu head-on? Hogg shook his head. Only a fool would undertake such an endeavor. Chapter 29. A preceding encounter before greetings. Hogg did not fear the other 3. The only source of concern was Gadu, the diminutive figure capable of halting time. If he were to collaborate with Jinyu, Hogg would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the first star domain served as both an entertainment and military base, teeming with a multitude of individuals. Regardless, I shall infiltrate the first star domain, identify the strategists and captains, and once I repay the fear value, I shall be free. An idea suddenly struck Hogg. However, Before that, I shall present you with a gift. Hogg was certainly not stingy with his methods. He extended one hand, palm forward, and bellowed with fury, concentrating a vast amount of energy within his palm, causing the surrounding space to quiver slightly. A colossal explosion attack. Whoosh! A thick and powerful shockwave surged forth from Hogg's hand, impervious to any obstruction. Everything it touched, be it stone or meteorite, was reduced to dust. Suddenly, an urgent beeping filled the computer screens of Jinyu's elite team, signaling a massive energy source approaching from afar. What is this? The 5 spacecraft, led by Jinyu, were the first to notice. Gazing through the screen, Jinyu spotted the shockwave unleashed by Hogg, momentarily stunned as it was directed at their spherical vessel. The energy of this shockwave was astonishing. It was approaching rapidly. Damn it, there's no escaping now. Jinyu cursed under his breath to evade the shockwave. He would have to abandon the spherical ship. Hurry, hurry. Jinyu frantically pressed the controls, urging the hatch to open. In the instant the hatch swung open, he leapt from the spherical vessel, but just as he did so, the shockwave engulfed the ship. A thunderous roar erupted as Jinyu's spherical ship exploded. Although the shockwave continued onward, the vessel was engulfed in flames, rendered utterly unusable. Swish, swish, swish. The other 4 spacecraft also came to a halt. The Jinyu elite team, capable of surviving in the vastness of space, emerged and collectively inquired, "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine, damn it." Jinyu exploded in anger, thoroughly infuriated. What should have taken 10 minutes to reach the depths of the first star domain would now take over an hour by his own means. The most infuriating part was that his spherical ship had been destroyed by Hogg. How could he not be enraged? Facing Jinyu's wrath, the 4 teammates fell silent, nervously standing aside. Fortunately, Jinyu was not one prone to violent outbursts. He quickly regained his composure, realizing that further anger and blame were futile. "Gudu, you'll have to fly over on your own," Jinyu stated. Gudu, taken aback, understood Jinyu's implication and began to respond. "Captain, I." "Shut up." With a scornful shout, Jinyu unceremoniously entered the spherical spaceship of Guldo, adding, "Do not squander time. Let us depart swiftly. Once we capture that Saiyan, we shall thoroughly torment him for the trouble he has caused us." As the hatch closed, Jinyu was the first to soar deep into the first star region. Chapter 30, An Encounter. After Jinyu's departure, the remaining 4 stayed behind. Jeez approached and patted Guldo on the shoulder, saying, "Guldo, you may take your time flying. We shall set off first." Unable to suppress his laughter, he chuckled aloud. "You rascals." Guldo fumed, cursing, "You should be left to be killed by the Saiyans." "Do not speak so recklessly, Guldo," Raikum interjected. "If we manage to capture the Saiyan alive, we shall allow you a kick when you catch up, huh?" Raikum laughed heartily as he boarded the spherical spaceship. All right, Bardos said. "We shall take our leave now. Guldo, you can follow at your own pace." Subsequently, the 4 boarded their respective spherical vessels and followed Jinyu deep into the first star region, leaving Guldo alone in the vastness of space. After hurling a few curses in the direction of the 4, Guldo eventually began to follow them toward the first star region. Since Hogg unleashed a massive explosion attack, he had plunged directly into the first star region. Though he encountered some minor soldiers along the way, Hogg, with only 80,000 fear points remaining to settle his debts, showed no mercy. "Shall I sever your hands first or your feet?" Hogg inquired, eyeing a soldier with a combat power of over 200. "Please, do not kill me," the soldier pleaded in terror, gazing up at Hogg. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 211 fear points. Excellent. Hogg grinned widely as he swiftly dispatched the minion. Although it was but a mere 200, it was certainly better than nothing. Throughout his journey, in his pursuit of fear, countless minions had been thoroughly intimidated. Yet he ultimately garnered a mere 5,000 to 6,000 points of fear, which was exceedingly meager. Such a paltry sum left him quite dissatisfied. Was there truly no minion with combat prowess exceeding 2,000? Frustration welled up within Hogg as he lamented the scant rewards. Curse it. The speed of Jinyu and his comrades was astonishing. Turning his gaze skyward, Hogg noticed 4 powerful auras hurtling towards him with remarkable velocity. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek refuge for the time being? Hogg understood that his combat power of nearly 90,000 was insufficient to defeat the formidable Jinyu, who possessed a staggering 12,000. If discovered, it would spell trouble for him. However, he noted that both Nikki and Bart had combat powers hovering around 40 to 50,000, while Raikum was approximately 60,000. Even if he managed to obtain Raikum's fear value, he would still struggle to repay that debt. Hogg began to feel increasingly anxious. Moreover, Rickham was not an easy adversary to dispatch, although the Jinyu force would undoubtedly scatter in search of Hogg upon their arrival. Rickham's formidable defenses meant that failing to eliminate him in one strike would only attract the attention of Jinyu. This was untenable. He needed to acquire an additional 20,000 in fear value. Hogg reduced his own combat power, making it a mere 1,000. Should any sensors be deployed to detect him? At such a level, 1,000 was merely considered a relatively strong soldier in the first star domain. As soon as Hogg diminished his combat power, Jinyu and his team arrived. The Saiyan has vanished into thin air. Jinyu furrowed his brow as he observed the energy reading on his scouter suddenly dissipate. Captain, what is happening? Jeez also sensed something amiss. It was perplexing how a person could simply disappear without a trace. I understand now. This Saiyan possesses the ability to control his own combat power. Jinta replied with a sardonic smile. The three members of the Jinyu force looked at Jinyu in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend. It's quite simple. I can do that too. Jinyu declared as he directly manipulated the energy within his body, causing his power to diminish. On the scouters of the four, Jinyu's readings plummeted rapidly, ultimately settling around a combat power of approximately 10,000. How could this be? The three exclaimed in astonishment as they gazed at Jinyu. All right, let me enlighten you about the characteristics of a Saiyan. He possesses a tail. Although he has managed to control his combat power, it is still evident that he has a formidable physique. Jinyu stated. Yes, we shall commence our search immediately. The trio of Rickwam promptly dispersed to seek out Hogg. Hogg felt their presence acutely and observed that the four had dispersed. However, Jinyu's combat power had diminished to approximately 10,000, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Blending in with the minions, it seemed Jinyu had the ability to manipulate his own combat power, a skill that Hogg had nearly forgotten. This posed a significant challenge. Yet he realized he must first accumulate 30,000 fear points before confronting guys to settle his debts. In this moment, Hogg remained hidden in the shadows while Jinyu and his companions were exposed, a circumstance that greatly favored Hogg. Hogg did not place the burden of fear, amounting to 40,000, upon the shoulders of the chief strategist and the captain, for they were indeed formidable. Even in the face of death, they could still emit a semblance of resistance. Should he be discovered then, the consequences would be dire. With 30,000 in fear, coupled with the 6,000 to 7,000 he had recently acquired, and the impending demise of Jess, he would soon amass a total of 80,000. Hogg brimmed with confidence. The first star domain still harbored a multitude of minions. He began to fire and swiftly change his position, soon accumulating over 10,000 in fear. However, he still required approximately 20,000 more to reach his goal of 30,000. Ahead lay a minion with a battle strength of around 1,000. Hogg felt a surge of excitement. Compared to the previous minions with mere 100 or 200 in battle strength, this one was indeed a significant improvement. Whoosh! Hogg accelerated with remarkable swiftness, striking the unsuspecting soldier squarely in the abdomen with a single, powerful punch. The soldier coughed up a substantial amount of blood. However, due to Hogg's restraint, he did not succumb to his injuries immediately. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at Hogg and exclaimed, You are that Saiyan. Ha. You recognize me. Come, experience the dread of a Saiyan. In a swift motion, Hogg severed the soldier's right arm with his hand. The soldier cried out in agony. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Hogg, and 1,000 points of fear were effortlessly acquired. Another 1,000 points of fear. Meet your end. With a decisive strike, Hogg dispatched the soldier. Very well, on to the next location. Hogg squinted his eyes and sensed a formidable power level of approximately 500, prompting him to dash in that direction. Whoosh! Barely a few meters into his flight, a beam of light surged towards Hogg. Frowning, he swiftly clapped his hand, shattering the light into fragments. Who do we have here? It appears to be a Saiyan. Ha! A cacophonous laughter echoed from behind Hogg. The voice belonged to. Hogg turned around and beheld a peculiar figure with purple skin, clad in combat attire, adorned with a pair of black horns. Such distinctive traits could belong to no one else but Jinyu. Hogg could scarcely believe that Jinyu had discovered his presence. Hogarth exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly regarded Jinyu. With his battle power of 90,000, he was certainly capable of engaging Jinyu in combat. Yet he discerned that such a confrontation would yield no advantage for himself. Hogg is not intimidated by Jinyu. Rather, he fears the inability to acquire Jinyu's fear index. It not only squanders effort, but also consumes his precious time. However, Should a battle ensue, Hogg is undaunted. Hogg curled his lips in disdain as he gazed at Jinyu, remarking, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just you, you foul toad." To Jinyu, the term foul toad was utterly unfounded. He was unaware that, 20 years hence, he would fail in his attempt to swap bodies with Vegeta, ultimately exchanging forms with a mere frog instead. However, given Jinyu's own grotesque appearance, the epithet did seem fitting. Yet, resorting to such an insult lacked sophistication, unless one understood the underlying reasons, which is why Jinyu paid it little mind, opting instead to assess Hogg's battle power. As anticipated, Hogg's power was a mere 5, a Saiyan capable of manipulating their own battle strength. Jinyu spoke with an air of indifference. Enough with the pretense. Unleash your full power and let us engage in a proper battle. Jinyu was brimming with confidence. He had encountered numerous Saiyans and had accompanied Frieza to planet Vegeta, gaining insight into their history. He had even heard tales of the legendary Super Saiyan and was well aware that, barring that transformation, ordinary Saiyans stood no chance against him. Frieza harbored a deep-seated disdain for the incessant chatter regarding Super Saiyans among the Saiyan populace, but just because Frieza was skeptical did not mean Jinyu shared his disbelief. Once, he had even considered Goku to be a Super Saiyan. "Very well, I shall engage you in earnest," Hogg declared, immediately unleashing his full might. Jinyu observed as Hogg's power surged from 5 to over 30,000, and then to 50,000. 50,000, and it continued to rise. Jinyu's previously calm demeanor began to falter. A violent aura obliterated everything in the vicinity, leaving only Hogg and Jinyu standing, with bolts of lightning occasionally flashing around Hogg. Over 90,000 in battle power? Jinyu was utterly taken aback, instinctively stepping back, incredulously exclaiming, "How can a Saiyan possess a battle power of 90,000? Could it be?" "No, you cannot be a Super Saiyan." Jinyu quickly regained his composure. "What? Are you afraid already?" Hogg arched an eyebrow, regarding Jinyu with cold scrutiny. Jinyu furrowed his brow and retorted, "Even if your battle power exceeds 90,000, it does not guarantee your victory over me." This statement held truth. For Jinyu's power stood at 120,000, indeed beyond Hogg's capability to defeat him. Yet, Hogg possessed the potential to challenge Jinyu. After all, Saiyans were a race renowned for their ability to defy the odds in battle. A resounding clash echoed through the air as combat loomed imminent. Hogg initiated the assault, materializing behind Jinyu and unleashing a powerful punch aimed at his neck. With a swift motion, Jinyu evaded Hogg's strike. In a swift counter, Jinyu reappeared behind Hogg, executing a sweeping kick, but Hogg deftly dodged once more. The two exchanged blows, each attack missing its mark, as Hogg's speed, though slightly inferior to Jinyu's, was still formidable enough to thwart Jinyu's attempts. Suddenly, both figures collided, their colossal fists crashing together like meteors, resulting in a tremendous clash of power that released an immense surge of energy, forcing both warriors to stagger backward. Groans of agony escaped their lips as they were propelled several meters apart. Hogg tasted blood, spitting it from his throat, while Jinyu, though affected, felt merely a turmoil within his energy. "Ah, it seems I hold the advantage," Jinyu sneered. "With your combat power at 120,000 and mine at just over 90,000, you revel in your slight superiority. If our powers were equal, you would surely be weeping." Hogg, undeterred, retorted with scorn. Jinyu's expression shifted to one of fury as he snarled, "You insolent fool, I shall see you dead." Once more, Jinyu sprang into action, while Hogg remained on high alert. Meanwhile, the residual shockwave from their earlier clash reverberated throughout the first star domain, prompting concern among its inhabitants. What was that tremor? Was it the captain? Surely. He is engaged in battle with that Saiyan. JIS. Bart, we must hasten to assist the captain. Understood. We are en route to the energy center. As time passed, Goku, who was also sensitive to the immense energy, peered toward its source in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening deep within the first star domain? Could it be that the captain is fighting that Saiyan? I must hurry." With renewed determination, Goku quickened his pace, motivated by the desire to prove himself after being scolded for lagging behind in previous battles. In the depths of the first star domain, Hogg and Jinyu were locked in fierce combat. Jinyu unleashed a wave of energy, his face contorted with rage as he spat, "You pathetic Saiyan with a mere 90,000 combat power. How dare you stand against me?" Hogg was momentarily taken aback. Confronted with such a formidable shockwave, he crossed his arms over his forehead, attempting to endure the force in a defensive posture. The shockwave instantly engulfed Hogg, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Yet, once the tumult subsided, Hogg emerged relatively unscathed. Save for his tattered clothing. Heh, the shockwave is truly feeble. Hogg mocked with a derisive laugh. Suddenly, Jinyu materialized before Hogg, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Hogg to tremble in agony. Jinyu followed up with another strike to Hogg's chin, resulting in a spray of blood from Hogg's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Hogg appeared akin to a living target, mercilessly struck by Jinyu's fists and feet, with the speed of Jinyu's assaults escalating with each passing moment. Strangely, Hogg felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of elevation, as if he were a searing chunk of iron, with Jinyu's relentless onslaught purging him of all impurities within. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully addressed the first hidden danger, eliminating physical impurities. Reward, 10,000 battle power. Jinyu launched another punch, considerably more forceful than the previous ones. However, at that moment, Hogg suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly seized Jinyu's fist, coldly stating, "Jinyu, have you had enough?" Hogg suddenly felt as if every cell in his body were absorbing something from the void. With each moment of absorption, his combat prowess surged by 1,000. Just moments ago, after drawing in energy for 2 breaths, he had enhanced his strength by 2,000, enabling him to seize Jinyu's fist. How could this be? Jinyu stared at Hogg in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it merely an illusion? His speed seems to have increased." "No, it is not your imagination. Just look at my combat power." Hogg continued to elevate his strength as time ticked away, second by second. After 10 seconds, he finally assimilated the system's reward of 10,000 combat power. Now, his strength had reached 100,000, truly enabling him to match Jinyu on equal footing. Chapter 32. The Solar Fist. Hogg had not anticipated that by a twist of fate, he had rectified his bodily vulnerabilities. Previously, all of Hogg's thoughts had been consumed by repaying his fear value, and he had never inquired about the nature of his own latent threats. Yet now, he comprehended their essence. These so-called vulnerabilities were likely the superfluous elements within his body that hindered his combat effectiveness. For instance, bodily impurities, which during battle could neither be ignited nor harnessed as energy, remained inert within him, serving no purpose whatsoever. However, should his internal energy deplete, and he sought to stimulate new energy from his cells, these impurities could become detrimental, potentially siphoning off a fraction of his energy. It was precisely this minuscule loss that could diminish the severity of his injuries, thereby influencing the critical outcome of a battle. Within me lie 10 vulnerabilities. According to the system, the initial concern was merely the impurities of the flesh, as deeper impurities had yet to be refined. Thus, the second vulnerability must pertain to these more profound concerns. Hogg had now discerned the path for his forthcoming cultivation. The earlier vulnerability had arisen after employing the ultimate flash, which had exhausted his energy reserves. If he were to forcibly evoke new energy from his cells, the impurities would manifest as a threat, draining his energy further and potentially endangering his life. Stimulating new energy from the cells was undoubtedly a post-battle endeavor. Having depleted his internal energy, it was clear that his adversary was of equal or greater strength. After a fierce confrontation, his mental fortitude had been compromised, allowing those impurities to seize the opportunity. 100,000 combat power. Jinyu gazed incredulously at the seemingly invincible Saiyan before him, whose battle power continued to escalate. Hogg initially intended to continue his battle with Jinyu, but suddenly, he sensed 3 formidable presences approaching, each boasting a battle power exceeding 40,000. It became evident that their confrontation had been discovered. The Jinyu Force's scouter emitted a series of beeping sounds, and Jinyu's face lit up with delight. "What of 100,000 battle power? Let us press on," Jinyu remarked with a sardonic smile. "What? Are you resorting to overwhelming numbers?" Hogg raised an eyebrow, responding coldly. Jinyu shrugged and replied, "They have yet to arrive. How can one claim that we are outnumbering you? By the time they do, it will be too late." Hogg muttered under his breath. Hogg lifted his head abruptly, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Jinyu, do you believe I can escape before you?" "Escape?" Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion of his hand, a beam of energy surged forth, finally unleashing his full might. The distinction between a combat power of 100,000 and that of 120,000 was indeed significant. Whoosh! Hogg swiftly evaded, moving to the other side, while Jinyu simultaneously turned around, only to find Hogg with his hands clasped atop his head, seemingly contemplating his next move. Solar flare. A blinding radiance emanated from Hogg, transforming him into a miniature sun, dazzling enough to prevent Jinyu from opening his eyes. Ah, my eyes. What the hell is this move? Jinyu shielded his eyes, rolling amidst the ruins. Jinyu, I shan't accompany you any longer. Farewell. With that, Hogg vanished from sight. As the brilliance gradually faded, Jinyu's vision slowly returned. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, and in his fury, Jinyu mistook it for Hogg and threw a punch. Captain, it's me. Just as Lycum uttered these words, he was sent flying by Jinyu's blow, fortunately caught by Gi's and Bart from a distance. So it was you. Jinyu's mood soured, frustrated that Hogg had escaped using such a peculiar technique. Captain, what transpired? Lycum inquired. He got away. Jinyu lamented. Got away. Both Gi's and Bart were taken aback. If Gudo were here, things would be much simpler. Jinyu activated his scouter, angrily exclaiming, Gudo, where the hell are you? Haven't you reached the first star zone yet? Soon, Gudo's voice crackled through the device. Captain, I've arrived at the first star zone and located your position, right where that massive explosion occurred, correct? Indeed. Hurry over. Jinyu urged. Understood, Gudo replied. Jinyu turned to Lycum, Gi's, and Bart, instructing, you three must quickly search for that Saiyan. Upon finding him, do not engage, simply notify me, as his battle power has surged to 100,000. 100,000 battle power. The trio was utterly flabbergasted. Even the high defense Lycum would stand no chance. Fear not. As long as we combine our strengths, we can handle him. After all, it's merely 100,000. Jinyu smirked coldly, confident in his own battle power of 120,000. The three, bolstered by Jinyu's words, dispersed to seek out Hogg's silhouette. Jinyu reasoned that remaining in one place was futile. Sending all four of them on a wild goose chase was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be best for the chief of the first star zone and the 7 captains to join the hunt, serving also as a means of diversion. So be it. Jinyu resolved, departing the location. After their exit, from within a concealed ruin, Hogg emerged, having stabilized his battle power at 100,000 following the recent confrontation. The restoration of his bodily condition did not enhance his power, it merely expelled impurities, with the true reward being the additional 10,000 battle power granted by the system. System, have I successfully resolved the first hidden danger? Hogger inquired. Indeed, host, you have saved 100,000 points of fear, the system replied. Upon hearing these words, Hogg could not help but sigh. He currently owed the system over 60,000 fear points. If he were to repay the 100,000 fear points, not only would he clear his debt, but he would also acquire an additional 30,000 fear points. Rest assured, dear host, the 100,000 fear points are not merely given in vain. With each repair of a hidden danger, a reward of cumulative combat power is bestowed. This implies that the next repair could yield 20,000 combat power, while the third would grant 30,000 combat power. The system continued, stating, of course, the host may also choose to repair the hidden dangers independently, as data is currently being transmitted. Upon hearing this, Hogg could not contain his exhilaration. Although the data transfer was still in progress, he inquired, if I acquire fear points, may I defer repayment and utilize them for purchases? Or perhaps borrow an additional 500,000 fear points for my use? Neither is permissible, the system's cold voice interrupted Hogg's musings. Very well. He sighed in resignation, glancing at the progress of the data transfer, which stood at a mere 20%, and lamented, how exasperatingly slow. Please be patient, esteemed host. The system replied. Hogg could only wait, and during this period of anticipation, he suddenly paused, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards the outer reaches of the first star domain. There, a force was swiftly approaching him. It turned out to be none other than the diminutive member of the Jinyu force. Upon recognizing the visitor, a smile emerged on Hogg's face. Chapter 33. I can predict your actions indeed. The arrival was none other than the least esteemed member of the Jinyu force, the diminutive Gudo. A peculiar creature resembling a toad, adorned with 4 eyes. Although he ranked lowest among his comrades, his abilities were unparalleled, making him the strongest of the 5. His powers included the manipulation of time, binding techniques, and extraordinary abilities. While his binding techniques were on par with Jinyu's body-swapping skill, his power to halt time exceeded Jinyu's capabilities by far. Hogg lowered his energy to 5 and concealed himself, observing as Gudo arrived at this location, panting and exclaiming, "Where is everyone? Why is this place utterly deserted?" Gudo surveyed his surroundings and noted that aside from the ruins, there remained a lingering aura of energy, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. Damn it, I've come all this way, yet there isn't a soul in sight. Have the Saiyans been dealt with? Gudo exclaimed in frustration. Hogg, overhearing these words, felt a sense of confusion. Why was Gudo alone here? Hadn't he come with Jinyu and the others? However, it appeared that Gudo had indeed become separated. Oh, right. My earlier great explosion attack must have greeted them upon arrival, likely destroying a spherical spaceship. Regardless of whose vessel I struck, since Gudo is the least significant among them, it would naturally fall to him to relinquish the spaceship. Hogg realized with clarity. Ha ha ha, fortune indeed favors me. If I can acquire his fear value, I will only be approximately 40,000 fear points short. Hogg's eyes gleamed with excitement. Confronted with Gudo's combat power of 22,000, he believed he could silently eliminate him. Whereas he found himself unable to do the same with Jess, who possessed a combat power of 45,000. Hogg glanced at Gudo and murmured, however. The most troublesome aspect is his detector. Gudo, who had also been equipped with a detector, noted the absence of any presence in the vicinity. He intended to communicate with the others to ascertain their location. Just as he raised his hand to press the communicator S button, a beam of light suddenly shot from behind, striking the detector. Bang! Gudo's left eye abruptly shut, and the detector shattered into sparkling fragments. After obliterating the most troublesome device, Hogg emerged from the rubble, smiling as he remarked, surprised. Are you? Quite unexpected, wouldn't you say? Gudo, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation upon noticing the tail coiled around Hogg's waist. He exclaimed in astonishment, You are that Saiyan. Indeed, I am the Saiyan. Here to take the lives of your special operations team. Hogg replied with a cold smirk. Haha, you think you can take my life? Ha. You still have much to learn, you wretched Saiyan. As soon as the battle commences and the captain senses our presence here, you will be doomed, Gudo retorted, unperturbed. Oh, is that so? Then why do you not attack? Hogg inquired. Gudo was momentarily taken aback, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. For he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even if a fight were to ensue, he could hardly create a significant disturbance. Since you dare not come forth, I shall advance instead. Hogg's gaze turned icy as he charged towards Good, moving with such swiftness that Good could hardly react. Golden binding technique. Good bellowed, swiftly employing his skill, as streams of golden light, resembling serpents, sought to ensnare Hogg. This maneuver was designed to immobilize the foe. Alas, he had made an ill-fated choice in his opponent. Chapter 33. I can foresee your moves. Alas, he had made an ill-fated choice in his opponent. Hogg's body trembled, shattering the ancient binding spell cast by Gudo, and he advanced towards Gudo, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap that sent Gudo flying. Gudo, due to his considerable girth, soared through the air in a rather comical manner, akin to a ball, colliding with the debris scattered around him, bouncing back and forth until he finally came to a halt. How dare you? Gudo bellowed, his arms outstretched as an invisible force exerted itself upon the ruins. The remnants, some resembling meteoric fragments and others composed of broken metal shards, were suddenly propelled towards Hogg under Gudo's telekinetic command. This tactic may prove effective against those weaker or on par with you, but alas, it holds no power over me. Hogg's figure shifted continuously, deftly evading the barrage of debris. It was not that Hogg couldn't reduce the ruins to mere dust. Rather, he refrained from unleashing his full fury. For such an outburst could easily attract the attention of Jinyu and his ilk, compelling him to dodge instead. In the next instant, Hogg materialized before Gudo, who was taken aback. Yet, just as swiftly, Hogg vanished again, and a massive meteorite came crashing down upon Gudo's face. Hogg looked at the sunken face of Gudo and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Gudo, you are simply hilarious. Gudo hurriedly brushed off the stones and turned to Hogg, astonished. How could this be? I can never defeat him. This won't do. I must reunite with Captain Jinyu. Hogg had initially pondered why Good would not employ time stop, but he was taken aback when Good intended to utilize it as a means of escape. Silence. Your doom awaits once I reunite with Captain Jinyu. After uttering these words, Good held his breath and sprinted fervently to the right. In that fleeting moment of breathlessness, everything around him transformed into shades of black and white, as all things became motionless. This was the phenomenon known as time stop. After running a considerable distance, Good found it increasingly difficult to hold his breath and began to inhale deeply. However, as he took his first breath of air, he was abruptly kicked and sent flying. Note, this is deep within the first star domain, not in the vacuum of space. There is air here. You cannot escape. Hogg reappeared before Good. Blood gushed from Good's mouth as he gazed at Hogg in disbelief. How? How did you know the direction I fled? Quite simply, I rely on prediction. Hogg replied indifferently. Whether it is Good's time stop or Hit's time leap, at the moment of their execution, the subsequent action is predetermined by the slightest movement. Just a minuscule fraction, allowing Hogg to forecast the opponent's maneuvers. Just moments ago, in that instant of holding his breath, Good subconsciously envisioned fleeing to the right. His eyes instinctively shifting a millimeter in that direction, and it was precisely this minute detail that enabled Hogg to predict Good's escape. One must understand that Good possessed a mere combat power of 22,000. Such a modest power, combined with his breath-holding speed, could not be particularly swift. Once Good could no longer suppress his breath, time resumed its flow. With Hogg's combat power of 100,000, it would take him merely a second or two to catch up to Good and launch an attack. Give up, Good. Your 3 abilities are of no use to me. Even with time stop, I can foresee your next actions. Hogg raised his hand towards Good, astonishing energy swirling around his palm. No, you cannot kill me. If my captain arrives, you're finished. Good exclaimed, fear gripping him as he staggered backward, awestruck by the immense power in Hogg's hand. Hogger remained silent, his smile growing ever more pronounced, and the energy emanating from his palm becoming increasingly formidable. At that moment, it was now or never to flee. Gudu bellowed in rage, instantly holding his breath as the surrounding world transformed into a realm of grayscale, all objects frozen in place. This skill was undeniably overpowered, yet the caster was tragically weak. Once time was halted, Gudu did not choose to turn back and escape. Instead, he charged towards Hogger, soaring above him, opting to flee from behind. After running a distance of 1,000 meters, Gudu could no longer contain his breath, gasping heavily. He was confident that Hogger would take a moment or two to locate him, granting him sufficient time to recover. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Gudu. In truth, he had already revealed his position before time was suspended, as his gaze had been directed toward Hogger, who promptly realized Gudu's intention to escape from behind him. Once time resumed, regardless of whether his guess was accurate, Hogger turned and unleashed the energy in his grasp. Oh no! Gudu glanced at the energy wave, utterly engulfed in despair, as he watched the wave consume him entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 22,000 fear points. Hogg let out a deep sigh, having finally acquired the 22,000 points of fear. Now, he merely needed to obtain Guy's fear value, after which he could repay all his debts. Gi's and Bart had been inseparable, and Hogg needed to devise a plan to separate them. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Gi's and Bart's ultimate technique was intertwined, making it impossible to divide them without a strategy. Hogg also intended to set his sights on Lycum. However, Lycum's formidable defenses, combined with the intimidating presence of such a towering figure, rendered him a challenging target. Consequently, Hogg redirected his focus towards Gis, whose battle power of 45,000 was just right. Once he had formed a plan, Hogg concentrated his attention on Gis. Bart, do you sense the fluctuation of energy? Gis, searching for Hogg alongside Bart, suddenly detected a distant surge of energy. Bart nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, I felt it, and it originates from that same location. Could it be that Saiyan is still there and has been discovered by the captain? I'm not certain, but what about Gudu? According to the timeline, he should have reached the first star domain by now. Just promptly attempted to contact Gudu, only to be met with a mere static noise. No need to try again. I attempted to reach him earlier, and it was futile, Bart replied with a hint of resignation. Gis, frustrated, exclaimed, Gudu must be slacking off again. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We have no idea what the captain is up to, Bart inquired. Isn't Captain Jinyu looking for the chief of staff in the first star domain along with the 7 captains? Gis recalled that Jinyu had mentioned this during their last dispersal. The two continued their aimless flight, but suddenly, Bart abruptly halted Gis with a hand, freezing in place. Gis, feeling irked by the sudden stop, asked, Bart, what's wrong? Upon looking ahead, they saw a figure blocking their path, who declared, This road is impassable. As they recognized the individual before them, their pupils constricted in shock. It was none other than Hogg. As Hogg engaged in battle with Jinyu, the latter casually transmitted Hogg's appearance to his comrades through a detector, allowing the two to finally behold the visage of Hogg. A Saiyan, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, I am the Saiyan you seek. Hogg replied with a smile. We must swiftly inform Captain Jinyu. Bart intended to contact Jinyu, but 2 beams of light suddenly shot forth, shattering their detector. Stunned for a moment, the two quickly regained their composure, their expressions turning to fury. You scoundrel! How dare you destroy our detector? Chapter 34, Reward of 50,000 Battle Power. Bart sought to communicate with Jinyu, yet two beams of light struck again, obliterating their device. They stood dumbfounded for a moment before their anger boiled over. "Not only will I destroy your detector, but I will also eliminate you," Hogg declared, his tone seemingly calm yet imbued with a tempestuous intensity. The two exchanged glances, their expression shifting, and simultaneously proclaimed, "GIs, Bart, let us teach this Saiyan a proper lesson." United, they charged forth, one behind the other, swiftly unleashing spheres of red and blue energy, the orbs arriving before their bodies did. "You underestimate yourselves." Hogger effortlessly shattered the red and blue orb they had formed with merely a flick of his hand. But that was not the end. "Allow me to demonstrate the velocity of my first universe." Suddenly, Bart descended from above at an astonishing speed, holding a blue orb in his grasp. As Hogg was preparing to confront the situation, he suddenly noticed Jis attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind. Hogg roared fiercely, unleashing a torrent of rage that sent two individuals hurtling through the air. Achieving such feats with a combat power of 100,000 was hardly a challenge. How infuriating. As Jis steadied himself after being thrown, he was startled to find Hogg inexplicably standing before him. "Futile. Even if your Kinyu were to arrive, you would still not stand a chance against me. Thus, perish." Hogg extended his hand, and the cataclysmic explosion had become his signature technique. How can your speed be so astonishing?" Jisu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the overwhelming energy emanating from Hogg, a force potent enough to extinguish his life. "Oh no, am I doomed?" Jisu gazed in horror at the formidable energy. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 45,000 fear points." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have repaid 100,000 fear points." "Ding. Automatically opening host information. Host identity. Saiyan place of birth, planet Vegeta, now destroyed. Combat power, 101. 324 fear points, 331 others. None. Hogg could hardly contain his emotions upon seeing his information. He was on the verge of tears. His fear value was no longer negative, and he had finally repaid all his fears. Ding. As a reward for the host's successful completion of the repayment task, the host would receive 50,000 battle points. Boom. Hogg experienced a sudden transformation within. Every cell and vein rejoiced in unison, the sound resonating like a rhythmic crack, crack, crack. His muscles began to swell, and the joints of his body grew more robust, significantly enhancing his defenses. This remarkable change was the result of his formidable battle power of 50,000. After enduring a baptism of 50,000 battle power, Hogg comfortably closed his eyes, fully immersed in the experience. Originally possessing a battle power of 100,000, he now ascended to 150,000 with the additional 50,000. What does a battle power of 150,000 signify? It surpasses even the 12,000 battle power of the formidable Jinyu. Moreover, a screen filled with a list materialized in Hogg's mind. In the past, this list had not appeared due to Hogg's debt status, which had caused it to remain hidden. Now that his fear value was settled and even exceeded, the screen automatically emerged. Could this be the array of items that can be exchanged with fear value? Hogg found himself momentarily transfixed by the screen in his mind. The array of items and skills displayed above dazzled him. There was a minimum price of 10 fear values to probe an opponent's battle power. A level 1 battle power potion that temporarily enhances battle power by 1%, priced at 100 fear values, and techniques such as Void Technique, Sun Fist, Chi Slash, and King Kai Fist, among many others. Hogg was astonished, particularly by the level 5 battle power potion, which could elevate battle power by 50% for a duration of 10 seconds, yet was priced at a staggering 1 million fear values. Hogg understood that, in addition to the items found within the Dragon Ball universe, there existed an array of potions, tomes, and even a variety of skills. The techniques of instantaneous movement can be categorized into two types. The first relies on the perception of energy, while the second, utilized by the Supreme Kai, does not require such perception and allows for teleportation to any location. Upon encountering the astonishing figure of 100 million in fear value, Hogg was left in awe. Hogg disregarded everything below and focused intently on the highest section of the screen, specifically the top 10 items. Upon encountering a particular name, he was momentarily stunned, his emotions surging like a tsunami. It was the Zizai Gong. What he beheld were these 5 characters. If one were to inquire about the most formidable technique within the realm of Dragon Ball, it would undoubtedly be the Zizai Gong. Upon seeing this option, Hogg felt a sense of suffocation as he glanced at the daunting fear value of an astonishing trillion. even for the most rudimentary level. A singular thought consumed his mind. He must acquire the ultimate freedom technique. This technique resides within a realm coveted even by the gods themselves. Regrettably, aside from the angelic clan, scarcely anyone has been able to attain it. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, has merely scratched its surface. Hogg had never yearned to comprehend the ultimate freedom technique as he did at this moment. No matter the cost, I must grasp it. I must attain you. Hogg's heart roared with fervor. Giais and Bard observed Hogg in a state of stupor, yet neither dared to approach, fearing it might be a trap. With a shared glance, they fled frantically into the depths. Hogg was unable to pursue further, but upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, he had already acquired the fear value from Jas. Jinyu had no desire to concern himself with him any longer. His next objective was to locate Parker, and thereafter, the journey to Earth would commence. There was no urgency. First, he intended to explore what items could be exchanged for his over 300 fear values, and he also had inquiries for the system. Hogg sought out a tranquil spot, seated himself cross-legged, and began to peruse the fear shop. Naturally, he first focused on the Supreme Tranquility technique, as each item was accompanied by a detailed explanation. The Supreme Tranquility technique required the user to possess divine energy, but for purchasers, divine energy would be generously provided at no cost. This too is a form of divine practice. The Supreme Tranquility technique is categorized into 5 tiers: entry level, application level, ordinary level, proficient level, and perfect level. The entry level is the most basic, capable of performing most defensive maneuvers, but incapable of reflecting attacks. The application level allows for a minimal reflection of attacks. After reading the introduction, Hogg took a deep breath, contemplating how wonderful it would be to master the Supreme Tranquility technique, yet lamentably, he was unable to learn it at present. Nevertheless, he resolved to explore other options. Hogg scanned the screen once more, realizing that with his 300-plus fear values, there was little he could purchase, and thus, he reluctantly concluded his search. Hogg suddenly recalled the divine dragon of Earth, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He inquired, "System, if I were to request 1 billion units of fear value from the dragon, would it be applicable here?" "Regrettably, host, that would constitute cheating, and I cannot condone it," the system replied. "Very well," Hogg conceded, "I was merely jesting. Were it possible, I would certainly desire far more than a mere billion. Perhaps 1 trillion would suffice." Upon repaying his fear value, Hogg felt an overwhelming sense of lightness wash over him. His spirits lifted considerably. Hogger inquired, "All right, system, why do you not assign me any tasks?" "Logically, besides earning fear points from others, I should also be able to acquire fear points through tasks." The system responded, "Tasks are triggered randomly, with a probability of 0.001. Hogger exclaimed in disbelief. Hogg was utterly speechless. A mere 1 in a million chance seemed far less preferable than relying on himself to accumulate fear points. Never mind. He decided to return to Earth for training. Once his combat prowess had been sufficiently enhanced, he could emerge once more to harvest fear points. At the very least, he intended to wish upon the celestial dragon of Earth for the ability to survive in the vastness of space. That would be his first step. Hogg was acutely aware that without the ability to exist in the cosmos, no matter how powerful he became, it would be of little consequence. Nevertheless, he needed to locate Parker first. Hogg murmured to himself. To find Parker, he must first eliminate a minion, seize the locator, and then summon Parker. In the first star region, there was no shortage of minions. Hogg is undoubtedly unperturbed by the prospect of Jinyu discovering him. For the current Jinyu is no longer his adversary. Hogg opened his eyes, soaring through the ruins of the first star domain. However, it wasn't long before he sensed an aura slightly weaker than his own. Could it be Jinyu? What a peculiar coincidence. Hogg felt a twinge of surprise. My combat power surpasses his. Why should I fear him? I shall confront him directly. Hogg accelerated fiercely, hurtling toward the source of that energy. At that moment, Jinyu was engaged in conversation with the commander and 7 captains. Suddenly, the detector emitted a series of beeps, yet, to his astonishment, the detectors of the commander and the 7 captains exploded. What on earth is happening? Jinyu's gaze snapped toward the direction of the potent energy source, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, it's that Saiyan. That Saiyan is recklessly charging this way. The detector had indicated a battle power of 90,000. In the first star domain, the only being with such power could only be Hogg. Unbeknownst to them, however, Hogg's battle power had already reached 150,000. The commander and the 7 captains, upon observing the reading on Jinyu's detector, were left in a state of shock. So this Saiyan possesses a battle power of 90,000. Fear gripped them, and they contemplated fleeing. Everyone, stand your ground. Jinyu barked. What are you panicking for? 90,000 may be formidable, yet it does not surpass my own strength. At this, they recalled Jinyu's battle power was around 120,000, and hope flickered in their hearts, restoring their smiles. Jinyu, observing their demeanor, muttered disdainfully, a bunch of cowards, and they claimed to be commanders and captains of the Frisia force. He paid them little mind, instead focusing on the distance, where a white beam of light manifested before them, coming to a halt not far from Jinyu. This figure was none other than Hogg. As the white light dissipated, revealing Hogg's form, he stood before them. Quite swift, are we? In such a hurry to meet your demise? Jinyu scoffed, yet, as a formidable warrior, he instinctively assessed his opponent, noticing that the Saiyan before him appeared somewhat different from before. The commander and the 7 captains scrutinized Hogg as well. Is this truly the Saiyan in question? If Jinyu, the captain, speaks of him, it must hold truth. How can there be such a powerful Saiyan? I can sense astonishing energy emanating from him. Thank heavens I didn't engage him earlier. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Hogger felt a chill run through him upon overhearing their discussion about himself. Do not speak of me in such a manner. With a fierce flick of his hand, Hogg unleashed a tempest of chaotic energy, sweeping towards the chief of staff and the 7 captains, wreaking havoc. Considering their combat prowess, the chief of staff likely possessed no more than 20,000, while Hogg's strength surpassed 150,000, rendering even a restrained effort from him insurmountable for them. Alas, it is doomed. The onlookers wished to flee, yet none could match the speed of the energy. Jinyu, in his desperation, could only save one, ultimately choosing to rescue the chief of staff, leaving the other 7 captains to perish at Hogg's hands. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50,000 fear points. 50,000? It appears each captain only possessed 7 or 8,000 in combat strength. Hogg's expectations were not far from reality. The surviving chief of staff, sheltered beside Jinyu, stared wide-eyed at the massacre of his 7 captains, feeling a mix of fury and helplessness. Yet, he clung to the hope that Jinyu could save him once, and perhaps a second time. Thus he felt no fear towards Hogg. Jinyu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Are you mad?" When Jinyu had rushed to save the chief of staff, it was through sheer force that he had pulled him away, enduring the brunt of Hogg's energy. In withstanding Hogg's might, Jinyu felt an overwhelming force that nearly shattered his hand, fully aware that he could not endure a second encounter. What? Just a few captains? And you are already distressed? Hogg shrugged nonchalantly. Chief of staff, you should leave at once. Jinyu sensed that Hogg sought to engage him in a fierce battle, and remaining in the first star domain would only distract him. Very well, I understand. The chief of staff turned and fled towards another city in the first star domain, the entertainment planet. Flee? No one has ever escaped before me. Hogg narrowed his eyes and, with a single finger, shot a beam of light that pierced through the chief of staff. The chief's eyes widened in disbelief. How? Is this possible? And then, he met his demise. How ruthless, Jinyu remarked, furrowing his brow. Ruthless? Hogg let out a hearty laugh and remarked, when you invaded other planets, your hands were drenched in blood. And now you dare to claim I am ruthless? Which among the chief of staff and the 7 captains has not emerged from the crucible of bloodshed? Jinyu remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Hogg's words. After all, his own battle power was a staggering 120,000. Come now, Jinyu. Let us engage in a proper battle, Hogg declared. Indeed, let us. Jinyu responded, his fighting spirit ignited. Chapter 36. You are no longer my match. With renewed resolve, Jinyu ceased to conceal his power, instantly elevating it to 120,000, while Hogg, in turn, unveiled his full strength, soaring to 150,000. 150,000. Jinyu, once brimming with confidence, suddenly felt deflated, his anger rising as he exclaimed, How is this possible? Your battle power is an astonishing 150,000, yet you only displayed 100,000 moments ago. Does this mean you were not fighting at full strength against me? At last, Jinyu comprehended why Hogg had surged from 90,000 to 100,000 in an instant. It was merely a ruse, as Hogg had not truly exerted his full power in their earlier confrontation. Damn it, how dare you toy with me? Jinyu seethed. Yet he refrained from launching an attack. No, I truly possessed only 100,000 battle power until now. Hogg retorted. Nonsense. It has not even been an hour since then. How could you possibly escalate from 100,000 to 150,000? Could it be? A thought flickered through Jinyu's mind. Could it be that you have already attained Super Saiyan status? Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment. Hogg shook his head and remarked, transforming into a Super Saiyan is no trivial matter. Very well, I shall not waste my breath with you any longer. Hogg had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Jinyu. Suddenly appearing before him, he delivered a powerful punch to Jinyu's chin, sending him sprawling backward. You bastard! Jinyu exclaimed as he regained his composure, launching a flurry of attacks at Hogg. With a flicker of focus, Hogg deftly evaded all of Jinyu's strikes, crouching slightly before landing another devastating blow to Jinyu's abdomen. This strike, fueled by a combat power of 150,000, was potent enough that had Hogg possessed even a few thousand more, he might have pierced Jinyu's belly outright. Jinyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, instinctively clutching his midsection as purple blood mixed with saliva trickled from his mouth. He managed to utter, "You bastard." That hit was truly formidable. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, a peculiar smile crept across Jinyu's lips as he raised his head and taunted, "Is that all the strength your punches possess?" Hogg furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss with Jinyu. However, recalling the original storyline, clarity dawned upon him. It seemed Jinyu was intent on swapping bodies with him. Jinyu spread his arms wide, his expression one of wild arrogance. Though blood stained the corner of his mouth, it did not diminish his exuberant laughter. What is the matter? The Saiyan who instills terror throughout the universe possesses such feeble strength? Pathetic, truly pathetic. Ha. Very well, I shall oblige your wish, Hogg replied, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Jinyu fell silent, eagerly anticipating the weight of Hogg's next strike, convinced that as long as he survived, he could successfully exchange bodies with his opponent. Hogg's lips curled into a sly smile as he spread his arms wide, assuming the stance of the ultimate flash. A tempestuous energy began to coalesce, with yellow lightning coursing between his hands, the very atmosphere around him subtly distorting under the weight of his power. What? Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, his grin vanishing instantaneously, replaced by a visage of sheer terror. Such an astonishing energy, I cannot withstand it. He roared to the heavens, it's over. Chapter 37. Scheming against Jinyu. Jinyu had initially intended to inflict self-harm and subsequently swap bodies with his opponent, which emboldened his reckless demeanor. He never truly believed that his adversary could eliminate him with a single blow. Yet, to his dismay, Hogg indeed possessed that capability. A miscalculation. Jinyu's mind teetered on the brink of collapse. Faced with such overwhelming energy, escape seemed futile, and he sensed that his opponent's technique bore a locking function. He had considered exchanging bodies with Hogg, but under the current circumstances, it appeared that his injuries were insufficient. Even if he succeeded in the swap, he feared his opponent would still possess the strength to contend with him. Regardless, Jinyu resolved to take the plunge. His gaze flickered with determination as he resolved to attempt the body exchange. What? Hogg furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Jinyu, do you wish to exchange bodies with me? It is futile. I am already on guard. If you attempt to switch, I can easily evade. What? How did you know I wanted to swap bodies? Jinyu shouted in astonishment. Ha. Not only do I know your intentions, but I am also aware of Frisia's weaknesses. One day, I shall personally bring him to his demise. Hogg laughed heartily. Frisia's vulnerability lies in his inability to endure prolonged battles. Should he encounter an opponent of comparable strength, time will erode his advantage. A chill ran through Jinyu as he realized that exchanging bodies was no longer an option. He relaxed his defenses and diminished in stature, having surrendered to the circumstances. However, the thought of Hogg's ultimate flash filled him with dread, for it was an overwhelmingly potent technique. I have lost. Jinyu still harbored a sliver of hope. If the ultimate flash did not prove fatal, he would still be forced to swap bodies with his opponent. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 120,000 fear points. At that moment, Hogg dissipated the energy in his hands, and the menacing aura vanished, leaving the two of them standing amidst the ruins. Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Hogg yawning, appearing remarkably at ease. To his surprise, Hogg had not delivered a lethal blow but had spared his life. Why did you do this? Jinyu inquired, bewildered. Jinyu, in truth, I do not desire your death. I even feel a sense of sympathy for you, Hogg responded unexpectedly. Jinyu was taken aback, pondering the peculiar nature of this individual who had just sought to kill him yet now expressed compassion. I know what you are thinking. I never intended to kill you. It is you who have perceived it that way. Had I wished to end your life, I would have done so long ago. Wouldn't I? I disrupted Frisia's legion's domain, and your pursuit of me led to a misunderstanding of my intentions, Hogg explained. Upon hearing this, Jinyu contemplated the truth in Hogg's words. He realized that Hogg had merely been resisting all along. Wait, what exactly are you trying to convey? I do not comprehend it all, and what are your true intentions? Jinyu responded, immediately suspecting Hogg of harboring some ulterior motive. Hogg raised his shoulders and remarked, "What intentions could I possibly have? To speak candidly, have you ever heard the saying, to serve a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger? Frisia is, in truth, a tyrant who cares not for your lives. How dare you utter such slander? Do not speak ill of Lord Frisia, or I shall not let you off easily." Jinyu remained quite loyal to Frisia, harboring an unwavering belief that Frisia would never disregard his life. Is that so? Chapter 37. Scheming against Jinyu. Is that so? Hogg let out a cold laugh and said, "This time I have wreaked havoc across 3-star domains. When you return, report to your Lord Frisia, and someone will meet their demise. Who might it be? Perhaps it's either Sabo or Dodoria. Of course, you shall not escape a scolding either. Just imagine. After toiling alongside me in battle, not only will you receive no commendation, but you will also be subjected to rebuke. How delightful does that make you feel?" Hogg remarked icily. Jinyu shook his head, unable to discern the veracity of Hogg's words. His thoughts were engulfed in chaos. He roared at Hogg, "Isn't the root of all this trouble due to you? Indeed, it is because of me. My homeland, planet Vegeta, was obliterated by Frisia. Am I not entitled to seek vengeance? In this brutal existence, retribution is inevitable." Hogg raised his voice in response. Jinyu fell silent. Hogg's grievances against Frisia's army were indeed rooted in a desire for revenge, for not long ago, Frisia had annihilated planet Vegeta. As a Saiyan, could he truly call himself a member of his race if he did not avenge his kin? Reflect on that, Hogg continued. By the way, you could relay these sentiments to Frisia. I wager he would eliminate you on the spot. Do you believe that? Jinyu remained mute, standing there with a somber demeanor, contemplating the truth of Hogg's words. By the way, isn't your planet located at M56? I shall return to seek you out in 10 days. Of course, if you doubt my intentions, you may very well have Frisia lie in wait for me. But, Hogg sneered once more and added, do not let me perceive you as a coward. If it were I would strive to grow stronger and challenge those who defeat me. I take my leave. Hogg departed from the scene with the intention of seizing a communicator to summon Parker, after which he would proceed to Earth. Jinyu did not pursue Hogg. Instead, he remained amidst the ruins for 10 minutes until Gisbart and Rikumu located him. They were taken aback by their captain's despondency and inquired, "Captain, what troubles you?" Jinyu glanced at the three and shook his head, responding, "It is nothing." Under normal circumstances, Jinyu would have dismissed Hogg's words as untruthful. Yet the undeniable fact that Hogg possessed the capability to eliminate him, yet chose to spare him at a critical moment, compelled Jinyu to entertain a modicum of belief in Hogg. In truth, Hogg had deliberately orchestrated this scenario, engaging in a psychological battle. Hogg had initially intended to eliminate Jinyu, but a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire of the system whether fear could be harvested from an individual whose soul did not inhabit the body in question. The system responded, fear originates from the physical form, regardless of the soul's identity. As long as the body experiences fear, one can indeed acquire fear points. Satisfied with this answer, Hogg quietly commenced a grand plan in his mind, treating Jinyu merely as a pawn. "Captain, are you truly unscathed?" Jace inquired once more. "I am fine. Spare me your incessant nagging." Jinyu retorted with evident dissatisfaction. "What about the Saiyan?" Raikum asked. "He has fled. Do not bring this up again, lest you provoke my wrath." Jinyu snapped, cursing as he soared toward the entertainment planet. The remaining three exchanged glances, at a loss for words, and followed suit. Chapter 38. The Wrathful Frisia. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the 3rd-star region, Sabo and Dodoria were scouring the area when they abruptly received a communication from Frisia instructing them to return. They exchanged glances, and it was Dodoria who broke the silence. "Sabo, do you think Lord Frisia will still be angry upon our return?" "Whether he is angry or not, we have little choice. Thankfully, we have served as Lord Frisia's right hands for many years. He should not take it out on us. At most, we will endure a scathing reprimand," Sabo replied with a somber tone. Having served Frisia for many years, they were confident that he would not turn against them. "Then let us return," Dodoria declared. "Agreed." Sabo nodded, muttering, "I wonder how Jinyu and the others are faring." "Lord Frisia, we have returned." Jinyu appeared before Frisia, flanked by the three others, who simultaneously addressed him, "Lord Frisia." "Oh, you still have the audacity to return?" Frisia's expression was laced with barely contained fury, yet he refrained from displaying it outwardly. It was evident that Frisia was suppressing his rage. Had it been anyone else, he would have already erupted. This restraint stemmed from Jinyu's earlier assurance that they would capture the Saiyan upon their discovery in the first star region. Frisia had intended to intervene personally, but just as he was about to depart, he heard that the Saiyan had escaped. Escaped? What does that mean? Do you not owe me an explanation? Frisia's icy voice reverberated throughout the spaceship, causing every soldier to tremble in fear. The four stood frozen, acutely aware of Frisia's wrath. Jinyu hastily knelt on one knee. His tone cautious. Lord Frisia, it was not due to our negligence. The Scion's combat power has reached 150,000, and we were simply outmatched. Do you take me for a fool? Where is there a Scion with a combat power of 150,000? Even if such a being existed, why would they flee in the third star region? Frisia was unconvinced, his voice tinged with an invisible menace. Startled by the menacing aura, Jinyu hurried to explain, but Frisia, with a cold glance, inquired, why is one member of your elite team missing? I recall there was a diminutive one. My lord Frisia, that good was slain by a Scion, replied the nearby Raikum. You insolent fool, Jinyu thought, wishing to deliver a severe reprimand to Raikum for uttering the truth so bluntly. Even claiming that Good had returned to his home planet would have been more palatable than admitting he was killed by a Scion. Frisia's brows furrowed at this revelation. A mere Scion had managed to eliminate so many of his subordinates. Damn that wretched monkey. Should I ever lay my hands on you, your suffering will be unimaginable. After cursing Hogg, Frisia turned his ire towards the four, berating them. Useless. A pitiful lot. You cannot accomplish even the simplest of tasks. The four members of Jinyu could only remain silent, hoping for Frisia's wrath to subside. Internally, Jinyu felt a swell of discontent. He recalled Hogg's words, serving a tyrant is akin to courting a tiger. They had indeed exerted considerable effort against the Scions, yet instead of receiving any commendation, they were met with harsh rebuke. This tiger was not easily appeased. Though Jinyu felt a sense of injustice brewing within, he dared not express it. And where are Zabon and Dodoria? Have they also met their demise? Frisia inquired once more. As soon as his words fell, Zabon and Jinyu entered the command room. My lord Frisia, we have returned, they said respectfully. What were you doing while Captain Jinyu was confronting the Scions? Frisia questioned sternly. My lord, we have been searching for Scions amidst the ruins of the third star domain, Zabon answered deferentially. Oh? Frisia turned his gaze towards them, remarking. I heard the Scions are in the first star domain. Have you been slacking off in the third? My lord, it was Captain Jinyu who instructed us to remain in the third star domain. They claimed they were heading to the first for leisure. Leaving the two of us to continue the search, Zabon surprisingly pointed at Jinyu. What nonsense are you spouting? Jinyu, infuriated, retorted, Zabon. I advise you to clarify your words, or you shall come to regret your existence in this world. What are you afraid of? If you dare act, you should dare to admit it. Dodoria interjected. It seems you wish to court death. I shall deal with you now, Jinyu declared, assuming a combat stance. Disregarding Jinyu, Zabon knelt before Frisia, pleading, I implore you, Lord Frisia, to see the truth. It is undoubtedly Jinyu and the others who conspired against me, intentionally allowing the Scions to escape. Dodoria exclaimed in indignation. Frisia, observing the two flies, only added fuel to the fire. These two had contributed nothing, yet had the audacity to blame Jinyu and the others. In a sudden outburst of frustration, Frisia pointed a finger, and a beam of light pierced through Dodoria's chest. Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping wound, and then he collapsed, utterly astonished. The crowd was taken aback, and Zabon rushed over, shouting, Dodoria? Yet, upon cradling Dodoria's lifeless form, he realized that all breath had left him, and he dared not utter a word. Fearing that he might be next, you worthless fools, I do not wish to hear your lengthy explanations. The Scions have fled, and all reasons are but excuses. Now listen closely. I want every star system on high alert. We must locate that Scion. Frisia declared emphatically. After Dodoria's demise, every word spoken by Hogg echoed in Jinyu's mind. At that moment, Frisia appeared somewhat foreign to Jinyu, a stark contrast to his usual self. To accompany a tyrant is akin to walking with a tiger. Frisia has never regarded you as human. Sooner or later, he will turn on you. It is merely a matter of time. Does rage strip away all facades? Jinyu's thoughts began to waver. If you doubt me, upon our return, someone will undoubtedly fall victim to Frisia's wrath as he vents his fury. Now, someone had indeed perished. Dodoria, and Jinyu had witnessed Frisia's hand in the act. Overcome with reluctance, Jinyu suddenly called out, "Lord Frisia, wait." "What is it?" Frisia turned slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet an invisible aura surrounded him, causing Jinyu to swallow his words. "Oh no, Lord Frisia, we will certainly locate that wretched monkey." Jinyu replied with utmost deference. "Humph, that is the least I expect." Frisia remained seated in his small hovering machine, gradually departing from the command room. Unbeknownst to him, behind him lay a pair of bewildered gazes, their owner's thoughts slowly shifting towards Hogg. Meanwhile, on the other side, Park shouted, "Sir, we have arrived at Earth." Hogg opened his eyes and gazed at the distant azure planet, a hint of joy finally gracing his expression. "Earth, we have finally arrived," Hogg said with a smile. Chapter 39. The Celestial Being and the Immortal Being Earth. Hogg gazed at the azure planet, a profound sense of nostalgia enveloping him, as if he were a wanderer returning home. In his previous life, he truly belonged to this world, yet in this incarnation, he was born on planet Vegeta. Alas! Hogg let out a sigh, acknowledging that, regardless of circumstances, he was now a Saiyan. "My lord, why such a sigh?" Parker inquired, perplexed. "Enough of your chatter. Steer your ship towards Earth," Hogg commanded with a stern expression. Parker, still adorned with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "Yes, my lord." However, it is worth noting that a month ago, the Frisia force intended to invade Earth, but for certain reasons, that plan was subsequently abandoned. Hogg paused, astonished that such an event had transpired a month ago. However, according to historical accounts, it seemed implausible. If the Frisia force intended to invade Earth, then Earth would not have had to wait for Kakarot to mature. What on earth is going on? Parker, elucidate this matter, Hogg inquired, furrowing his brow. "I've only heard rumors. It seems it was entrusted to you Science, but then it faded into obscurity," Parker replied. Upon hearing this, Hogg's face lit up with a smile. Of course, it must have been entrusted to the infant Kakarot. Since this planet has been invaded, no one would dare to set their sights on Earth. Kakarot, in a way, has secured 20 years of peace for Earth, and undoubtedly, he will continue to protect it in the future. Thus, it stands to reason that little Goku must have arrived on this planet and been adopted by Son Gohan. Although Hogg contemplated this, he chose not to intervene, as he did not wish to alter history. "Regardless, I shall first seek out the Supreme Kai and, upon arriving on Earth, I shall certainly greet him." Hogg formulated a plan in his mind. As the spaceship entered the atmosphere, Hogg dove into the clouds, speeding towards the temple. At the temple, a frail green-skinned figure stood. At this time, the Supreme Kai had not yet relied on a cane and moved freely, while the black creature Bubbles remained unchanged, attending to the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai." Bubbles, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, called out. The Supreme Kai, with countless wrinkles adorning his face, looked towards the sky. "What an ominous and powerful aura. It likely surpasses my former self." "What shall we do, Supreme Kai?" Bubbles inquired. "Life and death are predetermined. If this is the calamity for our planet, then there is little we can do." The Supreme Kai closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of fate. Hogg's silhouette emerged before the Celestial Being and Bobo, exclaiming, "Celestial Being, Bobo, it is indeed you who are here." "How do you know my name?" Bobo inquired, astonished. "Of course, I know. I am also aware that the split entity of the Celestial Being, Bick, has been sealed by the magic seal wave," Hogg replied with a smile. The Celestial Being opened his eyes, scrutinizing Hogg closely, and questioned, "Outsider, what brings you to Earth?" "Henceforth, I specifically came to greet you. Your demeanor leaves much to be desired." Hogg lamented, pondering whether his own Saiyan essence was inherently malevolent. Yet that cannot be true, for Goku and the others do not embody such traits. Hogg felt that perhaps it was related to his living environment, as he had been engaged in battles during this time. "Greeting?" The Celestial Being was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, Celestial Being, there is no need for you to be so tense, nor should you judge a person solely based on their demeanor. I come here with no intention of harming anyone, unless provoked," Hogg remarked. There was no necessity for him to concern himself with insignificant beings. Chapter 39. The Celestial Being and the Magic Beans. The Celestial Being seemed to lower his guard, inquiring, "Well then, what is your purpose for being here?" "For the Dragon Balls," Hogg stated directly. The Celestial Being and Bobo were not particularly surprised. Although Earth is a vibrant blue planet with abundant resources, it holds little value in the eyes of extraterrestrials, with the Dragon Balls being the only aspect worthy of their attention. "Oh, and there is one more thing," Hogg grinned. The celestial being, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Hogg pointed towards the deity's back and exclaimed, "The room of spirit and time." "How do you know about that? Who exactly are you? The former god?" The expression of the deity finally shifted, revealing a look of astonishment. "No, I am not the previous god. I am the author of Dragon Ball," Hogg replied with a chuckle. "Author?" Both the deity and Bobo were perplexed. "You need not ponder too much. I currently have no use for the room of spirit and time. I shall utilize it once I have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Well, having exchanged pleasantries, I shall take my leave now." He laughed heartily as his figure soared towards Karen. What astounding speed. One can only hope that what he said holds true and that he won't harm the people of Earth. The deity marveled. Bobo interjected, "Deity, should we investigate the spherical spaceship that fell not long ago?" "No need. That child with the tail has already been taken in by a mortal. So it is best we leave it be," the deity replied, closing his eyes once more, seemingly deep in thought. Karen Tower. Senza beans. Hogg flew swiftly from a distance, soon entering the tower. "Outsider, what brings you here?" The cat sage, though appearing calm on the surface, was tumultuous within, pondering how such a formidable individual could exist. "There's no need to be so anxious. Just present the celestial beans." Hogg extended his hand. "Celestial beans?" The cat sage shook his head and replied, "I have no knowledge of what celestial beings are. Are you trying to deceive me?" Hogg paid no heed to the cat. With a mere extension of his finger, a wine jar levitated and floated toward him. This was a demonstration of his supernatural ability, which he had acquired before arriving on Earth at the cost of 110,000 fear points. The supernatural abilities are classified into 10 distinct levels, with the first level requiring 1,000 fear points and the second level necessitating 100,000 fear points. Hogg initially intended to reserve 100,000 to address the latent issues with his body. However, upon reflection, he realized that several of these concerns could be rectified through his own abilities. Thus, gritting his teeth, he chose to directly enhance his superpower. The 12,000 units of fear he expended allowed him to attain a secondary level of superpower, leaving him with just over 1,000 units of fear, a pitiable sum indeed. Nevertheless, there exists a distinct difference between the first and second levels. The former can only relocate a single individual, while the latter possesses the capability to move vehicles such as airplanes and cars. The third level escalates this power to the extent of shifting mountains and rivers, and the fourth level can even displace continental plates. The fifth level grants the extraordinary ability to move entire planets. However, the cost in terms of fear units is exorbitant. Ascending to the third level requires 1 million units, the fourth level demands 10 million, and the fifth level a staggering 100 million units of fear. As the wine jar floated towards him, before he could unveil the cloth that covered it, a waft of bean-like aroma reached his senses. With a resounding thud, the jar settled firmly in the palm of Hogg's hand. Chapter 40. The city of the West. Hogg looked at the wine jar in the center of his palm, swiftly lifting the lid to reveal it brimming with celestial beans. Is this truly the legendary celestial bean? His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, you little cat. How miserly you are. It was but a mere handful of celestial beans I sought, yet you chose to conceal them." Hogg lamented, then reached into the jar, grasping a generous handful, approximately 30 beans. With a clang, he transformed the beans into a cloth pouch, carefully stowing them away. The cat sage could only watch in astonishment, rendered powerless, until the jar floated back to its original position with a thud, startling the sage from his stupor. The sage scratched his ear and remarked, "I never imagined you possessed such remarkable abilities." Hogg replied, "Flattery will get you nowhere. I have no time for idle chatter. I must take my leave." With a thunderous rush, Hogg soared into the distance, the turbulent winds creating fissures among the surrounding pearls. "For now, I shall utilize these 30 celestial beans. After all, I cannot stray too far. Ultimately, they will belong to me. My immediate goal is to locate a Dragon Ball. Once I procure one, I can visit the Capsule Corporation and enlist Bulma's father to craft a Dragon Ball radar for me. Thereafter, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls shall be easily found." Hogg's mind was already devising a plan. "System, I am willing to expend 100 points of fear to assist me in locating one of the Dragon Balls. How does that sound?" Hogg inquired. The system replied, "Regrettably, such an exchange is not permitted." Hogg was left speechless, exclaiming, "You system is infuriating, adhering strictly to the rules." With no assistance from the system forthcoming, Hogg resolved to seek out the Dragon Balls himself, setting his sights first on Master Roshi, as the only lead regarding the Dragon Balls lay with the one he possessed. Whoosh! Hogwarts soared swiftly towards the seaside, arriving promptly at Kame House. At that moment, Master Rashi sat on a stool, his face flushed with delight as he perused an adult magazine, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Hogg abruptly pointed, and a needle-sized fragment of energy plunged into the sea. With a tremendous roar, a colossal tsunami engulfed the entire Kame house, including Master Rashi. As the waters receded, Master Rashi found himself adorned with seaweed and crabs, sitting dazed upon his chair. Master Rashi, you certainly know how to indulge. Hogg scoffed. Who are you? Master Rashi, entirely oblivious to the stranger's presence, was taken aback. After all, traversing the vast ocean to reach this island was no trivial feat. Do not be alarmed. I merely come seeking a certain item from you. What item? Hogg's figure suddenly materialized before the turtle sage, grasping the collar of his kneeling form with a sneer. Do you possess a yellow orb in your turtle house, one embellished with stars? Although the turtle sage was not yet capable of sensing energy, he instinctively recognized the formidable presence before him. Indeed, he possessed an orb that matched the description. The one adorned with stars? Yes, I have it. The turtle sage exclaimed hastily. Hogg released Master Rashi and nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Hurry and bring it to me. Master Rashi crawled into his turtle hermitage like a dog, and soon he emerged with a yellow orb in hand. Upon seeing this orb, Hogg's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was a Dragon Ball. Chapter 40, West City. Indeed, it was a Dragon Ball. After Hogg took the Dragon Ball, he examined it closely and discovered it to be a 3-star ball, regardless of its star rating. Possessing even a single Dragon Ball instilled in him a profound confidence that he could locate the remaining 6. Hogg was brimming with self-assurance. Is there something extraordinary about this ball? Master Rashi inquired. Silence. Hogg retorted sharply. Master Rashi could only mutter under his breath in response. Hogg gazed once more at Master Rashi, suddenly recalling how Bulma had been taken advantage of, and a surge of fury ignited within him. At that moment, Master Rashi remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his own boasting. This pearl is something I discovered over a century ago, deep beneath the sea. Before he could finish his sentence, with a resounding smack, Master Rashi was sent flying backward, crashing into his own abode. The old turtle hurriedly rushed over, anxiously observing Master Rashi. Fear not, he is not dead yet. Hogg flicked his tail with a flourish. Master Rashi, I advise you to keep your distance from a girl named Bulma in the future, or you might find your life in peril. With a disdainful snort, Hogg ascended into the sky. Lying amidst the splintered wood, Master Rashi felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he might disintegrate entirely. Bulma? This agony is unbearable. That name lingered in his mind. Hogg floated in midair, his gaze directed towards the west. Next, he would venture to West City to craft the Dragon Ball radar and construct a gravity chamber. Of course, he could also meet Bulma. He pondered her age. If memory served him right, in the original narrative, when little Goku was born, Vegeta was already 5, and Bulma was merely a year younger. However, since Goku had been on Earth for some months now, Bulma must be at least 5 years old as well. Hogg deduced Bulma's age, regardless of her years. His purpose in finding her was not merely for a casual visit. The Dragon Ball radar and gravity chamber were essential components of his training. Dismissing any further thoughts, Hogg soared towards West City. West City. Oh dear, come down. Do not play on my aircraft. If something were to break, how would I patrol the universe? A figure resembling Ultraman shouted from below. Above him, a short-haired girl skillfully maneuvered a spaceship through the air, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. Yet she piloted the craft with remarkable proficiency and a joyful smile. Madam, please bring your daughter down quickly. The man pointed upwards, his urgency palpable. Before him stood a beautiful woman holding a charming little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, who gazed at her sister flying above with eyes filled with longing and envy. Alara, Ties, come down. It's very dangerous. The beautiful woman shouted weakly. I exclaimed. What good does your soft shouting do? I can hardly hear you. Gak bellowed. The beautiful woman, with her slanted eyes and peculiar speech, responded, Alara. I truly do not know what to do. I've called her, but she won't come down. Gak was at a loss, but suddenly, a white beam of light streaked through the sky from a distance, severing the right wing of Ties' spaceship. Bang! Ties plummeted towards the ground along with the damaged craft, finally eliciting a reaction from the beautiful woman. Oh, my daughter! Who will save my daughter? Hogg abruptly halted, murmuring. I seem to have collided with something. How peculiar. Upon turning around, he beheld Ties and a smoking spacecraft plummeting downward. Without hesitation, he soared towards them with a swift motion. Chapter 41. The sisters Tais and Bulma Tais descended alongside the Gakka's spacecraft, but the right wing was engulfed in dark smoke, causing her petite frame to struggle for breath amidst the suffocating fumes. I can't see anything. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble, Gakku exclaimed anxiously. Yet without a glimpse of Tais, how could he possibly rescue her? What is that? Mrs. Brief placed her 5-year-old daughter Bulma at her feet, shielding her eyes from the sun as she gazed upward. A white beam of light was approaching the spacecraft. Bulma, mesmerized by the radiant light, whispered in awe. That person seems to be flying. How cool. Amidst the smoke, Hogger could distinctly perceive a faint aura amidst the billowing smoke, and it was gradually diminishing in strength. Evidently, the recent impact had inflicted severe injuries upon her. Swish. Hogg swiftly lifted Taisi into his arms and dashed out of the suffocating black smoke, landing gracefully on solid ground. Taisi, are you all right? Mrs. Brief and Gak hurried over, but it was only little Bulma who, after casting a glance at Hogg and hesitating for a moment, quickly ran to Mrs. Brief's side, gazing at Hogg with curiosity. Hogg did not notice, for all his attention was focused on Tais. At that moment, Tais had her eyes tightly shut, her countenance contorted in agony, and her body bore numerous wounds, as if she were on the brink of losing her life. This was quite understandable. How could a little girl withstand an explosion, even if it was merely the blast from the right wing? Fear not, I have a solution, Hogg exclaimed as he retrieved a gray cloth bag and produced a miraculous bean, which he promptly placed in Tais's mouth. Though her consciousness was faint, Tais managed to chew the bean before swallowing it. Hey, you shouldn't recklessly feed a child. Who on earth are you? Are you not aware that this child is gravely injured? Gak scolded. Hogg furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Silence. Do you wish to perish? Gak was taken aback, simultaneously recognizing Hogg's formidable combat prowess, and dared not utter another word, falling silent. At that moment, after consuming the magical bean, Tai's physical functions began to rejuvenate, and the injuries she sustained were completely healed, such is the wondrous ability of the magical bean. Once all her wounds were mended, Tai opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion. Where am I? Tai, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed, Mrs. Brief finally exhaled in relief. Tai distinctly recalled being enveloped in a thick black smoke, which had infiltrated her lungs, nearly choking her to death. The pain from the wounds inflicted by the explosion had been excruciating. However, after a brief while, the agony gradually subsided, and her consciousness began to blur. In that haze, a pair of strong hands cradled her, offering her a bean, and thus, a miracle unfolded. She felt no pain whatsoever and instead experienced a swift recovery. Big brother, was it you who saved me? A naive voice escaped Tai's lips. Hogg felt delighted to hear such a melodious voice for the first time, and he nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, it was I who rescued you. Thank you, dear elder brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Taya planted a gentle kiss on Hogg's cheek. Hogg felt a tender little mouth pressed against his face, a sensation that stimulated every nerve and cell within him. Truly, it was a celestial melody. Could there be a sound more enchanting in this world? Hogg found himself entranced by it. Chapter 41. The sisters Taisi and Bulma once again. Taisi returned to the embrace of Mrs. Brief. Mrs. Brief promptly bowed in gratitude, saying, Sir, thank you for saving my daughter. Taisi's recovery left Bulma, who stood by Mrs. Brief's feet, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her sister on the brink of death, and her heart had been heavy with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Yet now, her sister had miraculously revived. Wow, big brother, you are so amazing. How did you do it? Bulma suddenly dashed out from beside Mrs. Brief, raising her hands in excitement as she exclaimed. Hogg was taken aback. He had just been pondering whether there existed a voice more melodious than that of Tai's, and now it appeared there truly was little Bulma's voice. Well, that's a secret, Hogg replied with a smile. Little Bulma promptly pouted her lips, expressing her discontent. Big brother is a bad person. He won't tell me. Big brother is not a bad person. He just saved me. At that moment, Tais jumped down and said to Bulma, But I want to know Big brother's secret. Bulma whispered, Then you should be polite and ask Big brother for his guidance. Tais responded. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, Ask for guidance? How do I do that? You silly. Tais replied with exasperation. Observing the two adorable little girls squabbling over their queries, Hogg felt his heart melting and said, You two should stop arguing. Big brother is hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes, big brother. I can make pudding. I'll make it for you. Tais eagerly volunteered. Big brother, although I can't make pudding, I have plenty of snacks hidden. Little Bulma chimed in. Upon hearing this, Brief understood why the snacks had vanished so quickly. They had all been hidden away by Bulma. "Thank you for saving my daughter," he said. "Please come in and allow us to treat you well. No need for formality. In fact, I came here to find Dr. Brief." Hogg nearly forgot the purpose of his visit. "You know my husband?" Mrs. Brief asked. "The Capsule Corporation. Who on earth doesn't he know of him?" Hogg replied with a smile. Hearing this, Mrs. Brief's smile broadened. It was evident she felt immensely proud as the wife of Dr. Brief. "Big brother, let us go inside." Ties and little Bulma each took hold of one of Hogg's hands and tugged him inside. Hogg had no choice but to comply respectfully. However, the warmth and softness of their little hands felt incredibly comforting. "Hey, what about me? Where's my spaceship?" "How infuriating." The neglected Gak shouted. Gak glanced at his spaceship, now reduced to a pile of rubble. Seeking retribution, he disregarded Mrs. Brief's potential objections and hurried after them. Chapter 42. The Gravity Room and the Dragon Radar. Along the way, Gak, having caught up, scrutinized Hogg from behind. Upon noticing the tail coiled around Hogg's waist, he was momentarily stunned. Could this person be? Gak shook his head. Impossible. If he were truly a Saiyan, Earth would be doomed. Gak had heard of the Saiyans' notorious reputation for brutality and savagery. Their fearsome name echoed throughout the cosmos. But wait, why did he save Ties earlier? And why is he so gentle with both Ties and Bulma? Is he merely a human resembling a Saiyan? Yet, what accounts for the astonishing aura emanating from him? Jack could feel that energy, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Hogg sensed Gak's gaze and abruptly turned his head to glance at him. Gak was startled, pausing with a beaming smile by the roadside. "Big brother, why have you stopped?" Bulma inquired. "Not at all. We shall proceed at once," Hogg replied, turning back and continuing forward. Gak finally exhaled in relief. In that fleeting moment when Hogg looked back, the malevolent aura he exuded confirmed to Gak that Hogg was indeed a Saiyan. Hogg understood that his aura was malevolent, yet as a Saiyan, he was no stranger to battle, having countless bloodshed on his hands. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the aura of a Saiyan is inherently sinister. Upon entering, he found Dr. Briefs enjoying a smoke and sipping tea. Mrs. Briefs approached and recounted the earlier incident, to which Dr. Briefs responded with warm hospitality towards Hogg. "I shall prepare pudding," exclaimed one child. "I wish to join," said the other, as they both scampered away. "Thank you for saving my daughter. What can I do to repay you?" "I am at your service," expressed Dr. Briefs with heartfelt gratitude. "Would you be able to construct a gravity chamber?" Hogg inquired. "A gravity chamber?" Dr. Briefs was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Are you referring to a chamber that increases the gravitational force around it?" "Indeed. That is precisely what I mean." Hogg felt a surge of relief, as the prospect of a gravity chamber now seemed attainable. "I must ask, what level of gravity do you require? 2 times? Or perhaps 3 times? Dr. Briefs inquired. Hogg shook his head with a smile, confidently asserting that with his current combat power of 150,000, he could undoubtedly withstand approximately 150 times the gravity. He boldly declared, "This is far too little. I require a gravity chamber that exerts 150 times the force." "What did you just say?" Even the perpetually composed Dr. Brief could not hide his astonishment, while Jack appeared utterly flabbergasted, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Surely, you jest?" Dr. Brief inquired, regaining his composure. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Hogg replied with utmost seriousness. Dr. Brief's expression shifted ever so slightly as he murmured, "This could pose a significant problem." Hogger was taken aback and inquired, "What's wrong? Can't you produce it?" "That shouldn't be the case." It is worth noting that he had previously constructed a gravity chamber with 300 times the gravitational force for Vegeta's training. How could it be that he was now unable to create one at 150 times? It can indeed be made, but there are no materials capable of withstanding it, Dr. Briefs replied, shaking his head, his expression reflecting profound helplessness. Hogg understood well that Goku's gravity chamber was originally modeled after the spacecraft from Namek. After all, it is a spacecraft capable of traversing the vastness of space with ease, enduring years or even decades without issue. Such materials are undoubtedly capable of withstanding 100-fold gravity. Rest assured, I possess the necessary materials. Though I will only provide you with one piece for your research to recreate it, Hogg stated. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a scientist, he was particularly fond of technologies that were both advanced and unknown. "Parker, navigate the spacecraft to this location," Hogg immediately communicated. "Yes, sir," Parker responded. Meanwhile, Gak, overhearing Hogg's communication, pointed at him and exclaimed, You are indeed a Saiyan, not a human." Hogg glared at him, and Gak was sent flying as though struck by a whip. "Silence. This is not a topic for discussion among Saiyans," Hogg admonished coldly. Having come to Earth without taking a single life, he had nothing to fear in acknowledging his identity. Dr. Brief sighed and remarked, "Gak, why don't you stay with us for a while? I shall certainly assist you in repairing your spacecraft. You are an extraterrestrial, are you not? There is no need for your spaceship. I will study the materials of Gak's spacecraft." Dr. Brief continued. Hogg laughed heartily and said, "Doctor, I would like to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Brief responded, momentarily taken aback. Hogg promptly retrieved a 3-star ball and proclaimed, "There are a total of 7 orbs on Earth known as Dragon Balls, and this is one of them. Each Dragon Ball emits a faint signal. Hence I wish for you to create a Dragon Ball radar. I shall do my utmost." Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. Hogg promptly tossed the Dragon Ball to him, unconcerned about any potential repercussions unless the other party was intent on courting danger. "Big brother, we've prepared pudding for you." At that moment, little Bulma and Ties joined forces, presenting a pudding adorned with a cheerful, smiley face. "I made the pudding," exclaimed one. "No, it was I who painted the smiley face," retorted the other. "Big brother is my savior, not yours. You even called him a bad person." "I never said that. You misheard." The two continued to bicker over Hogg, who quickly intervened. "All right, let's not quarrel. Big brother likes both of you and will never dislike you." "Really? Big brother?" Little Bulma and Ties gazed up at Hogg with their large, innocent eyes, exuding unparalleled cuteness. Indeed. Hogg smiled, albeit with a hint of resignation. Observing this scene, Dr. Brief remarked, "It seems my 2 daughters have taken quite a liking to you. That is good to hear." Hogg maintained his smile. "Now, please keep my daughters company while I head inside to assist you with the Dragon Ball radar." Dr. Brief extinguished his cigarette and turned towards the laboratory. As soon as Dr. Brief departed, the 2 girls drew closer, displaying an affectionate demeanor towards Hogg. Hogg looked at the puddings in the hands of the 2 individuals and remarked, "These puddings are too small. I could consume one in a single bite." The 2, somewhat skeptical, nonetheless handed their puddings over to Hogg. Hogg devoured pudding after pudding, feeling as though he had consumed nothing at all. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief remarked, "I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you." Hogg chuckled while scratching his head, realizing that he was indeed quite hungry. In the scene, only Hogg, Ties and little Bulma remained. Ties recalled how Hogg had rescued her from midair and excitedly inquired, "Big brother, you can fly, can't you?" "Of course he can fly. Just now, he soared through the air to save you, silly sister," interjected little Bulma. "I was asking Big brother, not you." Ties pouted defiantly. "But Big brother is mine. He ate my pudding," little Bulma insisted, clinging tightly to Hogg's hand. The 2 sisters began to bicker once more over Hogg, which left him feeling exasperated. He glanced around the laboratory, knowing that Brief's Dragon Ball radar would not be ready anytime soon. "Ties, little Bulma, would you like to play in the sky?" Hogg gently asked. Upon hearing this, the sisters immediately ceased their quarrel, their bright eyes wide with anticipation, nearly sparkling with excitement. Seeing their eager faces, Hogg crouched down and said with a smile, "Come on up." The sisters prepared to circle around to climb onto Hogg's back, but he clarified, "Not on my back. You will sit on my shoulders." "On your shoulders?" they exclaimed, their eyes widening even further. "Indeed," Hogg affirmed with a nod. "Is that really possible?" Little Bulma seemed a bit apprehensive. Yet, in the next moment, Hogg swiftly scooped both Ties and little Bulma up with his large hands and placed them upon his shoulders, standing tall thereafter. "All right, I'm going to fly now." Hogg let out a hearty laugh, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The 2 sisters, startled, shut their eyes tightly, too frightened to open them. Surrounding Hogg was a protective energy shield, safeguarding them from the searing heat. "Open your eyes," Hogg commanded. Ties was the first to comply, and upon discovering her lofty perch, she felt no fear. Instead, she exuberantly shouted in delight. Fortunately, the energy shield was tangible, ensuring that even if Ties were to fall, she would land safely atop it, unharmed. Meanwhile, Bulma slowly opened her eyes, and upon witnessing the sheer height, she instinctively clung to Hogg's neck, revealing the stark contrast in their personalities. After all, Ties had flown various aircraft since childhood and had ventured into space with Jack, embarking on numerous adventures, indicating her courage far surpassed that of Bulma. "So soft. Hogger could distinctly feel the soft touch of Bulma's delicate hands, as well as her gentle, water-like face pressed against his neck. That sensation was truly exquisite. Well then, we are about to take flight. Hogg took the two sisters on a thrilling spin high in the air, eliciting their delighted screams and illuminating their faces with excitement. Is it enjoyable? Hogg inquired. Absolutely, they replied. Is it exhilarating? Indeed, they exclaimed. Is it refreshing? Most certainly, they responded. Hogwarts endeavored to maintain his composure and said, Little girls, your big brother is weary. Let us descend. The timid young Bulma, having finally conquered her psychological fears, found herself disheartened as they had barely begun to play when the suggestion to leave arose. It's not fair, big brother. I have hardly had a chance to play. She lamented. Well, who told you to be so timid? Retorted Tice, standing nearby. Sister, be quiet. Young Bulma pouted in response. You be quiet. Big brother has already said he is tired, Tice countered. Hogg was at a loss for words, observing the two sisters quarrel at the slightest disagreement. He remarked, Little Bulma, it is not that your elder brother is unwilling to take you flying, but rather that he has matters to attend to. First, let us see if your father has completed the Dragon Ball radar. Reluctantly, Little Bulma acquiesced. Soon, the trio descended to the ground, just in time to witness Dr. Brief smoking outside, his countenance etched with worry. Doctor, has the Dragon Ball radar been completed? Hogg inquired. Dr. Brief glanced at Hogg without responding, his expression revealing his distress. Come on, Doctor. Hogg pressed again. Finally, Dr. Brief confessed. I'm afraid I cannot produce it. Surely not. Hogger was taken aback and exclaimed. You are capable of producing the versatile capsule, yet you cannot fabricate even a modest Dragon Ball radar. It is not as simple as that. Dr. Brief shook his head and responded. The issue lies in the fact that such signals cannot be retained. They are extracted momentarily only to vanish shortly thereafter. Blast it. Hogg couldn't help but mutter under his breath, though he knew there was little he could do about it. Yet, another figure occupied his thoughts, Dr. Gero, the mastermind behind the creation of androids. When it comes to scientific prowess on Earth, Dr. Gero is unrivaled. Even Dr. Brief would not dare to claim the top spot. It is a pity that Dr. Gero has chosen to operate in the shadows. However, this is merely a temporary situation, for at that moment, little Bulma emerged and inquired. Daddy, what are you going to make for the big brother? Oh, it's Bulma. I'm preparing to create a Dragon Ball radar for him, Dr. Brief replied. A Dragon Ball radar? What is that? Bulma tilted her head slightly, her curiosity evident. Dr. Brief handed her an object resembling a pocket watch along with a Dragon Ball. Explaining, this is what it is. Bulma promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, opening the pocket watch to examine it. While Hogg leaned in for a closer look and discovered the intricate mechanics inside, which he found utterly incomprehensible. However, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she first inspected the Dragon Ball, then glanced at the pocket watch, standing up to declare, Big brother, I know how to make the Dragon Ball radar. Oh, you know. Hogger slapped his forehead, realizing that the Dragon Ball radar was indeed manufactured by Bulma. I understand. But it requires some tools, he remarked. After saying this, Bulma hurried off to the laboratory. As Hogg was about to follow, Tice grasped his clothing and said, Big brother, I shall prepare something for you to eat. All right. Hogg hesitated to eat and hurried into the laboratory, where he discovered Bulma deftly manipulating tools to swiftly mend the pocket watch. After half an hour of meticulous adjustments, Bulma closed the cover and pressed a button, at last revealing a glimmering light within the watch, illuminating 3 distinct points. Overjoyed by her success, Bulma rushed over to Hogg, eagerly handing him the device while exclaiming, Big brother, here's the Dragon Ball. Just press that button to unveil its location. Hogg took the Dragon Ball radar and turned to Bulma, marveling at her remarkable prowess at such a tender age. It was no wonder she would grow up to be the woman capable of creating a time machine. Hogg attempted to press the button above, and with a series of beeps, 3 luminous dots appeared on the Dragon Ball radar. The radar had finally been created. Chapter 44. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. Ultimately, the title of Earth's foremost scientist undoubtedly belongs to Bulma. Not only has she successfully constructed the Dragon Ball radar, but in the future, she will also invent the time machine, securing her place in the ranks of the universe. Hogger held the Dragon Ball radar, observing the 3 dots displayed upon it. One of the Dragon Balls was located on himself, while the other 2 lay over 3,000 kilometers to the west and over 1,000 kilometers to the north. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to first acquire the nearest Dragon Ball, contemplating that he could undoubtedly gather all 7 within a single day. Ties, little Bulma. I am off to seek the Dragon Balls, Hogger declared with a smile. Are you leaving, big brother? Little Bulma appeared quite reluctant. Her head bowed as she clutched the hem of her clothing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In contrast, Ties maintained her usual cheerful demeanor, waving at Hogger and exclaiming, Goodbye, big brother. You must come back to play. I have matters to attend to. I'm afraid, Hogger replied with a hint of resignation. Although little Bulma was indeed adorable, making it hard to part with her, the grown-up version of her exuded an aura of divinity. However, Hogger truly had no time to spare, as he was burdened with a plethora of tasks. Big brother, I have a secret to share, little Bulma suddenly exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed. What secret? Hogger inquired. Little Bulma glanced around, seemingly hesitant to divulge her secret. Instantly, Hogger understood, squatting down to bring his ear closer. In a hushed tone, little Bulma whispered in Hogger's ear, Big brother, you are the most handsome person I have ever seen. Bulma likes you, and you must come back to find little Bulma. With that, she blushed deeply and dashed back into the house. Hogarth observed the retreating figure of the young Bulma and couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the future goddess-like Bulma. Although she was indeed fond of handsome men, she also had an affinity for those who could provide her with a sense of security. Hogarth turned to Dr. Brief and said, You must remember to assist me in constructing the gravity chamber. I anticipate needing it by tomorrow. Tomorrow, indeed. Dr. Brief pondered for a moment before responding, Very well. It shall be done. After all, the framework is in place, and the materials are available. With a bit of haste. A gravity chamber capable of 150 times the gravitational force can certainly be produced. Hogg ascended directly into the sky, his gaze fixed to the north. For over 1,000 kilometers away lay a Dragon Ball. A distance of 1,000 kilometers was a trivial matter. Nearly 2 minutes later, Hogg found himself hovering above a quaint town, from which he retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. Narrowing the search radius to within 100 meters, it was still approximately 200 meters to the north. Hogg soared another 200 meters, landing beside a well. According to the Dragon Ball radar, one of the Dragon Balls was likely submerged within the depths of the well. Young man, what do you intend to do? An elderly man approached and inquired. I would like to ask if you have ever seen such a sphere? Hogg presented the Dragon Ball he had carried for 3 weeks to the old man. The elder shook his head and replied, I have not seen one. But given your weary appearance, why not sit down and enjoy a drink? As he spoke, he lowered a bucket into the well, saying, The water from this well is quite extraordinary. It never freezes in winter and remains refreshingly cool in summer, embodying the essence of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Upon hearing those words, Hogg was convinced that there must be a Dragon Ball within, for the Dragon Balls emit a peculiar signal and influence their surroundings. Old man, beneath us lies what I seek. Without regard for the elder's reaction, Hogg hefted the bucket and plunged into the well. The well was not particularly deep, and before long, Hogg found himself submerged in the water. Not long after entering, the other Dragon Ball in his hand suddenly emitted a resonant hum, radiating a golden glow. Indeed, it was down there. After a period of exploration, Hogg finally discovered a Dragon Ball at the bottom of the well, which turned out to be a 1-star ball. Chapter 44, The Quest for the Dragon Ball. After a period of exploration, Hogg finally discovered a Dragon Ball nestled at the bottom of the well, revealing itself to be a 1-star ball. When Hogg emerged, a crowd had gathered around the well, and an old man was shouting that someone had jumped in to commit suicide. Hogg couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he merely sought a singular Dragon Ball. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided it was futile to explain himself. With a determined leap, he ascended into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. The next location of interest lay over 4,000 kilometers to the west. Oh wait, it was actually 2 locations. Hogg soon discovered that the Dragon Ball radar indicated 2 points, nearly overlapping due to their proximity. For 1,000 kilometers to the west, it turned out to be 2 celestial bodies. Holding the Dragon Ball in his hand, Hogg recognized it to be associated with 2 stars. Hogger has once again discovered a Dragon Ball 100 meters away, thus acquiring 4 of the 7 orbs. Only 3 remain. Let me see where they might be. Hogg pressed the button on the Dragon Ball once more, revealing that one of them lay 500 kilometers to the south. Very well. The next one is in that direction. Hogg soared southward with great urgency. Upon reaching the designated location, he discovered a vast expanse of forest and steep rocky terrain below. This presents quite a dilemma. With such dense foliage, must I really obliterate it all? Hogg pondered to himself. However, such a course of action was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, Hogg decided it would be wiser to take his time and search diligently. What is that? As Hogg was about to embark on his quest, he beheld a boy, who swiftly darted on all fours. The boy leaped onto a stone and howled at the sky, emitting a sound akin to that of a wolf. Behind him trailed several shadows, which astonishingly revealed themselves to be 4 or 5 wolves, each pair of eyes glistening like sinister gemstones, locked in a standoff with the boy. Hogg carefully observed and soon recognized the boy's familiar visage. It was none other than the young Yamucha from his childhood. With a fierce determination, the young Yamucha fearlessly confronted the wolves, unleashing his signature technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. In an instant, he subdued 4 or 5 of the beasts, sending them yelping away with their tails between their legs. After driving off the pack, the young Yamucha wiped his nose, seemingly quite pleased with himself. How delightful! Hogg descended directly, standing behind Saiyan. Saiyan, alert, turned around and inquired, "Who are you?" "You need not concern yourself with my identity," Hogg replied indifferently. "I merely wish to caution you against associating with a girl named Bulma in the future, or else." "Or else what?" Saiyan asked, frowning. Hogg did not utter a word. He merely cast a piercing glance, and in that instant, Xiaomuch was sent hurtling through the air, colliding with 3 or 4 trees before finally crashing to the ground. As he landed, a cerulean creature burst forth, clutching a yellow orb in its hands. Upon witnessing its master's injury, the creature abandoned the orb and cried out, "Lord Xiaomuch, are you all right?" In the narratives, Chapter 45, Gathering the Dragon Balls, Pu, who had inadvertently stumbled upon a pearl and intended to present it to Xiaomuch, was taken aback by the sight of his master gravely wounded. He turned to Hogg and demanded, "Who are you, and why have you harmed my master?" Hogg did not pay any heed to Pu. Instead, he gradually approached the Dragon Ball that had rolled over, picked it up, and discovered it to be the 6-star ball. This meant he had successfully acquired the 6-star ball. Now, only the 5-star ball and the 4-star ball remained. Hogg ascended into the air, retrieving his Dragon Ball radar in preparation for locating the next Dragon Ball. The subsequent Dragon Ball was situated in a city 200 kilometers away. In an instant, Hogg vanished from sight and sped towards the city. However, upon arriving at his destination, he realized that the Dragon Ball was in motion, having shifted to the outskirts of the city, where desolate sand dunes lay beyond. Could it be on a vehicle? Following the signal, Hogg pursued the glimmering light. At that moment, a tank was traversing the sand dunes, adorned with a red flag featuring the letter R on both sides. "Report, the twin siblings have been apprehended," a voice echoed from within. "Well done. Hurry back to headquarters. Dr. Jero requires those twins." Another voice chimed in through the communication channel. Inside the tank, indeed sat a pair of twin siblings. The younger brother said, "Sister, I'm scared." To which the sister replied, "Do not fear, brother," as she held him tightly. "Quiet down, you little brats. You're disturbing my sleep." A soldier, armed and irritable, barked, though his gaze quickly fell upon the yellow orb clutched in the boy's hands. "Hey, what's that? Hand it over," he demanded, reaching out. The boy, naturally unwilling to comply, retorted, "This is a gift from my mother. I cannot give it to you." "Ha ha ha, she is dead. What use does she have for gifts? Hand it over now." The soldier lunged to snatch it away. The boy, too weak to resist, had the orb forcibly taken from him, prompting the girl to swiftly pull her brother into her embrace, scolding, "You wicked man. Someone kind will surely teach you a lesson." "Ha ha. We of the Red Ribbon Army are the mightiest force in the world. Who dares to challenge us?" The soldier laughed triumphantly. Just then, a voice from outside called out, "Isn't that the Red Ribbon flag? Attack!" No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the 3 inside the tank felt it flip over several times. Even if they survived, they would surely be gravely injured, far beyond merely losing consciousness. "Open up," Hogg commanded, using his extraordinary abilities to wrench the tank apart. Are there children inside?" Hogger beheld a boy and a girl, and a sense of regret washed over him for his previous aggression. However, he noted that the 2 still exhibited signs of life. Hogg waved his hand, and the 2 individuals floated over. Soon after, 2 magical beans appeared, which they consumed. Before long, both opened their eyes, gazing at Hogg with incredulity. "Weren't we dead?" the young boy exclaimed. "It must be this big brother who saved us," the young girl remarked. Hogg carefully scrutinized the 2 individuals before him, recognizing their familiar faces. However, it was a singular bead on the ground that suddenly illuminated his eyes. "Ah, the 5-star ball," Hogg exclaimed as he promptly picked up the bead. "Allow me to escort you back to the city." by rescuing the two. Hogg had also overheard their conversation, which revealed that they had been abducted by the Red Satin Brigade. Thank you, big brother, the little girl exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 45. Assembling the Dragon Balls. Thank you, big brother, the little girl exclaimed with excitement. After Hogg returned the siblings home, the little girl exclaimed with delight, Big brother. My name is Laziri. The little boy also joyfully announced, Big brother, my name is Lapice. Hogg smiled gently, confirming their presence, and waved goodbye before departing from the scene. In midair, he glanced at the number of Dragon Balls he had collected, which had reached 6. The question now lingered, where could the 7th one be? Upon activating the Dragon Radar, the location of the 7th Dragon Ball was revealed. It was, it turned out to be at Bowsy Mountain. Indeed, the 4-star ball was still there. Hogg was not particularly surprised. Rather, he found it to be quite natural. In the original tale, the 4-star ball was discovered by the old son Gohan deep within the mountains, so it was not surprising that it was located near Bowsy Mountain. It seemed the time had come to pay a visit to young Goku. Hogg's unwavering faith lay with Kakarot, and the prospect of meeting him in person brought him genuine joy, even if he was still just a little child. Whoosh! Hogger soon reappeared at the base of a cliff on Bowsy Mountain, where a river meandered downwards, leading to a quaint wooden cabin nestled below. However, this solitary wooden cabin was the only one on the entire Bowsy Mountain. The Dragon Ball was in the vicinity. Hogg meticulously searched and finally discovered the 4-star ball nestled within the crevices of a stone in the river, though only a small portion was visible, completely obscured by mud and silt. Ah, indeed it is the 4-star ball. Splendid! Hogg exclaimed, filled with joy. After all, this was Mount Bowsy, a rather desolate place, void of any onlookers. Thus, he contemplated finding an open space nearby to summon the dragon and subsequently make his wish. Hogg reasoned that summoning it here would yield the same results as doing so elsewhere, and bringing it back might startle others. Just as he was scanning the surroundings for a suitable clearing, he suddenly felt something plummet from above. Instinctively, he looked up to see a creature resembling a monkey tumbling down from a great height. What was that? Hogger was taken aback, for above lay a precipice, and anyone or anything that fell from it would surely face death or grievous injury. Hogg was just about to reach out, but upon recognizing the figure, he hesitated inexplicably, allowing the shadow to fall. It was a child who, with a thud, struck his head and subsequently collapsed to the ground, dazed. A hedgehog hairstyle? A child? Kakarot. Hogg finally comprehended the identity of the individual before him. Upon careful examination, he discovered that although little Goku had lost a considerable amount of blood from his head, his body was largely unharmed. Ah, what a testament to the Saiyan constitution, Hogg marveled. Little Goku, you shall be the only Saiyan, aside from the angels, to grasp the ultimate technique of self-mastery. A multitude of emotions surged within Hogg, yet he was resolute in his desire not to alter the course of history. With a swift motion, he vanished from the spot. After a considerable time, the elder son Wukong parted the foliage and called out urgently, Goku, where are you? Upon locating him, he exclaimed, Ah, Goku, how wonderful it is to find you here. The elder son Wukong hurriedly scooped up little Goku, relieved to find that the only injury was a wound to his head, and he let out a sigh of relief. Let's see if you dare to be mischievous again, he said affectionately, before placing little Goku upon his back and departing from the scene. Chapter 46. The dragon appears to grant my wish. Hogwarts paid no heed to the elderly son Wukong and the young Goku. Instead, he sought out an open expanse, placing the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, intent on summoning the divine dragon. As the 7 Dragon Balls coalesced, they emitted a continuous hum, radiating a resplendent golden light. Hogg looked anxiously at the Dragon Balls scattered upon the ground. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he fixed a fierce gaze upon the orbs and shouted, Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. No sooner had he spoken than the 7 Dragon Balls began to vibrate with increasing frequency, and the sky darkened ominously. This phenomenon extended beyond their immediate surroundings, enveloping even the West City, the Crimson Ribbon Army, and the Celestial Temple in a shroud of ominous clouds. Such a spectacle heralded the emergence of Shenron, casting the entire earth into a veil of shadowy gloom. Within the temple, the deity observed the dimming sky and murmured, It appears that someone has indeed located the Dragon Balls and summoned them. God, God, echoed Bobo, persistently calling out to the deity. A flicker of concern crossed the deity's mind, hoping that the wish would not be of an odd nature. As the clouds thickened, a brilliant golden beam suddenly erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens. Initially, the beam appeared formless, a mere cascade of golden light. However, it extended for an indeterminate distance, illuminating the land even amidst the oppressive darkness. With a resounding roar, the foremost segment of the golden light transformed into a dragon's head, adorned with two formidable horns and long, flowing whiskers. As the head took shape, the trailing golden light morphed into vibrant green scales, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Hogg raised his gaze in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this truly the divine dragon? It is indeed magnificent, and the dark clouds behind it serve as a perfect backdrop." As the golden radiance fully transformed, a colossal green dragon materialized before Hogg, its head gently descending to meet his gaze. With eyes resembling gleaming rubies, it inquired, "Speak your wish." The resounding voice reverberated throughout the region, inducing a momentary trance. At long last, he beheld the legendary dragon, and Hogg trembled with excitement. Yet, he resolved to compose himself. They had always waited a considerable time to voice their wishes, but now he would express his directly. He looked up at the dragon, held his breath, and prepared to articulate his desire. The dragon, too, regarded Hogg, patiently awaiting his words. "O dragon, grant me the ability to thrive in the vastness of space." Hogg finally declared his wish. The dragon fell silent for a moment, its immense whiskers swaying with its breath, and eventually replied, "It shall be done. I will fulfill your wish." The dragon's crimson eyes shimmered, and a unique power surged into Hogg's being, transforming his body. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon's colossal form and the 7 dragon balls beneath it ascended into the heavens, scattering in all directions. And the dragon's silhouette vanished, restoring the sky to its normal state. Hogg looked at his hands, a visage of perplexity adorning his face. Could it be that he could truly survive in the vastness of outer space? Regardless, there was only one way to find out. He would give it a try. Chapter 46. The divine dragon emerges to fulfill my wishes. Hogg gazed towards the heavens and, in an instant, ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. However, the Earth's atmosphere extends for at least several 100,000 meters, necessitating a considerable amount of time. Ha ha ha. It is truly unnecessary to breathe, even in the absence of respiration. My body does not experience a state of hypoxia. To be precise, my corporeal form has transcended the conventional circulatory system, transforming instead into a being akin to that of Frisia. Hogg continued his ascent, feeling no discomfort whatsoever, save for the noticeable drop in temperature as he soared higher. Hogg's body trembled as an energy shield enveloped him, insulating him from the searing heat outside. After another half hour, Hogg finally ascended beyond the atmosphere, entering the vast expanse of outer space, where nothing existed but the intense ultraviolet rays of the sun. As Hogg gazed upon the immense Earth slowly rotating, he realized he could now perceive its entire visage. Indeed, I truly possess the ability to exist in the vastness of space. However, my combat prowess remains feeble, rendering me incapable of prolonged flight. Hogg's eyes sparkled with determination as a new ambition took root in his heart, to achieve cosmic-level teleportation. Within the Fear Mall, such instantaneous travel across the cosmos was available at the staggering price of 100 million points of fear. Hogg pondered deeply. Should I obtain Frisia's fear points, exchanging them for cosmic teleportation would be a worthy endeavor. After all, the value of cosmic-level capabilities is remarkably high. Envisioning the ability to traverse any corner of the universe in the blink of an eye makes that 100 million points a worthwhile investment. Yet, contemplating this now seems premature. For the moment, let us check if the gravity chamber is ready. Hogg set off once more towards Earth. West City. Hogg returned to Dr. Brief's residence, fortunate that the sisters were fast asleep. Otherwise, they would have once again entangled him in their antics. "Mr. Hogg, please dine." Mrs. Brief had prepared an exquisite array of dishes. "Thank you, Dr. Brief. How is the gravity chamber coming along?" Hogg's concern remained focused on this matter. Dr. Brief replied, "It is expected to be ready by tomorrow. After you have dined and refreshed yourself, a good night's rest will ensure the gravity chamber's completion by the morrow." Hogg could do nothing but wait, for venturing into the time chamber at this moment would only enhance his combat prowess, rendering the gravity chamber utterly futile. Hogg's training regimen entails first adapting to a gravity level of 150 times the norm. Once acclimatization occurs, the enhancement of combat prowess may proceed at a more measured pace. Subsequently, he would venture into the room of spirit and time, where the dual pressures would facilitate a remarkable augmentation of his fighting capabilities. While a visit to the room of spirit and time at this moment would indeed bolster his strength, An elevation in combatability would render the adaptation to the extreme gravity considerably easier, resulting in a diminished overall enhancement. The rationale is quite straightforward. As the body adjusts to new pressures and environments, it invariably undergoes self-improvement. Naturally, if one remains comfortable in one location and transitions to another equally comfortable place, the outcome remains unchanged. Only under stringent conditions does the body truly evolve. Hogg eagerly desired a hearty meal and a long, restorative sleep in preparation for a year of cultivation, as he intended to spend merely a day within. Indeed, nothing compares to the delectable cuisine of Earth. Hogg ravenously devoured all the provisions in Bulma's household, and in a state of utter satisfaction, fell into a deep slumber until the break of dawn the following day. Dr. Brief pointed to a spherical chamber towering 5 to 6 meters high, exclaiming, "This is the gravity chamber you seek." Chapter 47. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Is this truly the gravity chamber? Hogg inquired, stepping through the hatch. Suddenly, a screen materialized before him, with Dr. Brief outside, instructing Hogg on how to activate the device. Following Dr. Brief's tutorial, Hogg began to initiate the gravity chamber. The hatch sealed shut, transforming the interior into a confined space, albeit still filled with air. Hogger was not concerned. Even in the absence of air, it mattered little. For he had already mastered the art of surviving in the vastness of outer space, completely unperturbed by the lack of atmosphere. "Just initiate a double output," he instructed. "Double? That is far too modest." Hogg shook his head and directly increased it tenfold. As soon as he pressed the button, a sound of inhalation resonated around him, accompanied by a wave of stifling heat. It felt as though his body were being weighed down by some heavy object, leaving him in a state of discomfort. This sensation. Hogger suddenly inhaled deeply, his breath surging to unprecedented levels, momentarily surpassing all limits. He then began to traverse the gravity chamber with ease, utterly impervious to the effects of gravity. 10 times the weight felt trivial. Hogger can now not only move swiftly but also strike with great speed, quickly adapting to 10 times the gravitational force. Tap, tap, tap. Hogg adjusted the gravity to 50 times that of Earth. The immense force caused his knees to bend slightly, and every inch of his skin felt as if it were being crushed, rendering him nearly immobile. My heavens! Have you lost your mind? 50 times? Bring it back immediately. Dr. Brief outside shouted. Hogger paid him no mind. Instead, a hint of a smile graced his lips as he murmured, "It seems I must finally showcase my abilities." Buzz. Hogg elevated his entire being to its utmost limit, achieving a formidable battle power of 160,000. At 80 times gravity, he remained unfazed and at ease. At 100 times, he could still move freely, though flying demanded a significant expenditure of energy. At 110 times, he continued to walk, yet the act of flight required the entirety of his energy. At 120 times, movement became arduous, rendering flight impossible. At 130 times, it felt akin to an ordinary individual bearing an additional 20 kilograms, making every action exceedingly difficult. Was 130 times truly my limit? It is no wonder. For at 100 times gravity, Kakarot's battle power soared to 90,000, while my own maximum at 130 times is merely 160,000. Hogg has come to realize his boundaries. I shall not concede so easily. Hogg clenched his teeth and, with great effort, unleashed a surge of energy that struck one of the mechanical eyes. The impact caused the eye to ricochet the energy to the other 9, their velocity increasing exponentially. The trajectory of the energy's rebound from the mechanical eyes was erratic, and the next shot could very well hit Hogg. Hogg fixed his gaze upon the surge of energy, his body suddenly jolting as he withstood the crushing weight of 130 times gravity to narrowly evade it. The energy grazed past his ear, a droplet of blood falling to the ground with a dull thud. Regrettably, that surge of energy did not dissipate. Instead, it ricocheted off the eye of another machine, continuing its relentless rebound. Infuriating. As the energy surged towards Hogg once more, he abruptly lifted his head, unleashing a surge of energy from his hand. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided in a violent explosion. Cough, cough, cough. Hogg pressed a button while kneeling on one knee, gradually restoring the gravity of the gravity chamber to its original state. Hogger gasped for breath. The mere force of 130 times gravity was unbearable for him. It seemed that 150 times was still too ambitious. However, he was not overly concerned, for he had an entire year to overcome this challenge. Chapter 47. Entering the time chamber. Hogger gasped for breath. The mere weight of 130 times gravity was overwhelming. It seemed that 150 times was still premature. However, he was not overly concerned, for he had an entire year to conquer this challenge. As Hogg emerged from the gravity chamber, he was surprised to find Bulma nearby. Upon seeing him, Bulma hurried over, her eyes glistening with tears. "Big brother, are you all right?" she inquired with concern. "Bulma, what are you doing here?" Hogg asked, taken aback. "Big brother, you're hurt," Bulma said, her voice filled with compassion. Hogg looked at his shoulder and discovered, indeed, there were traces of blood. He remarked, "It is nothing. I am in training. In the future, formidable enemies will descend upon Earth, and I must grow stronger." "Is that truly the case?" Bulma asked, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Indeed," he affirmed. Hogg pressed a button, and the gravity chamber transformed into a capsule. In the realm of Earth's technology, anything produced by the Bulma family could morph into a capsule. They are not only the wealthiest family in the world, but also the proprietors of a prominent capsule company. Upon learning of Hogg's intention to embark on training, Bulma found herself with no alternative but to acquiesce to his departure. Upon acquiring the gravity chamber, Hogg immediately ascended into the air and communicated, "Parker, where are you?" "My lord, you finally remembered me. I am not far from a place known as the Temple of the Deity," Parker replied. "Excellent. Proceed to the Temple of the Deity," Hogg commanded. "Yes, my lord," Parker responded. On the way to the Temple of the Deity, Hogg made a stop at the Cat Immortal's location to procure approximately 100 celestial beings before finally arriving above the Temple of the Deity. The Temple of the Deity. As Hogg arrived above, Parker swooped in with delight, exclaiming, "My lord, you have come." Hogg nodded slightly, disregarding Parker, and instead approached the celestial being and Bobo. The celestial being furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the two, remarking, "I truly cannot discern whether granting you access to the time chamber is a blessing or a curse. You old fool, open it at once, lest I unleash my wrath upon you." Upon witnessing the celestial being's refusal, Parker contemplated resorting to force. "Silence," Hogger exclaimed sharply, then turned to the deity and said, "Deity, the situation has reached this point. You have no choice left." The deity sighed, acknowledging the formidable presence of Hogger, realizing that refusing to comply was no longer an option. "Bobo, lead the way," the deity instructed. Bobo bowed slightly and replied, "Please, follow me, esteemed gentlemen." Under Bobo's guidance, Hogg Park arrived before an imposing door. Bobo swung it open and proclaimed, "Behold, the time chamber." Parker peered inside, only to find the interior mirrored the exterior. His anger flaring as he seized Bobo by the collar, exclaiming, "You little rascal, dare you deceive us?" "And no, truly, it is the time chamber inside," Bobo stammered anxiously. "Parker, it genuinely is the time chamber. Let us enter." Hogg was the first to step inside, followed closely by Parker. As they took their initial step, the door behind them slammed shut. The atmosphere within was stifling, accompanied by an overwhelming gravitational force that made it nearly unbearable for an ordinary person to remain. Hogg's mood was akin to that of Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "There is no better place to train than here. Let us commence immediately." Hogg charged in first, closely followed by Parker. Chapter 48. Frenzy Training Host Identity Information. Hogg Place of Birth, Planet Vegeta, destroyed. Combat Power, 220. 000 Fear Value, 2, 133 Other Super Abilities, Level 2 inside the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. 10 days later. Bang, bang, bang. "Parker, attack me with all your might." "Have you forgotten to eat? Put your strength into it, again and again," Hogg bellowed. "Yes, my lord." Parker relentlessly struck Hogg with punch after punch. Hogg did not fully defend himself, intentionally allowing Parker to unleash his attacks. Initially, Parker hesitated to go all out, but after several days, he began to strike Hogg with full force. At this moment, Parker's combat power had nearly reached 20,000, even though 20,000 hitting 220,000 was akin to mere tickling. This had already continued for 10 hours. Although Parker was now panting heavily, he felt his combat power steadily increasing, while Hogg, despite being the target of the assault, was on the verge of eliminating the impurities within himself. Another 2 hours passed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for repairing the second hidden flaw. Reward, 20,000 combat power. For Hogg, the addition of 20,000 combat power was but a drop in the bucket. However, it was certainly better than nothing. After consuming a sense of being, Hogg immediately sat cross-legged to regulate his energy. Boom. Hogg's combat power surged to an astonishing 300,000. Just as he intended to tease his own aura, Parker, who had rested for an hour, suddenly launched an attack from behind Hogg. Hogg roared mightily, unleashing a powerful energy blast with a swift motion. Parker's eyes widened in astonishment, and he clenched his teeth, realizing he could not withstand the force. He quickly descended to the ground, narrowly evading the oncoming energy wave. Hogg certainly had the capability to unleash his psychic abilities to eliminate Parker. Yet he refrained from doing so, for it was all part of his own design, allowing Parker to ambush him intermittently in order to hone his reflexes. My lord, if this continues, I fear that I shall be the first to perish. Parker stood up, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hogg chuckled and remarked that he hadn't intentionally directed his chi at Parker, he simply needed to evade it. In honing his own skills, he was also refining Parker's. Indeed, with a fierce battle spirit, Parker let out a roar and charged towards Hogg. Hogg's eyes sparkled as he rose to his feet, engaging Parker with one hand. The efficacy of individual training pales in comparison to that of two practitioners, and the benefits of collaborative training are surpassed by the advancements made through mutual combat. My lord, this is unjust. I demand that you fight me with both hands. Parker bellowed. As you wish. Hogg swiftly employed both hands, and within mere seconds, Parker was sent crashing to the ground with a single blow. Undeterred, Parker rose once more, charging at Hogg again, only to be kicked down repeatedly in this relentless cycle. 2 months later, Parker exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, my combat power has reached 100,000. He then inquired, Master, what is your combat power? Hogg replied indifferently, approximately 800,000. Parker was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Master, how have you improved so rapidly? If your power were on par with mine, I would have surely surpassed 1 million by now. It is you who has hindered my progress. Hogg shook his head, realizing that training with Parker was akin to training alone. After all, Parker's combat power was far too low to match his own. If they were evenly matched, Hogg could identify all his weaknesses, but now he could only discern a fraction of them. My apologies, Master, Parker said regretfully. There is no need for apologies. You are not a Saiyan. It is to be expected. Alas, my talent still pales in comparison to Vegetas, Hogg mused, feeling that, like Goku, he could still glean some improvement from his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Another 2 months passed, and Hogg's combat power surged by over 200,000, reaching its limit. The monotony of repetitive training not only stifled his growth but also risked the solidification of his techniques, a troubling prospect indeed. Then, a spark of inspiration ignited in Hogg's eyes. The final solution lay in utilizing the gravity chamber within the hyperbolic time chamber. Hogg initially spent 10 days acclimatizing to the immense gravitational force of 150 times that of Earth. Subsequently, he devoted 20 days mastering flight within the gravity chamber, maneuvering at high speeds, though he could evade only 10 beams of energy emitted by the mechanical eyes. Another month elapsed, and he had progressed to dodging 50 beams. After yet another month, approximately 7 months in total, Hogg finally attained the ability to evade 100 energy beams, which marked the limit of the gravity chamber's reflective capabilities. However, this achievement was not without its challenges. Throughout the entirety of the 8th month, Hogg adeptly dodged the beams with ease, but as he sought to increase his capacity to 110, the gravity chamber suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion. Parker rushed over in alarm, exclaiming, "My lord, are you unharmed?" Hogg emerged from the ruins of the gravity chamber, shaking his head and smiling as he reassured himself, "It's nothing." He then settled into a meditative position. System, display my information. Accessing information. Host identity, Hogg. Place of birth, planet Vegeta, now destroyed. Fear level, 2133. Battle power, 230,000. Other superpowers, level 2. Upon observing his own statistics, Hogg found himself momentarily stunned. Doubting his perception, his battle power astonishingly reached 230,000, approximately 10 times that of his previous level of 147. However, after summoning the information several times, the battle power consistently displayed as 230,000. This realization brought him a sense of belief, and he took a deep breath to calm himself. Yet, when he considered that a battle power of 230,000 was merely superior to Frisia's second form, he felt it lacked significance, unless he could transform into a Super Saiyan. All right, there are 4 months left. I shall give it a try, Hogg declared, brimming with confidence. Hogg suddenly cried out within the ethereal confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. the immense force causing the entire structure to tremble violently. At first, Parker pondered what his mentor was doing, but as he felt Hogg's astonishing energy, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Is this the power of an adult? Remarkably formidable. For the first time, Parker experienced such overwhelming energy. Could it be that his mentor had attained the pinnacle of strength in the universe? He found himself blindly admiring Hogg. After all, his own combat prowess had escalated from mere hundreds to over 100,000, approaching its limits. Just as he reveled in surpassing Jinyu, he discovered that his mentor was infinitely more powerful. 5 minutes had elapsed, and Parker began to worry, asking himself if Hogg was truly all right. After 10 minutes, Hogg finally conceded, nearly losing his voice from shouting for so long. It turned out that this form of exertion was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. Clearly, his output was not suited for such boisterous displays. Chapter 49. The plan commences 8 months and 15 days later. The Supreme Kai and Bopo anxiously observed the hyperbolic time chamber, for Hogg and Parker were about to emerge. They had not trained for a full year, but rather for just over 8 months. The reason was akin to Goku's experience. Within the chamber, no further enhancement was possible, as only a genuine battle could elevate one's combat abilities. It was astonishing to realize that they had trained for 17 hours. The Supreme Kai remarked solemnly, "Indeed. When I entered for training, I could scarcely endure even an hour." Bopo, drenched in sweat, responded, "A year comprises 12 months, and a day contains 24 hours. Thus, while Hogg and Parker had spent what felt like an eternity inside, only 17 hours had passed outside. With a thunderous sound, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber finally opened, and Hogg and Parker stepped forth, their battle attire in tatters. Hogg's spacecraft was seized from the 6th star domain, repurposed for the transport of soldiers to invade Earth. It is entirely reasonable for there to be spare combat suits on board. The celestial deity glanced at Hogg and noted that his physique had become considerably more robust. Moreover, Hogg's aura had deepened. Upon entering, the celestial deity sensed a previous disarray within Hogg's energy, which now appeared remarkably organized. "Are you here to graciously welcome my emergence?" Hogg inquired with a smile upon seeing the celestial deity. The celestial deity, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "Not at all. We have been stationed here all along." "Is that so? That brings me greater joy than a mere welcome." Hogg's smile broadened. "I know who you are now. You are a Saiyan, aren't you?" The celestial deity's gaze fixed intently on Hogg. "Indeed, it seems you have communicated with King Yama," Hogg elucidated. The celestial deity possesses the ability to converse with the ruler of the underworld. It was he who implored King Yama to handle Goku's body after his demise. "Saiyan." The celestial deity's pupils constricted, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "I am aware of your newfound strength, powerful enough to obliterate Earth with a single blow. However, remember that it is Earth that has bestowed upon you such power. I hope you will spare it in the future." Hogg felt that the celestial being was excessively concerned. And indeed, a stubborn relic of the past. Is every malevolent aura indicative of wickedness? He remarked, "As for you, celestial being, spare me your judgments. The Earth has once nurtured and sheltered me. How could I ever bring about its destruction? Very well, I shall take my leave." After Hogg finished speaking, he departed the heavenly temple alongside Parker. The heavenly being claims that Earth is the place that nurtured him. Could it be that the Saiyans are his homeland? Bobo inquired. "No, that is impossible. King Yama has stated that the Saiyans are from planet Vegeta." The heavenly being found himself at a loss. For the sake of Earth, there remained but one path, to unlock the seal and merge with the Demon King Piccolo. Alas, even this would not suffice, as even the newly arrived Hogg would be unable to triumph. "Master, I truly wish to eliminate that heavenly being. He is so verbose," Parker remarked from the side. "Silence. The heavenly being acts with Earth's interest in mind. I understand him. Furthermore, you must harbor no intentions of harm towards him in the future." Hogg admonished, his brow furrowed. There were 2 reasons for this. One was the Dragon Balls, and the other was the preservation of Earth, for Hogg wished to avoid chaos. "Master, shall we remain on Earth for the time being?" Parker asked. "No." Hogarth cast his gaze upon the starry sky, sneering, to planet 56, in search of Jinyu. Hogg and Park first returned to the brief residence, where they reassembled a gravity chamber, albeit one with only 200 times the gravitational force. They also procured nearly 100 magical beans, as a precautionary measure. "Big brother, are you really leaving?" Bulma lamented, unable to bear the thought of his departure. Meanwhile, Tiz and Jack had set off for a cosmic journey. She had relinquished her title as a young lady to pursue a career as a light novel author. "Yes, dear sister, I shall return," Hogg reassured her. With tears welling in her eyes, Bulma, her voice trembling, replied, "Very well, big brother, please take care of yourself." With that, she planted a gentle kiss on Hogg's cheek. Thus, Hogg departed Earth with Park. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, two spacecraft sped through the void, one belonging to Park and the other, a 200-fold gravity ship crafted by Dr. Brief. The master is truly diligent. Has he reached 170 times gravity? Park observed Hogg diligently training via the monitor. The higher the gravity, the greater the potential for combat enhancement, though progress had become increasingly sluggish. Nevertheless, Hogg was determined to continue his ascent, for his combat power had reached 2,600,000, and he yearned to elevate it to 3 million. On Planet 56, Jinyu continued to perform his outrageous dance in his quarters, accompanied by Jeez, Berta, and Raikum. In light of Goku's demise, the four sought to devise a formidable team formation. However, after considerable deliberation, they struggled to conceive an aesthetically pleasing arrangement. Any configuration they attempted appeared utterly ungraceful. "Captain, how about we recruit a diminutive fighter to join our ranks?" G suggested. Showing signs of exasperation, Raikum nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, preferably someone with extraordinary abilities. I've heard that in the second star region, there is a captain with a combat power around 10,000 who possesses healing capabilities. Is that really considered extraordinary?" Berta inquired, perplexed. Jinyu pondered their words and concurred that their formation was indeed lacking. They required a fifth member, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, with himself positioned in the center. "Very well, after some time, I shall venture to the second star region," Jinyu began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion from outside, followed by violent tremors and a fierce energy storm that swiftly reduced his abode to rubble. While the destruction posed no harm to them, the task of reconstruction would demand considerable time and effort. Jinyu was the first to emerge from the debris, shouting furiously towards the site of the explosion. "Damn it! Who dared to destroy my home? It seems they are courting death." He soared towards the source of the blast with lightning speed. Just then, Raikum and the others had managed to crawl out from the wreckage, adjusting their belongings and grumbling. "Who stepped on the captain's tail? Regardless, let us go take a look," G-Eyes declared, and the trio swiftly flew towards the direction of Jinyu. Jinyu arrived at the site of the explosion a moment earlier, discovering a massive crater, at least 4 to 5 meters deep and spanning several meters in width. "Who dares to reveal themselves?" Jinyu bellowed. "It is I." The voice emanated from behind him, prompting Jinyu to whirl around, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. "A Saiyan," Jinyu exclaimed. In truth, the one responsible for this devastation was none other than Hogg, who had promised to confront Jinyu 10 days hence. Hogg has only spent 3 or 4 days on Earth. Yet reaching Planet 56 in the vast expanse of the cosmos requires several days, hence the mention of 10 days. "It is you, Saiyan." Captain Jinyu's pupils constricted as he warily regarded Hogg. "I have a name. I am called Hogg," Hogg declared. "What do you seek from me?" Captain Jinyu inquired. Hogg replied, "You seem to have forgotten. I mentioned that I would find you on your planet in 10 days. Jinyu was taken aback, recalling the events in the first star region, where the other party had indeed uttered those words. Ever since the demise of Dodoria, Jinyu and his comrades had been dispatched by Frisia to invade another planet, where they had made a slight misstep, resulting in yet another reprimand from Frisia. Just yesterday, Jinyu had returned to Planet 56, preparing to showcase new combat techniques alongside Guys. When Hogg fortuitously arrived, Jinyu furrowed his brow and remarked, "I concede that your words hold merit, but what do you propose I do? Betray Lord Frisia?" At this juncture, Jinyu's loyalty to Frisia was no longer unwavering. Although he still referred to him as Lord Frisia, his heart had long been swayed by uncertainty. Betrayal? Certainly not. Hogg shook his head and said, "I sense that you do not believe my words. Very well, I have come here to prove it to you." "Prove it? How will you do that?" Jinyu doubted Hogg's ability to provide evidence. "Even if you can control your own combat power, I wager it will not exceed 200,000. "And what of Lord Frisia?" At the mention of Frisia, Jinyu's gaze shifted slightly as he continued. "Lord Frisia's combat power is an unfathomable abyss. We cannot even begin to comprehend it. I am well aware of Frisia's combat capabilities, and I am also privy to his weaknesses. Moreover, I know that Frisia can transform." Hogg possessed an extensive understanding of Frisia. Jinyu was taken aback, his expression altering immediately. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before exclaiming in astonishment, "How do you know that Frisia can transform? This secret is known only to me within the entire squad. Would you like me to prove it?" Hogg inquired indifferently. Jinyu fell silent, refraining from further conversation, instead lost in contemplation. Hogg remained unhurried and said, "Since you are unable to ascertain, very well, Parker, step forward." "Parker?" Jinyu exclaimed in confusion as he witnessed a figure descending from the sky, landing beside Hogg. "Master, I have arrived," Parker declared with utmost respect. "Weren't you supposed to be one of us from the Frisia Force?" Jinyu was taken aback upon seeing Parker. "That was in the past, Jinyu," Parker replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. "I have pledged my allegiance to my master and have elevated my combat power from 700 to a level that surpasses yours." "Preposterous. The elite squad of the Frisia Force is our own, and I am its strongest member. You must be delusional." Jinyu scoffed, unable to accept Parker's claim. With a hearty laugh, Parker retorted, "Then why is there a massive pit here? It seems these are your doing. I suspect you are courting death." Jinyu contemplated attacking, but hesitated, wary of Hogg's presence. Hogg let out a yawn and addressed Jinyu. "Feel free to proceed. Rest assured, I shall not intervene." "Very well. I shall teach this insolent boy a lesson," Jinyu responded, his figure flickering as he lunged toward Parker's head. Parker, having trained diligently for 8 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, possessed combat skills and experience imparted by Hogg. Though his fighting power hovered around 120,000, it was not sufficient to defeat Jinyu. "Overconfident fool," Parker bellowed, refusing to evade the attack. Instead, he retaliated with a powerful punch, his fist resembling a grinding wheel as it thundered toward Jinyu's claw, resulting in a collision that forced Jinyu to stagger backward. Once he regained his footing, Jinyu gazed at Parker in disbelief, rendered speechless. "What do you think? Use all your strength to combat me, for otherwise, victory shall elude you." Parker laughed heartily. "As you wish," Jinyu declared as his form abruptly vanished from sight, and Parker followed suit. Moments later, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted, yet neither combatant was visible. The sounds of battle resonated from the left, then the right, and then above. Hogg's eyes darted left and right, and he soon furrowed his brow. Parker's excessive movements were far too many. It seemed that my usual admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. After all, he had merely been a foot soldier before, devoid of any innate talent. Had he not encountered Hogg, he would have lived his life with merely a few hundred battle points, at best reaching around 1,000. Damn it, that Jinyu's attack is so ferocious. Parker cursed inwardly. At this moment, Parker found himself slightly at a disadvantage, while Jinyu held an edge. His frenzied assaults invigorating him as he proclaimed, "A mere foot soldier cannot hope to defeat me." "I found the flaw," Jinyu bellowed, seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful kick that sent Parker crashing to the ground. Parker swiftly rolled back to his feet, but at that instant, Jinyu brought his hands together, descending with force to strike Parker, confident that his opponent would either be incapacitated or gravely injured. "This is bad." Parker sensed the intensity of Jinyu's assault and closed his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha." Jinyu laughed maniacally, his speed and strength unwavering, even seemingly increasing. Yet, at the critical moment, a single finger appeared effortlessly, blocking Jinyu's lethal punch with ease. "What is happening?" Jinyu felt an explosive force that sent him reeling backward. Hearing the commotion, Parker opened his eyes to behold Hogg standing before him, his heart swelling with joy. "Master!" Parker exclaimed in delight. Hogg gazed at Parker with disappointment before turning his attention to Jinyu suspended in midair, stating coldly, "Let this end here." With that, he retracted his finger. Jinyu stared blankly at Hogg, recalling the immense power that emanated from that single finger, a force akin to a raging river, rendering him utterly incapable of controlling his body or direction. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Jinyu felt a lingering dread, convinced that such a finger held unimaginable strength. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 120,000 fear points. Jinyu, your strength is comparable to his. There is no need for such concern. I am here to assist you. Do you still doubt my prowess? Hogg continued. Jinyu fell silent, understanding that his life could be extinguished with a mere finger, which had effortlessly countered his most formidable attack. At that moment, 3 figures flew in from the distance, Gi's, Bart, and Rikumu. Chapter 51. The fish bites the hook as Rikumu and the others approached. They too were astonished to see Hogg, exclaiming loudly, "Isn't that the Saiyan? Captain, is this Saiyan causing trouble?" Gi's inquired. "Silence." Jinyu barked, his mood sour, perplexed by Hogg's overwhelming combat power that had effortlessly dismantled his strongest offensive with a single finger. "Jinyu, have you come to a realization?" Hogg asked. Upon hearing this, Not only was Parker taken aback, but Rikomu and Gi's were equally bewildered, failing to comprehend the exchange unfolding between the two. Logically, the captain and Jinyu were adversaries. Yet it seemed there was an ulterior motive at play. Gi speculated, could it be that he wishes to recruit Jinyu? Parker shared the sentiment of confusion, pondering whether Hogg aimed to sway Jinyu to his side. After a moment of contemplation, Jinyu finally spoke. I understand now, and I know you can demonstrate your strength. But I have one question for you. Ask away, Hogg responded. Why are you doing this? Why have you chosen me? Jinyu's voice was low and filled with trepidation. Upon being questioned, Hogg exchanged a knowing glance with Parker, who understood the cue and promptly took flight. Jinyu, too, grasped Hogg's intent and addressed the three individuals, urging them to depart hastily. Furthermore, he warned, do not divulge the events of today, lest you jeopardize your very lives. Understood, Captain, replied Lycum and Gizbat, swiftly vacating the premises. Well then, it seems we are left with just the two of us, Jinyu remarked. Jinyu, I am a Saiyan, am I not? Hogg inquired. Indeed. Jinyu replied, seemingly taken aback, as if he had anticipated the revelation. Hogg let out a chilling laugh, feigning an expression of deep enmity, and proclaimed, naturally, I seek vengeance for the obliteration of planet Vegeta, the home of my kin. Indeed, Jinyu had surmised this already. Jinyu roared. But what does that have to do with me? I am aligned with Frisia's army. Are you not concerned about my potential betrayal? Not at all. In truth, you've been wavering in your heart, believing that Frisia would not treat you with cruelty, yet you are mistaken, Hogg replied with a mocking smile. Jinyu was taken aback, recalling past events where even the demise of his comrade Good elicited no reaction from Frisia, and the brutal slaying of his longtime ally Dodoria was executed by Frisia himself. Jinyu had thought himself unique in Frisia's eyes, but it appeared that was not the case. How does it feel to have your suspicions confirmed? Frisia regards you merely as pawns. When necessary, he will dispose of you, and when his fury requires an outlet, he will unleash it upon you. As he did with Dodoria. Hogg refrained from mentioning Zaban, for Dodoria's incompetence had sealed his fate. Jinyu's expression shifted as he inquired. How do you know that Dodoria is dead? It's simple. I understand Frisia, and I comprehend that no matter how loyal you are regarded as nothing more than a dog, and when the time comes to eliminate you, he will do so without hesitation. Hogg's words, though harsh, resonated with truth. Upon hearing these revelations, Jinyu ultimately fell silent and finally posed the question, how will you prove this? Hogg's eyes sparkled with excitement as he finally heard the words from Jinyu. If Jinyu were to believe that a companion could be as perilous as a tiger, then half of Hogg's plan would come to fruition. It's quite simple. Lean in closer, Hogg instructed. Jinyu, nodding in agreement, leaned in to listen as Hogg rambled on about his scheme. However, as he listened, Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in alarm. This plan is far too dangerous. What are you afraid of? I will control a minion to carry it out, Hogg reassured him, his secondary superpower enabling him to manipulate a small soldier with ease. Huh? Jinyu was taken aback and immediately turned to Hogg, inquiring, how did you know I could switch bodies? Hogg burst into laughter. What are you laughing about? Jinyu frowned, perplexed. Do you wish to know why? Hogg continued to chuckle. Spit it out. Jinyu's impatience was evident. Because I am a god, and a god knows everything. Hogg proclaimed, laughter bubbling forth once more. Upon hearing this, Jinyu felt a surge of anger. You scoundrel, you were toying with me. No sooner had he spoken than Hogg's laughter ceased, his gaze sharpening into a formidable glare, startling Jinyu. All right, in 3 days, I will come. You must be punctual, Hogg declared before soaring into the vastness of space. What in the world is happening? Jinyu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In his understanding of science, survival in the vacuum of space was impossible, yet Hogg was defying all conventions. Could it be that he truly is a god? Jinyu swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure. Hogg returned to the spacecraft, while the gravity chamber had reverted to its capsule form, resting within the toolbox. Welcome back, sir. Parker approached with a respectful greeting. Hogg nodded slightly and addressed Parker. Parker, set the next destination. Where would the master like the destination to be? Parker inquired. The first star domain, Hogg specified. The first star domain? Parker questioned, somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't it have been destroyed by our master? Why would we wish to go there? Indeed, the first star domain. Hogg commanded. Understood, my lord. Parker promptly set the destination to the first star domain. Hogg and Jinyu conspired on a plan near the first star domain, specifically on planet Frisia, the very world inhabited by Frisia himself. As the spaceship commenced its journey, Hogg gazed into the vast expanse of the starry sky, contemplating the intricacies of his ingenious scheme. A sardonic smile crept across his face. For little did Jinyu suspect that he was ensnared in a web of deeper machinations, like a mantis stalking a cicada, oblivious to the lurking oriole. He had indeed substantiated Frisia's intentions toward him, yet he remained blissfully unaware that Hogg was leveraging this very fear to extract Frisia's terror value. 120 million units of terror value could be exchanged for a cosmic-grade instantaneous teleportation, and there would still be an excess of 20 million. Hogg now found himself quite eager for such a remarkable ability. With cosmic-grade instantaneous teleportation at his disposal, he would no longer be reliant on a spaceship. He could traverse the universe at will, unimpeded by anyone. However, Hogger cast another glance at the list and realized that to attain a level 5 superpower, an astounding 100 million fear points was required. With 100 million fear points, I currently possess the ability to survive in the vastness of space. However, to acquire the Super Dragon Balls, I must elevate my superpower to level 5 with this immense quantity of fear points. Or else I will be utterly incapable of moving the Super Dragon Balls. Initially, I intended to summon the Earth-Esh Dragon first, which I have now accomplished. Then proceed to summon the Namekian Dragon, followed by the search for the Super Dragon Balls to invoke the Super Shenron. Yet, it appears that I am entirely unfit to summon the Super Shenron. This is due to the fact that each Super Dragon Ball is as large as a planet. Chapter 52. Frisia's doubts. Hogg shook his head, realizing he might be overthinking things. After all, the Super Dragon could grant any wish, and it was premature to contemplate such matters. Besides, he was uncertain about what wish to make. Regardless, his immediate goal was to accumulate Frisia's fear value. With that thought, Hogg gazed ahead, hoping to reach Frisia's planet sooner rather than later. 3 days later, Hogg returned to the first star domain. At a glance, it appeared that the first star domain was in the midst of reconstruction, with most areas nearing completion. The speed of the restoration was impressive. Hogg felt a sudden urge to wreak havoc once more, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it and shifted his gaze towards the distance. There lay Frisia's planet. Parker, you will blend into the first star domain as before while I venture to Frisia's planet, Hogg instructed. Parker was taken aback and, astonished, asked, My lord, do you intend to challenge Frisia? That is utterly unthinkable. Parker became anxious, exclaiming, Frisia is incredibly powerful. A mere finger can obliterate a planet. I am well aware of that, Hogg replied confidently. Previously, I lacked assurance, but now, I am resolute. A subtle energy began to coalesce behind him, only to dissipate moments later. Parker, I wish for you to accompany me, he added. Hogg contemplated the necessity of engaging in battle with Frisia, deciding it best to leave the confrontation with Jinyu to Parker, as having Jinyu merely observing felt rather unsettling. Very well, let us proceed, Hogg acquiesced. During his journey, he made a concerted effort to avoid disturbing the minions, fearing that any commotion might impede his arrival at Frisia's star, potentially leading to the devastation of the first star domain instead. After all, the first star domain was currently undergoing reconstruction, and there were still numerous minions present. Thus caution was paramount. Jinyu should have already arrived at Frisia's star. As Hogg soared through the cosmos, he directed his course towards Frisia's star. The spacecraft navigating towards the first star domain was not particularly swift, while Jinyu was likely racing at full speed towards Frisia's star. After 2 hours, Hogg finally arrived at Frisia's star, casting a sweeping glance over the planet and murmuring, Is this truly Frisia's domain? Excellent, let the plan commence. Hogg first consumed a magic bean, then offered one to Parker before diving into the clouds of Frisia's planet. The residents of Frisia's world were numerous and diverse, indicating that Frisia treated them as pets. Hogg soon realized that Frisia's planet was quite a remarkable place. Unfortunately, it was destined to become ruined shortly. I shall create a commotion to attract some attention, he thought. Hogg conjured an energy sphere with one hand and hurled it towards a continent. The ground trembled violently as the landmass was cleaved in half, with the rest of the inhabitants submerged beneath the waves. What is happening? Frisia, savoring his wine, suddenly sensed a tremendous tremor. Beside him, Jinyu activated a screen, revealing Hogg near the military district. Who is this? Frisia gazed at Hogg on the screen, a look of confusion crossing his face. Lord Frisia, he is the Saiyan, Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment. What? He is that wretched, foul monkey. Frisia shattered the wine glass in his grip, his eyes burning with hatred as they fixated on Hogg, as if he intended to extract Hogg's very soul. Frisia struggled to comprehend why this Saiyan had audaciously attacked his planet, Yet he resolved that such insolence could not be tolerated. Jinyu, you all must deal with this Saiyan immediately, he commanded. Jinyu replied, Lord Frisia, before we confront this Saiyan, allow us to perform our latest dance for you. Jinyu and his companions struck a pose, a routine they had developed aboard their ship. However, their performance was abruptly interrupted by a ray that shattered the glass. Followed by Frisia's cold voice, Go now. Yes, Lord Frisia. Jinyu responded without any sign of discontent, and he, along with Jinyu and the others, immediately departed towards the scene. After their exit, a series of violent tremors resonated outside. Frisia furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease, and glanced at Zarbin, instructing him, Zarbin, go and keep an eye on them. Yes, my lord. Zarbin complied and flew off, watching Jinyu and Zarbin head towards the source of the disturbance. Frisia couldn't help but frown. Lately, Jinyu had been acting strangely, as if he were specifically waiting for the Scion's arrival. Jinyu had arrived on Frisia's planet the previous night, paying his respects and claiming that the four of them had developed a new dance to showcase to Frisia. Frisia, feeling exasperated, waved him off, only to notice that Jinyu did not display the usual disappointment but instead returned with an air of happiness. Forget it, I must see for myself. Frisia boarded his hovering spacecraft and leisurely made his way towards the commotion. Hogger effortlessly struck down an adversary boasting over 10,000 battle prowess, consequently acquiring a similar amount of fear value. To his astonishment, Frisia's planet harbored not only its residents, but also a plethora of formidable combatants. As Hogger surveyed his surroundings, he noted that none of the minions possessed a power level below 5,000, with the most formidable among them reaching an astonishing 15,000, rivaling that of the chief strategist of the Star Domain. Truly, they were the elite forces of Frisia's planet, yet to me, they are but mere insects. With a flick of his wrist, the area was engulfed in flames once more, claiming the lives of numerous minions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 130,000 fear value. This method of garnering fear value proved quite effective. From earlier until now, I have amassed approximately 300,000. Combined with the 120,000 from Jinyu 3 days prior, totaling 420,000. Hogger appeared exceedingly pleased. Hogg contemplated the idea of gathering 1 million to elevate his superpower to level 3. My lord, please leave a few for me, Parker exclaimed as he soared in from a distance. No need to save any. Jinyu and his crew are approaching, Hogg replied. The two turned their gaze and indeed saw Jinyu and his companions flying over, though there were only 4 figures. Trailing behind was an unexpected silhouette, Sabo. Parker, heed my instructions. Engage Jinyu in battle deliberately and lead him towards the residential area of Frisia. Our priority is to cause destruction first, then focus on the fight. Do you understand? Hogg commanded. Understood, my lord, Parker responded, unperturbed, for Hogg had bestowed upon him 5 senza beans, which were ample for his needs. As Jinyu approached and beheld the surrounding ruins, his expression shifted, and he stammered, Hogg, you. There is nothing to discuss, Jinyu. Proceed according to the original plan. Hogg retorted with a cold smirk. No sooner had he finished speaking than Parker let out a fierce roar and charged at Jinyu, his target firmly in sight. Chapter 53. The Fierce Duel of Parker and Jinyu. Oh no. Jinyu was utterly unprepared for this confrontation, especially with Frisia not far away. He truly lacked the courage to betray him. Parker laughed heartily. Jinyu, are you still hesitating? Do not waver. Listen to my lord. You scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Though Jinyu feared Hogg, he did not fear Parker. Moreover, Parker's fighting prowess was comparable to his own. He had once even been bested by Jinyu. With a sudden movement, Jinyu unleashed a massive energy blast toward Parker. Bring it on. Parker's eyes sparkled with determination as he flickered and dodged the energy blast, which continued on its path, devastating Frisia's forces on the ground. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the smoke lingered ominously in the air. Jinyu glared at Parker, cursing, You bastard. Stand still. If you have the guts, come chase me. Parker dove into the swirling black smoke. Soon after, Jinyu followed suit, and the sound of combat erupted from within the haze. Jisbat and Rikum attempted to rush in to assist Jinyu, but a flash of light streaked towards them, prompting the three to hastily evade, only to discover that the ground had been carved with an infinitely long trench by the flash. Do not approach. Stay put, or face dire consequences, Hogg declared, firmly obstructing their path. How infuriating. The trio could only watch helplessly, gritting their teeth in frustration. Though Hogg observed Parker and Jinyu engaged in combat, he remained vigilant. After all, they were on Frisia's planet, and such a commotion could not go unnoticed by Frisia himself. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Hogg felt the approaching energy of Frisia, though the speed was not remarkable. However, the battle between Parker and Jinyu was unlikely to conclude anytime soon. In the distance, Frisia indeed soared towards them, but the recently erupted mushroom cloud momentarily startled him. He cursed under his breath, contemplating whether Jinyu was engaged in combat with that Saiyan, whose power was evidently formidable. It seemed that the Saiyan must possess exceptional strength. Regardless of their might, they would ultimately fall into my grasp. All Saiyans must face extinction. Frisia, fearing that Hogg might escape once again, abruptly detached himself from his hovering craft, directing his gaze towards Hogg and swiftly approaching. Hogwarts suddenly furrowed his brow. Gazing into the distance in astonishment, Frisia, what? Upon hearing this, Jinyu, entirely disinterested in the battle, was caught off guard by Parker, who delivered a punch to his face, and then was swiftly kicked away, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Hogg was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Jinyu's apparent fear. At that moment, he was engaged in combat with Parker, undeniably fighting for Frisia. Even with Frisia present, it was impossible to discern Jinyu's true thoughts. Jinyu, however, was plagued by insecurity. Ever since he had acquiesced to Hogg, he had been consumed by anxiety, fearing that Frisia would uncover their clandestine dealings. The prospect of being eliminated was a risk he deemed unworthy. Despite his trepidation, Jinyu felt compelled to ascertain Frisia's regard for him, whether his life was deemed trivial. After all, he had rendered considerable service to Frisia, and it seemed improbable that he would be so easily dispatched. Parker, on the other hand, held a different perspective. He merely executed Hogg's commands, knowing that Hogg was genuinely sincere, having even saved him in a moment of peril. He recalled the humiliation endured on Planet 56, and, fueled by Hogg's encouragement, unleashed a torrent of energy attacks upon the surroundings, recklessly bombarding the ground. The air reverberated with explosive energy blasts directed towards Jinyu, each wave of the energy storm relentless. While the surrounding minions boasted a maximum power level of 15,000, they could hardly withstand Parker's formidable energy assaults, which matched Jinyu's prowess. The scene was soon filled with anguished cries, as those who could escape did so, hovering in the air to witness the unfolding battle. Enough! Jinyu suddenly bellowed from beneath the ground, a brilliant light surging upward, interrupting Parker's onslaught. It was evident that a disparity existed between the two combatants. One had been a seasoned warrior for years, while the other had only recently been a lowly soldier with a power level of 700. Boom! Jinyu surged forth from the earth, braving Parker's energy blasts, his expression a mask of fury. Parker, momentarily taken aback, raised his hand, conjuring a massive energy sphere, intending to hurl it at Jinyu. But Jinyu, appearing unexpectedly, swiftly struck the sphere with his hand, sending it careening towards Parker's rear at an alarming speed. Oh, this is bad. Jinyu quickly realized something was amiss. Glancing at Parker, he noticed a triumphant smile on his face. Parker had evidently anticipated this moment. The trajectory of the energy sphere was directed towards the residential area of the planet, home to Frisia's cherished pets, the surviving life forms of that planet. Jinyu reached out, desperate to unleash an energy blast to intercept the sphere, but alas, it was too late. Parker laughed heartily, thinking of intercepting now? Is it not too late? A colossal explosion erupted between Parker and Jinyu, while the energy sphere soared past Frisia's head. Frisia, taken aback, watched helplessly as the sphere bypassed him, only to crash into his residential area. As the explosion echoed, Frisia jolted awake, exclaiming furiously, "Damn it! My empire, my residential area, what a scoundrel!" Frisia's speed intensified. Yet Jinyu and Parker continued their fierce battle, the clash inexorably drawing closer to the residential district. Frisia's speed has increased, Hogg promptly noted. I must brace myself. Hogg glanced at the trio of Lycum, dismissing them as mere insects, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing between Frisia and Park Jinyu. Damn this wretched monkey. I shall skin you alive and shatter your bones. Frisia roared as he soared towards him with great speed. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking Frisia's path, and coldly declared, "This road is impassable." Frisia slammed to a halt, staring blankly at Hogg, and inquired, "Who are you? Your attire suggests you are one of my Frisia force." "Who am I?" Hogger let out a cold chuckle, flicking his tail at his waist and declaring, "Now you know who I am, don't you?" The tail. Frisia's pupils suddenly constricted as he clenched his fists tightly, cursing, "Are you that wild monkey? How dare you come to my Frisia star and ravage my residential area, desecrating my empire?" Wait a moment. If you are that dead monkey, then who fought against Jinyu? Frisia paused, turning around to see two beams of white light soaring towards the residential district. Hogg observed the two streaks of white light and felt relieved that he had thwarted Frisia. Otherwise, the destruction of Frisia's empire and its residential area would have been unachievable. Chapter 54, Frisia, Transform. Parker fled ahead, bewildered by Jinyu's sudden surge in strength, pondering why he had become so formidable. The pressing concern was that he could not engage in a genuine battle with him. Parker recalled Hogg's instructions to target the residential area first, followed by the dismantling of Frisia's empire. Thus he continued his flight towards the residential zone, with Jinyu in pursuit. Frisia, witnessing the two white lights darting towards the residential area, bellowed, "Stay here." He then unleashed two energy blasts, astonishingly intent on attacking Jinyu as well. What? Both Jinyu and Parker sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy and turned to see the blast hurtling towards them. "This must be a deception," they exclaimed in unison. Though both were equally astonished, their emotions diverged. Parker was astounded by Frisia's true power, whereas Jinyu was taken aback by Frisia's intent to strike him. Furthermore, these energy blasts were unleashed in Frisia's fury, and even without exerting his full strength, he had utilized at least half of his power. The energy blasts, fueled by a battle power of 260,000, were far beyond what the two could withstand. "Parker, eliminate Jinyu. Speed up." Hogg suddenly appeared before the two, effortlessly dissipating their energy attacks with a single strike. "What?" Frisia exclaimed, momentarily stunned by Hogg's ease in neutralizing his formidable energy blast. He finally comprehended the immense strength of the Saiyan that Jinyu had spoken of. "You filthy monkey, dare you to thwart my plans?" Frisia chastised. Hogg disregarded Frisia and instead called out to Parker, "Parker, why do you not continue?" "Yes, my lord." Parker smirked and once again charged at Jinyu, who had no choice but to engage in battle. "My lord." Frisia was taken aback and turned to glance at Parker. Such a lowly minion should belong to his own Frisia force. Why was he referring to a Saiyan as my lord? "Frisia, do not be distracted. Your opponent is me. He has turned to my side precisely because he could no longer tolerate your tyranny," Hogg said with indifference. Frisia finally understood, chuckling. "Ah, I see. You portray yourself as a paragon of justice, yet you wreak havoc across the galaxy, believing you are the virtuous ones while we are the malevolent? Not at all." Hogg shook his head and remarked that you are overthinking it. Frisia's expression gradually darkened. He despised the Scion's condescending demeanor, showing a complete lack of courtesy. "Oh, is that so? But what does it matter? After all, it is you who will meet your demise." With arms outstretched, Frisia lunged toward Hogg, his speed nearly akin to lightning. Hogg bent slightly, evading Frisia's sudden lunge. As Frisia whirled around, he unleashed a powerful punch, his arm swelling with formidable strength, a testament to the ferocity behind his strike. The moment their fists clashed, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Frisia, brimming with confidence in his attack, was stunned as he felt as though he had struck an impenetrable boulder, akin to an ordinary person hitting stone. Bewildered, Frisia lifted his gaze. Incredulity etched upon his features as he stared at Hogg. The realization dawned on him that his devastating blow, infused with a staggering combat power of 530,000, had failed to leave even the slightest mark on Hogg. "Surprised, are we?" Hogg remarked with a sardonic smile, extending his hand to seize Frisia's wrist. With a slight exertion of force, Frisia's visage contorted in pain. "Now I comprehend how you were able to obliterate my 3-star domains. Even Jinyu and his cohorts were powerless against you. Yet, you still underestimate me." Frisia roared in defiance, and an ethereal purple cage materialized around them. In an instant, a transformation overtook him. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as his battle suit split apart. Despite the metamorphosis, he found himself unable to escape Hogg's grip. "Damn it, you bastard!" Frisia exclaimed, having ascended to his second transformation, his stature nearly matching Hogg's. Yet, he remained kneeling, unable to break free from Hogg's grasp. Even as his strength intensified, "What does your transformation matter? A mere 1 million in combat power. Far too feeble," Hogg replied, shaking his head. "I have never encountered a Scion of such extraordinary strength." "Who are you? Are you truly a Scion?" Frisia bellowed, his voice laced with disbelief. Hogg laughed coldly and asked, "Do you still remember that tedious legend?" "Tedious legend?" Frisia's pupils constricted in surprise as he exclaimed, "The legendary Super Scion? Ha ha ha." Hogg's satisfaction was palpable upon hearing those words, and he promptly released his grip. Frisia, akin to a dog, rolled away a few times, distancing himself from Hogg. Initially, he flexed his hands, then cast a resentful glare in Hogg's direction. Do not jest. What utter nonsense is this about Super Saiyans? To me, it is nothing more than a tedious farce. Frisia remained confident in his heart, for he still possessed 2 transformations. Indeed, it was true, for until now, he was merely an ordinary Saiyan. Hogg's gaze turned icy as he extended a hand and bellowed, "Ultimate explosion attack." What is this? Infuriating. Frisia sensed Hogg's astonishing energy and began to roar in response, undergoing a series of transformations in rapid succession. In a matter of moments, Frisia was compelled to transform twice. In his third form, Frisia appeared almost monstrous, yet his combat power surged to approximately 2 to 3 million, matching Hogg's strength. Just as the transformation completed, the ultimate explosion attack descended upon them. Frisia, in his third form, finally possessed the capability to confront Hogg. "Hold on," he urged. Frisia braced himself against Hogg's explosive assault, yet was ultimately blasted into the depths of the earth. The ground trembled violently, and bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens. The earth fissured, creating countless cracks several meters wide and infinitely long. The surrounding area, stretching for millions of meters, began to collapse, and half of Frisia's empire was obliterated. Hogg floated in midair, impervious to the onslaught of the energy storm, unmoved by even a fraction. At that moment, a figure gradually ascended from the depths below. It was Frisia. Veins bulged on Frisia's forehead, his body trembled, revealing his immense fury. He glared at Hogg and exclaimed, "Damn you, filthy monkey. How dare you soil my body like this? I shall not let you escape. You will experience the ultimate terror. Then transform into your final form." Hogg replied indifferently. "As you wish," Frisia retorted, clenching his fists and widening his eyes, beginning a transformation akin to a struggle with constipation. This was indeed his ultimate metamorphosis. In Chapter 55, Jinyu's Demise, Frisia's final form finally materialized before Hogg. One must admit, this final form was indeed more aesthetically pleasing than the others. Is this truly your final form? Though Hogg's combat power had reached nearly 3 million, he could sense the immense power lurking within Frisia. Frisia remained silent, for this was his ultimate form. He first stretched his limbs, entirely dismissing Hogg, a testament to the awe-inspiring authority of Frisia's final form. Hogg could indeed comprehend Frisia's emotions at that moment. Having attained his final form with an astounding battle power of 100,200,000, he had long awaited this very instant. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the means to ascertain Frisia's fear level, even if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan. Hogg silently concentrated the energy behind him, yet it proved futile. It is important to note that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly surpass Frisia's full battle power, but even so, Frisia would not experience fear. Indeed, Frisia would remain unyielding, even in death, for his pride was far too robust to ever submit to anyone. Even before the god of destruction, Beerus, Frisia only feigned deference due to Beerus's status. Had Beerus not been a god of destruction, Frisia would certainly not have acquiesced to him. Suddenly, in his final form, Frisia unexpectedly unleashed a death ray from his fingertip, hurtling it towards Hogg. Hogg's expression turned icy, and with a resounding smack, he dispelled the death ray. "Frisia, your ultimate form possesses relatively low combat power. It requires charging, and even at 100%, it demands time to gather strength. Do you truly believe you can defeat me without preparing?" "How naive," Hogg remarked with a cold smile. Frisia opened his eyes and erupted into a maniacal laugh, saying, "It seems you have a fair understanding of our kind. However, it matters not, for you are already dead." "Dead?" Hogg smiled indifferently and remarked, "You dare to threaten me after transforming 3 times? Had I transformed merely once into a Super Saiyan, I could easily vanquish you. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" He scoffed, still clinging to that tedious legend. "You foul monkey, perish." Frisia charged towards Hogg, lacking any formidable aura, intending to strike him down with his head. At that moment, a series of resounding explosions erupted from the residential area, and thick plumes of smoke billowed in their direction. Hogg's eyes gleamed with realization. Parker had succeeded. "Frisia, I shall no longer linger in this trivial exchange. One day, when I ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan, it will herald your demise," Hogg declared, placing his hands upon his forehead, and shouted, "Solar flare." Initially taken aback by the sound of explosions, Frisia soon found himself blinded by an overwhelming burst of light. Shielding his eyes, he cursed, "What is this? Ah, my eyes. Where are you, foul monkey? You cannot escape. My empire, my residence." Frisia, concealed from sight, frantically unleashed death beams with his fingers, saturating the air with a barrage of energy. However, These beams posed little threat to Hogg, for Frisia required a moment to summon even 50% of his true power. Hogg deflected a deadly beam, concealing his energy, and then soared towards the residential area. At that moment, Jinyu and Parker were still engaged in combat but were separated by Hogg's beam. Hogg declared, "Jinyu, I shall now demonstrate that Frisia will soon arrive, and you shall see for yourself." Jinyu was taken aback, still processing the situation. When Hogg exchanged a knowing glance with Parker, who understood and promptly departed, Jinyu surveyed his surroundings and found the residential area utterly devastated, reduced to ruins. It was evident how enraged Frisia would be. "Captain," he muttered. Just then, Guys, Berta, and Rickwilm arrived, and upon seeing Jinyu's stunned expression, they grasped the gravity of the situation. "Stay silent. Do not utter a word," Jinyu instructed. The three nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as Hogg and Parker flew a considerable distance away, Hogg instructed Parker, "You should return. I have matters to attend to." "Understood, my lord," Parker replied before departing. Hogg then found a hiding place, constantly using his energy to monitor the situation, prepared to exert his telekinetic abilities to manipulate someone should Jinyu need to switch bodies. Indeed, Hogg's scheme was to demonstrate that Frisia would undoubtedly target Jinyu as an outlet for his fury, potentially leading to Jinyu's demise. This would convince Jinyu that Frisia was indeed a tyrant, utterly indifferent to their lives. The masterstroke of the plan involved Hogg saving Jinyu once, controlling a minion to facilitate the body switch, and subsequently persuading Jinyu to ally with him against Frisia, under the pretext of avenging the Saiyans. Hogg desires the alluring transformation of Jinyu into Frisia's form. Jinyu would undoubtedly be tempted. Subsequently, Jinyu could be persuaded to exchange bodies with Frisia, allowing Hogg to execute a counterattack and reclaim Jinyu's physique. Jinyu harbors a sense of trepidation towards Hogg, thus enabling Hogg to amass an astounding fear value of 120 million. Jinyu has long been a mere pawn in Hogg's game, and in pursuit of this substantial fear value, Hogg has exhausted his wits. He muses that Frisia would never yield to fear, yet Jinyu would surely quail. The prospect of 120 million fear points is enticing, as it could facilitate universe-level instant teleportation or elevate his powers to grade 5, granting him the ability to manipulate the Super Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon. Thus, Hogg craves this immense fear value. The divine language presents a challenge, but he could consult the Dragon of Earth. Upon learning of the commotion, Frisia hastens back to his residential area, only to discover it has been reduced to ruins, unrecognizable as a place fit for habitation. Damn it, that wretched monkey. This was once a beautiful locale, now utterly destroyed. Frisia roars skyward, his voice shaking the very earth. Lord Frisia, at that moment, Jinyu, and his comrades, Raikim included, arrived before him. Jinyu. The sight of the four ignites Frisia's fury, as he deduces they must be responsible for the devastation. "Do you realize this is my planet? The planet known as Frisia Planet. Such a stunning place, now rendered a desolate wasteland, uninhabitable. How dare you?" Frisia bellows at Jinyu. Jinyu, feeling the waves of Frisia's wrath, quickly kneels, earnestly declaring, "My lord Frisia, it is my fault. I failed to thwart the Saiyans. The blame lies entirely with me, and I willingly accept full responsibility." Responsibility? Frisia suddenly unleashes a deadly beam, piercing through Jinyu's armor. Responsibility? Who do you think you are to bear such a burden? This magnificent empire, painstakingly built over centuries, now reduced to rubble in an instant, and you presume to take on this triviality? Frisia seethed with rage, his fingers suddenly pointing as a deadly beam pierced through Jinyu's heart. Jinyu could hardly fathom that Frisia would unleash his fury upon him. His body trembled as disbelief washed over him, and he recalled Hogg's words. Indeed, everything Hogg had said was true. "Lord Frisia," Jinyu gasped, clutching his chest and mustering the strength to utter a final phrase, his expression marred by resentment and bitterness. All he yearned for now was an explanation for this betrayal. He had toiled tirelessly for Frisia, conquering countless planets and acquiring advanced technology, only to be met with a lethal ray in return. Jinyu finally grasped the truth, but it was far too late. "Lord Frisia," the trio of Raikim exclaimed in unison. Witnessing their captain's plight stirred a profound injustice within them, yet they dared not express their feelings, merely calling out in distress. "Humph." Frisia coldly glared at the three, declaring that their team would need a new name and that they should cease their performances before him. "Now, I must swiftly issue orders to locate that wretched monkey." Jinyu, fading into unconsciousness due to his grievous injury, succumbed to the darkness and collapsed to the ground. Frisia, hearing the commotion, pointed to a nearby soldier and commanded, Come here and dispose of this worthless fool in the incinerator. The soldier, silent yet obedient, approached, knelt to support Jinyu, and gradually departed. Frisia, unwilling to linger any longer, soared into the sky, returning to what remained of his empire. Upon entering, several soldiers rushed to greet him, exclaiming, "Lord Frisia." He issued commands before retreating to the command room, where he sat cross-legged in a state of levitation. Such occurrences cannot be allowed. I must acclimate to this state. If that Saiyan returns, I must be prepared to engage him at least at 50% of my power, Frisia mused solemnly. It is crucial to note that Frisia's 50% power equated to a staggering 6 million battle strength, requiring no charge, but rather a simple elevation of power. The sole drawback was that his prolonged suppression of this might render him unaccustomed to its full force, presenting a significant vulnerability when engaging at full capacity. His combat proved fleeting as he struggled to control his own body. Why is that Saiyan's power so formidable? I cannot comprehend, Frisia pondered, recalling Hogg, whom he could not best even at his third transformation. Never mind, the disparity between my third and final forms is like that of heaven and earth. Should he return, he will undoubtedly perish at my hands. Frisia brimmed with confidence. Exchange. The incinerator emanated a radiant glow, which swiftly faded, and a figure slowly emerged from its depths, a soldier with a visage resembling that of a fish. The fish-headed man gazed at his own hands and murmured, "My combat power has dwindled to merely over 300. Alas, we toil day and night for Frisia, conquering territories on his behalf, yet he treats us thus. How contemptible." A look of resentment crossed the fish-headed man's face. Indeed, this individual was Jinyu after the body swap. He had finally comprehended the words of Horde. Yet it was too late. Frisia had already issued his death sentence. Fortunately, I possessed the ability to exchange bodies. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to escape demise. Jinyu cast a glance at the corpse behind him, already being consumed by the furnace's flames. Witnessing the remnants of his past self filled Jinyu with a sense of unease. But he felt powerless. Seeking vengeance against Frisia seemed an impossibility. Jinyu understood the formidable prowess of Frisia in battle, even if he were to amplify his strength 1,000-fold. He would remain no match for Frisia. Suddenly, Jinyu's senses heightened as he detected the sound of footsteps. Who could it be? Yet, what I have to fear? I am merely carrying out Lord Frisia's command to incinerate Jinyu. Jinyu forced himself to regain his composure and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The footsteps approached at a leisurely pace, and Jinyu swallowed hard, fixating intently on that direction. When the owner of the footsteps finally appeared before him, Jinyu was taken aback. Wearing a look of astonishment, he had not anticipated that it would be Horde. Jinyu remained silent, pondering whether the Saiyan still recognized him. Hogg certainly could not fail to recognize Jinyu. This soldier was the one Hogg had injured, and subsequently used his supernatural ability to assist Jinyu towards the incinerator, making it impossible for him to be unrecognizable. Furthermore, Hogg had expended 1,000 points of fear to engrave Jinyu's soul aura in the system. Regardless of how far Jinyu might flee, as long as he stood before Hogg, he would undoubtedly recognize him. "Jinyu, what are you pretending for?" Hogg halted his steps, gazing at Jinyu with a derisive chuckle. Jinyu was taken aback and asked in astonishment, "You know I am Jinyu?" "Of course I do. I possess a unique sensitivity to soul auras. No matter whose body you inhabit, I can discern it as you. Moreover, this body was specifically exchanged for you through my supernatural control. I saved your life. Do you comprehend?" Hogg replied with indifference. "Is that so?" Jinyu pondered, realizing that during the fierce battle between Hogg and Frisia, it was improbable for any soldier to be in proximity, as the nearby soldiers would be endangered by the conflict. Even if the battle had concluded, it would take at least 10 minutes for any soldiers to reach the vicinity, yet there was indeed one soldier nearby. "I concede that you saved my life, but I am not in a good mood at present. I also acknowledge that you are right," Jinyu stated as he looked towards Hogg. "So, what now?" Hogg inquired. "Thus, grant me some time to contemplate." Jinyu suddenly raised his head to face Hogg and continued. "I understand what you wish for me to do." Hogg did not utter a word, instead choosing to await the words of Jinyu. "You covet my ability to exchange bodies, do you not?" Jinyu squinted, discerning Hogg's innermost thoughts. Just as Jinyu reveled in his own cleverness, he observed Hogg shake his head and respond, "You are mistaken." Jinyu furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been mocked, and bellowed, "I am mistaken? Do not deceive me. You wish for me to swap bodies with Frisia, so that you may exact revenge on your Saiyan kin, do you not?" Hogg's lips curled into a smirk, remaining utterly silent as Jinyu seethed with frustration. Chapter 57. I stand here for you to exchange bodies. Jinyu felt as though he were being toyed with. completely oblivious to the fact that he was no longer the warrior with a battle power of 120,000. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Hogg. Yet, despite Jinyu's relentless assault, landing thousands of blows, he inflicted not the slightest harm upon Hogg. It was akin to a mere tickle. Even during his prime, Jinyu would have been incapable of causing any damage to Hogg. Hogg glared fiercely, causing Jinyu to be thrown back as if struck, crashing through several walls before finally collapsing. "You scoundrel!" Jinyu exclaimed, struggling to rise while clutching his abdomen, utterly helpless against Hogg. "Jinyu, I truly find you to be quite foolish," Hogg remarked with a shake of his head. "Enough of your prattle. I have already faced death once. I do not fear it again. If it were not for your quest for vengeance for your kin, why would you resort to using me?" Jinyu retorted. Hogg stepped forward and said, "Since you insist, I have no choice but to demonstrate my point through action." "Demonstrate again?" Jinyu furrowed his brow. "Aren't you confident in your body-swapping ability? You believe that once you exchange bodies with Frisia, defeating him will be effortless, don't you?" Hogg articulated Jinyu's unspoken thoughts. Jinyu replied in a somber tone, "Isn't that the case? Indeed, I wish for you to exchange bodies with Frisia, but you seem to overestimate your ability to do so," Hogg sneered. "What do you mean?" Jinyu was taken aback, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter, accompanied by a sense of foreboding. "I am standing right here. You can use your body swap on me. I must inform you that my battle power is approximately 3 million. Hogg straightened his posture. Jinyu was momentarily stunned, doubting the accuracy of his own hearing, as the opponent stood still, inviting him to exchange bodies. "Are you serious?" Jinyu exclaimed. "Absolutely. Come on," Hogg replied with a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha, let us exchange," Jinyu shouted, spreading his arms wide, releasing his soul. However, Hogg remained unmoved, as if merely waiting for Jinyu to initiate the body swap. In a state of soul form, Jinyu felt an exhilarating rush, believing he could finally exchange bodies with Hogg. Yet, at the moment of contact, an overwhelming force abruptly barred Jinyu's soul from entering. Humph. Upon glancing up, Jinyu saw Hogg's mocking expression. However, a soul cannot linger outside for long, and Jinyu's essence was forcibly drawn back into his body. Once returned, Jinyu was seized by a violent cough, blood spewing uncontrollably, indicating the toll of the failed exchange. Why can't I swap bodies with you?" Jinyu leaned against the wall, perplexed as he looked toward Hogg. Hogg spoke with a sense of indifference, stating that it was quite simple. In the face of absolute power, any attempts at trickery are utterly futile. Previously, with a combat power of 120,000, there might have been a chance for a successful exchange with me, but now, with your combat power reduced to a mere few hundred, success is impossible. Jinyu came to a profound realization. The disparity in strength was far too great for any body swap to be feasible. "Then why do you still wish to save me? In my current state, I cannot possibly exchange bodies with Frisia." As he finished speaking, Jinyu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, he grasped why Hogg had referred to him as foolish. Had he rashly attempted to swap bodies with Frisia, it would likely have resulted in his own demise. Of course, the body with a power level of 530,000 might still allow for a successful exchange. "You are foolish, and indeed you are." Hogg shook his head again, his face etched with disappointment. He continued, "As long as we incapacitate Frisia and hold him in place, the body exchange should be achievable." Upon hearing this, Jinyu momentarily froze, then burst into laughter, finally exclaiming, "I thought you would say something profound. It appears you are merely indulging in whimsical fantasies." In Jinyu's recollection, no one could defeat Frisia in his final form, which is why he deemed Hogg's assertions as mere folly. "You believe I cannot defeat Frisia?" Hogg raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Indeed," Jinyu nodded in agreement. "What if I could transform into a Super Saiyan?" Hogg suddenly declared. "A Super Saiyan?" Jinyu echoed, then inquired. "Are you saying you can become a Super Saiyan?" "Precisely. Why did Frisia seek to annihilate planet Vegeta? It was out of fear of the emergence of a Super Saiyan," Hogg explained. Jinyu fell silent, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Believe it or not, I can grant you 7 days to ponder this. After 7 days, I shall return to Planet 56 to find you," Hogg stated. "However, I can no longer return to Planet 56, Jinyu replied. "Indeed." Hogarth momentarily failed to consider this, then remarked that since you are also residing on Planet Frieza, your current status as a mere soldier is quite commendable, if you can survive for 7 days. "We shall seek you out then." Jinyu remained silent, instead enveloped in contemplation. Hogarth paid no heed to whether Jinyu had consented or not. He had already afforded him 7 days to contemplate. With that, he declared his departure and promptly left the premises. After Hogg's departure, Jinyu had long harbored a preference for him, yet he was acutely aware of Frisia's formidable power. As he gazed at Hogg's vanishing figure, he murmured, "A Super Saiyan, is it? I shall await the revelation." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired Jinyu's soul essence." Hogg looked at a spherical object, let out a sigh, and then cursed. "Damn it, mercenary system, it demands 1,000 fear points just for a soul's essence." The system offered no reply to Hogg's grievances. In truth, Hogg had deliberately exchanged bodies with Jinyu to acquire his soul's essence, for who could predict with whom Jinyu would swap bodies in the next 7 days? With Jinyu's soul essence in his possession, he would be able to locate Jinyu no matter the body he inhabited. Never mind, it was best to return. Hogg quickly made his way back to the spaceship in the first star domain, having just journeyed there with Parker. Upon seeing Hogg's return, Parker exclaimed, "My lord, you're back. Where have you been?" "Nowhere in particular," Hogg replied, feeling somewhat weary. "I went to rest." "My lord, may I independently decide our next destination?" Parker suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. Where do you wish to go?" Hogg inquired, puzzled. With a cheerful smile, Parker replied, "I know you summoned the Dragon Balls on Earth, but I suddenly recalled that Namek also possesses Dragon Balls. Therefore, our next destination shall be Namek, as it is said that Dragon Balls are also found there." Chapter 58, Ambush Namek. Hogg was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that name and then asked, "Parker, how do you know that Namek also has Dragon Balls?" "Because I was a pilot before. I am familiar with most regions of the universe." In relation to Earth, Namek is the 4th largest planet in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, Parker explained with a smile. It turned out that Parker had been chosen by Hogg precisely for his piloting skills, as he was well acquainted with the majority of planets and routes in the universe. Initially, Parker was aware that the Frisia force was supposed to invade Earth, but that task had been snatched by Goku, leaving Earth unscathed. Thus, it all made sense. Hogg contemplated that since he had to seek out Jinyu anyway, he might as well take a trip to planet Namek during this interval. For he might procure the Dragon Balls of Namek. "Parker, let us embark for planet Namek," Hogg commanded. "Yes, my lord." Within a semicircular white abode sat a remarkably tall and corpulent figure, characterized by green skin and arms adorned with mantis-like stripes, with 2 prominent antennae sprouting from his head. This individual was none other than the Grand Elder of Namek, who, after a series of violent coughs, summoned a robust Namekian from outside. "Grand Elder, are you unwell?" Neru inquired. Although Neru's battle prowess was approximately 30,000 at present, he remained an elite warrior of Namek, destined to enhance his strength to 42,000 in 2 decades. "I am fine," the Grand Elder replied, feebly shaking his head and exhaling a sigh of relief. Neru, well aware of the situation, understood that each time a threat loomed, the Grand Elder would sense it, often feeling his lifespan dwindle under the weight of such foreboding. It was common knowledge that the Grand Elder was the oldest and most esteemed Namekian, and a shortening of life was not an unusual occurrence. "Grand Elder, even without your words, I have sensed it," Neru confessed, furrowing his brow. "Neru, do not blame the Grand Elder. Your prowess as an elite warrior does not extend to the mystical arts," the Grand Elder began, but was interrupted by Neru. "Grand Elder, do not speak so. I take pride in being an elite warrior of Namek." The Grand Elder sighed deeply. "Please, do tell, is there yet another danger threatening planet Namek?" Neru pressed. Neru was acutely aware that ever since the Grand Elder had extracted fragments from the Super Dragon Balls a century ago to create the current Namekian Dragon Balls, the planet had become the subject of covetous gazes. While the Super Dragon Balls remained largely unknown, acquiring the Dragon Balls of Namek was a far simpler endeavor. This time, "The enemy is ourselves," the Grand Elder revealed. "Our own selves." Neru was bewildered and could not comprehend this assertion. "Indeed," the Grand Elder began. But before he could finish, his body trembled violently, beads of sweat pouring from his corpulent visage. "Grand Elder, are you all right?" Neru rushed forward, filled with concern upon witnessing the Grand Elder's distress. The Grand Elder raised a hand to halt Neru, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "How could such potent malevolence draw near?" "Neru," the Grand Elder called out. "Yes, Grand Elder." Neru approached. Meanwhile, Hogg gazed into the vast expanse of the cosmos, initially intending to meditate, but reconsidered, believing it more prudent to rest, as he pondered how to convince the Grand Elder. "I nearly forgot. Utilizing the Dragon Balls of Namek requires their language." Hogg felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he contemplated his own malevolent aura. certain it would lead others to perceive him as a wicked individual. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone his concerns for another time. With a sigh, he turned his gaze back to the starry expanse above. Just then, the spacecraft was jolted violently, as if struck by some unseen force. "Parker, what is happening?" Hogg inquired, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a screen illuminated, revealing a circular spaceship. Upon closer inspection, Hogg recognized it as belonging to the Frisia Force. "Master, it is indeed they who are attacking us. However, this vessel does not belong to the Frisia Force. It is a spaceship from a planet known as Slug. The Frisia Force has previously collaborated with them, hence their utilization of this model," Parker explained. Slug. Hogg furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. For it was all too familiar. It was not the name of a planet, but rather that of a person. "Dare to tamper with my vessel, and I shall ensure your utter ruin." Hogarth cast a frigid glance at the distant spacecraft and commanded, "Parker, open the hatch." "Yes, my lord." Parker promptly complied. Unsealing the door, Hogg soared directly into the vast expanse of outer space, having long been endowed with the ability to thrive in such an environment by the Earth Dragon. As he departed from the spacecraft, the vessel from the planet Slag unleashed another barrage of lasers. These beams possessed a destructive force comparable to that of 1,000 combatants. And should they strike his spaceship, it would undoubtedly sustain a 10% damage. However, an invisible barrier emerged, effortlessly shielding against the lasers, causing not even a ripple in the surrounding space. "I shall bestow upon you yet another gift." Hogg extended his hand, channeling energy for a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful key surged forth like a mighty dragon, obliterating the distant spacecraft belonging to the Slag planet, its brilliance rivaling that of exquisite fireworks. Watching the Slag spaceship being gradually engulfed by flames, Hogg nodded in satisfaction before returning to his own vessel. "Parker, continue our journey to Namek, and make repairs on the damaged areas from the previous attack," Hogg commanded. "Yes, my lord," Parker replied, adjusting their destination before taking his tools to effect repairs on the spacecraft, which had sustained damage from the recent assault, though merely a minor incident. They were only half a day's travel from Namek when a round spaceship approached, astonishingly larger than those of Frisia's army. "My lord Slag, Ship 3 has been shot down and is now unresponsive," a soldier reported respectfully to the figure seated on the throne. The individual on the throne raised an eyebrow in surprise, then furrowed his brow, his voice gravelly. "What transpired?" Slag inquired. The soldier recounted the events, revealing that not long ago, the Slag army had detected Hogg's ship and dispatched Ship 3 in an attempt to seize it. Since their departure from their home planet, the Slag army had roamed the cosmos, committing acts of villainy and robbery, living a life of vagabondage. Encountering a lucrative target like Hogg, they disregarded whether he was affiliated with Frisia's forces, intent only on the plunder. However, instead of a successful heist, they were annihilated by Hogg's singular attack. Slag gazed at the screen, witnessing Ship 3's descent and subsequent incineration as a Frisia army spacecraft soared toward Namek. Who was responsible for this? Slag's anger began to swell. Reports indicate that it was certainly not Frisia's army, but rather someone else. The soldier hesitated to elaborate. "Speak," Slag demanded fiercely. The soldier seemed apprehensive about a certain term, but finally uttered, "Their destination appears to be your homeland, Namek." "Namek." Slag's fury intensified as he seized the soldier with a massive hand, demanding, "Repeat that." "My lord, I assure you it is the truth," the soldier stammered, fear evident in his eyes. Just as the soldier seemed on the verge of being crushed, Slag released him, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding soldiers, paralyzed by fear, remained shrouded in trepidation. "Namek? My homeland? No, my true home is Slag Planet." Slag's anger dissipated, and he turned to one of the soldiers, instructing, "Follow my command. We shall head to Namek." "Yes, my lord." It seemed he would soon confront those ancient figures. Furthermore, as he approached the twilight of his years, he required the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. Chirag sat upon his throne, murmuring to himself. Namek, a planet of remarkable distinction, boasts a diameter exceeding that of Earth by several times. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that it is the stars that revolve around the planet, rather than the planet orbiting the stars. Namek has arrived. Hogg gazed upon the immense planet and said, "Parker, let us land the spacecraft on the surface." "Yes, my lord. However, I fear they will also arrive on this planet within 2 hours," Parker replied with concern. "That is of no consequence to me. I only require the Dragon Balls. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I shall undoubtedly eliminate them," Hogg declared, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The spacecraft swiftly penetrated the clouds of Namek, and Hogg instructed, "Parker, await my return. I am more than capable of handling this alone." Hogg immediately departed from the spacecraft, eager to encounter the being of unparalleled combat prowess on this planet, for he understood that the strongest warrior was none other than Neru, who had always been by the side of the Elder. There he was. Hogg immediately turned his gaze in one direction, but soon furrowed his brow. The distance was rather far, at least a 10-minute journey. "Outsider, what brings you to our Namek?" At that moment, 3 Namekians suddenly appeared before Hogg, their green skin glistening and 2 antennae perched atop their heads. Under ordinary circumstances, Hogg would have likely dismissed them, but summoning the dragon required the Namekian language, so he resolved to treat them with a modicum of respect, considering them akin to earthlings. "I have come to seek your Grand Elder," Hogg declared, stating his purpose. "Grand Elder?" The 3 exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. As Namekians, a race of profound simplicity, they felt particularly uneasy in the presence of an aura so contrary to their own. Consequently, they harbored no fondness for Hogg, as the sinister energy emanating from him instilled great discomfort. "What do you seek the Grand Elder for? I advise you to leave this place, otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality," one of them warned. "Indeed, our Namek does not welcome you." Hogg's expression turned cold as he addressed the 3 individuals, questioning, "Are not the Namekians known for their hospitality and simplicity? Are you truly judging by appearances?" He continued, "Since you refuse to depart, I shall take you into custody." The 3 immediately sprang into action, dismissing him with indifference. Hogg glanced in the direction of Neru, and with a resounding boom, he propelled himself away at an astonishing speed. As he departed, the violent gusts of wind he generated sent the 3 individuals tumbling through the air, landing a full kilometer away before finally coming to a halt. Once they regained their composure, they stared in bewilderment at the spot where Hogg had vanished. "What an extraordinary being! His speed is simply unfathomable," one of the Namekians exclaimed. "We must hurry to report this to the Elder," another added. After casting off the 3 individuals, Hogg soared at full speed towards the Grand Elder, and after 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the semicircular dwelling. As Hogg arrived, Nairu stepped forward, for the Elder had long since informed him of an impending visitor. "Halt! Do not approach any further. Your actions may jeopardize the Elder's life," Nairu cautioned. "Rest assured, I possess my own means to save the Elder," Hogg declared with unwavering confidence, advancing further into the chamber. "Stop!" Nairu extended his hand in an attempt to intervene, but before he could react, he was struck in the abdomen by Hogg's fist. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. "Stay here obediently." Hogg continued his advance into the inner sanctum. Upon Hogg's entrance, the Elder managed to open his eyes with great effort, gazing at Hogg with a flicker of surprise. In his frail state, he could only utter slowly, "You are indeed a Saiyan." "Indeed. Elder, you must be aware of my purpose in coming here," Hogg replied with a faint smile. "I am well aware that those who arrive on this planet seek nothing but the Dragon Balls," the Elder acknowledged. Hogg nodded slightly, producing a celestial bean, and said, "Without further ado, Elder, please consume this bean first." At that moment, Nello unexpectedly burst in, proclaiming, "Elder, do not partake. That bean surely harbors some hidden intrigue." Hogg shot a piercing glance at Neru, causing Neru to tremble as if swept away by a raging river. Feeling utterly powerless like an ordinary child on the verge of drowning. Terrified, Neru sank to the ground, yet the vivid sensation lingered, instilling a profound fear within him. Gradually regaining his composure, he glanced at his hands, affirming that he was indeed still within the Elder's abode. The Elder observed this scene in silence, offering no words, merely watching. "Elder, are you also one who judges by appearances?" Hogg inquired. The Elder fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He had witnessed the entire episode, for even with his eyes closed, he could sense every corner of Namek. When the 3 had provoked Hogg, he had merely sent them flying without inflicting any harm. The Elder was puzzled. Why did this Saiyan, seemingly steeped in malevolence, not exhibit the disposition of a mindless killer? This was, in fact, quite reasonable. Hogg had come for the Dragon Balls, at least until he obtained them, he would not offend others. Moreover, what was the point in slaying 3 insignificant beings? "Very well, Saiyan, I comprehend," the Elder sighed, then added, "Neru, please step aside." Neru could hardly fathom why the Elder would ask him to withdraw. Facing this ominous Saiyan, how could he, as an elite of Namek, acquiesce? "Elder," Neru called out once more. "Neru, you must indeed step back," Hogg remarked, harboring no fondness for Neru. He had already demonstrated his goodwill by sparing their lives and refraining from causing destruction, yet Nera persisted in his defiance. The elder sensed Hogg's rising ire and spoke, "Enough. Neru, we cannot judge by appearances. We must not assess him solely by his sinister aura. Just as a chivalrous warrior may have taken countless lives, his hands stained with blood, the aura of violence may obscure his true nature." "Very well," Nera conceded reluctantly. Hogg gazed at Neru and then at the Grand Elder, subsequently using his extraordinary abilities to present a mystical bean at the Grand Elder's lips. "Grand Elder, consume this bean and restore your vitality," he urged. In truth, the Grand Elder had felt the malevolent aura emanating from Hogg, which had caused a decline in his bodily functions, significantly shortening his lifespan. However, by consuming the mystical bean, his vitality would be rejuvenated, and consequently, his lost years would be regained. "You are becoming exceedingly audacious," Neru exclaimed in alarm, hastily interjecting. Hogg turned his head, casting a cold glance at Neru. Silence. Neru returned to the tumultuous river, initially trembling all over, then gasping for breath. "Saiyan, please do not make it difficult for him. I shall consume this bean." The elder slightly parted his lips, and the bean entered his mouth. With a crunching sound, the elder's body underwent a transformation. Previously, he could barely open his eyes, but now, they fluttered open with vitality, and he could move slowly. Neru, witnessing this transformation, found it hard to believe. "Elder, you." The elder displayed a benevolent smile and reassured him. "It's all right, Neru. I feel much better." "Elder, shall we continue our discussion?" Hogg interjected. "Saiyan, if you are willing to assist me with the task, I will grant you the use of the Dragon Balls, but only for a single wish," the elder declared. "Just one." Hogg furrowed his brow, but soon came to terms with it. The eternal dragon of Namek was, after all, far inferior to the super dragon. It could neither grant immortality nor bestow the ultra instinct, nor could it provide divine energy. Thus, there were no other wishes to be made. "Very well. One wish it is." Hogg consented, and then inquired, "What assistance do you require?" No sooner had he spoken than the entire roof of the building was suddenly blown apart, with large stones cascading down from above. Hogg's gaze sharpened, and he instantly conjured an invisible shield to envelop the Grand Elder. "Ha ha ha, the Grand Elder is indeed here." Three peculiar figures descended from above. Upon landing, one of them, upon seeing Hogg and Neru, inquired about their identities. Neru was informed that their appearance resembled that of the Namekians, yet Hogg did not recognize him and asked, "Who are you?" When the Grand Elder beheld these minions, his expression shifted slightly as he sighed. "I did not anticipate that calamity would arrive so swiftly." "Calamity?" Hogg did not ponder the situation further. He turned to the one who had questioned him and remarked, "Such rudeness warrants death." In an instant, a beam of light erupted, obliterating the man's head, not merely penetrating, but utterly annihilating it, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle. Both the elder and Nilu were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. "Why you?" Another individual pointed at Hogg, exclaiming, "You dare to slay our comrade? You are doomed. Lord Shrag will not spare you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the man began to levitate. Nilu observed that Hogg's gaze was manipulating the man in midair, as the roof above was also shattered, causing him to float helplessly into the sky. What is happening?" The man stammered in fear. The third party grasped the situation swiftly and shouted, "Stop." But alas, with a resounding boom, the second individual exploded in midair. At this juncture, Hogg's powers had surpassed even that of Frisia. "The Saiyans practice mercy when possible. They have not caused any destruction," the elder remarked. "And who, pray tell, damaged your roof?" Hogg replied indifferently. "Nilu, you are left to handle the remaining one," Hogg instructed, his gaze fixed on Nilu. "Know that they are intent on seizing your Dragon Balls." Nilu was taken aback, then turned to the elder and inquired, "Elder, is this truly the case?" The elder nodded silently, fully aware that these individuals were minions of Shrag, the malevolent Namekian, a super Namekian at that. Nilu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation and then directed his attention to the third individual. Confident that with his power level of 35,000, defeating the foe would be effortless, the third minion hesitated momentarily before threatening, "Do you wish to incur Lord Shrag's wrath?" "And you?" He pointed at Hogg, continuing, "If you kill me, Lord Shrag will not forgive you." "Nilu, why are you still standing there? Move," Hogg admonished. In an instant, Nilu unleashed his full energy, dispatching the third minion with a swift chop. Such arrogance from a mere soldier with just over 1,000 in battle power. Hogg remarked with a TSK, "Elder, what is the true nature of this ordeal?" Nailu finally grasped that Namek was on the brink of catastrophe, and that it was from their own ranks. He had heard of Shrag, but lacked detailed knowledge. The elder glanced at Hogg, and then back at Nailu, sighing, "Very well. I shall divulge the matter to you." Nera perked up his ears, listening intently, while Hogg also strained to hear. A century ago, the Grand Elder recounted the tale of Shrag in a fragmented manner. It was revealed that, 100 years prior, when Shrag was but an infant, he fortuitously encountered the cataclysm that befell Namek, which led him to be sent to the planet Shrag. From the moment of his birth, he possessed formidable combat abilities, yet harbored a malevolent heart. The Namekians are renowned throughout the cosmos for their simplicity, kindness, and love for peace. Yet, amidst them emerged this wicked Shrag, who, even in the absence of calamity on Namek, was destined to be cast away. Little did they foresee that he would rise to epitomize the planet Shrag, with his prowess and malevolence intensifying with age, leading a formidable band of followers as he roamed the universe. Though significantly weaker compared to the Frisia force, he was still far beyond the capabilities of the Jinyu force. After hearing about the tale of Shrag, Hogg couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on its convoluted and bizarre nature, though lamenting that it lacked the splendor of our Saiyan legends. Chapter 61. The brutal Shrag at last. Nera comprehended the situation regarding Shrag. He stepped forward, adopting the resolute demeanor of a martyr prepared for sacrifice, and declared with conviction, "Elder, permit me to eliminate him. I shall ensure that they do not obtain the Dragon Balls." The elder shook his head and replied, "He is quite formidable. You cannot defeat him. However, you may enlist the assistance of this Scion. Regardless, I have decided to place my trust in him." "Elder, I do possess a name. I am Hogg." Hogg responded with dissatisfaction. "Oh, my apologies, Hogg, is it? I hope you can coexist peacefully with Neru," the elder said. "Is it not true that if I vanquish this Shrag, I can make a wish?" Hogg inquired. "Indeed, Neru will convey my decree, allowing the other 6 elders to bestow upon you the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, but the 1-star Dragon Ball shall remain with me." As the elder spoke, he flicked his finger, and a 1-meter-tall Dragon Ball floated forth from behind him, ultimately hovering before Hogg. Hogg was taken aback as he gazed at the orb before him, astonished. Is this truly a Dragon Ball from Namek? It is remarkably large. However, when compared to the Super Dragon Balls, the Namekian Dragon Ball seemed inferior, akin to mere ants. Hogg was well aware that this Dragon Ball from Namek was merely a fragment broken off from the Super Dragon Balls. With a flick of his wrist, Hogg effortlessly caught a Dragon Ball in his hand. The Grand Elder, taken aback by this display, inquired, "Hogg, how did you acquire such extraordinary powers?" To which Hogg replied with a smile, That's a secret. Currently, his supernatural abilities were at level 2, and to ascend further, he required 1 million fear points. Nevertheless, at level 2, he could move an object the size of a person. Given that a Dragon Ball from Namek was approximately 1 meter in diameter, he could manage it easily. However, after defeating Slag, moving 7 Dragon Balls would present a challenge, as their combined size exceeded 7 meters. Each Dragon Ball was nearly 2 meters, unless he elevated his powers to level 3, which seemed unlikely given his current fear points tally of only 600,000. System. Open my information. Accessing host information. Host identity. Saiyan Hogg birthplace. Planet Vegeta. Destroyed. Combat power. 2. 940,000 fear points. 630. 000 other abilities. Level 2 only 630,000? These fear points were mostly accrued from Frisia's planet. No need to rush, Hogg mused with narrowed eyes. Very well. Neru, accompany Hogg, the Grand Elder commanded. Yes, Grand Elder, Neru responded, casting a glance at Hogg before adding, Follow me. We must head to the second Elder. Perhaps Slag is already attacking him and his group. How dare they attempt to seize the Dragon Balls? They must be tired of living, Hogg declared, soaring into the sky while sensing the energy of the entire planet. Suddenly, he focused on a particular direction and shot off, a Dragon Ball trailing behind him. Wait for me, Nera shouted, hastening to keep up with Hogg. You're so slow, Hogg remarked, glancing back at Neru and reluctantly slowing his pace to wait for him. Kid, behave yourself. Just over 1,000 combat power? Pathetic, laughed a soldier as he stepped on the head of a combat-trained Namekian. 1,000? How naive. The Namekian, pinned to the ground, suddenly erupted with rage, boosting his power to over 2,000, launching the soldier into the air. With a swift strike, he pierced through the soldier's chest, extinguishing his life. The other 2 soldiers also summoned their full energy, achieving close to 3,000 combat power. Die? Namekians are not to be trifled with. they proclaimed as they split into 3 beams of light, wreaking havoc among the ranks. Unfortunately, their foes possessed only a combat power of 1 to 2,000, and with Slag's reinforcements scattered, the stronger fighters were absent, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. Just then, a beam of death descended from the heavens, obliterating one of the Namekians' heads. An ominous, malevolent aura enveloped the land, causing the 4th elder, who was guarding the children from a distance, to furrow his brow and gaze at the descending figure, instinctively exclaiming, "Slag." As the shadow descended, he was enveloped in a garment of vibrant yellow, concealing his form, yet the 2 antennae protruding from his forehead unequivocally revealed his identity. Could it be that he is one of us, the Namekians? It cannot be. Just moments ago, I heard Elder 4 mention his name, Slag. Such a familiar name. One I had heard in my childhood. The scoundrel, Slag, has returned. Elder 4 gripped tightly, his hands trembling, unaware of the blood seeping from his wounds. His face etched with terror, a testament to the profound dread Slag instilled in them. Upon his arrival, 2 Namekian warriors appeared oblivious to Slag's notorious reputation. Upon witnessing their fallen comrade, they charged forth recklessly. Elder 4 urgently called out, "Wait, do not engage." Alas, it was too late. Slag's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he grasped with his massive hand, engulfing the 2 warriors in a radiant burst. Their agonizing screams echoed as they were reduced to mere ashes. "Long time no see, Elder 4, Slag greeted in a gravelly voice. Elder 4 remained silent, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words, faced with a fellow kin who exhibited no hesitation in committing fratricide, a chilling display of cold-bloodedness. "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. Hand over the Dragon Balls," Slag commanded. As his words fell, a cadre of minions emerged behind him, each with a menacing visage, poised to seize the Dragon Balls from Elder 4. "I can relinquish the Dragon Balls, but you must guarantee the release of our villagers," Elder 4 implored. Slag pointed with a single hand, instantly slaying one of the villagers. "You are in no position to negotiate with me. I shall not repeat myself." Fury ignited within Elder 4 as he gazed upon the fallen villager, his teeth clenched in rage. With the death of this villager, a shadow of demise loomed over all present Namekians. "Very well, I shall retrieve it for you." Elder 4 began to make his way inside. "Now, this is more like it." Slag appeared quite pleased. Before long, Elder 4 emerged holding a Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars. His offering was the 4-star ball. "Here, this is the Dragon Ball," he announced. Slag reached out, and the 4-star ball settled behind him. "And what of the other 6? He inquired. "The other 6 are not in my possession," Elder 4 replied. "Then where are they? In the hands of the other elders?" Slag probed. Elder 4 fell silent, for Slag, having once been a Namekian himself, was well acquainted with their societal structure. "I shall gladly accept this Dragon Ball." "Ha!" Sherlag soared into the lofty heights of the sky, extending his hand downward as he unleashed a sphere of energy that hurtled toward the village. In Chapter 62, The Wrath of Neru, Neru pursued Hogg through the air. Realizing that despite his full-speed flight, he could barely keep pace with Hogg, who remained ahead, exuding an air of effortless ease. It became evident to Neru that Hogg's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Suddenly, Hogg came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowed in concern. Neru nearly collided with him. Managing to brake just in time, and with a hint of annoyance, inquired, "What are you stopping for?" "There is a surge of energy, a formidable one," Hogg replied, his expression grave. Hogg had just sensed an extraordinarily intense fluctuation emanating from the west, a force comparable to that of Parker and his companions. He gazed in that direction, pointed, and declared, "It is right over there, and its intensity is at least 2 or 3 times greater than yours." "Over there." Neru paused, looking towards the direction indicated by Hogg. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "That is the 4-star village, the abode of the 4th elder. How could you possibly perceive the energy fluctuations from that place?" Hogg did not constantly monitor the energy fluctuations of Namek, for Nyla was guiding the way. Thus, when Shrag decimated the village, he remained unaware. However, after the devastation, the intense energy surge was inescapable. "Enough with the idle chatter, take me there at once." Hogg furrowed his brow. "Very well." At that moment, Nylu placed immense trust in Hogg. He immediately altered their course, soaring westward, while an ominous premonition settled in his heart. Hogg's speed surged dramatically as they raced toward the 4-star village. Nyla Hogg. During their flight, the voice of the Grand Elder suddenly resonated within their minds. "Grand Elder." They both replied in unison. "A calamity has befallen the 4-star village. orchestrated by Shrag. The fourth elder revealed to me before his demise that Shrag has seized the 4-star ball, and he is likely to target other villages for the Dragon Balls next. The Grand Elder proclaimed. Shrag could resort to brute force to acquire the Dragon Balls, as he was a Namekian himself, though malevolent. He understood the Namekian language and required no assistance from his kin. The scoundrel has slain the fourth elder. Nilu's fury propelled him to accelerate significantly. Indeed, anger serves as a shortcut to enhancing combat prowess, yet ultimately, it is the Saiyans who wield their wrath most effectively. The two soon arrived at the 4-star village, only to find the land engulfed in darkness. There were no bodies, not even remnants of houses. Everything lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. How could this be possible? Nilu was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Hogg felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing this scene. Although the Saiyans frequently engaged in internal conflicts and held disdain for lower-ranked warriors, none were as merciless as Shrag, who would slaughter his own kin with such brutality. A profound roar escaped Neru, a lamentation of his pent-up anger and sorrow, reverberating through the heavens and earth, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Hogg could only approach and gently pat his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Neru, I understand your sorrow. But the most pressing matter at hand is to locate Shrag. But Shrag is avoiding us entirely in his pursuit of the Dragon Balls. What can we possibly do?" Neru lamented. "Fear not, for we possess a 1-star ball. He will inevitably seek us out when he fails to gather them all," Hogg replied with a tone of indifference, subsequently employing his telekinetic abilities to levitate the 1-star ball. As Neru gazed at the floating artifact, he regained his composure and suddenly exclaimed, "No, we cannot proceed this way." "Why not?" Hogg inquired, perplexed. "If we continue on this path, the other elders will perish as well. By that time, even if we manage to defeat him, I will have lost most of my kin. Therefore, I implore you to seek out Shrag at once." Neru insisted. Hogg was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "But I stand to gain nothing." Naira suddenly turned to Hogg, speaking earnestly. "In that case, if you can defeat Shrag, I shall make an exception and grant you an additional wish, thus bestowing upon you 2 wishes. "Really? Do you possess the authority to make such a decision?" Hogg laughed heartily. "Indeed, I absolutely do." Naira understood that if he continued to be miserly, the Namekians might truly face extinction. Hogg was not particularly concerned. If they were indeed to face extinction, as long as it occurred within a year, he could simply use the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect them. However, there was no necessity for such measures. "Very well, I shall assist you this once," Hogg acquiesced, as he harbored a certain fondness for the Namekians in the original narrative. "So how shall we go about locating Shrag?" Nalu inquired. "It's quite simple." Hogg cast a glance at Neru, urging him to survey the surroundings, suggesting that his subordinates inform us. Neru, momentarily taken aback, turned to observe the area, only to find numerous minions of Shrag encircling them. His earlier roar had alerted the station soldiers, thus revealing their presence. Upon sighting the minions, memories of the fate of the 4-star village surged within him. Igniting a fervent rage, he charged forward, determined to slay the Shrag minions one by one. Hogg, quite disinclined to take action, leisurely rested his hands behind his head and called out to Neru, "Do not let your fervor cloud your judgment. Remember to leave at least one alive for questioning." Neru remained silent, yet he was acutely aware that it would be impossible to slay them all. "You appear rather unperturbed while opposing Lord Shrag," he remarked, rallying his comrades. "Brothers, let us strike." Instantly, a dozen individuals fixed their gaze upon Hogg. Hogg yawned nonchalantly, waving his hand, and a radiant beam engulfed a dozen individuals, leaving not a trace behind. It seemed he had been rather heavy-handed, Hogg murmured to himself. Thud, thud. At that moment, 2 soldiers fell before Hogg, and Neru appeared simultaneously, declaring that all had been slain, leaving only these 2 remaining. The soldiers glanced around, realizing that their original group of over 30 had dwindled to just the 2 of them, their faces reflecting sheer terror, due to the fear emanating from the 2 soldiers. Hogg acquired a modicum of fear points, though it was so negligible that it hardly warranted mention. What do you intend to do? Aren't you afraid Lord Shrag will eliminate you?" One of the soldiers stammered, mustering his courage. Hogg offered no response with a single hand. He conjured a blade of air, severing the arm of the soldier who had spoken. Blood gushed forth in a reckless spray, and the dismembered limb twitched upon striking the ground. The soldier, clutching his wound, was consumed by agony, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly unconscious, incapable of coherent thought. Another soldier, witnessing Hogg's brutal display, felt a chill creep down his spine, his teeth chattering in trepidation. He could not help but wonder if he would be the next victim. especially considering that over 30 of his comrades had already fallen to the hands of just 2 men. Hogg glanced at the soldier, his tone indifferent as he inquired, "Now then, where's that slag?" Chapter 63, 2-Star Village. What did you say? The remaining soldier, gripped by fear, failed to comprehend Hogg's question. As Hogg was about to employ his tactics, Naru suddenly kicked over the small soldier, swiftly followed by a forceful stomp that shattered the man's leg. With a chilling tone, he inquired, "Tell me, where is slag? Are you still pretending to be foolish here?" Hogg was taken aback, not expecting that the simple Namekians harbored such sentiments. After all, with so many of his kin slain, who could remain unperturbed? Vegeta, as a Saiyan, had been consumed by the desire for vengeance ever since he learned from Dodoria that it was Frieza who annihilated planet Vegeta. Yet, he had lacked the means to exact that revenge and ultimately found himself in tears, pleading with Kakarot to avenge their race. The small soldier, amidst his agonized cries, pleaded, "I beg you, do not kill me." "Then why do you not speak quickly?" Naru demanded angrily. "Lord Shishirag, he went south." The soldier cried out in distress. "South?" Upon hearing this, Naira furrowed his brows and remarked, "There are 2 villages to the south. One is village 2-star, and the other is village 3-star. Be more specific." Hogg scolded, "My lord, we truly only know he went south and ordered us to remain here as guards." The soldier replied in anguish. Nairu turned to Hogg, inquiring, "What shall we do? What can we do?" "We can only fly and sense the energy fluctuations," Hogg replied, his brow knitted in concentration. During his journey to village 4-star, he had meticulously sensed the energy of the planet, only to discover that Shishirag could also manipulate his energy. When not in combat, his energy was comparable to that of the small soldiers. However, Shishirag had an overwhelming number of subordinates. Hogg estimated at least 500 or 600. Locating Shishirag's energy amid such a multitude would prove challenging, especially since the enemy, like himself, could regulate their combat power. Fortunately, Hogg had committed the energy signature he had just sensed to memory. As long as he could feel that energy again, he would be able to lock onto it and confront Shishirag directly. Yet, a thought suddenly struck Hogg. Shishirag could transform into a Super Namekian. If his combat power was around 100,000, that would be manageable, as the transformation would only amplify it tenfold, unlike the 50-fold increase of a Super Saiyan. However, if Shishirag's power exceeded 500,000, then upon transforming into a Super Namekian, his strength would surge to 5 million, and with Hogg's power nearing 3 million, victory would be unattainable. Regardless, in this battle, I must become a Super Saiyan. Hogg clenched his fists, resolute in his determination. Understanding Hogg's intent, Nairu waved his hand, reducing the 2 small soldiers to ashes. Nairu looked at Hogg, who immediately understood the unspoken message and preemptively declared, "You choose one, village 2-star or village 3-star. I shall not decide." With a sigh, Nairu replied, "Village 3-star is closer. Let us proceed there. However, if there are any disturbances along the way, you must inform me at once." "Very well, let us set forth," Hogg said with a smile. Just as they were about to depart, a tremendous surge of energy erupted in the distance. Hogg instinctively turned towards the source, pointing and exclaiming, "Nairu, is that village 3-star?" Nara suddenly comprehended Hogg's meaning and exclaimed, "That is the village of 2 stars. Let us proceed." Without a moment's hesitation, Hogg soared into the air, heading towards the site of the energy disturbance, and Nailu, fully aware of his intent, followed closely behind. "Nailu, you are flying too slowly. I shall precede you," Hogg declared, hastening his pace and soon leaving Nyla far behind. Nyla too quickened his speed, yet he could not catch up to Hogg, fervently urging his kin to hold on, for they were on their way to rescue them. The source of the energy turmoil was near, lingering ominously in place. It was undoubtedly slag. Hogg's velocity was astonishing, creating a swirling circle of white gas around him, with a faint hint of gold emerging. "This time, you cannot escape. I have locked onto his energy signature. No matter how far he flees, he shall not evade me," Hogg thought, his gaze flickering with determination, willing to risk everything for the Dragon Balls of Namek. At least the Namekian stood by his side. "Second Elder, surrender the second Dragon Ball. You know that as a Namekian, I am privy to all information regarding our kind," a figure clad in yellow robes proclaimed. Before him stood an elder and several villagers, while behind him lay a dark, desolate terrain, subtly pulsating with energy, a testament to the devastation wrought by slag. "Yes, hand it over. Lord Slag will grant you a swift death," the figure continued, chuckling ominously. "With Lord Slag's immense power, who could blame you for sending him to Slag Planet? You must surely regret that decision now." even if you're kin. Our fate was sealed when we were sent to Slag Planet, and we are fated to stand opposed to our own. Even kin can be slain. Lord Slag. Allow me to interrogate them for their Dragon Balls. A tall individual stepped forward. Slag, indifferent, nodded and replied, Nada, it is entrusted to you. Nada approached the second elder, declaring, You old fool, my battle power is around 10,000. Do not think that any of you can defeat me. Curse you, Slag, you traitor. The second elder retorted angrily. Yet, it was futile. Slag watched him passively as Nada transformed into a blur, hurtling towards the second elder. However, before he could make contact, he was abruptly intercepted by a shadow, forcing him to stumble back several meters. Nada focused intently and discovered another Namekian. The second elder, upon seeing this Namekian, was filled with astonishment, exclaiming, Karoo, you have returned. Indeed, second elder. Is this Slag? Scoundrel. Karoo's gaze fell upon the flattened buildings, igniting a firestorm of rage within him. Slag glanced at Karoo and instructed, Nada, his battle power is around 5,000. Eliminate him. Only 5,000 power? Ha ha ha. Nada swiftly executed a precise chop towards Karoo, with such speed and force that it could sever Karoo's cervical vertebrae. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Karoo underwent a drastic transformation, and his combat prowess shifted accordingly. He evaded Nada's strike with a nimble twist of his body, launching a powerful kick that struck Nada's face before he could react. Nada was sent hurtling backward, colliding with a minor soldier, yet he did not cease his momentum. As he flew through the air, dust billowed and debris scattered, carving a deep furrow into the ground before he finally came to a halt. After Nada was knocked to the ground, Shrag displayed no signs of concern, but rather a hint of astonishment as he observed the serious expression on Karoo's face. Oh, I nearly forgot, he remarked. Our race possesses the ability to alter its combat strength. If my calculations are correct, your power is capped at around 7,000. It cannot exceed that. Shrag's malevolent grin widened. Damn it. Karoo could hardly fathom that Shrag had deduced his secret. His ability to incapacitate Nada stemmed entirely from a sudden surge in power, coupled with the earlier deception that had lulled Nada into a false sense of security. Karoo did not believe for a moment that this single blow would be sufficient to eliminate Nada. After all, a being with a combat strength of 10,000 was not easily vanquished. Brother, I wonder if you are aware of my situation near the Elder? I fear I cannot hold on much longer. Karoo thought of his brother, Nera. Both brothers were elite warriors from Namek, with Nera being the strongest among their kin, while Karoo, though slightly weaker, still surpassed many of their compatriots. As Nera soared towards the fray, an ominous premonition gripped him, urging him to accelerate, though his strength of 35,000 limited his speed to the utmost. Brother, hold on. Hogg, you must reach him. Nera's heart roared with urgency. True to Karoo's expectations, Nada rose, brushing off the dust from his body. Despite the blood staining his lip, he licked it away with a grimace. Turning to Karoo, he smiled and said, Ah, young one, it seems you were concealing your true power. However, it is unfortunate that even with your full strength, you remain no match for me. Enough with the idle chatter. Come at me. Karoo shouted defiantly. As you wish. Nada would not underestimate Karoo again. He darted behind him, extending his arms to ensnare Karoo's neck. Karoo, sensing the imminent danger, pivoted sharply and unleashed a punch that soared like a meteor towards Nada. However, Nada was already prepared, sidestepping the blow as it grazed his chest. At that moment, he seized Karoo's arm with a vice-like grip, emanating an ominous chuckle. Trouble looms. Kalu's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to break free, but it was to no avail. At that moment, he felt Nada's knee thrust upward, severing a part of Kalu's arm. Green blood spurted from the wound, and the excruciating pain clouded Kalu's consciousness. Nevertheless, he steeled himself against the agony, gritting his teeth, and crouched slightly, attempting to secure Nada's leg. It proved futile. My combat prowess far exceeds yours. Nada retreated a step, evading Kalu's grasp. With a powerful punch, Nada struck Kalu squarely in the face, sending him tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Kalu! The second elder cried out in anguish. Kalu quickly got back on his feet, mustering his strength, determined to regenerate his severed arm. Nada, finish him quickly. He possesses regenerative abilities. Slag growled. What's this? Nada charged towards Kalu, delivering a brutal elbow strike to his chin. Just as Kalu was about to regenerate his arm, he was stunned by the blow, losing consciousness and failing in his attempt to heal. Die. Nada's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Kalu. Stop. The second elder shouted frantically, but his pleas did nothing to alter the outcome. Slag looked on indifferently, even allowing a faint smile to creep upon his lips, showing no concern for the fate of his kin. Yet, in that critical moment, an energy sphere suddenly descended from above, crashing into Neda with a resounding explosion, sending a cloud of dust into the air and obscuring the vision of all present. Kalu was propelled away by the force of the energy, at least momentarily free from the threat of death. The speed of the energy sphere was so swift that Neda had no time to react before he was reduced to mere fragments. As the dust settled, a tall figure emerged before the gathered Namekians, clad in the battle attire of the Frisia force, with a tail coiling around his waist, coldly gazing at Slag. Is this the hero who descended from the heavens? The second elder mused, shaking his head as he struggled to regain his composure, uncertain of whether this formidable presence was friend or foe. The Grand Elder? The second elder suddenly heard the Grand Elder's voice in his mind, conveying vital information. Realization dawned upon him, and he responded, I understand, Grand Elder. I shall do my utmost to assist him. To think he is a Saiyan, a race that once plunged the universe into chaos. The second elder sighed inwardly. Hogg scrutinized Shrag intently, noticing that even when enveloped in his yellow attire, he appeared quite formidable, standing at least over 2 meters tall. Shrag turned his gaze upon Hogg, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Who are you? Why do you come to disrupt my affairs? Who am I? Hogg swung his tail and inquired, Pray tell, who am I? Shrag's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You are a Saiyan. With a derisive chuckle, Hogg remained silent. This is impossible. The Saiyan home planet was obliterated by Frisia not long ago. How did you manage to survive? Shrag asked, puzzled. Are you not aware of our Saiyan resilience? Hogg replied. Shrag, having heard of the Saiyan reputation, pondered for a moment before saying, A Saiyan, you say? I shall grant you 1 wish. Would you kindly depart? The dragon of Namek could grant 3 wishes, and Shrag, aside from wishing to regain his youth, longed for eternal life. As for the 3rd wish, he was still uncertain. But now a troublesome Saiyan had appeared, so he thought it best to use the final wish to dismiss him. Suddenly, Hogg erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. What is so amusing? Shrag frowned. Are you a fool? You think 1 wish can send me away? I am a Saiyan who demands 3 wishes. Hogg's eyebrows arched, his expression brimming with confidence. Hogg truly requires but a singular wish, however, beyond this. He yearns to acquire the fear quotient of Shrag. Most importantly, he aspires to transcend into a Super Saiyan through combat with Shrag. For it is evident that relying solely on oneself is insufficient to attain the status of a Super Saiyan. External influences and threats are imperative to awaken the legendary power that is the Super Saiyan. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is what Hogg desires most fervently at this moment. Chapter 65. Strike here, for I suffer from lumbar ailments. Hogg had long possessed the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan, a capability that was already evident within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Regrettably, the reasons for his inability to achieve this transformation remain elusive. It is plausible that external factors, such as the intensity of battle or specific conditions, may be requisite for such a metamorphosis, perhaps even an overwhelming surge of rage. At present, there seems to be nothing that could provoke Hogg to the same extent as Goku, not even the death of Parker, unless perhaps the demise of Bulma, the Earthling, were to occur. Science, do not overreach. While the potential of Namek is not on par with your own, the Namekians are inherently formidable warriors. Finally, Shrag's wrath has been ignited. Hogg sneered, casting a glance at Shrag, declaring, Either vacate the premises or prepare for battle. Spare me your prattle, after I vanquish you. I have the Dragon Balls to pursue. Damn it. Shrag was consumed by rage, his foot striking the ground as he charged at Hogg. Yet, he remained clad in his yellow attire, delivering a punch directly to Hogg's face. Shrag quickly realized that his strike had no effect on Hogg, as if his strength had plunged into an abyss, creating not even a ripple. Shrag, your combat power is far too feeble to pose any threat to me, Hogg remarked, extending his hand and delivering a forceful slap to Shrag's face. The overwhelming force sent Shrag hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Boom. Shrag sprang back from the earth, suspended in midair, gazing at Hogg in disbelief. How could a Saiyan possess such formidable strength? After all, the mightiest among them, King Vegeta, had only surpassed 10,000. Shrag had encountered Saiyans before. Though their combat prowess was not remarkable, they possessed boundless potential. Nevertheless, enhancing their power was no simple feat currently. In his bound form, Shrag's power hovered around 100,000, and he had believed he could defeat Hogg, only to discover he could not even inflict harm upon the Saiyan before him. Shrag, Unleash your full power. Without it, victory is beyond your grasp. Oh. And it would be prudent to transform into a Super Namekian. I am eager to witness the strength of this so-called Super Namekian. Hogg taunted from a distance. Full power? Shrag's pupils narrowed as he replied, then as you wish. However, I require no transformation into a Super Namekian. My base form's full strength is sufficient to confront you. As soon as Shrag uttered these words, he raised his hands, channeling all his energy, pushing it to the limits of his base form, causing his yellow attire to transform into blades that shot forth with lethal precision. Hogg confidently observed the scene, simultaneously parrying all incoming blades. At that moment, a figure descended near the second elder, who, upon recognizing the silhouette, exclaimed, "Nairu, you have finally arrived. How is Hogg faring? And what of my brother?" Nairu inquired. "The Hogg you speak of, is that Saiyan?" The Grand Elder informed me as well. Just moments ago, the two were engaged in battle, with Hogg holding a distinct advantage. However, Slarg has now begun to unleash his full power, the energy he emits far surpassing ours, the second elder replied. At this juncture, Karu approached, his arm fully restored, exclaiming, "Brother, I am unscathed. Your well-being brings me immense relief," Naira confessed, the weight upon his heart finally lifting. A thunderous roar suddenly drew everyone's gaze toward Slarg, who was at the epicenter of a colossal energy field. His overwhelming power surged outward, obliterating everything in its path. Stones were reduced to dust. Trees were uprooted and hurled into the sky, and the ground trembled violently. What manner of strength is this? Slarg truly embodies the pinnacle of Namekian prowess. Has that Saiyan Hogg truly bested him? The second elder's expression was one of astonishment. Nairu furrowed his brow and remarked, "We can only place our faith in him now. Slarg is indeed formidable, with a combat power exceeding 500,000. During this time, aside from Frisia, Hogg finally encountered an opponent of comparable might. With a sudden crack, Slarg vanished from sight, reappearing behind Hogg and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. As Hogg was propelled backward, Slarg materialized above him, hands clasped together. And with a mighty roar, he struck Hogg down to the ground with ferocious force. As Hogg descended to the ground, the earth fissured, and countless stones erupted, creating an unfathomable pit spanning 1,000 meters, shrouded in swirling dust. The velocity was astonishing, and the force was formidable. Nera gazed in astonishment at this scene. Suddenly, Shrag turned to Neru and inquired, "Are you, apart from me, the mightiest Namekian? Come forth." Panic surged through Neru, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The second elder shouted, "Neru, flee. Do not harm my brother." Karu unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but they were effortlessly dispelled by Shrag with a mere flick of his hand. "Get lost. Do not impede my affairs," Shrag declared, conjuring a bottomless chasm before Karu, a strike that would surely lead to instant demise if it connected. "Come here. I may annihilate the other Namekians, but you, being the second strongest, are worthy of consideration as my subordinate." Shrag extended his hand, and Nera found himself ensnared by an invisible force, drawn uncontrollably toward Shrag. Though he struggled desperately, it was futile. Shrag's might was insurmountable, his psychic prowess unparalleled. With a combat power of 35,000, Nera was utterly powerless against Shrag's overwhelming strength, exceeding 500,000. Ha. Shrag laughed triumphantly, believing himself to be in complete control. When suddenly, a beam of energy struck his palm, causing it to explode and eliciting a cry of agony from him. As Shrag's hand shattered, Nera was freed from the invisible grip and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "What?" Shrag exclaimed, clutching the remnants of his hand in disbelief as he turned to the source of the energy, only to discover Hogg standing at a distance. Hogg rubbed his shoulders and patted his legs from a distance, stretching lazily and moving his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds that echoed his relaxed demeanor. I remarked, "Schlag, what are you so eager about? Is it merely because I allowed you a single move that you feel this triumphant? You are not dead," Schlag exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, Schlag inhaled sharply, and his right hand returned to its original form. "Dead?" Hogg let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "Do I appear to be troubled by anything? Truth be told, your previous strike has alleviated my long-standing cervical discomfort. It felt rather delightful. How about you lend me your assistance once more and massage my back, for I suffer from chronic lumbar pain." With that, he gestured toward his back. Chapter 66. The Super Namekian. Why not strike my back this time, as I often contend with back pain? Hogg chuckled heartily. The provocation was unbearable, igniting a fury within Slag that was utterly uncontrollable. Such taunts could unsettle even the most composed individuals, let alone the sovereign of a planet. Die! Slag roared, his rage intensifying as he surged forward with increased speed, his fists erupting like a volcano, aimed directly at Hogg's face. Hogg sidestepped slightly, evading a punch. Shrag, unwilling to relent, threw another punch, followed by yet another, continuing in this relentless fashion. The air was filled with the sound of Shrag's furious strikes. Yet none found their mark on Hogg. He eluded each blow with an agility reminiscent of a wraith, intangible and elusive. Shrag found it perplexing. Despite his fists being mere millimeters away from Hogg, and seemingly poised to connect, Hogg always managed to slip away. Damn it! Shrag roared, quickening the pace of his punches, yet still failing to land a single hit on Hogg. The sheer force of his punches and the energy released sent tremors through the earth, creating a crater several meters wide at the center of his frenzy. As the pit formed, debris scattered wildly, and a whirlwind of dust and stone erupted. Why? Why can't I hit you? Shrag bellowed, his frustration mounting as chaos enveloped the surroundings, all wrought by his own hand. Is that enough? Hogg's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered this phrase. Just as Shrag launched another punch, he realized he could not retract his fist. Looking towards Hogg, he discovered that his hand had been seized by him at some point. Ugh, you've stirred up so much dust here. It's quite uncomfortable, Hogg remarked disdainfully. What did you say? The moment Shrag's words left his lips, a resounding thud echoed as Hogg's fist collided forcefully with his face, distorting it and sending saliva flying. Well done. The onlookers erupted into cheers upon witnessing Hogg's successful strike against Shrag, who had previously been the aggressor, failing to land any blows on Hogg. This reversal affirmed Hogg's superior combat prowess. How is this possible? Shrag gasped, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Hogg. Are you truly a Saiyan? He inquired, astonished. He felt a burgeoning threat from the Saiyan and attempted to retreat, only to discover that Hogg still had a firm grip on his fist, rendering him immobile. In truth, your instincts were correct from the beginning. You should not have opposed a Saiyan with limitless potential. Alas, you no longer have the chance, Hogg replied, his demeanor cold, entirely dismissive of Shrag. One possessed a combat power exceeding 500,000, while the other approached 3 million, a staggering six-fold difference. How could they possibly compare? Suddenly, Hogg seized Shrag's hand and grabbed his arm with the other, his body beginning to spin like a whirlwind. Shrag was thus whirled around by Hogg. Yet he could see Hogg's cold smirk. As he continued to be spun, the surroundings were utterly ravaged by the two. Elder, step back, cried the brothers Nilu and Karu, hastily gathering the villagers away from the tumultuous clash, for any collateral damage would spell doom for them. Upon reaching a safe distance, the brothers gazed in astonishment at the duel, exclaiming at the prowess displayed. Shrag was being toyed with by Hogg, a sight truly unimaginable. Is this what a Saiyan is like? For the elder, it was the first encounter with a Saiyan, and his emotions swelled with excitement. As Hogg suddenly released his grip, Shrag was propelled at breathtaking speed, colliding with a towering mountain that soared 1,000 meters into the sky. The mountain immediately crumbled and disintegrated, transforming into a cascade of debris and a cloud of dust that engulfed the heavens. Hogg appeared above the swirling smoke, declaring, "Speak up. I know you are not dead." A myriad of violet lights erupted from the rocks, dispersing the smoke and debris as a disheveled figure slowly ascended into the air, glaring furiously at Hogg. Damn it. That cursed Saiyan. Slag cursed. At that moment, purple blood trickled down Slag's forehead, his garments tattered and torn. In his rage, veins bulged like writhing worms. Are you not prepared to unleash your full power? Hogg inquired, casting a glance at him. Heh, Slag suddenly smirked. It is evident that you possess considerable knowledge about us Namekians. Of course, I am the author. Hogg replied with a grin. The author? Slag was perplexed by this statement, yet his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he warned, Saiyan, if I were you, I would flee with my tail between my legs. Oh, is that so? Hogg retorted, what right do you have to utter such words in your current pitiful state? Slag, on the verge of fury, shifted his gaze and coldly remarked, very well, you won't be able to escape later. I shall demonstrate the might of a super Namekian. With that, Slag finally transformed. As he drew in energy, his muscles expanded significantly, his strength surging, and lightning crackled around him, a testament to his formidable physical prowess. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and countless fragments of stone were lifted into the air, illuminated by flickering bolts of electricity as his entire form began to transform. Is this the aura of a super Namekian? How intriguing. Hogg felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, yet his expression radiated extraordinary confidence. Is this truly Slag? His power has escalated to such an extent. The Naruker brothers were left in astonishment. A demon, a true demon. The second elder's somber countenance betrayed his anxious sentiments. A surge of purple light, accompanied by a malevolent aura, caused the very earth to tremble violently. Those unaware might have mistaken it for the apocalypse. Boom. A torrent of purple energy surged from Slag, piercing through the clouds above. Gradually, the tumult subsided, revealing a figure towering 4 meters high before the onlookers, embodying the essence of a true demon, with an aura of wickedness even more intense than Hogg's. Hogg inhaled deeply, his gaze shimmering with intensity, his blood surging with excitement as he beheld the towering figure of a 4-meter giant before him. He uttered, "The legendary Super Namekian has finally appeared." Chapter 67. Blinding your eyes. Before Hogg and his companions stood a colossal giant, not only formidable in strength but also endowed with a myriad of superpowers. Under such immense combat prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over this opponent. Is this truly the fabled Super Namekian? Nera's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, is that Saiyan all right?" Karu inquired. Nera shook his head, replying, "I do not know." With a triumphant grin, Shrag completed his transformation, surpassing Hogg in stature. Standing at 4 meters tall, his muscles bulged impressively, creating a striking and intimidating presence. The visible veins pulsing beneath his skin hinted at the sheer magnitude of his strength. System, expend 10 ability points to assess the combat power of the opponent. Hogg commanded. Ding. Query in progress. Identity, Shrag birthplace. Namek combat power, 7,000,000. Hogg felt a moment of bewilderment upon hearing this figure. It appeared that the power level of the 18th Shrag should have been a mere 500,000. And even as a Super Namekian, it would have reached a maximum of around 5 million. Yet now, astonishingly, it stood at 7 million. This remarkable increase was attributed to Shrag's relentless training in the depths of malevolence, coupled with the fact that this was his homeland, allowing him to unleash his full combat potential. Furthermore, it was over 20 years ago, and he had not utilized any wishes to reverse his aging, thus maintaining his inherent combat prowess, which accounted for his extraordinary 7 million power level. Hogg understood that both Shrag and Old Bick, upon regaining their youth, had their combat abilities restored as well. However, they were initially unable to fully harness their powers due to the abruptness of their rejuvenation. The situation was different now. Shrag had consistently maintained this state, and upon transforming into a Super Namekian, he could expertly wield his complete combat prowess, which accounted for his impressive power level of 7 million. This was indeed formidable and presented a significant challenge. At present, Hogg was undeniably no match for him. Yet he was destined to serve as the stepping stone for Hogg's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Filled with confidence, Hogg prepared himself. Just then, Shrag made his move. With a staggering power level of 7 million, his speed was such that even Hogg struggled to catch a glimpse of him. With a resounding bang, Hogg felt a powerful kick strike him from behind, propelling him forcefully away. As Hogg soared into the air, he summoned all his strength and swiftly turned around, delivering a powerful punch, fully aware that Shrag would pursue him. Indeed, as his fist struck out, he found Shrag already standing before him. Shrag, taken aback by Hogg's ability to pivot and retaliate, let out a cold laugh and likewise unleashed a punch. The ground trembled beneath them, and Hogg was sent reeling, spitting blood, while Shrag staggered back several paces. However, he quickly regained his composure, and with a swift motion, he reappeared above Hogg. "Prepare to meet your end," Shrag bellowed, bringing his fists together for a crushing blow. Just then, Hogg abruptly opened his eyes, uttering the words "ultimate flash." A tremendous surge of energy coalesced in his hands, colliding with Shrag's fists, resulting in yet another massive explosion that enveloped the two in a cloud of dust and debris. Hogg was sent crashing to the ground by the force of his own energy. Though he felt pain and discomfort, he closed his eyes, striving to elevate his own aura. "I must transform into a Super Saiyan. My battle power has reached 3 million, and I must succeed," Hogg roared internally. For becoming a Super Saiyan was the sole path to victory. Just then, a pair of large hands seized him, constricting his entire body, accompanied by Shrag's mocking laughter. "I thought you were formidable, but you were truly weak." With a resounding crack, Shrag tightened his grip, and Hogg emitted a heart-wrenching scream. "Die, die." Shrag exerted his strength once more. Hogg suddenly ceased his cries, instead opening his eyes wide and fixating his gaze upon Shrag, forcing out the words, "Do not underestimate the Saiyan." Oh, Hogg understood that in such moments, he could inspire himself to transform into a Super Saiyan. How is this even possible? Shrag suddenly realized that he was losing his grip on Hogg, for after Hogg let out a roar, his power surged dramatically, threatening to break free from Shrag's hold. I will not allow you to escape. Shrag exerted more force. Yet, in an instant, Hogg unleashed a single-handed beam of light that struck Shrag in the eyes, causing him to cry out in pain. "Oh, my eyes." Shrag instinctively covered his eyes, releasing Hogg in the process. Hogger swiftly distanced himself from Shrag, his anger surging anew. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried to elevate his strength, there remained no sign of his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Why was this happening? Was it possible that he lacked the potential to become a Super Saiyan? Cursed be his fate. Shrag, shielding his eyes with one hand, extended the other, unleashing a colossal energy blast directed at Hogger. Caught off guard, Hogger could only brace himself, crossing his arms over his forehead in a futile attempt to withstand the onslaught. The explosion reverberated once more, a cloud of dust enveloping the area, but it dissipated swiftly. That attack was indeed formidable. I nearly faltered under its might. Hogger managed a strained smile, noting the tattered state of his shirt and the multiple wounds adorning his body. Here it comes again. Hogger was momentarily stunned as he observed Shrag charging towards him with reckless abandon, disregarding any obstacles in his path, akin to an unstoppable gorilla. Hogg evaded the attack and then stood 100 meters away from Shrag. "Shrag, you must understand, I am the gorilla, while you are merely a Namekian." Hogg roared at Shrag. "What did you say?" Shrag, upon hearing the voice, finally calmed down somewhat, although blood continued to drip from his right eye. Hogg has endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet regrettably, he has failed in this endeavor and can no longer place his hopes upon the Super Saiyan form. Fortunately, his tail remains intact. Given that the opponent, a Super Namekian, possesses a tenfold increase in combat power, he surmises that upon transforming into a great ape, he too could achieve a tenfold enhancement. With his base combat power hovering around 3 million, even in his current injured state, a 5-fold increase would yield a staggering combat power of 15 million. Could this immense power of 15 million possibly rival that of the 7 million combat power of Shrag? Though he is uncertain whether he would lose his sanity upon transforming into a great ape, he recognizes that there is no alternative left. Confronting the Super Namekian necessitates this singular course of action. Hogg is acutely aware of this truth. With a swift motion of his hand, a luminous orb materialized, resonating with a hum. The creation of an artificial moon, powered by 3 million combat units, demanded little energy. Chapter 68, The Super Saiyan. Despite his relentless efforts, Hogg is unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, and his battle power of 3 million proves insufficient to defeat Slag, who boasts a formidable 7 million. Consequently, he must devise a contingency plan for himself, which involves the transformation into a great ape, facilitated by an artificial moon. Hogg conjured an orb of energy and hurled it into the air. In an instant, the tail hair coiling around his waist transformed into sharp spikes. The artificial moon had yet to rise, yet the tail exhibited a response. What is he doing? Shrag squinted as he gazed at Hogg from a distance. Recalling the information about the Saiyans. Saiyans possess the ability to transform into colossal apes, exponentially enhancing their combat prowess. Though the specifics of this enhancement remained unclear, it was certain that their strength could at least double, marking their iconic transformation. As these thoughts flashed through Shrag's mind, his expression abruptly changed. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he could not allow Hogg to complete his transformation. Otherwise, the outcome of their confrontation would become uncertain. With a ferocious roar, Shrag extended his hand, unleashing a blast of energy far exceeding 5 million in combat power, striking the unfortunate, still-forming artificial moon. What? Hogg had never experienced an artificial moon before and had just discovered a method to create one. Just as he was about to exclaim explosion, the artificial moon was destroyed by Slag. Goodness! Hogg was unable to contain his anger, yet at that moment, Slag barreled forth like a rampaging gorilla, determined to thwart Hogg's transformation into a giant ape through the artificial moon. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, Slag sent Hogg flying, his gaze fixated upon Hogg's tail. Indeed, the principle behind the Saiyan's transformation into a giant ape lies in the illumination of the moon or an artificial moon, which triggers a reaction in the tail, subsequently instigating a complete bodily transformation. Slag had previously taken the initiative to learn about various races in the universe, including the Saiyans, and thus comprehended the mechanics of this transformation. If he could merely sever Hogg's tail, the transformation would be rendered impossible. Schlag's eyes glimmered with determination as he swiftly maneuvered behind Hogg and seized his tail. What? When Hogg entered this world, he had already honed his tail. Thus, even if it were grasped, he would not lose any strength. Higi, give me a break. Schlag, with his other hand sharpened into a deadly blade, was about to slice at Hogg's tail. Hogg was taken aback, but quickly grasped Hogg's intention. If the tail were to be severed, he would be unable to transform into a colossal ape, resulting in his utter defeat. How could such a calamity be allowed to transpire? Hogg roared as his entire body spun rapidly, his legs whirling like the blades of a windmill, delivering relentless kicks to Schlag's face, rendering it swollen and bruised. Bang! 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 Schlag, unwilling to release Hogg's tail, found one hand unable to reach it while the other was continuously struck. In a fit of rage, he directed the other hand towards Hogg and unleashed a blast of energy. Boom! Hogger was struck by the energy attack, causing a third of his strength to dissipate instantly, and he subsequently collapsed to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Ha ha ha, your tail shall be mine. The boisterous laughter echoed from above as a colossal figure, towering at 4 meters, descended heavily, landing squarely on Hogger's abdomen. The tremendous impact nearly rendered him unconscious, and blood gushed forth in torrents. What do you think? A Saiyan is, after all, a Saiyan. How can one possibly compare to a Super Namekian? Schrag observed the scene with a cold, mocking smile. Hogg was gravely injured, struggling to rise with his tail exposed. Schrag reached out, gripping Hogg's tail, and with a wicked grin declared that if he severed it, Hogg would never be able to triumph over him again. He then slowly raised his hand, poised to strike. Hogg could hardly resist. He was so weakened that he lacked even the strength to rise, helplessly witnessing the severance of his own tail. With a sharp snap, the most vulnerable part of the Saiyan was severed by Schrag, who callously discarded it aside. Humph, you are now utterly useless, incapable of defeating me, Schrag declared, delivering a forceful kick that sent Hogg flying. As Hogg soared through the air, he felt the absence of his tail, yet suddenly became aware of a peculiar force coursing within him, a power unlike any he had ever experienced before. Upon crashing to the ground, he stirred up clouds of dust, but amidst the haze, Hogg slowly rose to his feet, eyes closed. Remarkably, he can still stand. Very well. I shall deliver the final blow, Slag remarked coldly. Despite the earlier battle, he had not lost much of his own strength and was still capable of wielding the might of 7 million combat power. He's doomed. Even the Saiyan cannot triumph over him. Karu swallowed hard. Naira dared not look any longer, as hope for victory had evaporated. The sheer force with which Slag charged was overwhelming. Akin to a relentless machine of destruction, the ground within a radius of 4 to 5 meters was upheaved, generating countless clouds of dust. Such was the power of 7 million combat strength. Simultaneously, Slag unleashed a punch, wielding the same 7 million combat power. Before the blow even reached him, Hogg's surroundings had already transformed into ruins. It was evident that should this punch connect, there would be nothing left of Hogg. Yet, with a soft thud, the punch was caught, as though an immense force had completely suppressed Slag's power, leaving no destruction in its wake. When Naira opened his eyes, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Hogg had, against all odds, managed to catch Slag's mightiest punch. No, this cannot be. How could you possibly withstand my full force strike? Slag took 2 incredulous steps back, gazing into Hogg's eyes as if he were staring at a monster. Hogg slowly lifted his head, his eyes opening to reveal a sinister smile, yet he uttered not a single word. Boom. At an indeterminate moment, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Changes began to unfold around Hogg, and strange occurrences proliferated. Slag, fully aware of Hogg's transformation, retreated several meters, his gaze fixed on Hogg's metamorphosis with a mix of awe and trepidation. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck near Hogg. Yet he remained motionless, striving to harness an unprecedented energy within him. The bolts of lightning multiplied around him, yet none struck Hogg directly, and he found himself unable to seize that energy. Just then, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, hitting Hogg with tremendous force, the explosive sound rendering everyone momentarily deaf. Curiously, there was no cry of anguish from Hogg. Instead, a golden light surged skyward as the lightning dissipated, revealing a figure radiating golden brilliance. With golden hair and emerald green eyes, he emanated an uncontrollable golden aura that resembled a massive flame raging uncontrollably. Such a being appeared before the crowd, leaving them all in stunned silence. At last, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Hogg's voice resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. Chapter 69. A matter of a single palm on the desolate landscape of Namek. The remnants of the once thriving village too lay in ruin. The villagers were present, alongside Slag, who had been sent to Slag Planet since childhood, and most importantly, Hogg, now transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? With a mere breath, Hogg unleashed a torrent of energy from within, culminating in a series of ferocious gusts that coalesced into a magnificent golden flame. Initially, Hogg believed he lacked the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, he soon realized that it was his tail that had hindered him. Once severed, the energy of the Super Saiyan manifested itself. Upon his transformation, Hogg was engulfed in exhilaration. Finding himself unable to restrain his physical form, which seemed to engage in combat autonomously, an experience quintessential to the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. What was this? Why had Hogg changed? A radiant golden aura enveloped him, leaving Neru astounded as he gazed at Hogg. Hogg turned his head, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement, and said to Neru, "We Saiyans are akin to you Namekians, yet our potential is an unfathomable abyss, continuously ascending. Isn't that right, Shrag?" Hogg then cast a glance at Shrag. Shrag's expression instantly shifted. He could hardly bear to look at Hogg, let alone gauge the intensity of his aura, which felt utterly terrifying. "Hogg, do you not believe that the Super Namekians are formidable? Now at 240, I shall demonstrate the true might of a Super Saiyan." Hogg could no longer contain his exhilaration, his body practically itching for action. "Come on, I refuse to believe that the Super Saiyans are that formidable," Shrag growled. Yet, in the next moment, Hogg appeared before Shrag, delivering a swift slap. With a resounding smack, Shrag was caught off guard, sent hurtling backward, crashing through a mountain before plunging into the water, creating a splash that soared 1,000 meters high. The lake's waters were astonishingly revealed to the muddy bottom, indicating that a significant portion of the water had been thrust into the air. At that moment, Hogg reappeared behind Shrag, grasping his shoulder and lifting him effortlessly. A resounding hum of immense golden flames halted the cascading water, entirely isolating it to one side. Utterly ineffectual, with just a single strike, "You have lost consciousness," Hogg lamented, shaking his head in profound disappointment. With a flick of his wrist, he unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Shrag back to the ground. This was to be expected. A combat power of 3 million transformed into a Super Saiyan directly multiplied to 150 million, while the poor Shrag only possessed 7 million. Even if he were to amplify that tenfold, he would still be no match for Hogg. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, compounded by Hogg's exhilarated state. That previous blow had indeed been delivered with considerable force, yet it appeared minuscule in the grand spectrum of a Super Saiyan's might. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan. Even a fully powered Frieza would stand no chance against one. Hogg returned to the ground, his excitement having somewhat subdued, and the golden aura around him diminished as well. This golden aura was entirely dependent on his emotional state. During battle, when his spirit soared, the aura blazed fiercely, whereas in a calmer state, it waned. Ahem, Slag finally regained consciousness, only to gaze at Hogg in sheer terror. The mere strike he had received earlier had rendered him unconscious. Had it been delivered with greater force, he might have met his demise. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 7 million fear points. Ha ha ha. What a delightful windfall. Hogg laughed heartily, then extended one hand, preparing to unleash a devastating attack to eliminate Slag. At that moment, the second elder stepped forward, intending to speak, but Hogg interrupted him. "Second elder, I understand your regret. And I know you all lament having sent him to Slag Planet, but he is no longer the innocent Namekian he once was." The second elder fell silent. Both he and the elder had harbored biases against Slag during their youth, leading to his fate on Slag Planet. Slag's destiny mirrored that of Broly, and extraordinary talent can often invite peril rather than fortune. Slag was born on Namek, where the inhabitants are inherently pure-hearted. Even the malevolent Slag B-Boat was merely dispatched to Slag Planet, while Broly's fate was far more tragic. He was destined for death from the moment of his birth. Their fates diverged drastically. One was fated to perish, while the other was merely sent to another planet to continue living. The explosion enveloped Slag entirely, leaving no trace of him behind. With Slag's demise, Hogg exhaled a sigh of relief. His golden hair reverted to black, and his muscles appeared slightly less pronounced. The only difference being the absence of his tail. It's gone, but that's of no consequence. I have no need for the great ape transformation. Transforming directly into a Super Saiyan will suffice, Hogg mused, feeling no sense of loss. System, I wish to upgrade my superpowers. Hogg called out to the system. Ding. Upgrading superpowers. Superpowers have been successfully upgraded, costing 1 million fear points, now at level 3. The system automatically provides the host's information. Host information. Saiyan Hogg birthplace, planet Vegeta, destroyed, combat power, 3, 0.5 million fear points. 6. 63 million other superpowers. Level 3, Super Saiyan Level 1. Hogg glanced at the information, discovering that he possessed over 6 million fear points, having ascended to level 3 of his superpower and expended 1 million fear points. System. Please rectify all the hidden afflictions within my body. Understood. As the host has already repaired 2 issues, 8 remain. Each repair costs 100,000, totaling 800,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for rectifying 8 hidden afflictions, resulting in an enhancement of 520,000 combat power. Excellent. This means I now possess over 3,500,000 combat power. It is noteworthy that every additional 10,000 combat power translates to an increase of 50,000 when I transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, after addressing the 8 hidden issues, he immediately felt a surge in his endurance and strength, as well as an improvement in his combat techniques. His body, devoid of impurities, felt as though it had been rejuvenated. I shall conserve the remaining 480,000 fear points for now, saving towards 10 million to see what other skills I might acquire. With this plan in mind, Hogg exited the system. Hogg turned to Neru and said, Neru, I have dealt with Shrag for you. Now, you should honor the promise we made, correct? Rest assured, we Namekians are known for our integrity. Neru nodded and then turned to the Elder, stating, in truth, the Grand Elder has already agreed to grant him the use of our Namekian Dragon Balls. Oh, I am aware of this. The Grand Elder has informed me, the Elder replied with a smile. At that moment, he gestured, and the Dragon Ball emerged from the ruins, coming into view before everyone. As the Dragon Ball floated before Hogg, the Elder sighed and remarked, had you not triumphed, I would have taken this secret to my grave, ensuring that Shrag would never discover the Dragon Ball's location amidst the debris. However, Hogg, your assistance has been invaluable, and thus, you truly deserve this Dragon Ball. The Elder acknowledged Hogg's efforts, recognizing the diligence he had demonstrated. Hogg nodded in satisfaction. This time, not only could he transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek, but he also acquired the Dragon Balls. Hogg, although everyone acknowledges you, I must remind you that you can only make 2 wishes, Nairo stated. Understood, 2 it is. Hogg replied. After all, these Dragon Balls belonged to others, and he was not well versed in the language of Namek. 2 wishes were certainly better than none. Moreover, the capabilities of the Namekian dragon were limited, and he held little interest in pursuing more. Very well, let us gather the remaining 4, Nairo suggested. Agreed. With a mere gesture from Hogg, 3 Dragon Balls levitated effortlessly into the air. His superpower had ascended to level 3, granting him the ability to manipulate massive objects such as airplanes with ease. The 3 Dragon Balls included one from the Grand Elder, another taken from the 4-star village by Shrag, and the last, belonging to the 2-star village, was associated with the Second Elder. Observing Hogg's extraordinary abilities, the Second Elder exclaimed in astonishment, Young man, I never anticipated that you are not only a formidable warrior, but also possess such remarkable magical prowess. Truly astonishing. Magic, a form of superpower, is the essence of Namekian culture, distinguished from mere superhuman abilities. Only the exalted Grand Elder comprehends that magic is but a facet of superpower. Now, I shall accompany Nera to retrieve the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. I will not assist in the reconstruction of the village, Hogg declared, casting a glance at Neru, who understood the cue and led Hogg to the other 4 villages. After approximately half a day, the duo finally collected all the Dragon Balls. Summoning the Eternal Dragon is, in fact, a straightforward task that any Namekian can accomplish with a simple incantation, akin to that of Earth's Eternal Dragon. Neru extended his hands, cradling the Dragon Balls, and began the incantation in the Namekian tongue. With a resounding roar, a magnificent golden light enveloped the scene, culminating in the emergence of a colossal dragon. However, the appearance of the Namekian dragon differed from that of its Earth counterpart. Make your wish, Neru urged. Wish. Hogg found himself momentarily at a loss for what desire to articulate, so he decided to experiment. Neru, I wish to comprehend the ultimate technique of freedom, Hogg stated. The ultimate technique of freedom. Neru was unfamiliar with the concept, yet he assisted Hogg in communicating with the dragon in the Namekian language. However, from the expressions exchanged between Neru and Purunga, it was evident that the attempt had failed. Neru turned to Hogg and said, It appears impossible. Purunga indicates that this is a technique requiring profound understanding, one that can only be wielded by a deity. He lacks the capacity. Indeed, it was as foretold. Hogg had long understood that this wish was utterly unattainable, especially when it came to the notion of God. It seemed that only upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God could he begin to comprehend the ultimate instinct technique. Although the system's marketplace offered exchanges, the required fear value was exceedingly extravagant, and it pertained to a comprehension type ability. Thus, acquiring the ultimate instinct technique before ascending to divinity was nearly an impossible endeavor. Then I desire immortality. Hogg proposed another wish. Naru conversed with Palungo once more, yet still shook his head in disapproval. It was indeed impossible to grant wishes that surpassed the divine. Hogg realized he had been defeated. None of these wishes could come to fruition. Hogg contemplated for a moment and suddenly recalled a skill he had recently desired. He said to Naru, "Why not attempt to acquire cosmic-level teleportation?" Naru nodded slightly and once more made a wish to Polona. After a brief silence, Polona responded with an affirmative gesture. Naru turned around, sharing in Hogg's joy, and with a beaming smile, announced, "It is accomplished. He has bestowed upon you the gift of cosmic-level teleportation." Hogger initially believed that this was a skill exclusive to the gods of the realm, yet to his astonishment, he succeeded. This was utterly exhilarating. Perhaps I shall give it a try first. When Hogg first conceived this idea, a vivid image materialized in his mind, that of little Bulma sitting there. Her expression one of deep discontent. Hogg suddenly teleported to Earth, appearing before Bulma. Startled by the presence of a figure, Bulma paused for a moment, then looked up and her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Big brother." Overwhelmed with happiness, she hastily attempted to stand, only to accidentally bump her knee, the pain causing her vision to blur. When she refocused, she found that he had vanished. Where had her big brother gone? Was it merely an illusion? Bulma felt increasingly disheartened, recalling her sister Tai's words that longing for someone might lead to dreams of them. Thus, she must have dozed off. Fortunately, the return was swift. Otherwise, she might have truly been trapped. Upon Hogg's return to Nelu, he let out a sigh of relief. Nelu inquired, "Where have you been?" "Nowhere in particular. It's a secret," Hogg chuckled. He decided that he would visit Bulma again when time permitted, provided he could first obtain Frisia's fear level and elevate his superpowers to level 5, preparing himself for the movement of the Super Dragon Balls. Nella regarded Hogg with a curious expression, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he did not press further and directly shifted to the matter at hand, asking, "What about the second wish?" As for the second, Hogg wanted to grant Parker's wish, yet he felt it would be too extravagant, so he declared his desire for eternal life. After discussing with Nairu and Polona, they affirmed that the second wish would indeed be fulfilled. However, Polona cautioned that this pertains to lifespan, and being killed by another does not count. Hogg understood well that eternal life signifies an everlasting existence. However, if one is slain, life is forcibly taken away by others rather than ending naturally. How can one blame eternal life for such a fate? Furthermore, that which is deemed immortal is not synonymous with eternal life. This is merely a passive aspect of Hogg's existence. Well then, both wishes have been fulfilled. Nera has allowed Barungia to depart. Truly splendid. Although the cosmic level teleportation is not entirely perfected, at the very least, the distance I can teleport will not be excessively short. Most importantly, I need not perceive the flow of energy to achieve instantaneous movement. Hogg nodded slightly, as he was quite content with these two wishes. Chapter 71. The spaceship of the Frozen Clan. After Hogg had made 2 wishes on Namek, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, his base combat power exceeded 3.5 million, and upon transformation, it soared to approximately 180 million. Well, Naru, my wishes have been granted. I shall return to your planet for a visit when time permits, Hogg declared as he decided to take his leave. Wait a moment, Hogg. Naru suddenly called out. What is it? Hogg inquired. Nera hesitated for a moment before confessing, I was wrong before, and I apologize for perceiving you as an evil being. Hogg remained silent, standing still to listen. The Grand Elder had informed him that the Saiyan race was a warrior race, one steeped in conflict and drenched in blood, unlike the peaceful and simple-hearted Namekians. Naru held this belief about his own race, yet today, he too had unleashed a torrent of violence, his hands stained with blood, and he felt a twinge of fear upon noticing a hint of bloodlust in his own aura. However, the Grand Elder had advised him not to judge a person by their aura or appearance. Upon hearing these words, Nera realized that Hogg's aura was intrinsic and unchangeable, forged through years of battle. I misunderstood you, and for that, I am truly sorry, Nera said with a face full of remorse. Hogg regarded the situation with a sense of indifference, shaking his head and uttering, It matters not to me. For I have come to understand that when reason fails to resonate with certain individuals, One must abandon all pretense and confront them directly. This sentiment was echoed by No. 16 when he imparted wisdom to Gohan, stating, "Some individuals are beyond the reach of rational discourse. Do not stifle the fury that resides within. Let it surge forth, Gohan. You are aware of my fondness for the creatures of nature, and it is upon you to safeguard them." "Thank you, Hogg." Nairu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "It is of no consequence. Should I require the Dragon Balls in the future, would you grant me their use?" Hogg inquired. "As long as it serves a righteous cause. Feel free to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek at your discretion," Nairu replied. Hogg nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to return in the future." As Hagen was about to bid farewell to Nehru, Parker suddenly transmitted, "My lord, I have detected a spacecraft entering Namek." "What?" exclaimed Hagen, inquiring for further details. "Given my prolonged stay with the Frisia Force, it cannot be Frisia's ship, nor that of Slug. However, it is indeed a vessel belonging to the same lineage as Frisia," Parker elucidated. Parker's explanation was somewhat enigmatic. It was neither Frisia's nor Slug's, yet akin to Frisia's clan, which indicated that the spacecraft belonged to the Ice Race. In the vast expanse of the universe, only 3 members of the Ice Race are known to be active: Frisia, Cooler, and Gula. Hogg initially thought of Gula, for it seemed implausible that Cooled would be foolish enough to create discord with his own son. Moreover, Frisia had always shown a degree of respect towards Cooled, and Cooled had no need for aggression, living comfortably off the fruits of his 2 sons' labor. "What has transpired?" Nailu inquired anxiously from the side. "Oh, it's nothing, Nailu." "Here, take this," Hogg replied, handing the detector to Nailu. "What is this?" Nailu asked, perplexed. "This is a communication detector," Hogg elaborated. "Furthermore, this communicator is solely linked to Park. My intent is to obliterate that invading spacecraft directly. However, such an action is bound to attract the attention of their master." While Hogg harbored uncertainty regarding whether their master was indeed Gula, Park was certain that the vessel did not belong to Frisia's army. Once discovered, their master would seek vengeance. Nailu would notify Hogg through the communicator, allowing him to teleport and resolve the situation. Hogg was reluctant to envision a scenario where, upon needing the Dragon Balls of Namek, he would return only to find the Namekians extinct. Thus, it was imperative to safeguard them. After conveying all necessary instructions, Hogg soared toward the spacecraft and hurled an energy sphere, which erupted with a resounding boom, reducing the vessel to flames as it plummeted to the ground. A black box. Hogger instantaneously teleported below, locating the black box, and with a firm grip, he shattered the box, finally feeling a sense of relief. Hogg suddenly teleported inside the spaceship, startling Parker, who exclaimed in astonishment, "My lord, how do you appear and disappear so effortlessly? Your speed was astonishing just now. Has your combat prowess truly increased?" "Fortunately, it had indeed improved," Hogan replied with a chuckle, neither confirming nor elaborating further. "My lord, where shall we go next?" Parker inquired. "Parker, you should return to Earth for now. I can manage on my own from here," Hogan stated. With the newfound ability of instantaneous travel, he could venture wherever he wished without requiring Parker to pilot the spacecraft. However, considering that Parker had accompanied him for some time, it would be nice to allow him a brief respite on Earth. Parker, suddenly anxious, cried out, "My lord, are you leaving me behind? Please don't abandon me. I wish to remain by your side forever." "Parker, it's not about leaving you behind," Hogan reassured him. Hogg shook his head, struggling to find a justification. But after a long pause, he resorted to adopting a stern demeanor and declared, "This is an order." Parker, with no alternative, nodded in acquiescence, responding, "My lord, I understand. I will unconditionally obey your command." After saluting, he continued, "Upon returning to Earth, you must refrain from taking lives, unless the situation is exceedingly egregious. Of course, you may engage in acts of chivalry, but above all, do not oppose the divine beings, nor create excessive disturbances on Earth. I do not wish for humanity's way of existence to be altered because of you," Hogg admonished. Hogg was aware that Parker, possessing a combat prowess exceeding 100,000, could easily plunge Earth into chaos. He feared that Parker might, like the Elder Beak, cast the planet into a state of dark panic. "Rest assured, my lord. I shall remember," Parker vowed, patting his chest in assurance. "Very well, you may return to Earth now. I must take my leave," Hogg stated, departing from the spacecraft. Inside the cabin, Parker gazed at Hogg, who receded further into the vastness of space, tears welling in his eyes. He murmured, "My lord, do not worry. I will strive to live well on Earth, causing no trouble. It is you who has bestowed upon me all of this. Hogg believed in Parker. Upon reaching a certain altitude, with a mere instant teleportation, he arrived at Frisia's planet. Chapter 72. The Dread of the Super Saiyan. How astonishingly swift. It took scarcely a second to reach Frisia's planet. The cosmic-level instant transmission is indeed remarkable. Hogg gazed at Frisia's planet, marveling at its splendor. System. Where exactly is Jinyu on Frisia's planet? Hogg inquired. The system responded, would it require a cost of 1,000 fear points? Damn it, what a schemer. It demands 1,000 fear points just to locate Jinyu? Hogg could hardly fathom that seeking Jinyu necessitated such a price. Well then, farewell. Wait, hold on, very well. I shall expend 1,000 fear points. After all, I possess an abundance of them. Please reveal Jinyu's location. Hogg conceded with resignation. Ding. A beam of light flickered, extracting the essence of Jinyu's soul. Before long, an image of a planet materialized in Hogg's mind, marked by a red indicating Jinyu's whereabouts. Hogg effortlessly transported himself in an instant, materializing right before Jinyu. However, what Hogg beheld was not the diminutive soldier from before, but rather Bart. Bart was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are that Saiyan? How did you end up here?" Jinyu, quick to react and possessing a sharp intellect, countered, "Do not deceive me. I told you, your soul's essence cannot lie." Without hesitation, Hogg exposed Jinyu's ruse. Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately darkening as he remarked, "No matter whom I exchange bodies with, you are capable of discerning the truth. Truly impressive. I am indeed Jinyu, not Bart." "Then where is the original Bart?" Hogg inquired. "I killed him." Jinyu replied in a somber tone. Hogg did not wish to delve into the intricacies of their situation, instead exclaiming, "Is that so? Do you still desire vengeance against Frisia?" Jinyu did not respond to Hogg's inquiry. Rather, he posed a question regarding Frisia's formidable combat prowess, stating, "Even if I wished to, I would be unable to exact revenge. Did I not mention that I can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Hogg retorted, "That is precisely the issue. How can I ascertain that you are not deceiving me?" "It is only upon witnessing your transformation that I shall believe you," Jinyu replied. "Very well then." Hogg suddenly inhaled deeply, recalling the exhilaration he felt on Namek. With a resonant hum, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold, radiating a golden luminescence, while his irises shifted to a captivating emerald hue. The golden flames enveloping him danced in harmony with his breath and emotions. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Jinyu was left in awe, sensing that Hogg needed not to lift a finger. The mere presence of that golden aura could obliterate him. "Stop, please, I can't bear it any longer," Jinyu exclaimed. Hogg retracted his power, reverting to his ordinary state with black eyes and hair. "How about now? Do you believe?" Hogg inquired. "I do believe." "Excellent. Let us seek vengeance against Frisia together. You will incapacitate him, and then I shall exchange bodies with him," Jinyu replied. The two temporarily reached an agreement and soared toward Frisia's empire. Were it not for the 120 million in fear value, Hogg would have no reason to ally with such a lowly creature. At that moment, Frisia was suspended in midair, deep in slumber. Suddenly, he jolted awake, sensing an immense energy in the distance, only for it to vanish almost instantly. What was that? Frisia furrowed his brow and landed, calling out for the intruder. "Lord Frisia." A soldier knelt on one knee. "There is a powerful energy fluctuation to the west. Investigate it for me," Frisia commanded. "Yes, I shall go at once." However, as the soldier took flight, a key blast obliterated him, the ensuing explosion rendering Frisia momentarily speechless. Frisia quickly turned to look, shouting, "Who is it? Show yourself." "Ah, Frisia, it has been a while." Hogg emerged slowly from the dust. "A Saiyan? No, a filthy monkey." Upon seeing Hogg, Frisia clenched his fist tightly. This very Saiyan had destroyed his 1st, 3rd, and 7th star domains, not to mention the devastation wrought upon his residential areas and empire. How could he not harbor hatred? "I never imagined you would come to your demise." Frisia spat bitterly. "Oh, it seems you have maintained your final form, fearing that I might strike without warning, leaving you oblivious to your own demise," Hogg said with a smile, laced with mockery. Frisia recognized the derision in Hogg's tone. Initially furious, he suddenly chuckled darkly. "Thanks to you, I can now control 50% of my combat power. To express my gratitude, prepare to perish." As soon as the words left his lips, Frisia appeared above Hogg, his fist converging to deliver a devastating blow. A blinding golden light emanated from Hogg, effortlessly blocking the strike and sending Frisia hurtling away. Without hesitation, Hogg transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, The surroundings were engulfed in a boundless golden radiance as golden flames spread forth. The structure could not withstand the overwhelming energy emanating from the Super Saiyan and collapsed under the strain. Suddenly, a golden beam and a white beam shot forth from the debris. However, the golden beam abruptly arced back and collided fiercely with the white beam. The white beam plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing speed, piercing through layers of smoke, and with a thunderous crash, it was once again buried beneath the ruins. Hogg gazed indifferently at the chaos below. Initially, he had intended to engage in a prolonged battle with Frieza, utilizing his standard form at 350, but soon realized that Frieza had effortlessly harnessed 50% of his combat power, an astounding 60 million. With his meager 3,500,000, victory was unattainable, compelling him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, emerge. That strike was merely a tickle to you, Hogg shouted downwards. From the ruins surged an abundance of white light, increasing in intensity. With a resounding crash, countless stones were propelled in all directions. Some veered towards Hogg, yet any that encountered his golden aura disintegrated into dust. At last, the white light ascended, hovering not far from Hogg, its source appearing grimy and disheveled. Damn you, filthy monkey. You dare to harm me. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing forth purple blood. Oblivious to his own condition, he directed his ire at Hogg. What is that? Why do you radiate with golden light? You were not like this before. Have you mutated? Mutated? Huh. Hogg scoffed. Frieza, are you still feigning ignorance? The legend of the Saiyans is not a mere myth. It is a tangible reality. The legend of the Saiyans. Frieza's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed. Are you saying you are the fabled Super Saiyan? Chapter 73. Frieza in his full power. The enraged Frieza, now composed, repeated the words in disbelief. The legendary Super Saiyan. Hogg nodded, and although he was not a Super Saiyan like Broly, he was still a Super Saiyan nonetheless. With his combat power increased by 50-fold. Hogwarts questioned whether his ears had deceived him. Upon glancing at Frieza, he indeed discovered him chuckling softly. Soon after, Frieza erupted into a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! A Saiyan is indeed a Saiyan," persistently clinging to this trivial legend. Your body has merely undergone a slight transformation. Do you genuinely believe you can triumph over me? Hogg furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax and smile, saying, Frieza, you are truly a foolish buffoon. What did you say? Frieza comprehended the initial words, but the latter part eluded his understanding, igniting a fury within him. You wretched monkey, how dare you insult me? Die. Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of death rays, each possessing the power to annihilate a small island. Yet all were effortlessly deflected by Hogg with a single hand. Stunned, Frieza exclaimed, how is this possible? You deflected all my death rays with just one hand. Too weak. Frieza, I told you, enter your full power and engage me in battle. I can wait here, Hogg proclaimed loudly after dispelling the onslaught. Dealing with a wretched monkey like you does not necessitate my full power. Frieza suddenly let out a cold laugh, retorting, I presume you Saiyans cannot handle true power. Can you? Oh. Hogg narrowed his eyes, curious about Frieza's intentions. Frieza extended his arms, and the ground began to tremble violently. Not far away, a circular continent of approximately 1 kilometer in diameter began to rise, hovering above Frieza. Hogg paused for a moment, recalling that Frieza also possessed extraordinary abilities. His powers were likely at a level just above 3, yet below 4. It is essential to note that a level 4 ability could shift an entire continent. What does it mean to move a continent? It is akin to the tectonic plates of Asia or America. Upon reaching level 5, the prowess becomes formidable, capable of relocating an entire planet. Thus, should Hogg's abilities ascend to level 5, he would have the capacity to move the Super Dragon Balls. Indeed, Frieza, your powers are truly impressive, Hogg exclaimed in admiration. Too kind, Frieza replied. Though he had initially believed that moving a square kilometer of flooring would astonish his opponent. Yet, Hogg remained remarkably composed rather than expressing surprise, leaving Frieza perplexed. Very well. You insolent monkey, let us see you withstand this move. With that, Frieza thrust his hands forward, sending the kilometer-sized floor hurtling toward Hogg. Hogg shook his head and addressed Frieza. We Saiyans have already obliterated an entire planet. Do you truly think we fear this mere trifling? With that, Hogg suddenly raised his gaze and, with a single hand, unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck the massive kilometer-wide floor. The ground erupted with a resounding roar, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in every direction, enveloping the area in a swirling cloud of dust and debris. Coughing violently, Frisia found himself engulfed in the choking haze. Exclaiming, "Damn that odious monkey for so ruthlessly detonating the very ground beneath us." Desperate to escape this chaotic battleground, he ascended into the sky, only to be confronted by a shadowy figure looming above him, whose voice echoed ominously in his mind. "It is your own foolishness. Do not lay the blame at my feet, odious monkey." Frisia attempted to look upward, but as he did, he was struck with tremendous force, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The impact created a vast, bottomless crater, obscuring Frisia's form entirely. A thick plume of dust rose into the air, merging with the earlier cloud, rendering Hogg's silhouette faintly visible, reminiscent of a devil emerging from the abyss. Suddenly, from the depths of the pit, a multitude of stones split apart, and a beam of white light shot skyward, reappearing not far from Hogg. This time, Frisia refrained from hurling insults. Instead, he bit his lip in disbelief and inquired, "Are you truly the legendary Super Saiyan? What do you think?" Upon hearing these words, Hogg recalled the earlier moment when he had mercilessly tormented Frisia, a thrill coursing through him. The golden aura surrounding him surged in tandem with his exhilaration. Frisia, too, was reminded of the events that had transpired, realizing that only a Super Saiyan could potentially best him. "Damn it, you truly are a Super Saiyan," he exclaimed. "Thus, I demand that you unleash your full power and engage me in battle." Hogg replied with composure, "Are you certain?" Frisia's gaze flickered uncertainly, fully aware that there was no escape from Hogg at this juncture. "I am certain. Do not squander any more of my time." Hogg, with a sudden flourish of his hand, struck out into the air, and with a resounding thwack, Frisia felt the weight of a heavy slap across his face. "Hurry up. You should be well aware of our Saiyan temperament," he bellowed. 5 vivid red imprints appeared on Frisia's countenance. Though he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, he refrained from retaliating directly. "Very well, as you wish," Frisia proclaimed, puffing out his chest and clenching his fists tightly. As he released a fierce roar, electricity crackled around him, and a halo of white and violet light enveloped his form. In the next instant, his diminutive physique swelled dramatically. Yet his power continued to surge unabated. Frisia, while fixating on Hogg, articulated his current state. "Excellent. Frisia, elevate to your full potential, and then I shall reduce you to a mere shadow of your former self. After that, I will have Jinyu swap bodies with you, and once that is accomplished, I will instill terror in Jinyu, thus acquiring a staggering 20 million fear points." Hogg patiently awaited his opportunity. Once he amassed a total of 120 million fear points, he could elevate his psychic abilities to the 5th level, enabling him to manipulate objects the size of planets. He would then seek out Zuno to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. As for the language of the gods, he would simply consult the eternal Dragon of Earth. If necessary, he could even approach the God of Destruction. For the timid God of Destruction would be no match for his prowess. 100% power, Frisia roared, his aura transforming into an infinite radiance that erupted outward. Each beam of light that struck the ground resulted in violent explosions, and the clouds of the entire planet were stirred by the force of his breath. The sheer intimidation of Frisia's full power even made Hogg feel a twinge of apprehension. However, this was merely a recognition that, as a Super Saiyan, he finally faced an opponent capable of exchanging blows with him, not that Frisia stood a chance of defeating him. "Apologies for the wait. Behold my full power." Frisia strained to maintain his 100% energy, forcing a smile as he declared this. Thus, Frisia finally unveiled his most formidable form, the peak of his power, the 100% state. Hogg gazed upon Frisia's muscular physique, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Frisia, you have finally shed your foolishness and unleashed your full potential. You wretched monkey, you shall not leave today. My planet can serve as your grave." Despite Frisia's words, he struggled to fully control his ultimate form. Nevertheless, even in this state, he boasted a formidable combat power of 120 million, though it paled in comparison to Hogg's 170 million. Yet, within this universe, he remained a paragon of strength. "Is it not more fitting for me to become your grave?" Hogg declared, his golden aura surging even higher. The energies emanating from the two clashed fiercely. Yet it was evident that Hogg's golden flame was more potent than Frisia's white aura. Their combined forces lifted surrounding stones into the air until one rock, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered with a resounding crack. In an instant, both warriors vanished from sight, leaving only the intertwining golden and white auras, accompanied by the sounds of their fierce combat. "You wretched monkey, perish at 830. Frisia bellowed, launching an onslaught of punches and kicks towards Hogg. Hogger remained unhurried. his demeanor impassive as he deftly neutralized Frisia's onslaught with a flickering gaze. However, he continued to retreat, leading Frisia to mistakenly believe he had gained the upper hand. What nonsense is this about Super Saiyans? Even I surpassed them, Frisia shouted amidst his assault. Hogg suddenly narrowed his eyes, spotting an opening, and delivered a powerful punch directly to Frisia's chin. Frisia's head jerked back, and he immediately spewed forth a torrent of purple blood, saliva erupting uncontrollably. Damn it! Frisia gritted his teeth, attempting to control his tail as it coiled toward Hogg, but it was effortlessly swatted aside. In the same motion, a resounding slap struck Frisia's face, leaving 5 vivid red imprints. Infuriating, Frisia barely had time to shield his stinging face before another punch came hurtling toward him, prompting an instinctive block. Yet Hogg followed up with a swift kick, forcing Frisia to curl his body to evade. Just as he intended to counterattack, Hogg's onslaught resumed, leaving Frisia with no choice but to continue retreating. In a flurry of strikes, Hogg dominated the engagement, while Frisia could do little more than dodge and backpedal, struggling against the relentless ferocity of Hogg's assault. After retreating 100 meters, Frisia finally revealed a slight opening, which Hogg swiftly seized upon. Upon discovering the flaw, Hogg's gaze flickered, and a golden aura surged around him. Seizing the opportunity, he forcefully struck with his elbow, landing a precise blow to Frisia's face. The impact nearly caved in Frisia's sensitive nose, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Infuriated, Frisia, despite his confusion, retained his strength and unleashed a flurry of erratic attacks, resembling a petulant child. However, these assaults proved futile against Hogg. Even if Frisia managed to catch a glimpse of him, the attacks would be ineffective. Hogg's combat prowess now surpassed an astonishing 180 million, rendering him approximately 30% stronger than Frisia. Within the Dragon Ball universe, a 30% superiority is often deemed sufficient for an instant kill, and Hogg was indeed capable of dispatching Frisia in such a manner. Yet, he refrained from doing so, as he had not yet acquired Frisia's fear value. Thus, his strategy was to incapacitate Frisia first, before orchestrating a body exchange with Jinyu. After evading Frisia's erratic assaults, Hogg delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen. Wow! Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire body was on the brink of collapse. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Frisia slowly lifted his head to gaze at Hogg, struggling to utter a single phrase. Why is your power so formidable? Since Hogg had delivered a powerful punch to Frisia, he refrained from further assaults and instead looked down upon Frisia with an air of superiority. Upon hearing those words, he could not help but chuckle and replied, "Because I am a Super Saiyan." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden aura surrounding Hogg surged once more, while Frisia's purple energy appeared diminutive and utterly lacking in intimidation beneath the brilliance of Hogg's golden flames. Unfortunately, Frisia was no ordinary opponent. Had anyone else heard the term Super Saiyan, they might have been struck with fear, but not Frisia. The mere mention of Super Saiyan only ignited his fury further. As the Emperor of the Universe, he possessed an immense sense of pride and formidable power. He could never tolerate a Super Saiyan standing above him. Indeed, it was as expected. From the expression of Frisia, it seems nearly impossible for him to experience fear, as his demeanor has morphed into a menacing visage. If I were to hazard a guess, Frisia would likely launch an attack in the next moment. But so what? Even in the presence of a Super Saiyan, I remain unafraid. Frisia's hand shimmered with radiant energy, unleashing wave after wave of energy blasts at such a close range, instilling him with immense confidence. Bang, 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 bang. Hogg stood motionless, allowing the waves of energy to rain down upon him. In an instant, the area was engulfed in thick black smoke, obscuring his entire figure. While even more energy waves joined the fray. Die. You shall perish. Even the Super Saiyan must meet his end. Frisia suddenly amplified his power, each energy wave crackling with lightning. It was no trivial matter for these enhanced energy blasts to obliterate large sections of the ground, and all of them descended upon Hogg. Aha. How does it feel, foul monkey? You are utterly defenseless now, aren't you? Frisia unleashed his assault for over a minute before finally pausing, panting heavily. His gaze filled with confidence as he looked at the figure shrouded in black smoke. However, Frisia's expression shifted abruptly. No, this is impossible. My attacks, they have had no effect whatsoever. The black smoke nearby was violently dispersed by a brilliant golden aura, revealing Hogg's silhouette. Frisia, the game is over. Hogg's indifferent voice echoed. What did you say? Before Frisia could finish his sentence, Hogg appeared behind him, his fist crackling with lightning. The sound of crackling startled Frisia, but it was too late. With a single blow, Frisia was struck with immense force. This is simply inconceivable, he cried as he plummeted to the ground. Jinyu, descend to the surface, Hogg commanded, before also flying downward. Chapter 75. Let us exchange bodies. Jinyu, emerge. Once I have sufficiently weakened Frisia, you can switch bodies with him. So prepare yourself. After uttering these words, Hogg followed suit, descending toward the ground. Soon, Jinyu indeed emerged from the clouds, swallowing hard as he watched Hogg and Frisia plummet. Anxiety was etched across his face. It was evident that Jinyu was hesitating. But recalling the prior moment when he had strived to shoulder responsibility only to face Frisia's lethal beam, he steeled himself. At the very least, if he succeeded in the body exchange, he could eliminate Frisia afterward, thus becoming the ruler of the universe. With that thought, Jinyu cast aside his doubts and flew down to the ground. On the surface lay a massive crater, the dust nearly settled. After receiving Hogg's powerful blow, Frisia struggled to rise. Hogg felt an eerie stillness in the deep pit, yet he distinctly sensed the enduring and formidable presence of Frisia's energy. He realized that if this continued, Frisia's combat prowess would inevitably wane due to his vulnerabilities, significantly diminishing his aura of terror. Resolutely, Hogg decided to extend his assistance to Frisia. Come forth, he commanded. Hogg flicked his fingers sharply, and a multitude of supernatural powers coiled around Frisia like ropes, hoisting him aloft. As Frisia dangled in the air, he suddenly rolled his eyes back. Alas, that last punch was rather forceful. However, thankfully, he was still in peak condition. I shall rouse him from his stupor. Hogg delivered a resounding slap, jolting Frisia back to consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Frisia felt a fiery sting on his cheek. Turning to gaze at Hogg not far away, he realized that he was still engaged in battle with the Super Saiyan. What has happened to me? Frisia's explosive temper had somewhat subsided after losing consciousness. Super Saiyan. Frisia's pupils constricted abruptly, and his entire body tensed. At this moment, Frisia's energy had diminished slightly, and his vulnerabilities were becoming increasingly apparent. Time is of the essence. Hogg disregarded Frisia's current state and emotions before Jinyu arrived. He had to incapacitate him. With a hiss, a golden aura surged forth, and Hogg transformed into a blazing flame of gold, charging directly at Frisia. I shall not fear, Frisia declared, as he began to gather energy in both hands, unleashing a powerful energy blast reminiscent of the ultimate flash. Unfortunately, it proved utterly futile. Completely thwarted by the golden flames. How is this possible? Frisia exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he could evade, Hogg struck him with tremendous force, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Boom, boom, boom. Hogg unleashed a barrage of powerful punches upon Frisia. In the past, Frisia would have been able to evade such blows, as they were characterized by excessive force that rendered them somewhat slower and thus easier to dodge. However, Frisia's energy had diminished, and his speed had significantly decreased. Consequently, every punch from Hogg landed with tremendous impact. Coupled with the exhilaration bestowed by his Super Saiyan form, the power of Hogg's blows subtly increased, and his speed experienced a slight enhancement as well. Frisia resembled a mere punching bag, as countless shadows of fists rained down upon him. Ultimately, with a final, converging strike, Hogg sent Frisia hurtling through the air, crashing towards the ground. Upon landing, Frisia found himself utterly incapacitated, unable to rise. Hogg, in a gesture of mockery, grasped his throat with one hand and slowly descended to the ground. Damn you, filthy monkey. I will not let you escape, you bastard, Frisia cursed. Despite suffering grievous injuries that rendered even the slightest movement a monumental challenge. Thus, the notion of instilling fear within him was utterly futile. Hogg sighed and called out, Jinyu, come forth. Upon hearing that name, Frisia was instantly taken aback. A figure materialized before them, and upon recognizing this individual, Frisia instinctively exclaimed, Buddha. No, esteemed Lord Frisia. I am not Buddha, I am Jinyu, the one you killed not long ago, Jinyu replied, bowing with feigned reverence. Nanny, have you exchanged bodies with Buddha? Where is he? Frisia inquired, fully aware of Jinyu's body-swapping abilities. As for Buddha, Jinyu sneered, I seized the opportunity to switch bodies when he was distracted. Damn it, Jinyu. Are you betraying me? Frisia demanded. Betrayal? Jinyu laughed coldly. No, Lord Frisia. Do you not recall how you treated me? Wait, how did you two conspire together? Frisia suddenly remembered that Jinyu seemed to have been deliberately handed over by Hogg. It is in pursuit of vengeance. Jinyu responded. Indeed, Frisia, I too seek retribution. You annihilated the Saiyans and sought to eliminate Jinyu as well. Thus, he, like myself, desires revenge. Hogg chimed in from behind with a mocking laugh. Then why not simply kill me? With your Super Saiyan strength, it would be an effortless task. Why? Could it be? Frisia's eyes widened as he swiftly pieced together the intentions of Hogg and Jinyu. Hogg burst into laughter, exclaiming, Frisia, your body holds value. And since you are destined to perish, why not offer it to Jinyu? At least your form will continue to fight on your behalf. Jinyu, upon hearing this, smirked and remarked, Hogg speaks the truth, Frisia. Your body shall be mine. You have always been so cautious, preventing me from swapping bodies with you, but now, I have finally found my opportunity. How could this happen? Jinyu, foul monkey. I shall not let you escape. Even if I descend into the depths of hell, I will return to exact my vengeance. Frisia roared defiantly, but he was now like a cornered beast, utterly unable to free himself from Hogton's grasp. Frisia, accept your fate. Soon, Jinyu will exchange bodies with you. Hogton thought of his imminent success, the prospect of obtaining 100 million fear points filling him with exhilaration. A golden aura enveloped Frisia, and he felt a surge of power coursing through him, yet despite his struggles, he remained ensnared. Jinyu, hurry and begin. This is the body you have always desired. Hogton urged. I understand. Frisia, I shall gladly accept your body. Once we exchange, your demise will be sealed. Jinyu laughed heartily. Then his body trembled, and his mouth opened wide as a beam of light shot forth towards the two. Frisia, witnessing the streak of light containing Jinyu's soul, shouted in fury, no. Though his voice echoed throughout the realm, it bore no effect. He could only watch helplessly as the body exchange commenced. Will Jinyu successfully swap bodies with Frisia? Chapter 76. The Death of Frisia, oh no. Frisia's cry resonated through the air, for he could scarcely fathom that Jinyu would ally with the Saiyans against him, even desiring to exchange bodies. Jinyu extended his arms, releasing his soul as a streak of light that hurtled towards Hogton and Frisia, accompanied by Jinyu's maniacal laughter. Though Frisia yearned to evade, Hogton's grip was unyielding, rendering him immobile as he helplessly braced for the impending body swap. However, at that moment, Hogton, who held Frisia captive, paused, feeling an unsettling sensation, akin to being locked onto. Though this feeling was faint, he sensed that with a slight increase in energy, he could break free, yet it felt peculiar. As if it was not Frisia destined to swap bodies, but rather, himself. Nanny. Hogg widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that Jinyu's soul was not soaring towards Frisia, but rather shifting slightly upward, heading directly toward him. To his shock, Jinyu sought not Frisia's body, but his own. In that fleeting moment, Hogg comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, given the brevity of the distance, even a mere second to bolster his energy would still allow Jinyu's soul to strike him. Jinyu, in his ethereal state, was elated. He had long pondered the futility of acquiring Frisia's body, preferring instead the form of a Super Saiyan, which would allow him to trample Frisia underfoot. From the very beginning, Jinyu had calculated that he would seize Hogg's body rather than Frisia's, initially leading Hogg to believe a body exchange with Frisia was at hand, while in truth, he was usurping Hogg's form. I shall graciously accept the Super Saiyan's body. Jinyu chuckled triumphantly, already reveling in this thought at the moment his soul departed his corporeal vessel. Yet, just a second later, Hogg's body vanished into thin air. Indeed, it had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of his presence. Jinyu was taken aback. The body exchange necessitated contact with the physical form before extracting the other's soul, yet he had not touched Hogg. His hands had inadvertently met Frisia instead. With a piercing scream, Frisia's soul was forcibly extracted, allowing Jinyu's essence to invade Frisia's body, while simultaneously, Frisia's soul surged toward Jinyu's form. In reality, even Frisia's fully potent body was not easily exchanged, capable of inflicting damage on Jinyu's soul amid the energy surge, potentially sending Jinyu's essence hurtling back. Unfortunately, Jinyu had overestimated his cunning by attempting to swap with Hogg. During the exchange, Frisia could not have been oblivious to Jinyu's intentions. Frisia quickly discerned Jinyu's aim to usurp Hogg's body, thus refraining from unleashing his energy, which enabled Jinyu to successfully change forms. Had Jinyu initially sought Frisia's body, Frisia would undoubtedly have become wary, preparing to unleash his energy, thereby complicating the exchange and diminishing its likelihood of success. However, upon recognizing that Jinyu's target was Hogg, Frisia opted not to unleash his power. By the time Hogg had vanished, Jinyu's soul had already made contact with Frisia, and it was too late for Frisia to react. Consequently, The success rate of the exchange became absolute. As the radiance faded, the two exchanged bewildered glances, each witnessing their own body residing within the other's grasp. Hogg reappeared before the two and remarked to Jinyu, "Impressive indeed, Jinyu. Were it not for my mastery of cosmic instantaneous movement, you might have actually succeeded." Had he not refrained from utilizing his cosmic instantaneous movement earlier, it could be said that Jinyu had triumphed. "Jinyu, quickly, restore my body. You are unfamiliar with my form." "You cannot defeat him," Frisia declared, clenching his fists at Jinyu. Jinyu immediately regained his composure, nodded, and said, "Very well. I shall initiate the exchange now." "Exchange?" Hogg laughed coldly and remarked, "Do you not think it is too late?" Hogg, with a single hand raised, unleashed a devastating explosion that instantly engulfed Frisia, who resided within Jinyu's body. Thus, Frisia met his demise, leaving no trace behind, his soul condemned to the depths of hell. "You have slain Lord Frisia?" Jinyu exclaimed in horror, his gaze fixed on Hogg, fearing that he might be next. He had witnessed Hogg's fierce battle with Frisia and knew the peril he faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 120 million points of fear." Hogg marveled at his fortune, thrilled to have finally secured such an impressive sum. "Jinyu, I had intended to grant you a chance for survival and even pointed you towards a path of escape. Yet, you not only declined, but sought to claim my body instead." Hogg regarded Jinyu with indifference. Startled, Jinyu pleaded, "No, please spare me. I promise I will never dare again." Hogg coldly responded, "Since you are so devoted to Frisia, I shall send you to meet him. Prepare to perish." He gathered energy in both hands, forming the ultimate flash. Despite Jinyu currently inhabiting Frisia's form, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Thus, a mere strike would not suffice to obliterate Frisia entirely. Ultimate flash. A formidable energy blast surged forth, consuming Frisia's body, and Jinyu's soul was likewise dispatched to the underworld. The planet Frisia was obliterated, tremors shaking the ground, volcanoes erupting, spiraling towards a fate akin to that of planet Vegeta. After vanquishing the two, Hogg teleported to the outer reaches of Frisia's star. The existence of Frisia's planet had become unnecessary. Hogg concentrated, forming a massive energy sphere that expanded to 10 meters in diameter. With a mere thought, the colossal sphere hurtled towards Frisia's star, swiftly merging with it. A resounding explosion ensued, transforming the celestial body into cosmic debris, with remnants of fallen soldiers and shattered structures drifting through the void of space. At last, the ordeal was resolved. Hogg breathed a sigh of relief, then directed his gaze towards a certain direction. With a swift teleportation, he returned to Earth. He decided to linger on Earth for a while, as there was nothing pressing to attend to. Regrettably, the divine dragon would not be restored for another 3 years. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the celestial deity, hoping to learn the language of the gods. Hogg preferred not to rely on teleportation frequently, so he took to the skies, flying towards the divine temple. After all, cosmic-level teleportation required considerable stamina. It was not something one could employ without limit. He pondered where Parker might be on Earth. Hogg yearned to sense Parker's aura, but found himself unable to do so. He suddenly remembered that only half a day had passed. It was improbable for Parker to have reached Earth so swiftly. Chapter 77. Level 5 of Superpowers on a Lifeless Planet. There existed a throne upon which sat an individual. A person with a flamboyant hairstyle approached, kneeling respectfully. "Lord Gula, I bear unfortunate news to report." Gula took a small sip of red wine, glancing at Savaiza with an air of calm. "What could be so urgent?" "Speak slowly." "Yes." Savaiza continued, "Lord Gula, news has arrived that planet Frisia has been destroyed, and your brother, Lord Frisia, is also missing. It is highly likely." As Savaiza hesitated, he dared not continue, instead raising his eyes to gauge Gula's reaction. Upon hearing this, Gula's brow furrowed in concern. "Speak quickly." "Lord Frisia is likely dead," Savaiza uttered, trembling as he stood by. "What?" Gula's anger ignited. He slammed his hand down onto the armrest, shattering it into fragments. The force reverberated through the ground, causing fissures to appear across the earth. Though Gula's relationship with Frisia was strained, they were still brothers. The news of his brother's demise stirred a desire for vengeance within him. "Do you know who destroyed planet Frisia?" Gula asked, his mind racing, aware that it was premature to draw conclusions. Frisia, as the foremost figure of the Frisia force, had lived for over 1,000 years, and given his formidable combat prowess. Who could possibly have killed him? "It seems to be a Saiyan," Savaiza replied. "Saiyan." Gula fell silent at the mention of this name. He had heard of the Saiyans' notorious reputation, yet had little direct experience with them, as none resided within his domain. Indeed, it is said to be a Super Saiyan. Shuiza remarked, the name Super Saiyan indeed resonates powerfully. When Planet Vegeta still existed, the Saiyan clan boasted daily about their lineage, firmly believing that a legendary Super Saiyan would surely emerge within a millennium. However, when the prophesied Super Saiyan finally manifested, King Vegeta was seized by fear and sought to eliminate Broly to secure his throne. Alas, fortune is fickle and luck has shifted to Goku. Thus, whether or not the Super Saiyan exists, the grand tales spun by the Saiyan race have certainly informed individuals like Jinyu and Cooler about the legendary warrior. Cooler, musing over the name Super Saiyan, felt a heaviness settle in his heart. If the Super Saiyan were indeed real, his brother's fate would be dire. Shuiza, is the Super Saiyan truly formidable? Cooler redirected the conversation, indicating that the fate of Frieza was not of paramount concern to him. Shuiza was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, appearing quite distressed. How long have you been by my side? Cooler inquired suddenly. My lord, it has been at least 2 or 3 decades. Shuiza replied. Have I ever exhibited a temperament akin to Frieza's, lashing out and taking lives? Cooler pressed on. Understanding his lord's intention, Shuiza shook his head in denial. No, my lord. Very well, Cooler smiled. I believe the honor of the Saiyans resonates throughout the universe, hence I still regard the Super Saiyan as slightly superior. I knew it. Cooler declared, rising to his feet. Shuiza, gather the others. We shall embark on a hunt. Yes, Lord Cooler. As Shuiza turned to leave, he suddenly added, Oh, by the way, my lord, there is one more matter. Our G-13 spaceship was destroyed en route to Namek, and it was also the work of the Saiyans. Excellent. That provides us with a purpose. Cooler nodded. Then we shall proceed to Namek. Understood. Shuiza hurried off to alert his team members. Watching Shuiza's departing figure, Cooler smirked. Aware that few understood the Frost Demon race, yet he possessed a transformation known only to his father. Indeed, he recognized that his current state was slightly inferior to that of the Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on Earth, Hogg contemplated a visit to the sacred temple. Considering he had amassed a fear value of 120 million and needed to elevate his powers to level 5, requiring a tranquil environment. The god is back, Bobo exclaimed. I say, God, why do you always judge by appearances? I did not cause any destruction during my last visit, Hogg remarked, observing the cold sweat on the faces of the two, feeling rather helpless. The god replied, I am aware, but your arrival always creates quite a commotion. Just look behind you, gesturing with his staff towards Hogg's rear. Hogg stared in astonishment, glancing over his shoulder, only to find that the sky behind him was clear, yet intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning accompanied by thunder. It was likely a consequence of his excessive speed, and it would take some time for him to regain his composure. I apologize for startling you, he said. No matter, I shall step aside for a moment. I need to focus and refine my spirit, as I have matters to discuss with you shortly. With that, Hogg resolved to temporarily set aside the divine language and seated himself on the periphery, summoning the system. System, please display my information. Ding. Accessing information now. Host identity, Saiyan Hogg, place of birth, planet Vegeta, now destroyed, combat power, 3, 9 million fear value, 127 million other superpowers, level 3, Super Saiyan level 1 system. Upgrade my superpowers. Ding, congratulations host, your superpowers have been upgraded to level 4, costing 10 million in fear value. System, upgrade my superpowers again. Ding, congratulations host. Your superpowers have been upgraded to level 5, costing 100 million in fear value. After ascending 2 levels, Hogg glanced at his fear value once more, discovering that only 16 million remained. An entire 110 million in fear value had vanished, which caused him a twinge of regret. Yet he undeniably felt a significant enhancement in his superpowers. Hogg suddenly opened his eyes and, in an instant, transported himself beyond the confines of the solar system. There, he found the planet Xena, which, although slightly smaller than Earth, was nonetheless a celestial body in its own right. Grant me the power to move. After Hogg utilized his extraordinary abilities, the planet Xena astonishingly began to shift, moving approximately 50 kilometers to the left. However, this did not affect the planet's orbit. It merely receded slightly, only to return to its original position shortly thereafter. Ha ha ha, I can finally move a planet. Maneuvering Xena was a breeze, requiring not an ounce of effort. Yet, the Super Dragon Balls are 3 times the size of Earth, and I am confident I can move them as well. After conducting the experiment, Hogg burst into joyous laughter. Having finally reached level 5 of his superpowers. Chapter 78, the sulking Bulma with his powers elevated to level 5. Hogg was finally eligible to seek out the Super Dragon Balls. Hogger instantaneously returned to the Celestial Hall, gazing upon the deity. He inquired, "Might I seek your counsel on a matter?" The deity responded, "Speak freely. I shall impart whatever knowledge I possess." "Are you familiar with the language of the gods?" Hogger asked. The deity, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "What exactly is the language of the gods?" Hogg gazed at the celestial being, bewildered, and inquired, "Did you not undergo any training prior to assuming the role of the deity? For instance, mastering the divine language?" "Nay," the celestial replied. "After I expelled Bick from his corporeal form, the previous deity bequeathed the position unto me, and thus I became the god of this realm." Hogg was momentarily at a loss for words, muttering, "How careless indeed." However, upon reflection, he deemed it understandable. After all, what could one expect from a mere god of a planet? It was akin to being the mayor of a small village. Moreover, Dandy was inexplicably summoned directly from Namek and suddenly became a deity. A god of such a planet ought to possess the capability to communicate with King Yama or the Kais. In essence, this divine role appeared rather trivial. Thus, it was quite reasonable to ponder whether even a village chief would require knowledge of national party statutes. With a sigh of resignation, Hogg mused, "Well, for now, I do not require the Super Dragon, and I sense a potential breakthrough on the horizon." He felt that he was approaching the second tier of Super Saiyan transformation. This second tier was not to be confused with Super Saiyan 2, but rather the second stage of Super Saiyan 1, wherein the essence of the transformation remained unchanged. The Super Saiyan form encompasses 4 variations: the standard Super Saiyan, which is Hogg's current state; Super Saiyan 2, where muscles swell, significantly enhancing speed and strength, but at a considerable energy cost; Super Saiyan 3, characterized by even greater muscular expansion and power exceeding that of Super Saiyan 2, albeit at a severe detriment to speed; and finally, Full Power Super Saiyan, the most extraordinary form, wherein the user wields their strength with unparalleled proficiency and maintains composure amidst excitement. Recognizing that entering the hyperbolic time chamber was no longer feasible due to the limited time he had, Hogg realized that his only means of training lay within the gravity chamber and the vastness of space. His training agenda crystallized in his mind. "Very well, celestial being. I take my leave," Hogg declared, vanishing with a swift motion to West City. "Dr. Brief, I have returned to seek your assistance," he announced upon finding Dr. Brief cradling a small black cat while puffing on a cigarette. Startled, Dr. Brief managed to suppress his surprise and asked, "How did you appear so suddenly?" "Quite simply, I entered this way," Hogg replied nonchalantly. Dr. Brief, undeterred by his own comprehension of the matter, inquired, "What brings you here this time?" "Oh, I wish for you to construct a gravity chamber with 300 times the normal gravity," Hogg stated plainly. 300 times? My goodness. Are you attempting to push the limits? Dr. Brief's expression finally exhibited a flicker of concern. "Is it within your capabilities?" he questioned. Hogger inquired, "Certainly, but it requires time," replied Brief. Hogg nodded and remarked that time was not an issue, as he had no pressing matters at hand. "I shall prepare it for you tomorrow," Brief stated. "Very well," Hogg replied. Hogarth scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Bulma. He inquired, "Where's your daughter?" "Oh, she's sulking in her room," Brief replied. "Sulking?" Hogg furrowed his brow and inquired about the cause of her anger. Who had upset her? It was the Dragon Ball radar that had vexed her, as explained by Brief. He elaborated on the situation. Bulma had constructed yet another Dragon Ball radar, intending to search for the Dragon Balls with the hope that Hogg would materialize. However, after completing the device, she discovered that it failed to display the locations of the Dragon Balls. After numerous attempts and much frustration, she ultimately resigned to sulking alone in her room. Hogger couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. After all, it had not been long since he had begun using the dragon from Earth, and the Dragon Balls were still mere stones to him. How could her dragon radar possibly detect the Dragon Balls? This little girl. Hogger was utterly charmed by her adorableness and remarked, "So she's in the room, is she? I'll go in and find her now." Indeed, Brief nodded in agreement. Hogg immediately proceeded towards Bulma's chamber, which, like the others, featured an automatic door that was not locked. Thus, as Hogg approached, the doors swung open effortlessly. Upon entering the room, Hogg remained silent, treading softly as he surveyed his surroundings. The space contained 2 beds, one of which belonged to Bulma's sister, Thais, who was presently engaged in her cosmic travels with Jack. However, the other bed was notably raised, the elevation perfectly corresponding to Bulma's petite figure. Upon closer inspection, Hogg discerned faint murmurs, as though someone were in a deep slumber. Hogg stepped quietly to the bedside and gently lifted the covers, discovering that Bulma was already fast asleep. Her sleeping posture was indeed adorable. Hogg reached out, delicately brushing his fingers against her nose, before carefully covering her back up to her neck. It would be best to let her continue her slumber. He turned and stealthily made his way towards the door. At that moment, Bulma stirred, rising from her bed and rubbing her sleepy eyes, bewilderedly asking, "Is that you, big brother?" To his surprise, he had been discovered. Hogg turned around and gazed at Bulma, asking if he had disturbed her. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma instantly awakened, her eyes widening as she recognized him. "Big brother, it's really you," she exclaimed, rushing towards him. "Haha, indeed it is. I heard from your father that you were feeling upset," Hogg replied. The mention of this made Bulma pout, and she implored, "Big brother, please put me down." Hogg complied, gently setting her down. Once on her feet, Bulma slipped on her shoes and rushed to the drawer, pulling out an object that resembled a pocket watch. Clearly, it was the dragon radar. "Big brother, ever since you left, I've missed you terribly. But then I heard my dad say that you summoned the eternal dragon, capable of granting any wish. That's why I wanted to gather the Dragon Balls, to wish for a chance to see you," Bulma confessed, tears welling in her eyes, evoking sympathy. "But I can't seem to find the Dragon Balls, and without them, I can't see you." Hogg, sensing her distress, placed her on his lap and wiped away her tears, reassuring her, "Do not cry. I am here now." He proposed, "How about I take you flying in the sky?" Bulma nodded obediently, and seeing her mood lift, Hogg felt a sense of relief. He realized that he had inadvertently caused her distress, and he hadn't expected her to cling to him so fiercely. Bulma's intentions were simple, to find a handsome and reliable boyfriend, whether it was now or in the future. Her quest for the Dragon Balls was ultimately to fulfill this wish, and fortuitously, Hogg seemed to embody all of these qualities. Hogg, wary of startling Bulma, ascended slowly into the sky, soaring gracefully as he flitted about, much to Bulma's delight. After a joyful playtime, Hogg gently returned Bulma to rest. And it was not until 3 days later that, after an arduous effort spanning 3 days and nights, Dr. Brief finally completed the gravity chamber, capable of exerting 300 times the normal gravity. "Dr. Brief, you are truly a genius," Hogg exclaimed, gazing at the gravity chamber with immense satisfaction. Upon receiving such praise, Dr. Brief could not help but smile joyfully, responding, "I even installed a 047 horn for you, to keep a constant check on your condition." "Oh, is that so? Thank you very much." Hogger, feeling more elated, proclaimed that he would commence his training immediately. Hogger, unwilling to squander any time, was on the verge of transcending to the second level of Super Saiyan. How could he afford to be complacent? "Where do you intend to train?" inquired Dr. Brief. Hogg raised his gaze towards the cosmos and remarked, "Indeed, it shall be within the vast expanse of the universe." Dr. Brief expressed his concern. It would be prudent to ensure an ample supply of oxygen before embarking on such a venture. "Thank you for your reminder," Hogg replied. Hogg, of course, had no need for oxygen, as he had already mastered the art of thriving in the vastness of space. Abruptly, he was drawn from his thoughts when he noticed a spacecraft piercing through the clouds, descending towards the ground. What could that be? Hogg paused. Sensing a familiar presence, it was Parker. Parker was piloting the spacecraft, landing in the city of West. Hogg recalled that he had been at a capsule company in West at that very moment, which explained Parker's choice of location. As Parker brought the spacecraft to a halt and disembarked, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hogg. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Sir, how did you end up here?" "Ah, Parker." Hogg greeted him warmly. "Sir, how did you return?" Parker inquired, puzzled. "Quite simply, I utilized teleportation," Hogg replied candidly. Teleportation? Parker had heard whispers of such a phenomenon. "Now, you stay here on Earth for a while. I must attend to my training," Hogg stated, disregarding Parker's queries. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. This region was teeming with countless meteors and ice chunks, along with various asteroids, all orbiting the sun. The asteroid belt was fraught with peril, as the meteors moved freely at astonishing speeds. According to the iron laws of the cosmos, the faster the velocity, the greater the danger. Upon entering the asteroid belt, a massive meteor, approximately a kilometer in diameter, hurtled toward Hogg at an alarming speed of 300 to 400 meters per second, truly a terrifying velocity. A meteor achieving sonic speed. Hogg did not retreat or flee. Instead, he boldly advanced, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the massive kilometer-sized meteorite into countless fragments, which then continued their celestial dance around the sun as part of the asteroid belt. Having just obliterated a kilometer-sized meteor, another meteor, this one measuring a mere 100 meters, approached with significantly greater velocity, soaring at nearly 700 to 800 meters per second. With a swift motion, a surge of energy was unleashed, disintegrating the smaller meteor. However, an increasing number of meteorites began to rain down upon Hogg, while collisions erupted throughout the asteroid belt, not solely confined to Hogg's vicinity. Hogg, consumed by fury, unleashed a torrent of brilliance, ultimately obliterating a vast expanse of the asteroid belt. However, this 10,000-meter area was but a mere drop in the ocean of the entire belt, rendering it utterly insignificant. Once the meteoroids were detonated, they transformed into minuscule particles, which, under the influence of gravity and collisions, first coalesced into the size of peas and then expanded to that of basketballs. Remarkably, within a mere 10 minutes, a meteoroid of 100 meters in size reformed. It became evident that establishing a gravity chamber was futile, as even a single meteoroid could easily annihilate it. Shaking his head, Hogg instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. Perhaps it was wiser to cultivate his skills on his home planet. Hogg began to acclimate himself to the immense pressure of 300 times Earth's gravity. However, upon reaching the threshold of 200 times, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation, one that hinted at an impending elevation. System, access my information. Beep, accessing host information. Host identity. Saiyan Hogg, place of birth, planet Vegeta, now destroyed. Combat power. 4. 1 million fear level. 17 million other super abilities. Level 5, Super Saiyan level 1. His combat power had indeed increased, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the Saiyan within him was on the verge of transcending. Hogg speculated. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Hogg transformed instantly into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura resembling a magnificent blossom of flames. Yet within this fiery bloom, there lingered a sensation of untapped potential. Ascend. Hogg abruptly inhaled deeply once more, his muscles instantly swelling with renewed vigor, the intensity of his excitement surpassing all previous levels. While the golden aura around him soared higher and expanded magnificently. Could it be that he has broken through just like this? Hogg felt an exhilarating surge of power, stronger and faster than ever before. Whereas previously, a Super Saiyan would exhaust energy after delivering a powerful punch and require a moment to recharge. Now the Super Saiyan possessed an inexhaustible strength, capable of launching consecutive attacks without any need for respite, their speed significantly enhanced. Is this the second tier of the Super Saiyan transformation? A Super Saiyan that requires no recharge and possesses accelerated speed. Hogg reveled in his current transformation, though he recognized that the second tier was distinctly different from the Super Saiyan level 2. The latter doubled all attributes, strength, speed, and even stamina, while the second tier, despite its lack of charging necessity, exhibited a slight deficit in endurance. Undeterred, Hogg aspired to transcend into the third tier. Although the third tier boasted greater power, it was the weakest in terms of speed. However, his ultimate goal was to achieve full-power Super Saiyan status, which necessitated traversing through the third tier. Hogg was acutely aware that even after breaking through, he would not cease his training but would instead remain within the gravity chamber to hone his skills. This time, he adjusted the gravity to an astonishing 240 times Earth's normal gravity. Chapter 80. Urgent news from Namek on Namek. A circular spaceship descended at remarkable speed, while 200 to 300 minions wreaked havoc across the planet. Who are you? Are you from Frisia's army? Nyla shouted at the dozen or so minions before him. Frisia's army? We are nothing of the sort. One minion cackled maniacally. Another added, we belong to Lord Gula's legion. Frisia is merely the younger brother of our Lord Gula. What is a younger sibling compared to an elder? Furious, Nylu surveyed the surrounding ruins and debris, his rage igniting as his energy surged. In a swift flurry, half of the 20 minions fell in an instant. With a battle power nearing 40,000, Nyla found it effortless to dispatch these minions, none of whom exceeded 2,000 in strength. How is this possible? How can this Namekian be so powerful? One minion gasped in shock. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Nyla appeared behind him, piercing through his chest. Die. All of you, perish. Nyla was consumed by a bloodlust. The last time Shrag had attacked Namek, 1/5 of its inhabitants had perished, and now the casualties had soared to a staggering 1/3. In an instant, all of the minions were slain, and Nyla called out, "Elder, are you unharmed?" Just as he intended to return to the elder's residence, a bolt of lightning struck unexpectedly. And Nyla screamed in agony, his body enveloped in black smoke as he fell to the ground. "This Namekian is indeed formidable. But he is likely the strongest on this planet," remarked a slender figure clad in yellow armor as he descended. "Nez, have you located the Dragon Balls?" As Shaviza descended, he inquired. Nez shook his head and replied, "No, I have not seen the Dragon Balls. Strange, I have searched 2 villages and found nothing. Could it be that the Dragon Balls on Namek are merely a myth?" Shaviza murmured. "Damn it, you are indeed here to seek the Dragon Balls, you scoundrels." Nez groaned in agony on the ground. Shaviza glanced at Nez and then said, "I shall report to Lord Gula. You entertain him well. And perhaps you can extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls." "Understood. You may go," Nez replied. Shaviza soared into the air, using his communicator to call out, "Dre, where are you?" "I am at position XX, Dre responded. "Any sign of the Dragon Balls?" Shaviza inquired. "None." Dre continued, "Blast it, there is nothing here. Are you certain that the Dragon Balls truly exist on Namek?" That is what Slag's subordinates conveyed. Shaviza, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Very well, I shall return to Lord Gula." With that, he flew towards the spaceship stationed in outer space. In truth, this timeline had been altered by Hogg. Had Slag's subordinate's spaceship not been destroyed, he would not have pursued Hogg's vessel, nor would he have recalled his past as a Namekian. Thus he would not have ventured to Namek. Coincidentally, upon arriving there, he was captured by Gula's army, subsequently acquiring information, only for the ship sent by Gula to be annihilated by Hogg, prompting Gula to come in person. Initially, Namek had remained peaceful until the arrival of the Z fighters, but alas, history has been rewritten. On Earth, Parker was recuperating aboard his ship when suddenly, a beep 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 sounded, followed by Nez's voice, "Hogg, Namek is under attack, hurry." After this, the communication abruptly ceased. Parker was momentarily stunned, having experienced the turmoil on Namek himself. He recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried to find Hogg. Unfortunately, after Hogg's return from the asteroid belt, he had landed randomly on Earth, leaving Parker unaware of his whereabouts. "My lord, where could you be?" "Namek is in peril." Parker searched desperately around Earth. "Oh right, to West City." Parker swiftly directed his flight towards West City. After Hogg adapted to the immense gravity of 280 times, he suddenly recognized the limits of his own body. In other words, no matter how high the gravity increased, it could not enhance his combat prowess, for gravity itself imposed a burden upon his physique. Once that burden reached its zenith, further enhancement became unattainable. Of course, this burden constitutes a limit, yet Hogg had reached his personal threshold. The Saiyans, however, have never been bound by limits unless they transcend them. Even so, utilizing higher gravity to augment combat strength yielded only minimal gains. The reason lies in the fact that a monotonous training regimen merely cultivates a habitual state in the body. Once accustomed, it becomes arduous to elevate combat capabilities unless an alternative training method is employed. It is time to abandon this approach. It is no wonder that Vegeta has consistently employed 300 times the gravity. This revelation elucidates his choice. Hogg sighed, reflecting on these insights. Hogg instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, subsequently ascending to the 2nd level, his power reaching its zenith. A vast golden flame began to shift, each transformation akin to a deluge breaching its dam. It seemed he was on the verge of breaking into the 3rd level. However, upon reaching this 3rd transformation, his speed diminished considerably. Unless faced with a power-oriented opponent, he would refrain from assuming the 3rd form. Hogg was acutely aware of this. The 3rd level Super Saiyan was ideally suited to confront larger, slower foes, yet he stood little chance against swift and petite adversaries. Take Perfect Cell, for instance. He was not particularly bulky, merely tall, and remarkably fast, rendering the 3rd level transformation ineffective against him. Nevertheless, upon breaking through to the 3rd level, the next phase would be full power. Hogg pondered that once he achieved full power, his abilities might rival those of the Supreme Kai. After all, the Supreme Kai's strength was comparable to that of a fully powered Super Saiyan, with the South Supreme Kai being the most formidable, capable of contending with Kid Buu. Suddenly, an alarming voice echoed through the gravity chamber as a screen appeared, revealing Parker. Parker. Hogg had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, rendering the 300 times gravity virtually imperceptible to him. However, he promptly deactivated the immense pressure. "Parker, what is the matter?" Hogg inquired. "My lord, We have received a transmission from planet Namek indicating that trouble has arisen, and you must hurry there, Parker replied. Trouble? Hogg furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that he had previously destroyed a spaceship that did not belong to the Frisia Force. He hadn't anticipated their swift retribution. Very well, I understand. I shall teleport there immediately, Hogg proclaimed as images of planet Namek flooded his mind. In an instant, he materialized on Namek. Chapter 81. The annihilation of the mech squad. Savaiza returned to the spaceship, where Gula was seated on his throne, gazing intently at the planet. My lord, we have thoroughly scoured planet Namek, yet we found no Dragon Balls, Savaiza reported respectfully. Oh, how can this be? Gula's brow furrowed in disbelief. My lord, could it be that the previous Super Saiyan or Slag had utilized them? I heard from one of the Namekians that once a Dragon Ball is used, it requires at least 130 days to regenerate. Savaiza conveyed the only information he had gathered. Gula paused momentarily upon hearing this news, then inquired, what is the current population of Namekians? Before Slag and the Scions arrived on Namek, we had surveyed the planet's life forms, and there are approximately 1/5 fewer than before. Savaiza replied respectfully. When Hogg first arrived on Namek, Gula's subordinates had learned of the Dragon Balls, but they had not yet informed Gula. It was only after Hogg defeated Frisia that Savaiza relayed the news about Namek, as the previous spaceship had been sent for reconnaissance without Gula's authorization, during which Gula was engaged in training and had entrusted Savaiza to act on his behalf. Upon hearing Savaiza's words, Gula remarked, now I comprehend. The Dragon Balls must have been used by one of them. Given the Scions and that malevolent Slag, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths, even to the point of annihilating all Namekians, to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Savaiza could not fathom that the Dragon Balls had been utilized, leaving their entire squad to return empty-handed. He quickly knelt on one knee, his tone filled with contrition as he said, it is my subordinate's negligence for not conducting a thorough investigation before hastily deploying the main force. Do not fret, I am not Frisia, after all. Gula replied with a smile. Savaiza felt a sense of relief and continued, I hope my lord will grant me an opportunity to atone for my misdeeds. Very well. You shall remain here on guard for 200 days without leaving, Gula decreed. 200 days. Savaiza was taken aback, pondering the madness of spending such a lengthy time in this dull place. What? Are you unwilling? Gula's voice turned icy. Savaiza straightened up immediately, affirming, I am willing. I shall stay here for 200 days until the Dragon Balls regenerate. Excellent. Then remain here, Gula instructed, before communicating with the other two, Dre and Nez. We are returning home. Yes, at your command. Dre replied. Ah, Lord Gula, save me. As Nez uttered a phrase, his communicator abruptly ceased functioning, emitting a series of static sounds. What could be the matter? Gula furrowed his brow. Shaviza, hasten to investigate that direction. Gula commanded immediately. Yes, my lord. Shaviza promptly rushed towards the direction of Neru on Namek. Meanwhile, just moments before Nez was about to slay Neru, Hogg arrived, channeling his energy into a blade-like hand, which he used to sever Nez's body in half. Yet, Nez's vitality was exceptionally resilient, even with only half of his form remaining. He was still able to speak and communicate with Gula. Upon hearing the voice that Nez had just shouted, Hogg immediately comprehended the situation. Indeed, it was the team of Gula. Hogg's gaze turned icy as he extended a hand, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated Nez, injured and weary. Nalu looked towards Hogg and managed a grateful smile, saying, Brother, your arrival is rather belated. Alas, I was engaged in my training. Here, take these beans. Consume one yourself, and be sure to give one to the Grand Elder as well. Hogg tossed 2 celestial beans into the air. This time, Nalu readily accepted the beans and consumed one. Instantly, his muscles swelled, and his stamina was fully restored. What extraordinary beans are these? They have miraculously healed my wounds and replenished my strength. Nalu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Hogg, filled with gratitude. Now, hurry and administer one to the Grand Elder. He is suffering at this moment, Hogg urged with a smile. I shall do so at once. With that, Nalu entered the white semicircular chamber. Hogg raised his head abruptly as 2 figures descended from the sky. One was a muscular man with green skin named Dre, and the other was a character with an unconventional hairstyle known as Shaviza. Hogg cast a glance at the 2 individuals. In terms of combat prowess, Dre was slightly superior, approximately around 190,000, while Shaviza stood at about 170,000. Upon landing on the ground, they beheld the dismembered lower half of Nez, Oozing a repulsive liquid, Shaviza turned to Hogg, his voice laced with fury. You wretched boy, did you slay Nez? You question me? Hogg leaned against the white semicircular structure, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. There is no one else here but me. What do you think? Indeed. It was you. Shaviza gritted his teeth, but he hesitated to launch an attack. Nez's combat capabilities were around 160,000, while his own were merely 170,000. Even if he confronted Hogg, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Shaviza exchanged a knowing glance with Dre, hoping that their combined strength could overpower Hogg. Dre, understanding the implication, inquired with his deep, resonant voice, Who are you, truly? Why do you oppose our Gula Mekor? You had best clarify your intentions, for otherwise, this place shall become your grave. Athahaha. Hogg erupted into laughter, a laughter devoid of reason. What are you laughing at? The two inquired, perplexed. Hogarth stifled his laughter and remarked, Let your ancient lineage inquire, for you lack the merit to do so. Hogg's speed reached an unparalleled peak, vanishing in an instant beside the white semicircular house. The two were taken aback, attempting to use their detectors to locate Hogg's figure, only to discover that he had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. Where could he be? They were immensely anxious, scanning their surroundings, hoping to harness their formidable combat prowess to sense Hogg's position, but to no avail. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Dre, accompanied by the sound of him violently expelling blood. Shavi-03 turned to investigate, only to find Hogg had inexplicably appeared behind Dre, his hand piercing through Dre's chest. Oh no! Shavi's most powerful skill, the Shavi Blade, was summoned as he concentrated energy into his hands and lunged towards Hogg with a fierce strike. Hogg stepped back, evading Shaviza's Shavi Blade while casting a mocking sneer towards him. With a surge of energy, he concentrated a burst of ki that shot forth instantaneously, enveloping Dre. In the ensuing explosion, Dre perished, leaving not a trace behind, effortlessly dispatched by Hogg. Now, only one remained. Hogg looked at Shaviza, his face adorned with a smile. Yet that smile instilled an overwhelming chill within Shaviza, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 82. The Wrath of Gula. Hogg swiftly dispatched Nez and Drake, leaving only Shaviza at the scene. Shaviza had merely intended to follow Cooler's orders, guarding this place for 200 days while awaiting the restoration of the Dragon Balls. But little did he expect to find eternal rest on Namek. Who are you? Do you even comprehend who our Lord Cooler is? He is the brother of Lord Frisia, a being even mightier than Frisia himself. Shaviza endeavored to compose himself, uttering these words in the hope of intimidating Hogg. Cooler and Frisia, you say? Hogg shook his head with a smile and said, Let me share something with you. It was I who vanquished Frisia. So who do you believe I am? Upon hearing this, Shaviza was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting rapidly as he gazed at Hogg in sheer astonishment, stammering, Why, you are that Super Saiyan. Hogg remained silent. Yet the smile on his face blossomed even further, a testament to the honor of being a Super Saiyan. Shaviza had come to a complete understanding of the identity of the person before him. After all, Shrag and Hogg had entered planet Namek solely for the Dragon Balls. It was inevitable that a fierce confrontation would ensue between the two, yet it appeared that the Super Saiyan had emerged victorious. Now you truly comprehend. I am not afraid of you, Lord Cooler, Hogg declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he extended a hand, energy beginning to coalesce. No, Shaviza exclaimed, turning to flee into the sky, desperately attempting to send a message to Cooler. However, a powerful energy blast swiftly engulfed him, reducing him to mere debris in the air. Although the fear levels of the three were approximately 500,000, it proved inconsequential. Sighing, Hogg redirected his gaze towards Cooler's spaceship, yet did not hasten towards it. At that moment, Nero emerged from within and inquired, Did someone just arrive? Two individuals, Hogg nodded in response. And where are they? Nero pressed. Hogg chuckled softly and remarked that he had been killed by me. Nero was momentarily taken aback, casting an incredulous glance towards Hogg. Hogger then said, Very well. You stay here. Among the three of them, Gula is the most formidable, the others are no match for you. Now, I shall seek out the strongest among them. Nero replied, You must be cautious. Rest assured. Hogg raised his gaze to the heavens, pondering the fact that Gula was Frisia's elder brother. He had achieved one more transformation than Frisia. Had it been in the past, he would have been no match for Gula. However, that notion was utterly erroneous now. Our Saiyan potential is boundless. What does an additional transformation signify? We can achieve it as well. A smile graced Hogg's lips as he swiftly appeared aboard Gula's spaceship. At that moment, Gula was in a furious rage, for he had discovered that the communication devices of the three individuals were utterly non-functional. Damn it. Who could have possibly slain those three? Gula cast a glare towards Namek, a burning desire to obliterate it rising within him, which was typical of the Frost Demon clan's temperament. Yet, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, he dared not act impulsively and could only await further news. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the spaceship. The engine section was entirely destroyed, engulfed in flames. What is happening? Gula furrowed his brow. Report, sir. We are being invaded. A soldier rushed in, exclaiming. Where? Gula demanded. Before the soldier could respond, a beam of light struck him, and he was consumed by flames. Gula was taken aback, watching as Hogg emerged slowly from the cabin. Before them loomed a colossal planet, 3 times the size of Earth, Namek. Who are you? Gula inquired. His brow knitted in suspicion. Hogg did not respond, but instead gradually approached Gula, halting only when he was a mere 10 meters away. I ask you, who are you? Gula, enraged by the silence, unleashed a beam of lethal energy. Yet, Hogg remained unperturbed, extending his hand and forcefully deflecting the death ray back toward Gula. Gula deftly sidestepped the lethal energy, which continued its trajectory, shattering the cockpit's glass and resulting in a tremendous explosion in the vastness of space. With the glass shattered, the air from the spacecraft began to escape into the cosmos, resembling fierce gusts of wind that pushed both individuals outward, along with various mechanical components. However, regardless of the ferocity of the winds, neither moved an inch, as if they were rooted to the spot, locked in a fierce gaze. Hurry, activate the protective shield. A soldier shouted. A layer of green luminescence enveloped the spacecraft, restoring a semblance of calm. Was it you who killed Savaiza and the others? Gula inquired. Indeed. I am the one who ended their lives, Hogg admitted. Gula furrowed his brow, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? It seems you possess more intellect than your brother. Not dismissing us Super Saiyans, Hogg replied. Gula shrugged, stating, You are mistaken. However, I am indeed wiser than my brother, as I am confident in my ability to defeat a Super Saiyan. Oh, is that so? Then let us engage. Hogg's body trembled as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A tremendous golden aura enveloped the entire spacecraft. His emerald green eyes and radiant golden hair exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. Is this the fabled Super Saiyan? Gula bellowed, channeling energy into his hands, radiating immense light. With a resounding explosion, the spacecraft was obliterated into fragments, and amidst the rubble, a white figure and a golden figure clashed fiercely, the sounds of their battle echoing through the void. Gula had chosen to destroy his own spacecraft, aware that the engine had been damaged by Hogg, and battling within the confines of the ship would be limiting. Thus, he opted for a more expansive battlefield in the cosmos. Prepare to meet your end. Gula extended his hands, releasing torrents of energy blasts, each capable of annihilating a colossal meteor. Too weak, he scoffed. Hogger did not evade. Instead, he commanded the golden aura, effortlessly devouring the incoming energy blasts. These attacks, upon colliding with the golden flame, dissipated without a trace, akin to raindrops falling into the vast ocean. How could this be possible? Gula was momentarily stunned, realizing that Hogger showed no signs of slowing down, and in an instant, he was upon him, their heads colliding with force, leaving Gula slightly dazed. Infuriated, Gula raised his head fiercely and threw a punch, only to have it blocked by Hogger. He retaliated with a kick, which also met the same fate. Enraged, Gula launched a frenzied assault against Hogger, who, unwavering, responded in kind. Engaging in a wild exchange of blows, the two warriors clashed with a ferocity that sent golden and white flames colliding violently, each refusing to yield. Meanwhile, on the planet of the Frost Demons, the birthplace of both Frisia and Gula, as well as that of Kuld, tensions were mounting. Although Kuld's territory was not vast, he remained the ruler of the Frost Demons, much like Vegeta and his father. Had Vegeta not ventured to Earth and ascended to become a cosmic emperor, his relationship with his father would have mirrored that of Frisia and Kuld, with King Vegeta reigning over planet Vegeta, while Vegeta himself dominated the universe. At this moment, Kuld furrowed his brow in concern, having received troubling news. Frisia had been slain, and even Frisia's home planet had been obliterated. Prepare the spacecraft. We shall head to the Frisia star region, Kuld commanded with a wave of his hand. But, my lord, Frisia's planet has been destroyed, a soldier replied. Kuld nodded, acknowledging the soldier's words. I am well aware. Our race possesses remarkable resilience. I suspect Frisia is not truly dead, If I can locate Frisia's head, I could grant him a mechanical body. Indeed, my lord, I have also heard another matter, the soldier said respectfully. What is it? Gould inquired. It is said that Lord Gula has traveled to Namek, the soldier informed him. I have heard of that planet. It is said to possess wondrous orbs, is it not? Gould mused, recalling the legends of Namek, his brow furrowing in discontent. Gula should be more concerned for his brother. Calculate the time required to reach Namek. Gould demanded. The soldier calculated briefly before responding. Approximately 10 hours, my lord. 10 hours. Kurd contemplated for a moment, deciding it best not to concern himself with Gula. However, he possessed a means to reach Namek swiftly. By transforming into his ultimate form, he could traverse the distance in approximately an hour. After all, at this level of existence, one's flight speed far surpassed that of any spacecraft. He commanded several subordinates to investigate Gula's activities on Namek while they maintained their original objective of heading to the ruins of Frisia, hoping to locate remnants of Frisia's body to facilitate his resurrection. Yes, my lord. The soldiers promptly obeyed his orders. Just as the spacecraft had its destination set and was preparing for takeoff, the cockpit suddenly displayed a scene of a golden and a white aura engaged in fierce combat. Lord Kurd, we are receiving a transmission from Gula, but his spacecraft has been destroyed. One soldier exclaimed. Nanny. Kurd turned his gaze to the screen, witnessing Hogg and Gula locked in battle. However, it was evident from the auras that Gula was at a distinct disadvantage. Who is this individual? How can he contend with Gula? Kurd was taken aback. My lord, it appears to be a Super Saiyan. It seems that Lord Frisia was indeed slain by a Super Saiyan, reported a soldier from Frisia's army. Who transmitted this footage? Where is he? Kurd bellowed in anger. At that moment, a figure resembling a soldier appeared on the screen and spoke. My lord Kurd, it is I, the squad leader of the mecha team. I can survive in the vacuum of space. The explosion of the spacecraft was insufficient to claim my life. I am the first to inform you of this dire situation. Then explain what transpired. Kurd pressed for details. The squad leader recounted the events, revealing that Gula had initially sought the Dragon Balls, but upon arriving, Shaviza and the others were all killed, and the enemy had approached them directly. Upon hearing this, Kurd's expression darkened considerably, as he realized Gula was in peril. Should this continue, not only Frisia would perish, but also his other son. If Gula were to die, both of his sons would be lost. Damn it, Kurd exclaimed, immediately launching himself from the spacecraft, equipped with a scanner. Instead of activating it, he began his transformation, ascending to his second form, then to the third, ultimately achieving his final form. The journey would take an hour, but Kurd was determined, fearing for Gula's life. With the scanner in hand, a soldier transmitted the route map to him. With a resounding hum, he ascended into outer space, turning swiftly, the frozen planet of his race fading from view. A testament to his incredible speed. Is this all you are capable of, Gula? Hogg laughed triumphantly. Hogg had long since seized the advantage, laughing heartily as he delivered a fierce kick to Gula's face. Gula was sent flying, crashing into a meteorite, which shattered upon impact, propelling him further for over 1,000 meters before he finally came to a halt. How infuriating! Gula exclaimed, nursing his swollen face, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet, he remained composed, for he was convinced that this was merely a game. He believed that once he transformed into his next form, he would return the favor with vengeance. There was no need to rush. For now, he would allow Hogg to revel in his triumph. Soon, when he ascended to his ultimate form, it would herald Hogg's doom. Gula roared within himself. He turned to Hogg and declared, Indeed, you are a Super Saiyan, quite formidable. But do you truly believe this guarantees your victory? Allow me to enlighten you. The more you delight in your triumph, the swifter your demise will be. Oh, is that so? How could Hogg be oblivious to the thoughts concealed within Gula's heart? The latter harbors a transformation, yet Hogg too possesses a hidden metamorphosis. Regardless of your contemplations, before all else, I shall strike you as many times as I can. Hogg's gaze sharpened, and his spirit soared once more, the golden aura around him intensifying, akin to a blazing fire reaching for the heavens. In the next moment, his form materialized behind Gula. Do not be too complacent. Gula had already sensed Hogg's presence behind him and extended his hand, making a pulling motion. With a resounding rumble, Hogg noticed several meteors, each 100 meters in size, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. To think you possess superpowers too, just like Frisia. Hogg expressed his surprise, followed by a sardonic remark. Do you truly believe this will have any effect on me? Indeed, it will have an effect. Given the meteor's velocity, A collision would undoubtedly result in injury. But the question remains, will you strike at me or the meteors? Gula replied with a cold chuckle, attack me, and you shall face the wrath of the meteors. Target the meteors, and you will invite my assault. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal white aura erupted from Gula, who simultaneously unleashed a powerful punch, one that could deliver a simultaneous blow to Hogg alongside the meteors. Ha ha ha, how do you like that? Regardless of your choice, you will inevitably be harmed. Gula laughed maniacally, exuding confidence in his maneuver. Is this all there is? Hogg's lips curled into a confident smile. And just as Gula's powerful fist approached the meteor with mere inches to spare, he vanished in a swift motion. The thunderous sound of Gula's fist crashing down reverberated as he struck the meteor directly, causing it to explode into a multitude of shards that scattered in every direction. How could this be? How did he disappear? I failed to catch even a glimpse of him. Gula was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling a particular technique. One that was exclusive to a certain planet within Frisia's domain. Instantaneous movement. Gula furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings in search of Hogg's elusive presence. Bang! Hogger delivered a powerful kick to Gula from behind, sending him flying through the air. He collided with several meteors before finally coming to a halt, the pain overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the Super Saiyan. Curse it! Gula exclaimed, glaring at the suddenly appearing Hogger. Is ambush your only tactic? I learned that move from you. Weren't you also planning to use meteors to catch me off guard just moments ago? Hogger laughed heartily in response. Gula's expression darkened immediately, and recognizing his own fault, he furrowed his brow tightly. He then raised his head to inquire. Was that technique you used just now instantaneous movement? Oh, you are familiar with that technique? Hogger raised an eyebrow, his golden aura intensifying slightly. Indeed. If you did not possess instantaneous movement, it would have been you who was injured just now, not me. Gula continued to seethe with anger over Hogger's ambush. Upon hearing these words, Hogg ceased his laughter and inquired, Do you truly believe that? Indeed, I firmly do, Gula asserted. Very well. Hogg extended his hand, directly invoking his 5th-level psychic ability. What is he intending to do? Gula gazed at Hogg's peculiar actions, initially thinking he was about to unleash a ki blast. Yet no energy was coalescing in his hand, it merely reached out into the void. At that moment, Gula seemed to sense something amiss and turned his head, only to see a massive meteor, a kilometer in size, hurtling towards him at a staggering speed of 200 to 300 meters per second. You possess psychic abilities as well, Gula exclaimed in astonishment. In that instant, he grasped the reality that the earlier assault had been utterly ineffective against Hogg. Not only could he thwart Gula's powerful strike, but he could also rebound the oncoming meteor behind him with his psychic prowess. Hogger remained silent, his movements becoming increasingly exaggerated as he suddenly waved towards Gula. With a resounding roar, the colossal kilometer-sized meteor accelerated, nearly reaching the speed of sound as it hurtled towards Gula. What could a mere meteor possibly signify? Gula let out a furious roar, his hands coming together to channel a formidable energy that he immediately unleashed, obliterating the massive meteor into countless fragments. Although the meteor was annihilated, the backlash from his own power caused Gula to spit out blood, not from the meteor's impact, but from the recoil of his own force. Once the kilometer-sized meteor was shattered, it transformed into a myriad of debris that spread over a distance of 10,000 meters, effectively obscuring the figures of both Gula and Hogger. Nevertheless, the golden and white flames persisted, illuminating the area like beacons amidst the cloud of dust and rubble. Gradually, the tumult within the 10,000-meter radius subsided, rendering the two adversaries visible without the need for their radiant flames to guide the way. Hogg stood at a distance, resembling a war god, while Gula was already gasping for breath, clearly indicating the disparity between them. Damn it, Gula exclaimed in frustration. You filthy monkey, you are pushing me to my limits. I warn you, if you continue to provoke me, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Push you? Hogg scoffed disdainfully and replied, Do you truly believe I am unaware of your innermost thoughts? You possess a transformation that surpasses even Frisia's, do you not? Do not hesitate to reveal it. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing dire consequences. Nanny, Gula was taken aback, exclaiming, How do you know this? This secret is known only to my father. Even my brother Frisia is oblivious to it. Hogg merely smirked, a chilling glint in his eyes, yet he offered no response. Gula regained his composure, his gaze flickering with determination as he declared, In that case, I must unleash my full potential. Roaring, he prepared to transform. knowing that every ascension relies on the power of a primal scream. The fourth stage, however, was not Gula's ultimate form. His body rapidly morphed. Four jagged spikes emerging from either side of his head, his shoulders bulging, and curved blades manifesting at his wrists, marking a significant transformation. Moreover, both his strength and speed surged to unprecedented heights, embodying what could truly be termed his final form. Gula had at last achieved the fifth stage, his ultimate state of being. As this form emerged, the velocity of the surrounding meteors and debris accelerated, colliding with one another and generating intense heat. With a furious roar, Gula unleashed an invisible force, obliterating the remnants of rock around him into mere dust, even smaller than dust particles. I apologize for the wait. Behold my ultimate form. As he spoke, a mask materialized before his mouth, concealing it from view. Hogg looked towards Gula, finally sensing a hint of danger. However, he decided not to transform just yet, opting instead to observe the full extent of Gula's ultimate form. Come on, enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage in a proper battle, Hogg declared. As you wish, Super Saiyan, Gula replied with a cold smirk. In the next instant, Gula vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. Hogger was taken aback for a moment, then swiftly retaliated with a punch that collided perfectly with Gula's fist. At the epicenter of their clash, an inexhaustible force erupted, radiating outward and astonishingly reducing stones spanning several dozen kilometers to mere powder. Remarkable. Buzz. As Hogg's words fell, he was abruptly thrust back by an immense force, while the golden aura enveloping him fluttered as if caressed by the wind. The Super Saiyan's might was indeed formidable. Gula, having retreated several steps, wore a sinister grin, his gaze firmly fixed on the rebounding Hogg as he pursued with even greater speed than before. Goodness, what a monster! Both his velocity and strength had undeniably ascended to a new echelon. In a state of normalcy, a Super Saiyan was certainly no match for him. Hogg glanced in disbelief as Gula charged towards him once more, realizing that evading a Super Saiyan in such a state was futile. The only option left was to employ instantaneous movement, cosmic-level teleportation. With a mere thought, Hogg vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 85, the second stage of Super Saiyan. Faced with such astonishing speed, Hogg found himself at a loss. He could neither match the opponent's strength nor evade their onslaught. The only recourse was to utilize instant transmission to escape the scene. Hogg's silhouette vanished, disappearing before Gula's very eyes. Initially taken aback after his fist struck nothing but air, Gula coldly snorted and declared, "Once more, witness my prowess." He executed an even swifter maneuver, instantaneously appearing beside a meteorite 100 meters away. With a powerful punch, he struck, and with a thunderous roar, the meteorite shattered, revealing a figure within. Goodness! Hogg could not help but curse. He had just teleported onto a stone when he suddenly noticed Gula approaching. Fortunately, the distance was still somewhat considerable, allowing him to evade using this meteorite. The speed was genuinely astonishing, even capable of keeping pace with teleportation. Sweat beaded on Hogg's forehead as he murmured, "Indeed, advancing a tier in strength brings such formidable power. Thankfully, I am not facing Metal Gula at the moment. Otherwise, my teleportation would have been futile." It is worth noting that Metal Gula also possesses the ability to teleport, and keeping up with teleportation through his own would not be an issue. Yet now, Gula was nearly able to match Hogg's teleportation solely through sheer speed. Teleportation is not particularly impressive. I can still keep up. It is merely that your strength is not significantly superior to mine, which allows you to evade my attacks. Gula remarked with an evaluative tone. "Oh, is that so?" Hogg responded with little reaction. "Super Saiyan, huh? Their potential has been thoroughly exhausted. No matter how hard they struggle, they cannot contend with our Frost clan." Gula sighed. In his eyes, Super Saiyans had become inferior to him. His ultimate form far surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Hogg was rendered speechless. How extraordinarily confident Gula must be. Even in his ultimate form, he could not underestimate the power of a Super Saiyan in its ordinary state. At the very least, his opponent could not eliminate him in an instant. "I truly do not wish for your demise. Yet you have taken the life of my brother. After all, he is my brother. Therefore, perish." Gula launched his attack once more. Here it comes. Hogg's vigilance heightened as he discerned the ultimate form of Gula, a physique characterized by diminished strength yet remarkable speed. Although Gula's power surpassed his own, the latter's velocity was augmented. Suddenly, Gula launched a powerful kick from below, combining formidable strength with astonishing speed. Hogg instinctively retreated a meter, narrowly evading the assault while his gaze flickered with determination, preparing to retaliate with a punch. However, Before Hogg's fist could connect, Gula's tail struck with the swiftness of a whip, delivering a resounding crack that sent Hogg soaring. Gula's maniacal laughter echoed closer, revealing that he had pursued Hogg in that very instant, reveling in his speed. How infuriating. If it weren't for his swift advantage, my strength would only be slightly inferior. Hogg had endured Gula's ultimate form's assault. The force was, in truth, not as overwhelming as it seemed. Hogg suddenly froze. As Gula reappeared above him, delivering a powerful punch, Hogg was propelled away from beneath Gula, yet he refrained from retaliating and, in that fleeting moment, grasped Gula's tail. What? Gula realized his tail was caught and attempted to shake Hogg off, but Hogg held on firmly, refusing to let go. Gula had initially relied on his speed for an advantage, bolstered by his superior strength compared to Hogg, which allowed him to toy with him. However, with his tail captured, the advantage of speed dissipated. Heh, your tail is in my grasp. Let's see how you respond. Hogg sneered. Oh really? Gula extended his hand, targeting Hogg's face, and a massive energy cannon erupted from his palm, instantly engulfing Hogg. Although Gula's strength was lacking, it was still a physical attack. And upon transforming into his ultimate form, his body was enhanced, thereby doubling his energy. Consequently, this energy was beyond Hogg's capability to withstand. Where has he gone? Gula suddenly noticed his tail loosen, and Hogg's figure had vanished. Damn it, not this trick again. Gula cursed as he glanced into the distance. Indeed, at the critical moment, Hogg had utilized teleportation to evade the colossal energy cannon, now standing on a distant meteorite, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, otherwise, I would have certainly been injured. Hogg shook his head, deeming an injury not worth the trouble. Forget it, this game has lost its appeal. Hogg decided that continuing this way was pointless. At that moment, Gula soared towards Hogg once more, yet he showed no intent to attack. Instead, he declared, "It seems I must incapacitate you to prevent you from using teleportation." Incapacitate? Hogg shook his head and remarked, "I believe you no longer possess such capabilities." Oh, Gula was taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter, for he found it utterly amusing that the Saiyan before him claimed to lack such abilities. After all, who was it that had been rendered utterly helpless just moments ago, resorting even to instant transmission to flee? Now, to assert that he no longer had such prowess, was that not a jest? Hee. Hogg did not interrupt Gula's laughter. Instead, he joined in, his lips curling into a cold smile that resonated with a chilling laughter, which made Gula cease his mirth. The Saiyan, indulging in his theatrics, would soon discover the consequences of his folly. Gula let out a huff, intending to articulate a complete thought, but as he spoke, his words faltered. Suddenly, a magnificent golden flame soared into the heavens, accompanied by the sound of muscles expanding and an even more thunderous aura, abruptly silencing Gula's voice as he stared, bewildered, at Hogg. What is happening? Did you not promise to enlighten me? Did you not mock me for my theatrics? Hogg continued to smile coldly, but his form was undergoing a transformation. No, this cannot be. You. Gula distinctly sensed the surge in his opponent's combat prowess. Hogg let out a low growl, a resounding explosion of golden light that nearly blinded Gula. The transformation into Super Saiyan Level 2 had finally manifested. What is happening? Is there such a transformation among Saiyans? Have you been concealing your true power all along? Gula was momentarily taken aback, then roared at Hogg. The distinction between Super Saiyan Level 2 and the ordinary Super Saiyan was not substantial. The difference lay merely in the expansion of muscles and the magnitude of the golden aura. No, this is Super Saiyan Level 2, not merely Super Saiyan 2. Do not be mistaken. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Hogg's mouth as he looked down upon Gula. Chapter 86. My other name is Super Hogg. Meanwhile, Herder, still en route, suddenly halted, gazing in astonishment at the depths of the starry sky. He had just sensed that his son Gula had transformed into his ultimate form. Yet now, a significantly more potent aura emanated, far surpassing that of his son Gula. How can this power be so immense? It nearly rivals my own. Although Herder could not perceive Ki, the overwhelming forces ahead, combined with his own considerable strength, were unmistakable. Having navigated the cosmos for many years, Herder was seasoned enough to discern who was stronger. Fortunately, it seemed that this Super Saiyan's aura, while formidable, was still weaker than his own, yet stronger than Gula's. Without hesitation, Herder summoned all his might to surge forward, knowing that he would reach his destination in mere minutes. Gula stared in astonishment at Hogg, the intensity of the aura surpassing that of the previous level. Gula, look, Hogg said with a smile. Gula's expression shifted to one of vigilance as he turned to face Hogg. Hogg instantly teleported to a position approximately 1 meter beside Gula. Gula was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Hogg's intentions, yet he recognized Hogg's presence to his left, as he could perceive the nature of teleportation. To my left, Gula bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Unfortunately, before he could fully execute the blow, Hogg delivered a fierce kick to his chin. With a howl, Gula's punch lost its momentum, and he was sent soaring 100 meters into the air. His body jolted, abruptly halting mid-flight, and in his fury, he gazed downward, cursing, "Damn it." Hogg's face was adorned with a broad smile as he inquired, "What do you think? How does the instant teleportation just now compare to the current one?" Only then did Gula recall that during the earlier teleportation, he had managed to catch up and attack Hogg, causing him to flee in disarray. Yet now, Hogg possessed the ability to counterattack. Gula understood that the technique of instant teleportation remained unchanged. It was merely the disparity in their strengths that had shifted. "You insolent monkey. Do you dare to toy with me?" Gula thought Hogg had orchestrated this experiment as a means to mock him, which naturally left him quite displeased. "What will you do now? Allow me to inform you that you shall not withstand more than 3 moves before me." Hogg exuded confidence. "Silence. Cease your grandiloquence." Gula furiously unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Hogg. Regrettably, these blasts posed no threat in Hogg's eyes. He remained unmoved, standing firm as Gula unleashed his onslaught. "Perish! Perish!" Gula bellowed, continuing his relentless assault. With a thunderous roar, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth, enveloping Hogg's form within its depths. Yet, an even greater number of energy blasts detonated within, filling the air with a cacophony of explosions. "What do you say? The Super Saiyan second stage is not so formidable after all," Gula remarked with a cold smile, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The area was still shrouded in thick black smoke, devoid of any sound from Hogg. In the vacuum of space, the smoke could not disperse. Yet the immense golden aura emanating from Hogg was powerful enough to clear the darkness, revealing his silhouette. Hogg rubbed his shoulders and stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, before finally turning to Gula and inquired, "Gula, are you aware of the other name I am known by?" Gula's expression shifted dramatically. For despite having endured numerous energy blasts from his opponent, Hogg remained unscathed and was now questioning him about another name. "I care not what you are called. I desire your demise," Gula exclaimed, raising his hands to gather an energy sphere, intent on hurling it towards Hogg. Hogg shook his head with a sardonic smile and declared, "Another name I go by is Super Hogg." No sooner had the words left his lips than he appeared before Gula, delivering a devastating punch directly to Gula's abdomen. The force of the blow nearly penetrated Gula's very being, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, some of which was on the verge of splattering onto Hogg, only to be incinerated by the golden aura surrounding him. In truth, the aura of the Super Saiyan and Gula's white aura both extended roughly 100 kilometers, yet only the area within a meter of their bodies was visibly affected. This phenomenon enabled them to converse in the vastness of space, allowing their voices to transcend the absence of air. It was their powerful aura that created an influence within a radius of about 100 kilometers. The closer one got to their corporeal forms, the more potent the aura became, but beyond the 100-kilometer mark, its lethality dwindled. The aura at that distance could potentially eliminate beings with combat power around 10,000. Thus, it seemed unfathomable that Hogg could slay an adversary of such strength from 100 kilometers away. Just as Gula lifted his head, he was met with another punishing blow. The sound of impact echoed, and Gula found himself utterly defenseless, continuously battered by Hogg's relentless strikes. Hogg had already ascended to the second tier of the Super Saiyan form, on the cusp of breaking into the third tier, known as the muscular state. However, even should he achieve this transformation, Hogg would not employ it lightly. To sacrifice speed for strength? That was only suitable against foes who lacked speed yet possessed immense power, making them fitting adversaries for the muscular state of the Super Saiyan. Gula was sent flying once more by a kick from Hogg, crashing into a multitude of meteors until not a single intact fragment remained within a 10-mile radius, leaving only debris and rubble in his wake. Damn it! Gula's body trembled as he forced himself to halt, gathering energy spheres in his hands and hurling them toward Hogg. With minimal charging, these energy spheres had the potential to obliterate a small planet. "I refuse to believe you can withstand all my energy spheres." Gula was desperate, as he found himself utterly powerless against Hogg. "Is that so? Then I shall demonstrate my ability to block them." Hogg disregarded the energy orbs entirely and charged directly towards Gula. Gula was taken aback. pondering whether the other party intended to endure the impact of his energy spheres to confront him. Hogg knew well what was on his opponent's mind. As he charged forward, he remarked, "Do not think too highly of yourself. These energy spheres are merely a tickle to me." Nanny. Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. Throughout Hogg's approach, a series of explosions erupted, yet their force failed to touch even a single hair on Hogg's body, as he was enveloped by a golden aura that repelled them effortlessly. No, this is impossible. How could a Super Saiyan possess such power? Gula, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic. He finally comprehended why his brother had perished at Hogg's hands. With a resounding crash, Hogg's head collided forcefully with Gula's, the excruciating pain nearly rendering Gula unconscious. Nevertheless, he managed to lift his head, grimacing as he looked up at Hogg, who towered over him. "Gula, your fate is sealed." Hogg's voice resonated like a decree of judgment in Gula's mind. Chapter 87. The Choice. Gula, your time is up. "There is no longer any way for you to resist me," Hogg stated coldly. Hogg was unable to fathom that he had just slain Frisia, only to now confront Frisia's brother, Cooler. However, there was no alternative. Namek was his sanctuary, and he could not permit Cooler to wreak havoc. "Dare you proclaim that I am doomed?" Cooler roared. Smack. Hogg swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Gula, proclaiming, "At this juncture, do you still fail to comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us? Your ultimate transformation pales in comparison to my second-tier metamorphosis. A difference as great as the distance between heaven and earth." Gula, feeling the sting of the fiery imprint left by Hogg's hand upon his cheek, seethed with indignation. He launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Hogg, yet all his efforts were deftly evaded. Gula was resolute in his fury. Even if he could not land a blow, he felt compelled to strike, for the flames of his wrath had no other outlet. Cursed transformation. It infuriates me to no end. Without such a transformation, you would never stand a chance against me. Gula bellowed as he continued his assault. Hogger evaded Gula's relentless assaults time and again, sneering, "Come now, you Ice Clan have transformed 3 or 4 times, while I have only undergone 2 transformations, and yet you still choose to complain. Perhaps you should refrain from transforming as well." After deftly evading a punch, Hogg swiftly unleashed a powerful kick that landed squarely on Gula's face. Gula was propelled backward, his body jolting before he came to a halt. Clutching the reddened side of his face, his rage intensifying. "Gula, do you have anything left to say?" Hogg's voice rose with fervor. "Damn that filthy monkey. I truly regret not killing you before you transformed into a Super Saiyan." Gula bellowed in fury. "Enough of this charade. I shall truly comprehend your capabilities." Hogg concluded that only the ultimate Flash could vanquish an opponent like Gula. After all, he was a being of cosmic dominance, making his defeat an arduous task. "You cannot kill me." Gula continued to roar defiantly. Hogg disregarded Gula's taunts, wholly focused on gathering the ultimate Flash, a formidable technique unleashed in the second stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Potent enough to obliterate even a star. What is this? Gula was momentarily stunned by the sight, realizing that such energy could easily annihilate him multiple times over. "Gula, prepare to meet your fate." Hogg was poised to unleash the ultimate Flash. Oh no. Gula turned to flee into the distant reaches of space. But the energy had already locked onto him. Escape was futile. Once Hogg executed the ultimate Flash, Gula was doomed. Just as Hogg was about to launch his attack, a powerful energy suddenly collided with theirs, instantly perceptible to Hogg. What is this? Hogg paused. Recognizing that this energy bore a striking resemblance to that of Frisia and Gula, astonished at the possibility that it could be Kurd. How could he have arrived here? And at such astonishing speed, he would reach this location in mere moments. Although Gula could not sense energy, he felt Kurd hurrying towards him. Even without knowing who it was, he could intuitively sense his father's approach, as their bond was profound. Is someone coming? It wasn't a mere illusion. It seemed to be his father. Gula, upon sensing this energy, was filled with exhilaration, yet he realized it was still far away. He needed a way to survive until Kurd could arrive. Turning back, Hogg maintained his energy. "Gula, do you truly believe your father will save you?" "Alas. He is far too distant, at least 5 minutes away." 5 minutes? That's ample time for me to kill you numerous times. Hogg cackled with delight. The sudden emergence of Kurd's energy compelled Hogg to reassemble the ultimate Flash, though this time the process required only half the original duration. What should I do? What can I do? Gula was in a state of frantic desperation, acutely aware that escape was impossible, and even if he attempted to flee, he wouldn't get far. Just as Gula felt utterly hopeless, his gaze inadvertently fell upon planet Namek, which appeared like a colossal moon slowly rotating before them. A question surfaced in Gula's mind. Why does this Saiyan harbor such animosity towards me? Why does he seek my demise? It was my brother Frisia who annihilated planet Vegeta. Not I. Gula screamed within himself. It was evident that he had appeared the moment they invaded Namek, suggesting he had been guarding the planet all along. A glimmer of realization ignited in Gula's eyes, recalling the earlier spaceship. Setting aside any connection to Namek, it was likely that this Scion was also after the Dragon Balls. Aware that they could only be used after 130 days. Ha ha ha, what a splendid plan. Though Gula's face was obscured, he was indeed smiling. Hogger detected something amiss with Gula, yet his ultimate flash was merely a hair's breadth away. Regardless, all he needed to do was eliminate Gula and strive to ascend to the 3rd tier, then engage in a battle with Cooled. Super Saiyan, look over there. Gula gestured towards Namek. Hogger, ever vigilant, gazed in the direction indicated by Gula while simultaneously concentrating on gathering the ultimate flash. In merely 5 seconds, the ultimate flash would be complete. As Hogg gazed into the distance, he beheld a colossal green planet slowly rotating before him, which was none other than Namek. Initially, Hogg was perplexed by Gula's insistence that he observe the planet, but recalling Gula's peculiar demeanor moments earlier, he swiftly comprehended Gula's intentions. If Namek were to transform into the most resplendent fireworks in the cosmos, would you take the time to appreciate it? Gula's palm coalesced into a sphere of energy, which he promptly launched toward Namek. Hogg looked at the energy sphere, initially taken aback, and then realized that this sphere possessed the power to annihilate the entire planet Namek. This is dire. Hogg finally comprehended Gula's intentions. It turned out that Gula aimed to obliterate planet Namek. Now, you are presented with 2 choices. First, release me, and I shall certainly not escape. However, planet Namek will transform into the most brilliant fireworks in the universe. Second, direct your energy sphere at me, but I could flee. So, make your choice, ha ha ha. Though Gula laughed heartily, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. He feared that Hogg might truly disregard planet Namek and turn to eliminate him instead. How should I choose? Hogg had already condensed his ultimate flash, but hesitated to unleash it. Chapter 88. You cannot escape. What will your choice be? Gula looked at Hogg with a sense of triumph, not in a hurry to flee, for escaping would serve no purpose. Should Hogg truly dare to use the ultimate flash to annihilate him, escaping would yield the same fate regardless of where he ran. In truth, Gula was also in a struggle, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. His life or death hinged entirely on Hogg's decision. Hogg furrowed his brow, acutely aware that his time was running short. His thoughts immediately turned to the Dragon Balls of Namek, which could bring the Earth back to life. However, the Earth's Dragon Balls would not be available for at least another year, and he could not afford to wait that long. The longer he delayed, the more emboldened Gula became. He understood that with each passing moment, his chances of success grew increasingly favorable. It is time for you to make a choice, or else Namek will truly become the most resplendent firework in the cosmos. Gula roared, urging Hogg to act. There was no way out. Hogger had no choice but to relinquish his assault on Gula, simultaneously dissipating the energy of the ultimate flash. To strike that energy sphere directly with the ultimate flash would be an overreaction, and any miscalculation could potentially jeopardize Namek. Ha ha ha, I never imagined you were indeed safeguarding Namek. Splendid. Take your time to seek me out on Namek. Gula laughed heartily as he plummeted swiftly towards the planet. Hogg found himself unable to pursue for the moment, as he needed to address the energy sphere. With a decisive clap, he dispersed the orb and turned his gaze towards the planet Namek, expressing his regret. What a pity, he lamented, but do not think you can escape from my grasp. With that, he swiftly moved forward. Hogg plunged into the planet Namek, intent on extracting Gula. Upon fleeing to Namek, Gula refrained from wreaking havoc or engaging in combat with the Namekians, fully aware that Hogg could sense his energy. Should he be discovered, Hogg would not make the same blunder as before. He could easily lock onto Gula's position, even if it meant getting dangerously close. After landing in a field, Gula encountered several Namekians tending to their crops, although their combat prowess was rather feeble, barely reaching a few hundred. The Namekians, inherently simple and peaceful, were content to cultivate the land and sustain themselves despite their limited strength. Who are you? An outsider? One of the Namekians inquired upon spotting Gula. With a swift motion, Gula pierced through the chest of the Namekian, declaring, "Get away, do not approach me." Damn it, how dare you kill? The others who were farming rushed to confront him, but one by one, They fell to Gula's hands without a trace of energy fluctuation. He understood that this was the best course of action, avoiding energy use until his father arrived to deal with Hogg. Cursed monkey, how dare you humiliate me like this? Just wait, I shall flay your skin. After dispatching several Namekians, Gula hastily fled. Indeed, he no longer dared to fly, opting instead to run. Meanwhile, Nairu, accompanying the Grand Elder, noticed something amiss as the Elder suddenly appeared startled, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Grand Elder, what troubles you? Nairu inquired with concern. An ominous energy has invaded our planet and has slain several of our kin. The Grand Elder responded. Nairu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. But wait, did not Hogg eliminate them all? No, this one is the strongest, yet he must have fled to our Namek to hide from Hogg, the Grand Elder replied. Grand Elder, do you know his whereabouts? If this is true, we must inform Hogg immediately. Nairu insisted. Indeed, I know where he is. Go fetch Hogg, the Grand Elder instructed. No need to search, I am here now. A figure suddenly materialized before Nairu and the Grand Elder. It was Hogg. Both were astonished at Hogg's sudden appearance. But the pressing matter was to locate the enemy. Grand Elder, please reveal Gula's location. Hogg demanded. Come closer. The Grand Elder beckoned. Hogg approached, and the Elder placed his hand upon Hogg's head, conjuring an image within Hogg's mind that revealed Gula resting beneath the water's surface. Very well. I shall seek him out now. Just as Hogg was about to depart, he suddenly turned back and inquired of the Elder. Do you not possess the ability to help others unlock their potential? Why not assist me in awakening mine? The Elder replied. The potential of you Scions is an unfathomable abyss. I cannot unlock it. Moreover, your current combat strength has surpassed what I am capable of developing. Oh, very well. Hogg conceded and promptly left the place. Meanwhile, Gula hid beneath the ocean, skeptical that Hogg could locate him here. Soon, I can sense that my father will arrive shortly. Gula finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his father came, his life would be safeguarded. Gula was acutely aware of his father's formidable power. He was the king of the Ice Clan, immensely strong, and his ultimate form surpassed even Gula's 5th stage. Stupid monkey. I will allow you to enjoy yourself for a while longer, but soon it will be your demise, Gula declared fiercely. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed outside, disrupting the tranquility of the depths. A multitude of rocks and seawater seemed to be drawn upwards, suspended in midair. Gula, come forth. I know you are here. There is no need to hide. You cannot escape. Hogg's voice resonated from outside. What? How did he discover my whereabouts? Gula was taken aback. You refuse to emerge. Do you? Outside, Hogg pointed, and a beam of light sliced through the mountain stone, causing enormous debris to cascade down, forcing Gula to flee. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. Upon seeing Gula's figure, Hogg wasted no time and launched a powerful punch at Zhao, who was caught completely off guard. He plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. How infuriating! Hogg would no longer grant Gula any opportunities. Harnessing the momentum of his descent, he struck Gula's abdomen fiercely with both fists, creating a deeper crater with a resounding impact, causing Gula to spew forth a copious amount of blood. Gula, it is over for you. You have no chances left, Hogg remarked coldly. Am I to perish here? After enduring the previous 2 assaults, Gula could no longer rise. He gazed at Hogg as if confronting a demon. Meanwhile, the swiftly approaching Kuld arrived above Namek, where his years of experience allowed him to immediately sense the formidable energy emanating from Hogg. Hogg raised his gaze to the heavens, marveling at the swift passage of time, lamenting that it was already too late. With a deft motion, he transformed one hand into a blade and slowly approached Gula's neck. Chapter 89. The true power of Kurd in the state of a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level, eliminating Gula was, in essence, a rather simple task. However, having fallen prey to Gula's cunning trick moments ago, he found himself compelled to forego delivering a fatal blow and instead protect Namek. High above the clouds, Kurd had also taken note of Hogg's actions and rapidly descended, bellowing for him to cease, to halt immediately. He had not anticipated Kurd's proximity, a miscalculation that now left him with little time. As Hogg beheld the unconscious Gula, he violently swung his hand. With a sharp sound, Gula's body split in 2. Although it was true that eliminating Gula would typically require the ultimate flash or the Kamehameha, at present, Hogg was unable to gather the necessary energy. Nonetheless, Gula in such a weakened state resembled a mere fraction of his former self, akin to a half-bodied Frisia. Boom. Just as Hogg completed this act, a colossal figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with the force of a meteorite. The impact transformed the landscape, shrouding the surroundings in a tumult of dust and debris that surged into the atmosphere. For miles around, a sandstorm raged, heralding an entrance of grand proportions. Yet, even amidst this chaos, the tempest could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Hogg. The immense golden aura surrounding him resembled a towering flame, shielding him from the approaching sandstorm and flying debris. This energy was subtly shifting, hinting at an even deeper transformation. It is worth noting that during his time on Earth, Hogg had already exhibited signs of breaking through to the third level. After enduring such a prolonged battle with Gula, it seemed he was on the brink of achieving that very breakthrough. Hogg did not possess the spirit of a breakthrough, for the third phase was truly ill-suited for combat. It was best to remain in the second phase. Upon Kurder's descent, he beheld a magnificent golden blaze soaring into the sky, yearning to experience the energy essence of Gula, only to find himself utterly devoid of sensation. "Are you truly a Super Saiyan?" Kurder inquired of Hogg, his voice laced with anger. "Indeed, it is I. You are truly akin to family. Upon encountering me, you all utter the same words," Hogg replied, his demeanor indifferent in the face of Kurder's ire. Hogg cast a glance at Kuld, only to discover that Kuld had indeed attained his final form. However, he pondered whether Kuld possessed the ability to ascend to the fifth level, much like Gula. Should Kuld truly transform into the fifth stage, Hogg feared he might not stand a chance against him, unless, of course, he harnessed the full power of a Super Saiyan. The intimidation emanating from Kuld was far greater than that of Frieza and Gula in their ultimate forms. Hogg began to grasp the magnitude of Kuld's strength. Kuld furrowed his brow and inquired about his son Gula. "Moreover, you dare to have slain my son Frieza. You are finished. There is no escape for you, either in the heavens or on earth." Hogg maintained an expression of indifference, replying, "Your son has already met his end at my hands." "Nanny." Kuld was taken aback, and his energy surged dramatically as he seethed. "Impossible. How could a mere Super Saiyan like you have slain my son? What is impossible? I suspect that upon encountering the Super Saiyan God, you might have lost control of your faculties." Hogg retorted with a chilling laugh. "What did you say?" Kuld was bewildered. "Nothing of consequence. Aren't you eager to avenge your son? Come forth." Hogg vanished from his original position and reappeared directly before Kuld. However, Kuld was exceedingly tall, nearly as towering as Shrag, and possessed formidable combat capabilities. Thus, Hogg opted to deliver a swift kick to his chin. Bang! Hogben believed he could easily overpower Lurder, yet he was taken aback as Kurder resolutely withstood the force. With a strained smile, he remarked on Kurder's commendable strength, but added that he has always been renowned for his defense and might. "You dare to compare your strength with mine?" Hogg was taken aback. Just as he intended to distance himself from Kurd, it was already too late. Kurd swiftly seized Hogg by the head and forcefully slammed him onto the ground, creating an enormous crater upon impact. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hogg wished to free himself from Kuld's formidable grasp, yet found it impossible due to Kuld's overwhelming strength. "I have warned you not to compare our might," Kuld exclaimed, forcefully slamming Hogg into the ground, the earth sinking further beneath them and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Still unsatisfied, Kuld seized Hogg by the head, repeatedly smashing it against the ground. Finally, lifting Hogg once more, Kuld demanded, "I ask you one last time, where is my son Gula? I told you, I have slain him. Do you not understand?" Hogg's rage erupted, as if he had transcended to a new realm of power, momentarily breaking free from Kuld's grip, staggering him back several steps. Yet, the force within Hogg remained unspent. He swept his leg in a fierce arc, landing blow after blow upon Kuld's face. Infuriated, Kuld had not exerted his full strength either. With a mere flick of his hand, an explosive clash ensued between the two, sending both figures hurtling away from each other, where they came to a standstill. 100 meters apart. Kuld's strength is formidable, though his speed is somewhat lacking. "Even so, I cannot keep pace," Hogg observed from afar. Kuld, similarly scrutinizing Hogg, marveled at the incredible capabilities of a Super Saiyan, realizing it was entirely plausible for him to have killed Gula and Frieza. Kuld was now convinced of the demise of his two sons, as Hogg's recent display of power suggested he was more than capable of such a feat. "How dare my sons perish so easily? I cannot allow this to go unpunished." Kuld's eyes burned with murderous intent, knowing his final form far surpassed that of a Super Saiyan second tier. In his initial state, Kuld had been restrained. Had he transformed into his ultimate form, the outcome would have been drastically different. "You shall pay for the lives of my sons." Kuld charged at Hogg once more, moving with the speed of lightning, each step causing the ground to tremble, a testament to his immense power. With a thunderous roar, Cooled surged forth like an unstoppable train, delivering a devastating punch. Such strength is truly extraordinary. Hogg found himself utterly incapable of withstanding the impending punch. Instinctively, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, colliding with Kurd's fist. What? Hogg found that his energy cannon was utterly ineffective, for the force of Kurd's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, piercing through his own energy blast and hurtling towards him. Fortunately, the energy cannon provided some mitigation. Hogg bent down just in time to evade the strike. Seizing the moment as he bent, he let out a fierce roar and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Kurd's abdomen. Chapter 90. The third level of Super Saiyan. As Hogg unleashed a powerful punch, the golden aura intensified dramatically. The most notable characteristic of the Saiyans is their extraordinary explosive power. Once unleashed, they can deliver strikes far more formidable than their base strength. Upon witnessing this punch, Cooled was momentarily daunted by its overwhelming force, fully aware that it was imperative to evade its impact, for the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you think your Saiyan strength is unparalleled? My power surpasses yours. Cooled roared defiantly. With his palm outstretched, he forcefully intercepted Hogg's blow. Fully confident that his hand was capable of shattering the opponent's energy blast, his strength on par with Hogg's. I am not the least bit surprised. In fact, I find it exhilarating. Hogg, undeterred by having his punch blocked, responded with a flurry of heavy strikes aimed at Cooled. A smile gracing his face as though he were experimenting with something. Thud, thud, thud. Kurd deftly parried all of Hogg's punches, yet as he absorbed the blows, he couldn't help but notice the peculiar smile on his opponent's face. Despite having no discernible advantage, Hogg wore that smile with unnerving confidence. How infuriating. Unable to tolerate Hogg's grin any longer, Kurd, after successfully blocking a powerful strike, extended one arm, intending to deflect all of Hogg's subsequent heavy blows with just that singular limb, though it appeared akin to a lone arm attempting to halt a raging vehicle. Kurd possessed the strength to do so in this moment. Hogg's indifference towards his opponent was palpable. To verify that the other truly possessed such formidable abilities made him feel extraordinarily fortunate. As he shouted, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. The strength of a Super Saiyan was undeniably impressive, and their speed was remarkable, yet in my presence, it still appeared somewhat juvenile. Although Kurd's left arm was nearing its limit, his other hand remained unoccupied. Perish. Kurd suddenly seized an opportunity, drawing back his right hand, which shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Hogg's face. As it approached, the tremendous force shattered the golden aura, preventing the fiery glow from encroaching within half a meter of Kurd's fist. Hogger was taken aback, realizing that the force behind this punch was utterly immense. Should he be struck, he would likely not just be gravely injured, but perhaps even face death. Even attempting to withstand it was out of the question. Hogg let out a furious roar, his entire being coiling back like a spring, narrowly evading the punch when it was merely a breath away. After dodging, he retreated nearly 200 to 300 meters, casting a cold glare at Kurd. How infuriating it was to have missed. Kurd resented his own speed. Lamenting that he could not strike faster, it was a mere hair's breadth that separated him from success. Super Saiyan, you may evade for a moment, but can you evade for a lifetime? Kurd bellowed at Hogg. After narrowly evading a punch from Kurd, Hogg's eyes sparkled with an endless brilliance, and he erupted into laughter. Indeed, you possess such remarkable resilience, Kurd. Your fate is sealed. Sealed? Kurd furrowed his brow upon hearing this declaration. You find yourself at a disadvantage. Even with my full strength, I could fend you off with just one hand. How dare you proclaim your doom? Are you out of your mind? Kurd was, in fact, quite infuriated. Despite holding no advantages, his opponent audaciously boasted without a hint of shame. No. Hogg shook his head with a smile and remarked, at first, I was concerned that transforming again might diminish my speed, rendering me nothing more than an invulnerable mass. However, I now comprehend that you possess a physique characterized by strength with comparatively lesser speed. It is precisely due to this that I dare to transition to the next stage. Next stage, Kurd muttered, repeating the phrase. In truth, Hogg had long possessed the ability to transform into the third stage. Yet the nature of this transformation was one of muscularity, which would cause a slight decrease in speed compared to his current form. Nevertheless, it appeared that Kurd shared a similar physique. A minor reduction in speed was inconsequential, judging by Kurd's earlier failed punch. It could be said that even as a muscular Super Saiyan, Hogg's speed would be on par with Kurd's. However, Kurd's strength was formidable, far exceeding that of a second-stage Super Saiyan. Once Hogg transitioned into his third-stage muscular form, his power would surpass Kurd's significantly. At this moment, my greatest concern has been alleviated. Hogg gazed at Kurd and suddenly pushed his energy to its limits, unleashing a ferocious aura that surged forth like a torrent, releasing an inexhaustible force. The third stage was inherently a manifestation of power. Previously, his strength had been insufficient to breach barriers, but now it was different. The force no longer flowed gently like a stream. It crashed forth like a tempestuous wave, shattering all obstacles, flooding every part of his being with raw energy. As a result, Hogg's muscles swelled prodigiously, expanding beyond measure. The surge of power even affected his eyes, rendering them a blinding white, devoid of pupils. And his expression grew fearsome. His hair flared outward, all due to the overwhelming force that consumed his entire body. Hogg now resembled a giant, his immense form projecting an aura of terror. This was the embodiment of strength. Although this transformation was remarkable, the primary drawback was a slight reduction in speed. Following the surge of power, a golden aura erupted skyward, transforming from a colossal golden flame into an inferno capable of incinerating everything in its path. Even the weather on planet Namek was influenced by Hogg's third stage Super Saiyan form. "This is my power manifestation, the Super Saiyan third stage," Hogg exclaimed with a beaming smile, directing his gaze at Kurd. Kurd looked on in astonishment. While he could sense Hogg's elevated spirits through his tone, that smile was anything but benign, resembling that of a demon. "How can this be possible?" Kurd roared, his own energy surging forth, causing the ground around him to crack and fissure. "Kurd, come forth." As Hogg rose on his toes, the ground beneath him seemed to rival the explosive energy of Kurd, with countless fissures spreading outward. A colossal golden aura surged towards Kurd, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than before. Damn it! Kurd also sprang forward, charging at Hogg, yet his efforts yielded slightly lesser results, still resulting in a multitude of cracks. With a deafening roar, the two struck simultaneously, their fists colliding in an instant. The earth trembled as if the very heavens were quaking. The force generated at the epicenter reduced everything within a kilometer radius to dust, while the tremors extended astonishingly to 100,000 meters. Concurrently, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and the clash of their fists summoned a massive bolt of lightning that descended upon the very center of their confrontation. Text. Chapter 91. The demise of Kurd. The clash between Hogg in his Super Saiyan third stage and Kurder in his final form summoned thunderbolts that disturbed the very fabric of the heavens. The resonating sounds of thunder echoed as swirling clouds of dust enveloped the area. Even hefty stones were lofted into the air by their overwhelming energy. Their might was such that mere waves of their aura could rend the earth asunder, affecting the entirety of the planet. Within the semicircular white chamber, the Grand Elder and Nelu gazed at the tumultuous sky outside, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Hogg and Kurder. Beads of sweat adorned their brows. Disbelief etched across their faces as they struggled to comprehend the sheer magnitude of power possessed by the two warriors. Not long ago, Hogg was only slightly more powerful than myself, and now he had the ability to shake the very planet. Truly remarkable, Nella thought, his heart tumultuous with unease. His potential had reached a limit beyond which I could no longer assist him. Even if I were to aid him, it would prove futile. He requires a mightier individual, perhaps even the esteemed 820 God, to unlock his true potential, the Grand Elder remarked weakly. God. Nella gasped at the mention of such a name, yet ultimately felt no significant shift within himself. Observing the Grand Elder's frail demeanor, concern washed over Nelu as he inquired, "Are you all right? Would you like to have a senzu bean?" Previously, Hogg had provided several senzu beans to Nelu, anticipating that the battle against Gura might overwhelm the Grand Elder. Little did he expect that he would soon find himself embroiled in combat with Kurder. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, prompting Hogg to offer a senzu bean, which the Elder consumed, finding relief almost immediately. With a resounding crash, more unfathomable pits appeared in the ground as Hogg and Kurder exchanged blows. Yet this was merely the beginning. Both warriors lifted their knees and collided once more. Unbeknownst to them, they had synchronized their actions, and neither harbored regrets as their knees met with a crackling energy that danced like lightning. "Huh, Kurder, is that all the power you possess?" Hogg taunted with a cold smile. "Is that so? Ever since you ascended to Super Saiyan third stage, your strength has merely matched mine. What right do you have to mock me?" Kurder retorted angrily. The golden aura surrounding Hogg intensified, and he erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Kurd, you have exerted all your strength. Yet I have not. Not at all? Do you truly expect me to believe such a claim?" Kurd, unconcerned with Hogg's taunts, unleashed a powerful kick. his leg as thick as a barrel, with strength akin to a vessel brimming with water. As it sliced through the air, it resonated with a sound akin to thunder. Indeed, that kick was remarkably formidable. Hogg also sensed it. Crossing his arms, he effectively blocked the powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the ground within a 10-meter radius of Hogg sank down several meters. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly withstand my strike? Kurd was somewhat incredulous. Are you truly astonished? Hogg looked up with a cold smirk and remarked, there are even greater surprises yet to come. Howl, 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 Hogg roared. A surge of power coursing through his entire being, almost threatening to burst forth. In truth, the energy expended in the third transformation of a Super Saiyan was not merely physical stamina, but an inexhaustible force that rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. In an instant, Hogg unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, forcefully striking aside Kurd's leg and delivering a devastating punch. Kurd had anticipated this blow, countering with a powerful strike of his own. The collision resonated like thunder, shaking the very earth beneath them. However, this encounter was different. Amidst the cacophony, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the ground itself fissured on Kurd's side, while Hogg remained unfazed. Kurd let out a piercing scream, feeling as though an immense mountain was crashing down upon him. Not only did his bones shatter, but his arm exploded in a torrent of blood. Unable to withstand the sheer force, Kurd was sent hurtling backwards, ultimately crashing to the ground. Just one punch had propelled him away, a testament to the incredible power behind that strike. Had it landed on the earth itself, one could imagine the very peril of Namek's disintegration. Yet, none of this seemed to concern Hogg. He stood still, exuding an air of indifference. For that was his punch, an explosive blow, one he could replicate again and again with ease. In the distance, Kurd struggled to rise, his appearance a pitiful sight. His right hand appeared as if it had been sliced by a blade, split in multiple places, and his fist held no semblance of strength. Kurd gazed at Hogg in disbelief, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "How can this be? How could you possess such formidable strength?" Hogg remained silent, his expression adorned with a smile directed at Cooled, a smile that Cooled perceived as a subtle mockery. How infuriating. After cursing, Cooled expelled a spurt of purple blood, the impact of that punch having inflicted significant harm. It is worth noting that Cooled's ultimate form was only slightly stronger than the second stage of Super Saiyan. Yet the third stage represented a qualitative leap. Upon transforming into the third stage, he would undoubtedly surpass Cooled by a wide margin. Cooled, your fate is sealed. The Ice Clan is doomed to extinction, never to reappear in this universe. I shall liberate the seventh universe, allowing it to flourish in freedom. Hogg gradually approached Cooled, resembling the Grim Reaper, closing in on him. Cooled, feeling panic and fear, roared and took to the skies, attempting to flee. Cooled, you have greatly disappointed me. Just like your son, a coward, Hogg lamented, shaking his head, his expression rife with disappointment. In this moment, Hogg did not require to gather energy, for his body was already brimming with inexhaustible power. A golden shockwave instantaneously engulfed Cooled. How could this be? Cooled's final utterance echoed before he transformed into cosmic dust. Upon vanquishing Cooled, Hogg intended to revert to his original state, yet he mustered a final breath to maintain his Super Saiyan third stage. It is imperative. Sustaining full power as a Super Saiyan, whether for eating, sleeping, or other endeavors, is essential. I must prepare for the next phase of transformation. Though Hogg felt discomfort from the overwhelming power, he had no choice for the sake of the impending metamorphosis. Despite his efforts, Hogg could not contain the surge of energy within him. In a fleeting moment of explosive power, he cried out and reverted to his normal state, collapsing backward. Ha ha ha. The might of a Super Saiyan is indeed tyrannical. Hogg laughed heartily from the ground. Chapter 92. The fear of 500 million reaching full power as a Super Saiyan is not easily attained. The first two stages can be breached through sheer force. Yet full power demands time and acclimatization. At the very least, a measure of time is required. After Hogg regained his composure, he rose from the ground and, in an instant, appeared beside the Grand Elder and Nairu. Hogg, is that you? Nairu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing him. Indeed, I have returned. Is everything well with the Grand Elder? Hogg's greatest concern remained the Elder, for both his own temperament and that of Cord could significantly impact the Elder's lifespan. The Elder nodded slightly and replied, I have consumed the divine beings and feel much improved. Yet, it is truly hard to believe that you have vanquished the frost demons. I have slain both Frisia and Cooler, and even their progenitor has met his demise at my hands. Therefore, you need not worry about the Frost clan troubling you any further. When time permits, I shall obliterate the planets of the Frost clan, ensuring that their presence is forever eradicated from this universe, ushering in an era of true peace for the cosmos. Hogg was resolute in his intentions. Upon hearing these words, Nihlu sensed the prospect of prolonged tranquility and sighed with relief, saying, Hogg, I am grateful to you. What are your plans moving forward? Moving forward? Hogg was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that the Frisia clan had been annihilated by his own hand. For a brief moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. The only task at hand was to acclimate to the Super Saiyan 3rd grade and prepare for full power. Fortunately, he had dealt with the Frisia clan. Otherwise, their incessant annoyance would have left him little time to properly adapt to the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Moving forward, he expressed his desire to undergo further transformations and then seek out the Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Nehru was momentarily stunned, his face transforming into one of sheer astonishment as he inquired, Super Dragon Balls? What are those? Hogger inquired. Oh, Grand Elder. What is the meaning of this? Nehru asked. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment, then let out a deep sigh and replied, In truth, I am not the first Namekian. Over a century ago, our kin were numerous, at least more than we are now. Hogg did not utter a word, simply listening in silence, while Nihlu attentively absorbed every word, completely unaware that their own Dragon Ball was accompanied by the Super Dragon Balls. Eventually, a climate catastrophe ensued, resulting in the near extinction of their kin, leaving me as the sole survivor. Fortunately, the climate gradually began to restore itself. The elder let out a deep sigh as he recounted this tale. Hogger found the Namekians to be an extraordinary race. Their ability to create an entire lineage from a single individual is nothing short of remarkable. The Grand Elder, through his unique capabilities, lays eggs that produce various beings according to necessity, be it a prodigious dragon, a formidable warrior, or an ordinary civilian. Such a race is indeed wondrous. However, I soon realized that I could not remain complacent. After giving birth to 6 elders, I became intrigued by the legend of the Super Dragon Balls. Consequently, I embarked on a journey aboard a spaceship, gathering information from various sources until I discovered a Super Dragon Ball. The Grand Elder reminisced about the past, stating that at that time, we had no means to move such a colossal planet. We could only scrape off fragments and employ magic to create what we now call our Balunga. Hogg understood as well. The Elder's extraordinary abilities were at most at the 2nd level. One must realize that manipulating objects the size of planets requires a 5th level power. Upon hearing this, Nehru sighed deeply, realizing that his own race had such a history. No, Elder, in fact, you have another kin, Hogg suddenly exclaimed. The kin referred to by Hogg were not born from the eggs laid by the Grand Elder, but rather the celestial beings who fled to Earth during the climatic upheaval, led by their father. He too was a prodigy of the dragon lineage. The Grand Elder's body trembled violently as he recalled that individual and inquired, Are you speaking of the son of Kadas? Hogg replied, I cannot say for certain. I merely possess a premonition. He shrugged, still reluctant to alter the course of history. Hogg remarked, Well, since everything is clear now, I shall take my leave. Wishing you all the best and enjoying your peace. Are you departing? Where are you headed? Nehru inquired. I shall return to Earth, Hogg replied. With no other options, he could only go back to Earth. If planet Vegeta had still existed, he could have claimed a throne there, but it had long been destroyed by Frisia, so returning to Earth was the only choice. Take care, Nella said. I will. Farewell, Hogg said, and with a swift teleportation, he finally arrived back on Earth. Above West City, he thought to himself, before anything else, I must review my information. Hogg promptly summoned the system. Beep. Accessing host information. Host identity. Saiyan Hogg birthplace. Planet Vegeta. Destroyed. Battle power. 5 million fear value. 520 million other super abilities. Level 5. Super Saiyan Level 1 goodness. Where did this overwhelming fear value of over 500 million come from? Hogg was taken aback upon seeing his fear value. But then he recalled the battle power of Gula and Kurd, which was approximately similar. What could I possibly exchange for a fear value of 500 million? Unfortunately, leveling up my super abilities seems too extravagant, especially since I can already manipulate the Super Dragon Balls. Hogg shook his head. Even if he desired to upgrade his super abilities, he still lacked 500 million energy points, as level 6 of super abilities required a staggering 1 billion fear values. Never mind, I shall set that aside for now. I don't need to exchange anything at the moment. I should head to the Heavenly Temple first. With another teleportation, Hogg arrived at the Heavenly Temple. Upon seeing Hogg, the Heavenly God fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Your aura has changed once again. Have you grown stronger?" "Indeed, I have become significantly stronger," Hogg admitted. "You truly are a genius. With your current strength, you could easily defeat King Piccolo with a single strike, couldn't you?" The heavenly god inquired. Hogg shook his head and said, "It is not permissible to kill King Piccolo. Doing so would lead to your own demise as well, Divine One. This earth still requires your presence. As long as I am here, I shall not allow King Piccolo to wreak havoc. Even in my absence, there is still Parker on this planet. King Piccolo's combat power is simply too feeble." With that, he added, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Before Hogger instantaneously transported to the city of the West, he remarked, "I almost forgot something. I must maintain my Super Saiyan form." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hogg transformed instantaneously into a Super Saiyan, a transformation that startled both the god of the heavens and Bobo, prompting their swift departure. With a swift teleportation, Hogg departed from the Temple of the Deities and materialized at the residence of Bulma in the western capital. Hogarth arrived at Bulma's home and exclaimed, "Little Bulma, where are you?" "I have arrived. Your big brother is here." Haha. Chapter 93, The Prodigy, Little Bulma. Hogg walked towards Bulma's room, calling out, "Bulma, your big brother has come to see you. Where are you?" Upon entering Bulma's room and switching on the light, he discovered that she was not there at all. Could she have gone outside to play? I shall take a look. Hogg felt the essence of the entire house, yet he could not discern the presence of Bruma. Not even the faintest trace could be detected, although he did sense the presence of Mrs. Brief in the back garden. Hogg suddenly appeared before Mrs. Brief, startling her momentarily. Upon focusing her gaze, she recognized him and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it is Mr. Hogg. Where have Bluma and her father gone?" Hogg inquired. "They are at the experimental factory." Mrs. Brief replied. "And where is that factory located?" Hogg pressed further. Mrs. Brief gestured in a direction and said, "It is just outside the city, a large building." "Very well, I shall make my way there immediately," Hogg declared before vanishing once more, leaving Mrs. Brief in a state of disbelief. After Hogg instantly teleported to the outskirts of the city, he took a moment to sense the atmosphere and finally found himself outside the factory. However, in order not to frighten Bulma, he decided it would be wiser to fly over. The experimental facility boasted a remarkably spacious avenue, at least 100 meters wide, resembling a small airport with its extensive runway. Within, an aircraft gradually emerged, not taking off but rather taxiing along the ground, with Dr. Brief following closely behind. "Bulma, this is far too dangerous. Come down," Dr. Brief exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. "No, Daddy. I want to soar through the sky just like the big brother. If I reach the heavens, I am certain I will see him." To Dr. Brief's astonishment, it was Bulma herself, merely 5 or 6 years old, who occupied the cockpit. In a state of panic, Dr. Brief urged, "If that is the case, I shall build you a plane. Why must you construct one on your own?" "Because I do not want the big brother to think less of me," Bulma retorted as she activated the aircraft. The front wheels lifted off the ground. And in that fleeting moment of ascent, the right wing suddenly tore apart, evidently due to a loose screw. With a cry of alarm, Dr. Brief watched as the damaged wing adversely affected the aircraft's stability, causing it to veer sharply to the right and begin spinning. To their horror, a loud explosion erupted. The entire fuselage was engulfed in flames. "Bulma, Daddy is coming to save you. Stay calm," Dr. Brief shouted, desperate to rush to her aid. But Bulma was trapped in the cockpit, disoriented from the spinning. Suddenly, the fuel tank exploded violently, flames threatening to engulf the cockpit. It seemed Dr. Brief could do nothing to save Bulma, and time was running out. Just then, a fierce gust of wind extinguished the flames as Hogg forcefully broke through the door. Upon seeing Bulma unconscious, Hogg's heart ached with compassion. "Oh, what a fool. Such foolishness," he lamented. Hogg carefully cradled Bulma in his arms, then with a swift kick, sent the aircraft soaring into the air, where it erupted in a spectacular explosion. "Dr. Brief, all is well." Bulma simply fainted, Hogg assured as he approached Dr. Brief. "How wonderful. Mr. Hogg, I am profoundly grateful to you. You have not only saved Tais from peril, but have also rescued Bulma. You have saved both my daughters." Dr. Brief expressed with heartfelt appreciation. "It was nothing. After all, you did create the gravity chamber for my use," Hogg replied with a smile. At that moment, Bulma stirred groggily in Hogg's embrace, rubbing her eyes and murmuring, "Huh? What happened to me?" Dr. Brief, unable to suppress his irritation, replied, "My dear daughter, you just experienced a failed test flight." "Oh, father, did I fail the test flight? That's all right. I shall try again. I remember there was an issue with the right wing. The screws must have come loose." Bulma insisted, struggling to rise, retrieving a wrench from her pocket that was nearly as thick as her arm. Though Hogg was uncertain about the situation, he frowned and feigned a reprimand, insisting that she must prioritize her recovery. Upon hearing that voice, Bulma was momentarily taken aback. She looked up to see Hogg and, with a radiant smile revealing her pearly whites, exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, is that you?" "Indeed, it was Big brother who saved you just now. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive?" Dr. Brief interjected. "Is this true?" "Big brother," Bulma cried out. "Absolutely, but why would you engage in such perilous activities?" Hogg inquired with a furrowed brow. Bulma, with an innocent and cheerful smile, replied, "Because I wanted to see Big brother. You were always taking me flying in the sky, and if I could soar through the heavens, I might have the chance to see you again." "Foolish girl. Big brother is right here beside you and will stay for a long time," Hogg said with a warm smile. "Really?" Bulma shouted in excitement. "Indeed. When has Big brother ever deceived you?" Hogg, with a beaming smile, pondered for a moment before questioning, "You wish to meet me, yet you aspire to soar into the heavens. However, I just overheard your father mention that you attempted to construct an aircraft, which unfortunately failed during its maiden flight. Are you aware of how perilous this endeavor is?" "I am well aware of the dangers." Bulma fervently nodded. "Then why do you persist in such actions?" Hogg inquired. "Dear brother, ever since I encountered that Dragon Ball, I have developed a profound interest in invention and machinery. Furthermore, my father, a scientist who invented the universal capsule, holds a patent that belongs to him. Thus, I desire to follow in his footsteps. Not only do I aspire to be like my father, but I also seek to surpass him and become an even more formidable scientist." As Bulma concluded her statement, her gaze turned towards the future, envisioning a time when she could stand independently, achieving greatness beyond that of her esteemed father. After listening to Bulma, Hogg recalled the inventions from the original text. And if one were to identify Bulma's most remarkable achievement, it would undoubtedly be the time machine. In addition to the time machine, Bulma also invented the Dragon Ball radar and modified the spaceship that journeyed to Namek. Bulma is truly a genius in this regard. How enlightening. It seems I have misjudged you, dear sister. Hogg certainly would not deter Bulma from pursuing her dreams. On the contrary, he wholeheartedly supported her aspirations as she was, after all, a scientist. "Brother, do you support me?" Bulma inquired with a wide grin. "Of course, I not only want your parents to support you, but I also wish for everyone in the world to champion your cause," Hogg assured, patting his chest. "Yay," Bulma exclaimed, leaping with joy, and then planted a kiss on Hogg's cheek before embracing him, exclaiming, "Thank you, Big brother. Bulma likes you the most." Chapter 94, The Strange Planet After All. Bulma is the daughter of Dr. Brief, and her ambition to become a scientist is indeed commendable. Hogarth also learned that the design blueprint for the aircraft was conceived by Bulma during his battle with Frisia. Amidst her training, she managed to create the aircraft's design. Dr. Brief believed his daughter to be a prodigy and promptly took the design to the experimental base. Under their combined supervision, they hastily brought the aircraft to fruition. Bulma also fabricated several components to ensure the aircraft's flight capabilities. However, there were still oversights. Dr. Brief, feeling fatigued that morning, took a brief nap for half an hour, entrusting the entire right wing to Bulma. Consequently, during her inaugural test flight, Bulma encountered failure, as the right wing proved inadequate. When recounting these events, Bulma proudly lifted her chin and exclaimed, "Big brother, don't you think I'm quite remarkable?" Hogarth let out a bitter laugh and remarked, "Should I commend your genius or point out your youthful audacity? You ventured into such perilous territory without awaiting the doctor's confirmation." Bulma, sticking out her tongue, replied, "I merely wished to see my older brother sooner. By the way, dear brother, through this experience, I have encountered numerous machines, none of which posed any challenge. I overheard Park 427 mention your frequent battles in outer space and how extraterrestrial technology surpasses that of Earth. Thus, I am eager to delve into the study of alien technology." Bulma continued. Hogg furrowed his brow. Truly a case of bringing up the wrong subject. The gravity chamber was custom-built from the spaceship that Hogg had brought over, rendering the technology of the spacecraft rather mundane for Bulma. She could even directly produce the design blueprints. Although she could not create them herself, she could certainly enlist the help of workers for the task. "Would you please help me, big brother?" Bulma cooed as she clung to Hogg's arm. At that moment, Hogg noticed that Bulma was clad in a blue work uniform, characterized by its shoulder straps and a central tool pocket, connected by the straps to the overall garment. Coupled with the adorable attire beneath, she appeared extremely charming. Hogger was somewhat mesmerized, having never encountered such an adorable Bulma, especially with her grasping a wrench slightly smaller than her own arm. The smudges on her face did nothing to detract from her exquisite beauty. "Big brother, are you even listening to me?" Bulma inquired, tilting her head slightly in confusion. Hogg regained his composure and remarked, "I am listening. Look, your face is quite dirty. Allow me to assist you." With that, he extended his thumb to wipe away a smudge from Bulma's face. A chuckle escaped Bulma's lips as she responded, "Big brother, would you be so kind as to help little Bulma?" "Certainly, I would be delighted to assist. However, if I am to procure the extraterrestrial technology, it will require some time. Can you wait?" Hogg inquired. Bulma paused momentarily before replying, "Of course I can wait. Little Bulma will always be here for Big brother." "Very well, I shall fetch something for you now," Hogg stated as he gently set Bulma down. "I shall return. Big brother, I will be waiting for you," Bulma giggled, waving her tiny, greasy hand. Hogg swiftly teleported to the remnants of Frisia's army. When it comes to advanced technology, the pinnacle of innovation in this universe undeniably belongs to Frisia's forces. After conquering planets, Frisia had two primary motives: enslavement and the acquisition of advanced technology. This practice was not exclusive to the Saiyans. Frisia's army engaged in similar endeavors. At times, Frisia would directly seize the advanced technologies of others, such as spacecraft. For instance, Frisia's army commandeered Slag's ship and subsequently modified it, while Slag himself lacked the audacity to confront Frisia, enduring the humiliation in silence. There were also instances where technology was bestowed upon Frisia, such as healing nutrient solutions. In the past, this particular nutrient was exclusive to the former planet Vegeta, but it was later seized by the Saiyan race and subsequently offered to Frisia's army. For now, Hogg resolved to transform into a Super Saiyan. He immediately ascended to the third stage of Super Saiyan. In the vastness of the universe, he was determined to maintain this form. In addition to assisting Bulma in locating advanced machinery, Hogg endeavored to sustain his appearance. Initially, he startled Bulma, yet she gradually acclimated to it. At first, Hogg struggled to maintain this form, but over time, he mastered the ability to uphold it. 3 months later, Hogg took nearly a dozen high-tech items to Bulma. Upon receiving the first item, Bulma spent 3 days crafting the design blueprint, which indicates that she has already mastered the art of manufacturing such advanced technology. Hogg felt that Bulma was a genius among geniuses, yet still yearned for more. He exchanged 20 million units of fear for advanced technology from the system to assist Bulma in her research. Over the past 3 months, Hogg would occasionally remain by Bulma's side, sharing moments of joy with her, which brought her great happiness. As time gradually passed, Hogg maintained his Super Saiyan form and eventually acclimatized to it. His previously inflated muscles began to contract, and his strength no longer surged uncontrollably. As he transitioned into the third stage of Super Saiyan, he initially felt as though power was governing him. However, he eventually learned to command and control that power. With this newfound understanding, Hogg gradually gained the upper hand in his relationship with power, yet one fact remained. He was still in the third stage of Super Saiyan, not operating at full capacity. A month later, Hogg sighed softly, murmuring that he yearned for an opportunity to break through his full potential. He needed a battle, for without it, he simply could not achieve his breakthrough. Hogg was somewhat exasperated. He had not made a breakthrough in 4 months. However, attaining full power is not an easy feat reflecting on the original work. Even Wukong took 8 months to achieve such a breakthrough. What do 4 months signify in comparison? What is amiss in this expanse of the cosmos? Since Hogg detonated the planet of the Frozen Clan, the Frisia force has been lingering in a state of despair, while he himself wanders aimlessly through the vast cosmos, hoping to encounter the Frisia force and discover if they possess any advanced technology. What is that peculiar planet ahead? Hogg suddenly spots an unusual planet before him. This celestial body harbors no signs of life, yet it remains eerily still, defying the notion that all planets, including stars, are in perpetual motion throughout the universe. It appears as if this planet is anchored in place. Curiously, this planet is approximately 3 times the size of Earth. With an unusually light gravitational pull, almost identical to that of Earth, this should not be. Hogg furrows his brow and descends onto the surface of this enigmatic planet. As he lands in a canyon, he is immediately met by a multitude of watchful eyes. Chapter 95, The Super Dragon Balls. Upon Hogg's arrival on this planet, innumerable pairs of eyes illuminated the darkness of the canyon, akin to wolves lurking in the shadows, as if they had discovered a source of sustenance. Who is this individual? He appears to have descended from the heavens. I did not observe his spacecraft. Could it be that he traversed the skies unaided? I can sense the formidable power emanating from him. What shall we do? The secrets of this planet must not be divulged, otherwise, our plans will be utterly foiled. Indeed, it would all be over. The whispers echoed within the canyon's gloom, all eyes fixated upon Hogg, filled with curiosity about his origins and his purpose in this place. Regardless of their intentions, their gazes were devoid of benevolence. Upon Hogg's arrival on this planet, he immediately noticed the peculiarities within the surrounding canyons. However, he paid them no mind, considering them mere ants, insignificant as long as they did not disturb him. This planet was indeed strange, unlike other celestial bodies that, even if they were stars, would rotate or move. This particular planet remained utterly still. Given that this planet was more than 3 times the size of Earth, there was no reason for it to be stationary. Furrowing his brow, Hogg pondered the underlying reasons. Although this place was remote, it was not entirely isolated. As there were numerous stars and planets in motion nearby, it was only this peculiar planet that remained motionless. What an oddity! Furthermore, the gravitational force here was comparable to that of Earth. Could its stillness be the reason? Hogg found himself utterly perplexed by the inexplicable nature of this planet. Hogg wished to soar farther afield in hopes of uncovering the secrets of this planet. Just as he prepared to embark, 3 beams of light shot towards him with great speed. Hogger appeared oblivious, allowing the 3 beams of light to strike him directly. A triumphant cheer erupted within the canyon, accompanied by a deep voice exclaiming, "I never expected this individual to be so feeble. We can hit him effortlessly." However, another voice interjected, "Oh no, wait. Boss, that seems to be an afterimage." The astonishment was palpable as the realization dawned. "Ah, boss, he is approaching us." Swiftly, dozens, if not hundreds, of shadows leapt forth from the canyon, emerging outside its confines. I had initially assumed they were merely timid creatures, but it turned out they were merely cowardly souls. Hogger surveyed this assembly and noted their striking resemblance. Each bore peculiar, pointed features, with sharp iron blades adorning their arms. "Who are you? What brings you to covet this planet?" One of the tallest among them stepped forward, declaring, "I must inform you that this planet is already ours. If you possess any sense of prudence, I suggest you depart immediately." Hogger was taken aback, discerned from its utterance that this week harbored a secret, perhaps even a genuine mystery. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, Hogg unleashed a beam of energy that surged forth with remarkable intensity. The beam swiftly thickened, expanding as if it were fed by the very winds, ultimately transforming into a formidable mass exceeding 2 meters in diameter, far beyond their capacity to withstand. "Ah, flee quickly!" A resounding roar echoed in the distance, revealing a scene reminiscent of hell itself, leaving only the leader who had been the target of their assault. With a swift motion, Hogg approached the chieftain and inquired, "What secrets does this planet hold?" "I am uncertain," the chieftain replied. "We have only recently discovered this celestial body, which is why we have chosen to settle here. After all, the scarcity of stars makes it exceptionally advantageous for us." Hogg pressed on, "Then let me ask you again. What secrets does this planet harbor?" The chieftain responded without hesitation, "This planet emits strange signals that can reach extraordinary distances, seemingly capable of extending to the very boundaries of the universe." "The boundaries of the universe?" Hogg furrowed his brow, sensing that there was something crucial he had overlooked. With a mere flick of his hand, Hogg unwittingly summoned a whirlwind of dust and debris, initiating a thorough cleansing of the ground until a distance of approximately 100 meters revealed the depths of 10 kilometers below. As the subterranean layer was unveiled, it emanated a golden radiance. Upon closer inspection, Hogg was astonished to discover that the interior was indeed a vibrant yellow. This was, with a single motion, Hogg eliminated the leader and subsequently soared into the vastness of space, where he meticulously scrutinized the planet. A mere 100 meters appeared minuscule, rendering it nearly imperceptible from such heights. If my conjecture holds true, this must surely be. Hogg directly wielded his 5th-level superpower, initiating a rhythmic oscillation of the planet. With a resounding rumble, this celestial body, 3 times the size of Earth, began to sway from side to side. As the tremors commenced, violent earthquakes erupted across the surface, fissures tearing through the ground as if heralding the end of the world. After approximately 1 minute of this tumultuous shaking, all the soil upon the planet was dislodged. With a sweeping motion, Hogg extended his hand, and a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. Though the cosmos is devoid of air, an immense gale inexplicably emerged, potent enough to shatter an entire Earth, let alone the soil clinging to its surface. It is only fitting, when Hogg first ascended to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, he had already influenced the weather on Namek. Thus, the removal of the soil was a mere trifling matter. Once the earth was completely swept away, the planet finally revealed its true visage. Hogg looked upon the planet. Its surface translucent, revealing a crimson pentagram within, symbolizing the number among the 7. Upon witnessing this spectacle, he was utterly astonished. Hogg swallowed hard, astonished as he realized that he had indeed not miscalculated. Before him lay a super Dragon Ball, and to his amazement, it was a 1-star Dragon Ball. This extraordinary gem presented itself before Hogg, its size astonishingly 3 times that of Earth. My goodness. The Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek had never left me as awestruck as this Super Dragon Ball did. This was truly a grand spectacle. Hogg's heart raced, unable to find tranquility for an extended time. Since Hogg elevated his superpowers to level 5, he has been yearning to seek the Super Dragon Balls. However, he remains unaware of their precise locations. He contemplated seeking the Galactic King Zuno for guidance, yet unexpectedly, he has stumbled upon one. Hogger was utterly exhilarated, as if a beggar had ascended to the throne. With the possession of a Super Dragon Ball and Bulma's unparalleled expertise, acquiring the remaining 6 would prove to be a mere trifle. Hogg carefully endeavored to compose himself, for this was a Super Dragon Ball. Should it come to the attention of others in the cosmos, it would spell trouble. The adage of wealth not being flaunted held true in this instance. Calmness was essential. Having discovered a single Super Dragon Ball was a significant milestone, at least indicating that it had not been utilized in the immediate past. Furthermore, he needed to master the language of the gods to summon the Eternal Dragon. Hogg took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his mindset and emotions. Chapter 96. The Super Dragon Ball Radar. Lo and behold, it was indeed a 1-star Super Dragon Ball. He had not anticipated its discovery. After regaining his composure, Hogg gazed upon the orb once more, his excitement bubbling to the surface. It was well known that gathering all 7 Super Dragon Balls could grant any wish. Immortality, the mastery of ultimate techniques, traversing time, and even the ability to manipulate time itself were within reach. It should be noted that there were individuals in the 7th universe capable of such temporal control. The notion of time travel seemed rather trivial, as one could easily achieve it with the Kaisring. Hogg shook his head, chastising himself for indulging in such dreams over merely possessing a single Super Dragon Ball. Excellent. I shall return and have Bulma create the Super Dragon Ball Radar. Hogg contemplated taking this Super Dragon Ball to the Kuiper Belt beyond the solar system. Although he could consult King of the Galaxy, Goku, the uncertainty of his whereabouts rendered instant transmission impossible. Thus he resolved to seek Bulma's assistance in crafting the Super Dragon Ball Radar. Hogarth descended upon the Super Dragon Ball, his feet making contact with the ground. And with a swift motion, he arrived in the Kuiper Belt beyond the solar system. As Hogg executed his instant teleportation, he envisioned whisking away the Super Dragon Balls along with him. Otherwise, wouldn't he inadvertently transport the entirety of Namek as well? After placing the Super Dragon Balls in the Kuiper Belt, Hogg instantly arrived at Bulma's home. "Big brother, you're here," she exclaimed, her face adorned with her characteristic innocence. "Look. This is my invention, the Shrink Ray." Hogg was momentarily taken aback as he noticed the watch in Bulma's hand. Hogg initially believed that the Super Dragon Balls could be utilized, only to realize they were intended for human use. Impressive, right? My father invented the universal capsule that alters size and substance, whereas my shrinking device merely manipulates spatial dimensions without changing the material or form. Though it is currently just an imperfect wristwatch, I aspire to develop a more refined shrinking device in the future. Bulma's gaze was imbued with determination. "Bulma, you are truly remarkable." Hogg was astonished that a 5- or 6-year-old girl could create such remarkable objects. Indeed, like father, like daughter. However, the most pressing matter at hand was his urgent need for a Super Dragon Ball Radar. "Bulma, could you assist me with something?" Hogg inquired. "Of course. Just tell me what you need, and I shall do my utmost to assist you," Bulma replied confidently, patting her still undeveloped chest. "Then come with me," Hogg said. Hogg grabbed Bulma's small hand and, with a swift motion, transported them into the Kuiper Belt, enveloping Bulma in a protective aura that provided her with enough breathable air for approximately 10 minutes. "Wow, big brother, is this outer space? It's so beautiful." What is that? Is it a Dragon Ball?" Bulma exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a star. "That is not a Dragon Ball. It is a Super Dragon Ball," Hogg replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the astute Bulma immediately comprehended Hogg's intention and grinned, saying, "Big brother, do you want me to help you create a Super Dragon Ball Radar?" "Very clever," As expected of my little Bulma, Hogg laughed heartily, unable to resist the urge to gently tousle Bulma's hair. Bulma, unfazed and enjoying Hogg's tenderness, closed her eyes. After a moment, she said, "Big brother, I need some tools now, and I must capture the signal of the Dragon Ball. Oh, I mean, the Super Dragon Ball. Let's head back to the lab for the tools." All right. Hogg promptly set course back to the laboratory. Bulma hopped down from Hogg's embrace and rummaged through the toolbox for a while, placing items into another toolbox before turning to call out, "Big brother, let's go." Okay. The two returned once more to the vicinity of the Kuiper Belt. Upon arrival, Hogg noticed that numerous meteoroids had begun to cling to the Super Dragon Ball. If this continued, it would likely become an immobile celestial body within a month. Well, if it turns into a planet, at least it won't be discovered. Once we locate the Super Dragon Ball, we can leave it in the Kuiper Belt. After all, its gravitational pull is so minimal that it won't cause any disturbances, Hogg pondered to himself. Hogg observed as Bulma diligently worked on the Dragon radar. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, she emerged triumphantly, holding an object that towered over her, resembling a steering wheel. "Big brother, the Super Dragon Balls are complete," Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with joy, completely oblivious to the beads of sweat adorning her brow. "Thank you, dear Bulma," Hogg replied, gently wiping the perspiration from her face. "Hee hee. Big brother, you are so tender. I truly wish you could always stay by my side," Bulma remarked, her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness and a rosy hue. Though she was aware of Hogg's extraordinary identity, her ideal man was one who was not only handsome and cool but also gentle and reassuring, qualities that Hogg embodied perfectly. "Very well, let us return," Hogg said with a smile, leading Bulma back to the laboratory. Hogg, in a bid to avoid disappointing Bulma, spent an entire day on Earth indulging her in playful activities. Bulma was utterly delighted. Once the night fell and she drifted into slumber, Hogg activated the Super Dragon Ball radar and instantaneously transported himself into the vast expanse of the universe. "Super Dragon Balls, here I come." Hogg gazed into the vast expanse of the universe, contemplating that with the Super Dragon Ball radar in his possession, gathering the remaining 6 Dragon Balls would be a swift endeavor. "Very well, what is the location of the next Dragon Ball?" Hogg pressed the button on the radar, which emitted a series of beeps, revealing the positions of the Dragon Balls. This radar was remarkable indeed, Hogg sighed. One of the Dragon Balls was indicated to be within the solar system. There was no doubt that it was the Super One-Star Ball. Additionally, 2 other glimmering points appeared, located in the regions of latitude GJ 34731 and latitude HL 65473. GJ 34731. Hogg surveyed the region, his brow furrowing in concern, for it was a treacherous expanse of the cosmos. The Frisia Force, having only recently established dominion over the universe for approximately 70 years, dared not venture into this perilous territory. It is noteworthy that at least 20% of the universe is fraught with danger, aside from a few remote locales that the Frisia Force has yet to explore. This 20% comprises some of the most hazardous areas. However, the planet HL 65473 is abundant with life, and the presence of the Super Dragon Balls may harbor unforeseen complications. Hogg found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of his next move. Ultimately, he resolved to head towards the region of GJ 34731, for at least with his current strength. The risks there would be minimal. He possessed the means to ensure his own safety. Hogg gazed upon the region of GJ 34731, and with a swift motion, he instantaneously transported himself to that very locale. Text Chapter 97, The Beasts of Gu. Upon arriving in this region, Hogg discovered an astonishing absence of stars. Without stars, there was no illumination. Strangely, one could gaze upon the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, yet upon delving deeper, it became evident that the starlight could not penetrate this realm. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? Hogg felt an overwhelming sense of alienation, as if he were an outsider in this place, perpetually out of sync with his surroundings. How peculiar. Hogg surveyed his surroundings. All he could perceive was an expanse of darkness. Aside from the golden radiance emanating from himself, there was naught but shadows. Ah, indeed. It must be the brilliance of my own light that feels so incongruous here, which explains my discomfort. Nevertheless, I shall first ascertain the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Hogg retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar and pressed a button. Beep, beep, beep. The radar swiftly revealed the position of the Super Dragon Balls, indicating a slight shift to the right. This minuscule adjustment, however, spanned billions of kilometers, a mere fraction of a light-year's distance. Hogg swiftly teleported billions of kilometers to the right. Upon entering this realm, he discovered a profound darkness that was even more eerie than before. Just moments ago, the light of distant stars was visible outside, but now it felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of obscurity, where nothing was discernible. Hogg has maintained the Super Saiyan third-level state, thus mastering all the power within him. After his instantaneous movement, the golden aura dissipated, leaving the surroundings engulfed in darkness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There's no other way. Hogger was compelled to harness a fragment of his inner strength to illuminate the vicinity. Soon, he discerned a celestial body not far away, one that was immediately distinguishable from the others. Although there were indeed numerous other planets in this realm, no fewer than 100, they all exhibited a slow, languid rotation and movement. In stark contrast, this particular planet remained utterly still, its uniqueness unmistakable. He had found it. Hogg's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, for he had finally discovered another Super Dragon Ball. At this pace, he mused, it would not be long, perhaps within 3 days, before he could gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. As Hogg contemplated the removal of the dirt from the surface of the Super Dragon Ball, he soon found himself hesitating. After all, returning home with a gleaming Super Dragon Ball would undoubtedly attract attention within the solar system. Perhaps it would be best to simply blow away the 10,000 meters of dirt, ascertain its authenticity, and then take it back. This was the only course of action Hogg could pursue. Just as he was about to make his move, an inexplicable force began to exert itself upon him. What was happening? Hogg furrowed his brow and abruptly turned around, only to find his entire body involuntarily drifting in one direction. In the depths of darkness, a cacophony of laughter erupted, accompanied by a voice filled with greed. Ah, such delectable light. This fool has dared to expose his source of radiance in our territory. Now that we have discovered him, there is no escape. Yet, his light is so delightful to consume. Do not kill him. Instead, confine him and let him continuously provide his brilliance for my enjoyment. Upon hearing these voices, Hogg was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the creature from the original tale. The light-devouring beast known as Yego. He had unwittingly trespassed into their lair. It was no wonder this place had earned a reputation as a perilous region of the cosmos, inhabited by such a formidable race. In that instant, Hogg grasped the gravity of the situation. It is worth noting that at that time, the Super Saiyan's power level was 3,000, while Yego's was merely 800. Even if Yego was an elite among these beasts, with a lineage only 1/10 of his strength, that would still amount to 80. 80 alone would equate to at least 2 or 3 million in battle power, comparable to the third transformation of Frieza. In a heartbeat, over 100 Yego beasts began to absorb Hogg's Super Saiyan radiance. The next moment, with a resounding pop, all that light surged into the bellies of the Yego beasts, followed by the unmistakable sound of their belching. Goodness! Hogg still sensed that he was in the third stage of Super Saiyan, although his aura had faded. If you have stripped me of my Super Saiyan third stage, I shall ensure that you all pay dearly. Hogg felt a surge of anger, for he had maintained this form for nearly 4 months without interruption. Yet, due to the absorption of the light source, darkness enveloped him once more. Brothers, seize him! A beast of the dark growled. Swish, 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 hundreds of sounds erupted, all reaching towards the spot where Hogg had just been. They were the beasts of the darkness, capable of discerning their opponent's position even in the absence of light. Unfortunately, your power is too feeble. The strongest among you is scarcely stronger than Frieza. Hogg shook his head, deftly evading the numerous attempts of the dark beasts to capture him. With a casual swipe of his hand, Hogg obliterated a Jaeger beast, scattering its remnants upon the others of its kind. Damn it, it has slain our kin. Do not let it escape, cried a voice from the darkness. Since you wish for death, I shall grant your desire. Hogg extended his arms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts akin to a machine gun. In an instant, numerous demonic beasts were wounded or slain, their limbs severed and their forms maimed. In the darkness, a series of tremors echoed through the air. Hogg turned abruptly towards the direction shrouded in darkness, as a magnificent golden aura surged forth once more. Do you not relish a feast? He proclaimed. I shall provide it for you. With a resounding roar, the immense golden radiance transformed into a formidable energy wave, sweeping towards the silhouette lurking in the shadows. Although numerous demons attempted to impede Hogg's advance, they were utterly powerless against his might. Oh no! As the fiery aura ascended, it illuminated the fearsome face of the beast leader hidden in the darkness, and in an instant, it was consumed by the brilliant light. How foolishly overconfident! Hogg scoffed with a derisive snort. The remaining monsters, witnessing this spectacle, fled in terror in all directions. Hogg, disinterested in pursuing them further, directed his gaze towards the celestial orb. With a mere wave of his hand, a colossal whirlwind materialized upon the planet's surface, uprooting the soil within a radius of 10,000 meters. Soon, a corner of the planet unveiled a small patch of golden hue, where the faint outline of a red pentagram could be discerned. Upon witnessing this, Hogg erupted into hearty laughter. At long last, he had acquired a super Dragon Ball, and the endeavor had proven astonishingly effortless. Regardless of your planetary classification, you shall first dwell in my solar system for a while. Let us depart. Hogger first descended onto the surface of this super Dragon Ball, and then, with a sudden teleportation, arrived in the Kuiper Belt of the solar system. In Chapter 98, titled Energy Chains, the Kuiper Belt of the solar system harbors two planets, each 3 times larger than Earth, yet smaller than Jupiter. Fortunately, these two super Dragon Balls possess minimal gravitational pull, comparable at most to that of Earth. Consequently, they fail to attract Pluto and Charon, instead only drawing in a handful of comets and meteoroids. At this moment, the first super Dragon Ball has transformed to the point where its original form is scarcely recognizable. Hogg looked at the two orbs completely concealed beneath a kilometer of Earth and could not help but nod in satisfaction. At the very least, no one was aware that these two were the Super Dragon Balls, unless they possessed a Super Dragon Ball radar like mine. Hogg laid his concerns to rest and directed his gaze towards the next Super Dragon Ball, located in the vicinity of HL 65473. The area appeared to be bustling with activity. Would the removal of a planet in plain sight incite panic? Nevertheless, he resolved to seize the Super Dragon Ball regardless. Hogg was unfazed by such thoughts, and with a swift teleportation, he arrived near HL 65473. Is this truly the location of HL 65473? Hogg cast a sweeping glance around him and discovered that indeed, there were numerous planets, teeming with life. More significantly, these beings were capable of traversing the vast expanse between planets using their spacecraft. Had I not eradicated the Frisia army, I might have genuinely believed this to be another stronghold of Frisia's forces. The vibrant scene before Hogg filled him with astonishment, for within the cosmos, there existed realms boasting technology nearly on par with that of Frisia. I must ascertain the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Hogg made use of the Dragon Ball radar and discovered that the Dragon Balls were located within a light day's distance, which translates to approximately the span of a solar system. As this represents the distance light travels in one day, Hogger suddenly teleported to a celestial realm, and before his eyes lay a colossal planet, motionless in the vast expanse. At last, I have found it, Hogger exclaimed with evident delight. Who are you, and how did you come to be aboard our spaceship? A voice suddenly echoed beside Hogger. Indeed, did you sneak onto our vessel? Another voice chimed in. You had better clarify your intentions, or we shall cast you into the depths of space, leaving you to drift back alone. Hogg was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. Casting a glance around, he realized he was aboard someone else's spaceship and muttered to himself, how did I suddenly teleport onto this vessel? Nevertheless, since this spacecraft was also en route to the Super Dragon Balls, he reasoned it would be wise to conserve his energy for the time being. Hogg thought to himself, Gentlemen, I actually wish to venture to the planet ahead, for I have friends residing there. Would you kindly allow me passage? He smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing Hogg's request, the two men gasped in alarm, their faces betraying a palpable fear as they instinctively distanced themselves from him. It was the elder brother who, albeit with a semblance of courage, hesitantly inquired, Brother, are you out of your mind? That planet is a forbidden realm for us. Entering it would spell our doom. What do you mean? Hogg asked, bewildered and entirely at a loss. Just take a look at that planet, the elder brother said, gesturing toward the Super Dragon Balls in the distance. Hogg glanced in the direction indicated by the man, yet regardless of how he scrutinized the scene, he discerned no anomalies. Everything appeared remarkably mundane. The man elucidated, observe your surroundings. Do not fixate solely on that planet. Do you not see 4 celestial bodies orbiting around it, with the central planet remaining utterly still? Indeed, Hogg marveled. How could this be possible? Hogg discovered that there were actually 5 celestial spheres before him. The other 4 were rather ordinary, seemingly existing solely to complement the magnificent Super Dragon Ball at the center. This Super Dragon Ball harbored secrets, undoubtedly profound ones, Hogg affirmed. Thus, we must refrain from approaching that vicinity, for merely entering the orbit of the 4 spheres would render our spacecraft inoperative, leading to our inevitable demise, the individual remarked. Hogg fell silent, then inquired how they typically traverse this route. By taking a detour, of course. Circumventing is quite a straightforward affair, the man replied with a smile. Having concluded his conversation with Hogg, he turned to the driver and instructed, "Prepare for a detour. We shall navigate above the 4 celestial bodies, altering our altitude by 360 degrees. A full 360 degrees represents the ultimate circular limit, akin to leaping past 5 planets without encroaching upon their orbits. Should we inadvertently be drawn into their gravitational pull, the spacecraft would meet its doom." Hogg harbored a reluctance to linger here any longer, for he had originally come in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls. Yet, it now appeared that obtaining this coveted treasure would pose considerable challenges. In an instant, he vanished from the spacecraft, materializing mere tens of thousands of meters from the orbits of 4 celestial bodies. What is that? Hogg immediately observed energy ripples coursing through the orbits of the 4 planets. These ripples were abundant, coalescing into a colossal chain that interconnected all 4 worlds. This immense chain emanated a crimson energy, albeit one that was nearly transparent. It was so subtle that without careful scrutiny, it would go unnoticed. This red energy formed an imperceptible energy net that enveloped the 4 planets in a complete, unyielding embrace. It was this all-encompassing circular energy net that forbade any celestial bodies or meteors from approaching. However, for me, this is merely a trivial matter. Hogg's gaze shimmered as a surge of energy coursed through him, and an abundance of radiance, akin to a myriad of sharpened blades, cascaded upon the crimson energy. A resonant hum filled the air, as the energy ripples began to churn like colossal waves. "Break for me." Hogg once again augmented his strength, and with a single punch against the energy ripple, it shattered as if a massive mirror had been broken, producing a resounding bang. The energy was disrupted, leaving the circular formation incomplete, which rapidly collapsed. Ultimately, the crimson energy of the 4 planets dispersed throughout the cosmic expanse. The Super Dragon Ball lay at the center, and I graciously accepted it. After Hogg breached the red energy net, he instantaneously teleported to an altitude of 10,000 miles above the Super Dragon Ball. On a planet merely a few kilometers in diameter, a figure sat in a chair, deeply asleep, but suddenly awakened with a jolt, his body trembling violently, and the 2 antennae atop his head quivering in response, his fists clenched tightly. This man in black was quite short and stout. He gazed up at the sky, filled with concern. "Who has shattered the 4 planets that bind me together with the other 3 great kings? This is dire. If he is released, he may be even more terrifying than Frisia." Thankfully, the seal on the central planet remained intact. I must consult with the other 3 kings. The man in black's antennae twitched, as if signaling, commencing communication with the other 3 he had mentioned. Chapter 99. Steel Wire and Long Sword. Hogg looked at the motionless planet and had already confirmed that it was one of the Super Dragon Balls. He even took out the Super Dragon Ball radar to take a glance and discovered that the Super Dragon Ball was right beneath his feet. Excellent. Let me verify this first. With a grand gesture, Hogg caused the surface of the planet to tremble within a radius of approximately 10,000 meters, revealing the resounding depths of 1,000 meters below. At first glance, it indeed showcased a breathtaking sight of translucent golden hues. The 3rd Super Dragon Ball was now in hand. Haha. Hogg was exceedingly joyful, for acquiring the Super Dragon Ball had proven to be remarkably effortless. He could not help but erupt into laughter, subsequently descending towards the coveted orb and alighting upon its surface, before embarking on his journey back to the Kuiper belt of the solar system. However, what was happening? Just as Hogg had descended halfway, he abruptly halted, gripped by an unusual sensation, as if his arms were ensnared by some invisible force. Ropes. Yes, ropes. Hogg's initial reaction was one of feeling ensnared by ropes, akin to a person seated upon a distant steed, who casts a lasso and ensnares themselves within its grasp. Hogg immediately followed the sensed aura and gazed into the distance of 790 meters, where he spotted an unusual figure adorned with a blue hat and dressed in traditional Indian attire. This peculiar individual was quite diminutive, likely standing under 1.60 meters. Who could that be? Hogg furrowed his brow in curiosity. The diminutive figure in the distance, believing it had seized its prey, swiftly approached Hogg in the blink of an eye. Hogg paused, gazing intently at the figure before him, a profound sense of familiarity washing over him. The dwarf scrutinized Hogg in return and, without allowing him a moment to speak, demanded, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon our planet?" "Your planet," Hogg exclaimed, turning his attention to the Super Dragon Ball, and then inquired, "Are you a resident of this world?" The dwarf, dissatisfied with the response he sought, furrowed his brow at the unexpected question. With a swift motion, he tightened an invisible line, and Hogg immediately felt a surge of pressure. However, it was not painful. Pressure was one thing, pain another, and this degree of pressure was insufficient to restrain Hogg's muscles. Just answer the question. Refrain from asking what you should not. The dwarf reprimanded coldly. I shall not ask again. Speak quickly. He raised his hand once more, contemplating the torment he would inflict should Hogg continue to evade his inquiries. Hogg let out a cold laugh. Since the other party was so impudent, why should he remain courteous? With a sharp gaze, a 1-meter-high meteorite, situated 100 meters behind him, hurtled towards the dwarf at twice the speed of sound. The dwarf, hearing Hogg's mocking laughter, thought that this audacious individual was courting disaster. He considered it a fitting opportunity to teach him a lesson. Just as he was about to tighten his grip on the line, the meteorite crashed violently against his back with a resounding bang. With a scream of agony, the dwarf loosened his hold, allowing Hogg to swiftly escape from the transparent thread. The dwarf appeared to be a formidable fighter. After being struck by the meteorite, he quickly regained his composure. He lifted his head abruptly, his expression twisted with fury, and shouted, "You bastard! How dare you ambush me? Come here!" As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his hands, unleashing countless shimmering threads that surged towards Hogg. "I care not for your tricks. They hold no power over me," Hogg declared loudly, subsequently using his telekinetic abilities to control numerous meteorites to shield himself. The multitude of steel threads collided with the meteorites, shattering them into fragments. Seeing his attack fail, the dwarf could not help but mutter a curse under his breath before retracting the steel threads. Hogger, upon witnessing his surrender, remarked, "So this is the extent of your abilities?" Huh. As Hogg had just finished speaking, a figure suddenly swooped down from above, brandishing a sword, silently aiming a strike at Hogg's head. In an instant, Hogg erupted with fury, a magnificent golden aura rising before him. His right index finger met the sword with remarkable swiftness, and at the moment of contact, the golden flames enveloped the assailant entirely. How could this be? The man wielding the sword was utterly astonished that his sneak attack could be thwarted merely by a fingertip. Even the dwarf watching from a distance widened his eyes in disbelief, marveling at Hogg's unparalleled strength. "Begone!" Hogg despised ambushos the most. With a sharp rebuke, the golden aura emanating from him surged forth like a powerful sleeve, forcefully striking at the swordsman. The swordsman gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming force. Yet he held his long sword firm, even as it seemed to bend under the might of Hogg's golden flame. Clever as he was, he attempted to use the rebound of his sword to hasten his escape, but such a ploy was futile against Hogg. In an instant, Hogg saw through his scheme and delivered a fierce punch. Before the sword could recoil, the blow sent the swordsman hurtling backward with a cry of anguish, not fleeing, but rather being propelled away. Seeing this, the dwarf extended his hands, unleashing steel threads that ensnared the swordsman and drew him closer, retracting the threads afterward. "What do you think? Do you two intend to conspire against me? It would be in vain, for together you are no match for me," Hogg called out from a distance. The two remained silent for a moment, one finally saying, "I had a chance to bind him earlier, but I didn't anticipate his unique ability to manipulate the surrounding meteors. When he attacked me, I had to let him go. It's my fault for arriving late. If I had come a bit sooner and killed him while you had him bound, none of this would have happened," the swordsman lamented. Both were vexed by their missed opportunity. Now, the adversary was aware of their tactics and vigilant, making success all the more elusive. Even if you were unaware of your strategies, you would still struggle to deceive him. At that moment, a woman unexpectedly appeared before them, glancing at each of them before turning her gaze toward Hogg. "Another woman has appeared? I feel I have seen her before, somewhere." "Undoubtedly." Hogg furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling familiarity with her, though he could not pinpoint where. Why was his memory so poor? The most crucial point was that no life could evolve from the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 100. Bojack's Minions. It is impossible for the Super Dragon Balls to give rise to life. After all, the emergence of life on a planet takes billions of years. The Super Dragon Balls were crafted by the Dragon God eons ago. If they were created for divine use, one could hypothesize that if utilized once every 10,000 years, the material of the Super Dragon Balls would be cleansed in that same span, making the evolution of life inconceivable. Unless, of course, they had relocated to the Super Dragon Balls. Hogg contemplated this matter deeply. Meanwhile, the three figures in the distance appeared to be engaged in a discussion regarding him. After a brief deliberation, they concluded that the energy chains binding the four celestial bodies had been shattered by Hogg. Lord Bojack expressed his sensations, stating that he could perceive the erasure of the energy chains. However, due to the overwhelming number of positively charged meteors on the planet's surface, which extended to depths of at least 10,000 meters, he found himself ensnared by an unseen force, preventing his escape. The woman with flowing crimson hair remarked on the situation. The man wielding a sword questioned how this could be, asserting that logically, once the energy chains of the 4 planets were broken, the Lord should possess the capability to dismantle the seals within. The woman responded that the Lord had indeed broken the seals, yet was ensnared by a peculiar force, one that was neither the power of the King of Worlds nor any familiar energy. The dwarf, taken aback, inquired about the nature of this other power. "I do not know," the woman replied, shaking her head. She then turned her gaze toward Hogg and suggested, "Perhaps we can utilize him." At that moment, Hogg observed the woman soaring toward him, while her 2 companions hesitated momentarily before following suit. "I sincerely apologize for our earlier actions. It was wrong of us to ambush you so suddenly. You may call me Zanja. May I inquire about your name?" Zanja extended her hand, smiling warmly as she asked. Hogg furrowed his brow slightly, yet extended his hand in greeting, saying, "I am Hogg." At that moment, the 2 individuals soared over, and the man wielding a sword bent slightly, expressing his remorse. "My apologies, my friend. I should not have attacked you earlier. I sincerely apologize. My name is Gaia." The shorter one also conveyed his regret, saying, "I am truly sorry. We had just emerged from our confinement, and thus acted impulsively. My name is Baidu." Hogg looked at their introduction, his face reflecting a hint of apology as he nodded slightly. He gestured towards the planet in the center and declared, "Very well. I shall not hold it against you. Now, I desire this planet. You have no objections, do you?" "Desire this planet?" Zangia was taken aback and inquired, "Do you wish to reside on this planet?" Zangia did not fully grasp Hogg's intention. Typically, when one expresses a desire for a planet, it implies an invasion, claiming the planet for oneself, and subsequently inhabiting it. "Oh no, you have misunderstood." Hogg shook his head, intending to explain, when Zangia suddenly interjected, "By the way, what about Peter?" She glanced at the 2 individuals momentarily before directing her gaze toward the nearest celestial body. "I am here," a voice boomed, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a tall figure soaring towards them, sharing the same blue skin as Gao Yabidu, clearly of the same race, yet bearing a slight resemblance to Lycum. "Gao Yabidu, Zanjia. It has been quite a while." Peter greeted the trio with a joyful expression. "Welcome back," Zanjia responded warmly. Peter nodded slightly, but as he turned, he spotted Hogg and inquired, "Who is he?" "This is Hogg. He is the one who shattered the energy chains," Zanjia explained. Hogg glanced at him, and at that moment, he met Hogg's gaze. Hogg could only respond, "Indeed, it was I who did it. However, I have heard that you were previously sealed away. Could it be that you were the one who rescued us? How extraordinary it is to know that such remarkable beings exist in the universe." Suddenly, Peter interjected with a statement. Hogg furrowed his brow, seemingly discontent with the existence of someone as formidable as himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to disregard it, thinking that as long as he could seize the Super Dragon Ball, they could do as they pleased. Zangia, with an air of apology, remarked, "Please do not take offense. The 4 of us are indeed sealed upon these 4 planets, each confined to one, while the central planet—" "Wait, why were you sealed?" Hogg inquired. Hogg suddenly recalled several individuals, strikingly similar to the 4 before him, almost indistinguishable from them. Yet, their leader was conspicuously absent. "This matter does not concern you. Do not presume that your act of salvation grants you the liberty to pry further," Peter admonished. "I am inquiring of her. What business do you have interrupting?" Hogg cast a cold glare at Peter. Naturally, Peter was incensed, retorting, "You insolent fool. Are you courting death?" As he prepared to strike, he was halted by Zangia, who interjected, "Do not act this way. Our sealing was the work of the Realm King. Your strength is nearly on par with ours. Surely, you know who the Realm King is? So it is the Realm King who sealed you." "I am indeed aware of that." Hogg finally comprehended that this group of individuals were indeed the brigands of the cosmos, namely Bojack and his companions. The mere thought of them instantly extinguished any goodwill he might have harbored towards the quartet. "Very well, this has nothing to do with me." Hogg, disinterested in their antics, turned away and aimed to soar towards the central star, contemplating the acquisition of the Super Dragon Balls. "Wait, where are you going?" Peter suddenly interjected, blocking Hogg's path. "What business is it of yours?" Hogg retorted indifferently. "You scoundrel, you insult me again," Peter exclaimed in exasperation. Zangia, equally displeased, chimed in, "Hogg, refrain from cursing. Let me make myself clear. I have no desire for any entanglement with you. Should anyone dare to obstruct me again, I would not hesitate to send them straight to hell, Hogg declared, casting a frosty glance at the four. Upon hearing this, the trio could no longer contain themselves. Particularly Peter, who had harbored a disdain for Hogg since their encounter. The other two, having just emerged, also launched an assault on Hogg. Since aligning with Bojack, they had ceased to care who their target was. They would strike down anyone they could, relishing in the chaos, unlike Frisia, who at least valued talent. Die. Peter had yet to make his move when Gaia unsheathed his longsword and swung it towards Hogg. The once amiable Zanjia observed from the sidelines, unable to tolerate Hogg's arrogance any longer. This time, I shall not assist you. Don't presume that saving us grants you the right to overstep, she asserted. It appears you all have little regard for your own lives. With a thunderous roar, Hogg reached out and caught Jieya's longsword, forcefully bending it until it shattered with a resounding crack. What? My sword? Jieya could hardly fathom the fragility of his weapon. In a fit of rage, he lifted his gaze toward Hogg, only to find a fist hurtling toward him. With a terrified scream, he was sent crashing backward. So what will it be? Do you wish to continue? After sending Jieya flying, Hogg hovered confidently in midair, casting a triumphant glance at the other three. Hogg glanced coldly at the four individuals before him, his countenance exuding extraordinary confidence. He was acutely aware that the most formidable among them was Gaia, who possessed the ability to transform, yet his combat prowess was only marginally superior to that of Schlag. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The golden aura enveloping Hogg resembled a blazing inferno. Teetering on the brink of transformation, he now wielded his power with newfound autonomy, rather than being subjugated by it. Upon ascending to the third tier of Super Saiyan, an inexhaustible reservoir of strength surged within him, yet the inability to master this force resulted in it spiraling uncontrollably, akin to a deluge breaching a dam, flooding his entire being. This phenomenon elucidates why the third tier of Super Saiyan embodies sheer power, muscles bulging beyond measure, even his eyes reflecting the overwhelming energy, while his hair expanded slightly, each strand brimming with boundless might. The full power of Super Saiyan 837 necessitates the mastery of such formidable energy, achieving a serene balance. Although the muscular state persists, it does not relinquish control over the power as the third tier does. Hogg has attained this equilibrium, yet his musculature remains inflated. Only through an authentic battle, wherein he transforms into the full power of Super Saiyan, will his musculature diminish, while the strength eclipses that of the third tier. Moreover, with the reduction of muscle mass, his speed escalates, rendering the full power of Super Saiyan the zenith of Super Saiyan transformations. What is the matter? Afraid after I shattered your sword? Hogg sneered at the quartet. Curse it! Gaia shouted. Baidu, restrain his movements, while Peter and I subdue him. Zanjia, you are tasked with delivering the final blow. I refuse to believe that four of us cannot vanquish him. Agreed. Baidu and Peter echoed. I fear that may not suffice. Zanjia replied, shaking his head. What? Why? Are you still choosing to assist him? Gaia exclaimed. No, it is Lord Bojack who is communicating with me, Zanjia clarified. You three must hold them off. Allow Zanjia to rescue me and break my seal. I require Zanjia's seal, and once I emerge, that Saiyan will be doomed. Bojack's voice echoed in their minds. The trio paused, particularly Peter, who expressed astonishment. Lord Bojack, are you suggesting that this individual before us is a Saiyan? Indeed, and a legendary Super Saiyan at that, Bojack affirmed. Enough with the idle chatter. Zanjia, hurry over to me. I have uncovered a secret. Initially, the four Kais were insufficient to seal us. It was only through the power of the Super Dragon Balls that they succeeded, Bojack added. Zanjia furrowed his brow. Super Dragon Balls. Do not be astonished. First, save me and deal with the Super Saiyan, and I shall reveal to you the secrets of the Super Dragon Balls. Be swift, Bojack urged. Yes, Lord Bojack. Zanjia immediately descended towards the central planet. Bojack, unaware of the exchange between the four individuals, remained oblivious to Zanjia's intentions on this planet. Regardless, as it pertained to the Super Dragon Balls, Hogg would not allow her to proceed. Do not even think about descending. I have declared this planet mine, Hogg bellowed, launching an energy sphere in her direction. Do not dare to attack Zanjia. Gaia's body surged with energy as he transformed into a muscular figure, swiftly positioning himself behind Zanjia to intercept the energy sphere. A thunderous explosion ensued, shrouding Gaia in a veil of dark smoke, accompanied by a cry of anguish, for such an energy sphere was no trivial matter to withstand. Gaia! Zanjia exclaimed, wishing to turn back, But prioritizing Bojack's rescue, she shot Hogg a fierce glare and accelerated her descent. Hogg wanted to pursue, but that sensation re-emerged, binding him as if with steel wires. He turned back to see Bardo declaring, "I shall not allow you to cross this threshold." "Indeed, and I as well." Peter suddenly appeared above, laughing heartily, his legs together as he aimed a kick towards Hogg's face. "Do you truly believe this flimsy steel wire can restrain me?" Hogg replied coldly. With a sizzling sound, a golden aura instantly incinerated the steel wires, and due to the inertia, Bardo was pulled back several meters. Meanwhile, Hogg abruptly looked up, his fist rising to meet the impending attack. "Come on, this isn't how it's meant to be." Peter thought he could ambush his opponent while they were restrained, but to his astonishment, Hogg not only broke free, but unleashed a surging golden blaze akin to real flames. Before he even arrived, Peter felt an overwhelming heat that threatened to consume him. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Hogg transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, nearly ensnaring Peter. "No, don't," Peter cried in terror. Bardo steadied himself, determined to take a risk, and instantly shot forth hundreds of steel wires, ensnaring Hogg once more. However, as soon as they wrapped around him, dozens of wires snapped. A piercing scream echoed as Peter's legs were shattered, sending him hurtling nearly 10,000 meters away before he finally came to a slow halt. Had Bardo not momentarily restrained Hogg, Peter would have surely perished. "Damn it," Peter cursed. At that moment, an array of energy orbs surged from behind. Hogg abruptly turned and discovered they were fired by Gaia. He did not attempt to dodge, allowing the energy orbs to strike him. "Bardo, hurry and take Peter to Lord Bojack's planet. Assist Zangia in rescuing Lord Bojack while I hold them off here," Gaia called out as he threw energy orbs. "Understood," Bardo replied, darting towards Peter. Just then, Gaia inexplicably halted, sensing something amiss, as though he had aimed his energy orbs at an empty space. "What? You noticed so soon? I thought you would be slower." Hogg's voice resonated from behind him. Gaia spun around, finding Hogg smiling at him. "How could you suddenly appear behind me?" Gaia asked incredulously. "Quite simple. For I possess the ability to teleport." Hogg's smile widened, yet to Gaia, it resembled the grin of a demon. "Teleport? What do you mean?" Gaia was taken aback, unable to comprehend the term. Indeed, Hogg revealed a diabolical smile and spoke in a voice reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, declaring that none would escape today, for those who offend him must perish. In the midst of the planetary surface, Zangia stood upon the ground, surveying her surroundings, only to find an expanse of craters, devoid of anything else. "Is this the planet that seals Lord Bojack?" she marveled, realizing it was far larger than the one that imprisoned them, at least 3 times its size. 4 planets orbited the Super Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to Earth. Yet the diameter of the Super Dragon Ball was thrice that of Earth. "Indeed, Zangia, you have finally arrived, for beneath your feet lies not a mere planet, but a Super Dragon Ball, capable of summoning the Eternal Dragon." Bojack's voice echoed in Zangia's mind. "Lord Bojack," Zangia exclaimed in astonishment, before inquiring, "How can I rescue you? Where are you located? I shall send you my coordinates. In truth, I am just shy of the power needed to break the seal. However, with your strength, we can shatter it together," Bojack replied. No sooner had he spoken than a vision materialized in Zangia's mind, revealing the polar region of the Super Dragon Ball. Where a towering mountain stood, Bojack was sealed within. "Lord Bojack, I shall make haste," Zangia declared, now aware of her destination, as she soared towards the northern pole of the Super Dragon Ball. "Oh no, Gaia." Baidu watched helplessly as Gaia was reduced to cosmic dust, unable to intervene. All he could do was utter a reluctant cry, for he knew he could not prevail against the foe, and thus continued to descend with Peter towards the depths beneath the Super Dragon Ball. After Hogg killed Gaia, he turned to the 2 individuals and coldly remarked, "I told you, you cannot escape. The explosive attack on the Saiyans, don't push your limits." Suddenly, a voice resonated within Hogg's mind, as one of the planets thunderously approached from afar. "What?" Hogg was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the sealed planet of Gaia was hurtling towards him. Reluctantly, he unleashed his devastating explosive attack upon the planet of Gaia. The resounding explosion of a celestial body was overwhelmingly thunderous, causing the colossal sealing array formed by 5 planets to descend into chaos. Fragments of the planet flew wildly in all directions, devoid of any trajectory, while Baidu and Pai seized the opportunity to plunge into the Super Dragon Ball amidst the turmoil. How infuriating! They have escaped. A towering golden aura erupted from Hogg, shielding him from the debris of the Gaia planet. even as a fragment the size of a continent continued to advance menacingly towards him. Shatter. With a thunderous roar, Hogg unleashed his extraordinary powers upon the land, causing it to disintegrate instantaneously into countless fragments that now drifted through the expanse of the starry sky. The sound that had just reverberated was. After the dissolution of Hogwarts, he furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the identity of the voice he had just heard. He was familiar with the voices of the 4 individuals present, yet he was certain it did not belong to any of them. Hogg swiftly thought of an individual, one who was likely the voice of Bojack. It was truly remarkable that this Bojack could wield control over an entire planet. Without further ado, Hogg teleported directly to the surface of the Super Dragon Ball. Hogg initially intended to teleport directly to the Kuiper Belt with the Super Dragon Balls. However, this was not feasible, as Bojack and his 3 companions remained on the planet. Should he attempt to return with them, Earth would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The only way to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls was to eliminate or expel them. Hogg closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the energies of the 3 adversaries. Suddenly, the entire planet began to convulse violently, the tremors akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake, accompanied by the spontaneous emergence of countless tornadoes, as if the world itself were on the brink of apocalypse. Of course, these calamities and dust storms had no effect on Hogg whatsoever. Saiyans, I truly admire your courage. You still dare to remain on this planet while I am free? Bojack's voice echoed once more. I am aware of your name, Bojack. I did not expect you to break free from the seals of Fort Kai. Impressive indeed, Hogg replied with a scoff in his mind. Oh, you are familiar with my esteemed name? It seems your connection with the Kai is quite significant. Bojack cackled. Hogg let out a hearty laugh and remarked, No. I am only familiar with the Supreme King, but he does not know me, and we have never crossed paths. Regardless, it is far too late for you to leave now. You are doomed, do you understand? As Bojack finished speaking, the planet trembled violently, as if Hogg were vigorously shaking it in the depths of outer space, dislodging the soil and revealing the true visage of the Super Dragon Ball. Indeed, it mirrored my own technique. Hogg chuckled and, with a swift teleportation, arrived in outer space. Upon gazing back at the planet, it transformed from a mere celestial body into a colossal Dragon Ball adorned with 3 crimson 5-pointed stars. So, this Super Dragon Ball is a 3-star ball. Hogg turned abruptly to see 4 figures not far from him, particularly the one in the center, clad in a black hat and blue attire, exuding an aura that rivaled that of a Super Saiyan. Bojack, you have finally emerged, Hogg remarked with a cold smile directed at Bojack. You fiend, you have slain Gaia. Lord Bojack, Gaia, he was killed by this Super Saiyan. Hogg, how could you act in such a manner? Why did you choose to murder our people? Zanjia questioned icily. Hogg glanced at Zanjia, his voice low and filled with disdain. You were just pretending to be innocent, weren't you? Did you not seek to exploit me to save Bojack? Zanjia, upon hearing herself being insulted, felt a surge of murderous intent. However, she was restrained by Bojack. He addressed Hogg, saying, Super Saiyan, I can offer you an opportunity. If Gaia is indeed dead, you could take his place, and together we could seek vengeance against the Grand Kai and the 4 Kais. Absolutely not, my lord. He is the one who killed Gaia. How could we allow him into our ranks? Zanjia interjected vehemently. Exactly, echoed another. Silence. Bojack commanded, and they fell silent. He turned back to Hogg, inquiring, So, what say you, Super Saiyan? Although the other 3 despised Hogg, they felt powerless. Bojack was intent on having Hogg join their team, for Hogg's strength far surpassed that of Gaia. Hogger took a deep breath and declared, I have already stated it. Bojack was taken aback, perplexed by the meaning behind the other's words. S. gaze suddenly sharpened, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he boldly declared, I shall annihilate every last one of you, including that wretched woman. None shall escape, not even you, Bojack. Do you grasp the essence of my intent? Chapter 103, Bojack's Transformation Arrogance, Sheer Arrogance. Bojack could scarcely fathom that his adversary would utter such words, not only threatening his life but also declaring intentions to eliminate everyone present. This infuriated Bojack to the point of gritting his teeth. What did you say? I must have misheard you. You think you can take on all 4 of us single-handedly? Remember, even a Super Saiyan pales in comparison. Bojack bellowed. Hogg was undoubtedly aware of Bojack's prowess. In truth, Bojack had one more transformation left. However, prior to that, he was at best equal to Kurd. He dispatched Kurd's subordinates before transforming himself. Once he transformed, his power would not exceed that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. It is worth noting that Gohan had been persistently harassed by Bojack's minions, Otherwise, he would have easily subdued him long ago. In the original narrative, even Cell was able to withstand 2 of Gohan's powerful punches, whereas Bojack could not endure a single blow and met his demise. This distinction was crucial. It was precisely because he sought to engage in battle that he placed pressure on himself, ultimately surpassing his limits to achieve full Super Saiyan power. Bojack, just moments ago, you controlled the planet to prevent me from eliminating those 2 individuals. Now they are doomed. Hogg let out a hearty laugh and, with a swift movement, vanished from sight. Upon witnessing Hogg's disappearance, the 4 companions immediately grew vigilant, and Bojack felt a twinge of panic, realizing that someone of such strength could evade his perception. "Where are you?" Bojack bellowed. Simultaneously, he pondered whom to eliminate next. Having just saved Peter and Bardo, he surmised that the adversary would likely target them, given their previous failure. Just as Bojack intended to summon the 2 to his side, a sudden thud echoed as a hand pierced through Bardo's chest. Bardo's body convulsed, his expression one of disbelief. How could this be? Bardo gasped, glancing down at the hand protruding from his chest. Slowly, he turned his head to behold Hogg's devilish grin and, summoning his last ounce of strength, he queried, "How did you suddenly appear behind me, eluding our collective gaze? That is of no concern to you. You are the most troublesome of them all." Hogg replied indifferently, extending his hand as a surge of energy engulfed Bardo. Bojack had intended to rescue Bardo, roaring, "Stop!" Alas, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Bardo was reduced to cosmic dust. "Bojack! Lord Bojack!" Peter cried out in alarm from a distance, fully aware that he was likely the next target. "Gather by my side," Bojack commanded. Yes, Peter and Zanja swiftly moved toward Bojack, while he kept a vigilant watch on Hogg, prepared to thwart any further attacks. Hogger did not launch an attack. Instead, he coolly remarked, "Zanja, I advise you to steer clear of that individual. What nonsense are you spouting? You wish to eliminate us, and you want me to distance myself from Lord Bojack." Zanja, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, but then spoke with a tone rife with animosity. Hogg shook his head in resignation and said, "Since you refuse to heed my counsel, there is nothing more to be done." In the original narrative, Bojack, in a desperate bid to prevent Super Saiyan 2 Gohan from ending his life, employed Zangya as a shield against Gohan's onslaught, only to be ultimately felled by a single punch from him. Despite Bojack's current outcry of anguish for Peter and Bardo, it was evident to Hogg that from the moment Bojack enlisted him to replace Gaia, his intent was merely to find someone to command. Now, as he witnesses his subordinates facing imminent death, not only is there no one left to serve him, but he must also confront the consequences of his actions alone. How could Bojack possibly endure this? A significant part of his ire also stemmed from Hogg's earlier declaration of intent to kill him. What do you truly mean by that? Zangya understood the situation all too well. From the outset, it was they who instigated trouble for Hogg, who was merely compelled to resist. Now that Hogg had taken a stand against them, Zangya, despite her undeniable allure, could not bear the thought of her demise, prompting her to plead for reason. However, seeing her unwillingness to relent, Hogg realized there was no hope left. "It is futile, Bojack. You are nothing but a hypocrite," he remarked indifferently. "Cease your empty bravado." Bojack could no longer contain himself. His garments tore apart as he transformed. Feeling that he would indeed be no match for his adversary in his current state, it was better to embrace his transformation. "Super Saiyan, let us engage in a battle at the cost of our lives." Upon transforming, Bojack's power surged dramatically. Hogg's figure vanished once more, only to reappear before Peter. Peter was taken aback, unable to react in time, as he, with a battle power of several million, was swiftly eliminated by a being with a battle power in the billions. Infuriated, Bojack could no longer contain himself. He roared and instantly appeared before Hogg, delivering a powerful kick with his long leg. Hogg was momentarily stunned but raised his left arm to block Bojack's strike. The force behind Bojack's kick was explosive. It appeared to be a mere ordinary kick, yet its power surged like relentless ocean waves, causing Hogg's left arm to tremble incessantly. "This kick's force is something I can barely withstand at Super Saiyan level 3, but the more you attack me, the more confident I become in reaching full power as a Super Saiyan," Hogg growled. Without hesitation, Hogg swiftly turned and delivered a powerful strike. Bojack stepped back just in time to evade the blow, and as Hogg retracted his fist, Bojack seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. A seasoned fighter is always vigilant of their opponent's movements, and Hogg was no exception. In the fleeting moment when Hogg retracted his fist, he comprehended that Bojack was poised to strike, a punch hurtling towards him. Despite the rapidity and strength of the blow, Hogg had anticipated it, retreating a significant distance to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity as his opponent withdrew, Hogg unleashed a powerful kick, a thunderous sound erupting as his leg connected. This was no mere continuation of force. It was akin to a dam bursting forth, an explosive surge of power. What is this? Your assault is still no match for my defenses. Bojack growled lowly, raising his left arm to resolutely block Hogg's kick. What? Hogg could hardly fathom that the other party could withstand his kick, reflecting that this individual was indeed a formidable rogue. Sealed by the combined might of the four kings of the universe, Hogg revealed his lower body with a swift kick, should he be attacked. The injury would likely befall him. In a flash of fire, he executed a series of backflips, distancing himself from Bojack. Just as he completed the first backflip, Bojack's punch struck nothing but air. Bojack was momentarily taken aback. It had already been quite a challenge to withstand Hogg's kick. And just as he contemplated a counterattack, his opponent had flipped away to an unknown distance. Infuriated, Bojack pointed his finger, unleashing a lethal beam that shot forth with a swift whoosh. At that moment, Hogg had just ceased his acrobatics, and upon seeing the deadly ray, he swiftly clapped his hands together, dissipating the attack. After the fierce battle, neither gained the upper hand, and both stood at a distance, coldly mocking one another. Chapter 104. The punch of breakthrough. Following their intense skirmish, the two distanced themselves, maintaining a frigid standoff. Only Zanjia remained alive at the periphery. Astonished to witness Hogg's formidable prowess, even in Bojack's transformed state, he seemed unable to gain any advantage. Why was he so powerful? Zanjia recalled Hogg's earlier words, her brows slightly furrowing as she pondered their meaning. Was he advising her against associating with Bojack? Did he harbor feelings for her? Impossible. They had only just met. Yet, in this light, the Super Saiyan appeared rather handsome. Zanjia took another glance at Hogg, her thoughts swirling with such notions. Bang, bang. Hogg and Bojack clashed once more, their fisticuffs sending ripples through the very fabric of space, even affecting 3 other planets, provoking volcanic eruptions and seismic tremors upon their surfaces. I had not anticipated Bojack's prowess to be of such magnitude. Despite unleashing my full strength, he appeared to be holding back. Hogg launched a barrage of punches, yet each was deftly intercepted by Bojack. With a hearty laugh, Bojack exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, it seems your punches are of little effect against me." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike, catching Hogg off guard, who could only cross his arms before his forehead to absorb the blow. Hogg remained silent, having blocked a punch, and was about to retaliate when another strike from Bojack came hurtling towards him. With no other option, Hogg continued to defend himself, maintaining his guarded stance. "I am gradually unleashing my full potential," Bojack proclaimed with a sinister grin. "I assure you, my strength far surpasses yours. Prepare to meet your demise." His menacing laughter echoed through the air. Simultaneously, Bojack unleashed a flurry of punches that rained down upon Hogg's crossed arms, each strike growing increasingly forceful. "What now? Haha. Weren't you the one who vowed to annihilate us? Where has your bravado gone?" Bojack bellowed, his laughter ringing out once more. Hogg was simultaneously defending himself while searching for Bojack's weaknesses. Unfortunately, Bojack was well aware of Hogg's character and knew that pushing him to his limits could lead to unforeseen consequences. At that moment, Hogg resembled a dormant tiger, enduring the relentless barrage of Bojack's punches, his eyes flickering as he sought a flaw to deliver a decisive blow. The longer the battle continued, the more unfavorable it became for him. He needed to devise a strategy, unless he could transform into a Super Saiyan at full power. Hogg pondered this in his mind. "You truly harbor a sinister plot." Bojack's fists did not relent. Instead, his speed and ferocity intensified. However, upon realizing Hogg's intentions, he felt a surge of alarm, thinking that he must not allow his opponent any opportunity to counterattack. How could I have been discovered? Infuriating. Hogg had initially contemplated a counterattack, yet it now appeared that he was utterly devoid of any viable strategy, as the adversary remained exceedingly vigilant, poised to devise a countermeasure at the very moment he launched his assault. What should he do? Hogg found himself at a loss. Bojack, too, was bereft of effective solutions. He could not afford to pause, for to do so would be tantamount to allowing Hogg to cast a fish back into the water, rendering their task significantly more arduous. "Zanjia, swiftly, while I hold him in check, strike at him from behind," Bojack suddenly exclaimed. Zanjia, who had been observing the battle from a distance, was momentarily taken aback, but then soared towards Hogg. Hogg felt a pang of dread and exclaimed, "Zanjia, Do you truly believe he regards you as one of his subordinates? Your lives are utterly inconsequential in his eyes. Nanny, Zanjia halted in her tracks. Zanjia, are you daring to defy my command? Bojack bellowed. Zanjia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately flew behind Hogg, prompting him to mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it. Humph. I could have easily dispatched you, but it would have taken too long. I possess no such patience, so I've granted that woman the privilege instead. Bojack remarked with a chilling sneer. Bojack, do you truly believe you can prevail against me? Do not be so naive, Hogg replied coldly. As Bojack laughed heartily and continued his assault, he taunted, Ha ha ha, even at death's door, you remain defiant. At that moment, Zanjia finally emerged behind Hogg, extending her right hand to reveal a shimmering lightsaber. Even if you wish to flee, you cannot escape Zanjia's onslaught, and I shall not permit your escape, Bojack growled. Hogg has indeed reached a perilous juncture, caught in a vice of dual assault, setting aside the fact that Bojack possesses a strength that surpasses his own. Even Zanjia's prowess is formidable, nearing the realm of 10 million. A single lightsaber could inflict harm upon him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both Hogg and Bojack remain unscathed, should either sustain an injury. The scales of victory would invariably tip in favor of Bojack. Hogg, you have not only slain Peter, but also Baidu and Gaoya. I am left with no choice. I must avenge them. Zanjia's once exquisite visage twisted slightly in anguish. Damn it, how on earth can I achieve full power as a Super Saiyan? Hogg bellowed in frustration. Suddenly, an unusual transformation enveloped Hogg. The power coursing through him seemed to align with an orderly legion, as if a mere thought could grant him complete dominion over them. Hogg has grown accustomed to the frenzied might of the third stage, and while he can exercise some degree of control, achieving complete mastery remains an unattainable endeavor, for he cannot possibly harness the entirety of a Super Saiyan's power. However, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. This formidable energy now resembles a torrent that has broken free from its confines, yet it has become remarkably obedient, akin to an army poised for action, awaiting a command to unleash its fury. Hogger was jolted awake by the furious roar of Zanjia, who, wielding a lightsaber, launched an attack towards the left side of his back, aimed directly at his heart. Hogger had but a singular thought, to break through Bojack and then to block that sword. Thunderous sounds echoed. Hogg instinctively relaxed his defensive stance. As Bojack's next punch approached, he struck with a counter, the speed of his blow astonishingly increased by half compared to before. The collision resounded as Bojack met Hogg's fist, an overwhelming force surging from within Hogg, rendering Bojack utterly incapable of withstanding it. He was propelled backward, yet as Hogg wielded, the torrent of energy abruptly ceased, reconstituting itself into a latent force now concealed within his numerous meridians. Thus, this seemingly ordinary punch, devoid of any spectacular display, actually bore far greater strength than its predecessor. This was, although Hogg was eager to ponder the situation, the current circumstances did not permit him the luxury of thought, for behind him, Zanjia lunged forward with a lightsaber aimed directly at his heart. Hogg turned around, extending a finger to press against the lightsaber, a detached smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your attacks have become considerably simpler. Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of Gayacha." In Chapter 105, The Full Power of the Super Saiyan, Hogg continued, "Your swordsmanship is indeed inferior to Gayacha's." Zanjia's expression shifted dramatically. Unable to fathom that Hogg could withstand his assault, he growled, "Mentioning Gayacha makes me want to kill you." "Oh, is that so? Then you'll have to wait your turn. Nevertheless, I must thank you for allowing me to comprehend this amidst the chaos," Hogg replied with a slight smile, a surge of energy sending Zanjia flying. Hogg turned his head once more to gaze at Bojack, who had now come to a halt, his expression marred by fury. "Bojack, let us resume," Hogg proclaimed, his voice resonating with determination. "You have truly ignited my ire. For so long, I have restrained my full potential, but now, I shall unleash my entire strength to confront you." Bojack's body trembled, his muscles swelling with newfound power. "You may enhance your abilities as you wish, regardless. You shall never triumph over a Super Saiyan at full capacity," Hogg declared with a confident smile. Bojack, perplexed by Hogg's words, chose to disregard their meaning. Instead, he swiftly charged towards Hogg, delivering a punch with remarkable speed, only to have Hogg evade it with a deft turn. "Ah, your speed seems to have increased," Bojack noted, his confidence in his attack unwavering. He believed not only had his velocity improved, but his strength had also augmented. Yet, he was taken aback by Hogg's ability to dodge. "This is unexpected. You weren't capable of such speed moments ago." Bojack expressed his bewilderment. Haha. Hogg laughed heartily and said, "Allow me to elucidate the matter. For I am on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power." A Super Saiyan at full power. Bojack squinted his eyes. Indeed. Hogg's body trembled as he roared, "The pinnacle of Super Saiyan, the full power of Super Saiyan, is now upon us." Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Hogg began to harness his fortune, he also transformed into the final stage of Super Saiyan. At that moment, the three surrounding planets appeared to be struck, revealing immense fissures upon their surfaces. As Hogg had transformed, he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Bojack. Witnessing this scene, Bojack's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was taken aback by the sudden movements of the other three celestial bodies. What on earth is happening? Bojack stammered in disbelief. Hogg did not respond, completely immersed in his transformation, for this was the final stage of the Super Saiyan. The duration had indeed stretched on, and amidst the metamorphosis, a crackling lightning emerged from his chest. In the preceding 3 stages, no such phenomenon had occurred. This marked the inaugural appearance of lightning, signifying that the power within him was beginning to undergo a profound qualitative change. Although the golden aura enveloping Hogg remained comparable in size to that of the 3rd stage, it was now adorned with numerous sparkling golden flecks, indicative of a discharge phenomenon. However, this process was ephemeral, vanishing swiftly as the transformation into full-power Super Saiyan was successfully completed. At last, having assumed this new form, Hogg, while resembling the 3rd stage, appeared somewhat smaller in stature. There was minimal change to Hogg's physique, aside from a slight diminishment. Yet, in terms of speed, strength, and explosive power, he surpassed the 3rd stage by a significant margin. Bojack, I apologize for the wait. Behold, this is the full-power Super Saiyan. Come, let us continue our battle. Hogg, shrouded in his golden aura, gazed coldly at Bojack. Bojack, finally roused from his astonishment, could hardly believe the reality before him. In a swift maneuver, he lunged at Hogg, only to find his attack passing through Hogg's form. Damn it! Hogg appeared to Bojack's left, and Bojack swung a punch, only to miss once again. Hogg then materialized in another location, prompting Bojack to follow suit, delivering a kick, which once more swept through empty air. Each time Hogg appeared in a location, Bojack would relentlessly pursue and attack him, launching fists, kicks, or striking with his head like a blade. Yet, without exception, his efforts passed through Hogg as if he were a mere apparition. You dare to toy with me? Bojack seethed, upon catching sight of Hogg once more, who taunted him with a mocking grin. Bojack hurled an energy orb in fury, but yet again, it merely traversed through Hogg's form, striking a distant planet instead. The planet immediately disintegrated and exploded, transforming into cosmic dust. In the aftermath of the explosion, a tempest of debris surged towards the trio. As the storm of fragments approached, the two did not flinch, allowing the rubble to cascade upon them, maintaining their standoff. Hogg wore a smirk of derision, while Bojack's brow furrowed. His expression darkened with a palpable dread, for all his previous assaults had been futile. Bojack, you are done for, Hogg remarked indifferently. With a hissing sound, the golden aura surrounding Hogg intensified, reducing the encroaching debris to mere powder. Damn it, is speed all you rely on? Bojack retorted angrily.